There's no money. A thunderous roar echoed from within a villa. Zhang Zaihou gritted his teeth. My mother is gravely ill. If there's no money for treatment, she will. She will. What, just die? What's so worth treating about your deadbeat mother? Better for her to die sooner, so you can hold a feast and collect some gifts. His mother-in-law, Shi Jinxiang, rolled her eyes dismissively. She is not a deadbeat. She is my beloved mother. Humph, suffering alongside you, a poor cripple with a severed hand. What good will it do her? If you ask me, it will be better for her to die and be reborn. Your mother's illness is none of our concern. Tomorrow, you will divorce our man. The Tian family has no need for a useless burden like you. His father-in-law, Tian Jiachong, chimed in. Zhang Zaihou felt a surge of blood rush to his head, eager to retort, yet fell silent. His father had died early in his childhood, leaving the entire burden of the family on his mother. She worked 3 jobs daily, and upon returning home, she had to cook and wash for him and his sister. After graduating from university and working for a period, Zhang Zaihou had intended to bring his mother and sister to the city to live. However, one day after work, he saw a girl rushing towards the road, intent on ending her life. In a moment of impulse, he dashed forward. The girl was saved, but Zhang Zaihou's right hand was crushed by a car. As a result, he suffered nerve damage and ultimately had to have his hand amputated. He became disabled and lost his job. Yet, fortune arose from misfortune. The girl he saved was Tian Man, the eldest daughter of a third-rate family. To express gratitude for saving his granddaughter's life, the Tian family patriarch, Tian Yukai, arranged for him to marry into their family. Though he had lost an arm, Zhang Zaihou was self-reliant and found work delivering food. However, just a few days ago, Tian Yukai fell ill, and before he passed away, his mother-in-law was already intent on casting Zhang Zaihou out. Zhang Zaihou did not covet the identity of his son-in-law in the Tian family. The only thing he couldn't let go of was his wife, Tian Man. Despite her usual indifference and icy demeanor towards him, and their 3 years of marriage without intimacy, she was the only one in the Tian family who did not disdain his humble origins. In fact, it was she who coordinated assistance for his mother's illness. Reflecting on this, Zhang Zaihou said calmly, 3 years ago, you forced Tian Man to marry Liu Huaiji from the fantasy group, driving her to attempt suicide. Now, with this divorce, who do you intend to force her to marry next? Upon hearing this, Shi Jinxiang's nostrils flared in anger. His father-in-law, Tian Jiachong, turned red with fury. A cripple delivering food dares to lecture us? We're only doing this for Man's good. Do you think she will find happiness with a useless cripple like you? Without our Tian family, you'll be reduced to begging in the streets. May lightning strike this poor fool dead. Zhang Zaihou scoffed and turned to leave the villa. As he stepped outside, a torrential rain began to pour. He looked up at the deluge, mingled with the vibrant glow of neon lights, rendering the world a dreamlike and surreal spectacle. Dingling, the urgent sound of a phone ringing caught his attention, and just as he was about to answer, a thunderclap rang out from the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down. In Zhang Zaihou's final moment of consciousness, he only saw a blinding flash of white. When Zhang Zaihou awoke, he found himself lying on the grass. The sky was azure, and the sun was scorching. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to shield his eyes. It was then he realized that his amputated hand had miraculously regrown. What is happening? Zhang Zaihou sprang to his feet, astonished. Ding! System automatically loading binding system for host. Congratulations, host. The divine right hand has been successfully bound. Host information. A disabled son-in-law from a third-rate family, viewed as a burden by his in-laws. The divine right hand, also known as the hand of virtual transformation, can convert anything from the internet into reality. Current level of the divine right hand, level 1 blank. Conversion value required. Current conversion value. 10 note. Conversion value consumption depends on the practical value of the item converted. The divine right hand, virtual transformation into reality. Zhang Zaihou stared at his unsteady right hand, which occasionally flickered with radiant, colorful data streams. Am I bound to a system? Just as Zhang Zaihou was lost in thought, the phone rang again. Upon answering, he was met with his sister, Zhang Zaihou's cries. Brother, hurry to the hospital. Mom is not doing well. Although the phone call was chaotic, he could faintly hear several men cursing. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zaihou immediately hailed a cab and rushed towards the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, he found his mother connected to various machines, her vital signs fluctuating dangerously on the brink of death. "Brother, you finally made it." His sister, Zhang Zaihou, rushed to him in tears. "Is Mom okay?" Zhang Zaihou turned to the doctor nearby. The doctor, Xue Dongliang, was reclining with his legs crossed, engrossed in a short video, displaying an unconcerned demeanor. He glanced up with a dismissive look. "You're here. I need to inform you that your mother's condition is extremely serious, so prepare yourself mentally. If you wish, you can take her home. We have a shortage of beds here and need to treat other patients, so please don't occupy our medical resources." "What?" Zhang Zaihou momentarily failed to comprehend. Xue Dongliang added, "To put in terms you can grasp, your mother is beyond saving. Take her home to wait for death. Oh, and by the way, you have $200 left in your hospital account." While saying this, Xue Dongliang leaned in closer, whispering with a smirk, "According to our hospital's rules, we should squeeze every penny from you before letting your mother die. But I, with a heart of gold, am leaving you with $200, just enough for your mother's funeral expenses." Xue Dongliang had always been a suitor of Tian Man and bore a strong hostility towards Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou replied coldly, "So, you're saying you lack the skill to save her?" Xue Dongliang's expression shifted, his gaze falling on Zhang Zaihou's empty right hand, before he smirked. "I won't stoop to arguing with a cripple like you. Your mother's condition is severe. She is already beyond help." As he finished speaking, the monitors suddenly emitted alarm sounds. Blood pressure was unstable, and particularly the electrocardiogram had nearly flattened into a straight line. "See, I told you your mother doesn't have much time left with her condition. She can't last more than half an hour. Considering President Tian's reputation, should I contact the crematorium for you? I could get you a discount for the cremation. If you take her now, they can start the cremation immediately." Xue Dongliang wore a look of schadenfreude, showing no regard for the impending loss of a precious life. Zhang Zaihou shook his head. "In own need, since your hospital cannot save my mother, I will save her." "You're going to treat her? Are you a doctor? Do you have a medical license?" Xue Dongliang retorted. Zhang Zaihou glanced at him, a scornful smile creeping onto his lips. "Even if you have a medical license, I've yet to see you save anyone, let alone your farcical clown act." Hearing this, Xue Dongliang's expression darkened. After all, he was a medical doctor who had studied abroad, yet Zhang Zaihou dared to call him a clown. "Very well, you may proceed with the treatment. However, be advised that there is surveillance in place should any unfortunate incident occur to the patient. We shall bear no responsibility, and you alone shall be accountable. Do not attempt to place blame upon us." Xue Dongliang secretly hoped that Yang Zheng would inadvertently cause his mother's demise. After all, there was nothing to gain from her, and it would conveniently absolve him of any responsibility. Why not seize such an opportunity? Chapter 2. The live broadcast is underway in the face of Xue Dongliang's threats. Zhang Zaihou remained unfazed. During his journey, he had thoroughly studied the system. This divine right hand, aside from being unable to convert virtual currency, could transform virtually anything as long as one could afford the conversion value. Whether it be cultivation techniques, battleships, or even Gundams, anything was possible. Zhang Zaihou picked up his phone and opened a game titled The Legend of Jin Yong. He then plunged his right hand into the game. Ding! Host conversion detected. Conversion value items: 18 dragon subduing palms 150, 6 meridian sword 200, wave surfing steps 200. Dugu 9 swords 130, Tai Chi fist 150. Flipping through the inventory, he finally found a medical book at the end. The Huatuo's internal revelation required a conversion value of 10 points. Without hesitation, he initiated the conversion. In an instant, he felt a weight in his hand. Quickly retracting it, a thin book emerged. Before Zhang Zaihou could act, the book turned to ashes, and a plethora of information flooded his mind. This included knowledge of acupuncture, medicinal stones, massage, and even a final technique called scattered hands. Zhang Zaihou did not shy away from others because he knew that this divine right hand was a high-dimensional entity, invisible to ordinary people, thus to others. He still appeared to be a cripple. "Haha, I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're just using your phone to search for illnesses. I've never heard of anything from Baidu saving lives." Ignoring the mockery, Zhang Zaihou focused on absorbing the knowledge from Huatuo's internal revelation. Among the techniques was a profound acupuncture method known as the 9 heavenly needles, which could effortlessly handle minor ailments. Baidu might have a solution. But here you can only wait for death. What if I save her? Shui Dongyang seemed to find this notion laughable. If your mother can be saved, then you must be my father. Then I won't need a father. Someone like you, I would have shot against the wall long ago. But since we're gambling, how about waiving our medical fees? Zhang Zaihou contemplated. All right, but if your mother doesn't wake up, you will pay double the medical fees and kneel to call me daddy. Deal. I'll start the live broadcast immediately and inform General Tian, so you can't play tricks later. As Shui Dongliang hurriedly took out his phone, Zhang Zaihou smiled slightly. In his mind, the system's voice echoed. Ding, your rival Shui Dongyang has issued a challenge to you. Except if you're a man. Challenge task, save your mother. Completion reward, 5 conversion points, 1 Niu Huang Shui Jiedan, 50 experience points. The system was indeed benevolent, offering a chance to save his mother while also gaining conversion points and task rewards. Excellent. Shui Dongyang eagerly opened his live broadcast. He had around 100,000 followers on a certain platform, and as soon as he went live, thousands flocked to watch. Dr. Shui, what are we doing today? Are we harvesting kidneys? Someone, take my kidney to entertain the crowd. What is happening behind Dr. Shui? Is someone dead? Is it the family of a patient causing a ruckus? Oh, it's a medical dispute. A medical dispute. Some keen-eyed followers noticed the situation in the hospital room, and the chat exploded with excitement, eager to witness the drama. Shui Dongyang briefly recounted the events, concluding with a smile. This person questions my expertise and wants to bet against me, so I wish for all of you to bear witness. Upon hearing this, the live chat erupted with ridicule and advice. Haha, questioning Dr. Shui's expertise? Is this person mentally unstable? Young man, don't gamble. Money doesn't just fall from the sky. Don't advise. This kind of person deserves society's judgment. Seeing the overwhelming support in the live chat, Shui Dongyang felt immensely pleased, but it was still not enough. He needed to inform the most crucial person, Tian Manman. Shui Dongyang picked up the phone and called her. In her spacious office, Tian Manman was troubled over a company project when she received Shui Dongyang and Appo's call. She frowned and answered. Hello, Dr. Shui, what is the matter? Manager Tian, your mother is in critical condition. Ah, Tian Manman exclaimed in shock. Okay, Dr. Shui, I will notify Zhang Zaihou immediately and rush over. No need. He is already here, but what? He seems to be having some mental issues, claiming he can save his mother and wants to bet with me. Oh, I want to say more. Just check my live stream for the details. With that, he quickly hung up the phone. Live stream? Tian Manman opened the app and entered the live broadcast, only to see Zhang Zaihou performing acupuncture on his mother, while Zhang Zaihou stood by, helpless. Family members. This person is too stubborn, insisting on saving his mother himself. I am powerless here. Upon seeing Tian Manman enter the live stream, Shui Dongliang began to clarify his position. We have so many eyes watching. How dare anyone question Dr. Shui? They are truly blind. Buried. Do they really think they are a miracle healer? There are countless and Oppos, miracle healers and Oppos. These days, they are worthless. Did he make a decision that goes against his ancestors? In the live stream, Tian Manman learned about the events and the bet between the two, making her head spin. With her grandfather critically ill and the company on the brink, she faced immense pressure. Now her mother was in danger, and her husband was acting irrationally. Tian Manman was on the verge of breaking down. She forced herself to maintain composure and instructed her assistant to drive to the hospital. Once in the car, she quickly called Zhang Zaihou. Almost there. I'm in the elevator now. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Zaihou's dismissive voice came through. Zhang Zaihou. Huh. Man, I spoke without thinking. What is the matter? After a moment of silence, Tian Manman suppressed her anger. What are you doing? Of course, I'm saving my mother. The doctor you recommended, Shui, lacks both skill and ethics. I have to step in. Zhang Zaihou, I understand your pain of losing a mother, but you are a man. You cannot remain so despondent. Wait for me. I will help you with your mother's affairs. And about the bet with Shui Dongyang, we'll discuss it when I arrive. Although Tian Manman appeared cold and unfeeling, she remained clear-headed in these significant matters. Hearing this, Zhang Zaihou felt a warmth in his heart. All right, I'll wait for you here. But you needn't worry about my mother's affairs. And one more thing, as a man, I must see this bet with Shui Dongliang through to the end. You need not concern yourself with it. With that, he hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping tone, Tian Manman was momentarily taken aback. How dare he hang up on me? He even said this matter was none of my business. He doesn't know medicine either. Tian Manman stared out the window, lost in thought. Chapter 3. Resurrection. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Zaihou let out a long sigh. Brother, can you manage this? Zhang Zaihou blinked her large eyes, looking pitifully at him. Zhang Zaihou smiled knowingly and pinched his sister's cheek. Don't worry, brother will bring our mother back. Yes, I believe in you, brother. Seeing the spark of hope in Zhang Zaihou's eyes warmed Zhang Zaihou's heart. There was still someone who believed in him. He picked up the last silver needle and gazed at his mother. A hint of nervousness crept in, causing his left hand to tremble involuntarily. Zhang Zaihou, why is your hand shaking? Are you afraid? Be bold. Your mother's life is hanging by a thread anyway. Consider it practice. Shui Dongyang laughed boisterously. Zhang Zaihou retorted disdainfully. You should be more concerned about how to explain this to the thousands watching the live stream. With that, he deftly inserted the silver needle into the Baihui acupoint on his mother's head. Heavenly transformation, 9 needles, 1 needle for resurrection. With a soft pop, the silver needle pierced the Baihui acupoint, akin to bursting a balloon. Li Qingxia let out a pained scream, her eyes rolling back. The nearby ECG machine emitted a long, continuous beep, flattening into a straight line. Is she dead? Dead. The live stream fell into a momentary silence before erupting into chaos. Ha ha ha, the miracle doctor. What a joke. He is truly a charlatan. He has killed his own mother. Should he not face criminal charges? He won't even pursue it himself. We stand with Dr. Shui. The patient's death is solely due to the family's reckless treatment and has nothing to do with Dr. Shui. Shui Dongliang reveled in his schadenfreude, a grin involuntarily spreading across his face. If you had only listened to my advice, you wouldn't have killed your mother. I'm live streaming this. Thousands are watching your attempt to save her, and this outcome has nothing to do with me. In our bed, your mother's treatment has already cost around 100,000 yuan. Since I'm so benevolent, just give me 10,000, and I'll overlook the rest. As for calling me dad. At this point, a sinister smile appeared on Shui Dongliang's face. He had orchestrated this live stream, reaching out to Tian Man with the sole purpose of undermining Zhang Zaihou, driven by his twisted jealousy and desire to see him utterly disgraced. Before he could finish, the door to the ward swung open, and a striking figure strode in. When Tian Man appeared on the live stream, the barrage of comments exploded. Oh my god! The goddess! My goddess! I can't believe this cripple has such a beautiful wife. What a waste. Shui Dongyang approached, feigning concern. Miss Tian, you finally arrived. Your mother-in-law was killed by your husband. I couldn't stop him. Tian Man's face darkened as she looked at her mother-in-law on the bed, seething with anger. Just moments ago, she had leveraged her power to solicit Huang Dinggong to treat her mother-in-law. Huang Dinggong had been brought from Kyoto at great expense to treat her grandfather. This was a high-risk maneuver on her part, but now her mother-in-law was dead, and it was at the hands of her own son. Upon seeing Zhang Zaihou's indifferent expression, a surge of adrenaline coursed through her veins. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the ward. Watching Zhang Zaihou get slapped, Shui Dongliang was overjoyed. Ah, Miss Tian, it's all my fault for not stopping your husband's treatment. Otherwise, with my methods, your mother-in-law might have had a chance at recovery. At that moment, Tian Man could not hear him. The rush of blood made her regret slapping Zhang Zaihou. Her fist clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved a card from her purse and handed it to Shui Dongliang. Zhang Zaihou, this is the last time I'll help you. Here is 100,000 yuan, as a wager between you and Dr. Shui. As for the other part, Dr. Shui, let us consider it settled for my sake. Hearing Tian Man plead for Zhang Zaihou, Shui Dongyang felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. Since Miss Tian has spoken, how could I possibly refuse? However, I have a small request. What is it? Tomorrow evening, I hope Miss Tian will grace me with her presence for dinner. Shui Dongliang felt a surge of nervousness as his hand instinctively reached for the potent sleeping pills in his pocket. No, my wife isn't accustomed to dining out. Also, Dr. Shui, let us keep our wager between 2 men. Let us not involve women. Zhang Zaihou interjected, positioning himself in front of Tian Man. Shui Dongliang was furious that Zhang Zaihou was obstructing his plans. You worthless cripple, you've lost 100,000 already, and you still have the audacity to stand here. If it weren't for Ms. Tian pleading for you, you would be kneeling before me. Your mother is dead. You should contact the crematorium and stop wasting time here. Zhang Zaihou pointed behind him. My mother is sitting up now. There is no need to contact the crematorium. If your mother can sit up, that would mean. Shui Dongliang turned, his words caught in his throat, his eyes widening in shock. Li Qingxia had indeed sat up, looking around in confusion. She is alive? Alive? How can this be? Shui Dongliang was struck by disbelief his mind in a daze. This must be a mere fleeting moment of clarity, he muttered, retreating in shock until he stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the live stream was in an uproar. How did she come back to life? Didn't Dr. Shui say there was no hope? Yes, just moments ago the ECG was flatlining. I saw it with my own eyes. But she is really alive. Could it be that this person is truly a miracle doctor? Miracle doctor. I can't believe I've finally encountered a real one. I want to apprentice under the miracle doctor and become his top disciple. Hey, I'm reserving the title of top disciple. The live stream buzzed with excitement, while the ward was equally chaotic. Son, where am I? Why do I feel like I've just woken from a long dream? Li Qingxia strained to prop herself up. Mom, you finally woke up. You scared me to death. Zhang Zaihou exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she rushed to embrace her. Mom, we're in the hospital. Ah, the hospital? Am I sick? How much has it cost? Let us hurry and leave. We shouldn't waste money on me. As she spoke, Li Qingxiao attempted to get out of bed. Mom, no need to rush. Dr. Shui is very kind and has covered all our medical expenses. Chapter 4. The rising tide. Zhang Zaihou chuckled as he deftly snatched the bank card from Shui Dongliang's hand and placed it into Tian Manman's grasp. He then firmly clasped Shui Dongliang's hand. Dr. Shui, we are immensely grateful for your reimbursement of our medical expenses, totaling 100,821 yuan. Will you be paying by card or cash? Witnessing Shui Dongliang's astonishment and Zhang Zaihou's playful demeanor, Tian Manman couldn't help but smile. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Dr. Shui, do not go back on your word. We are all watching. Yes, Dr. Shui, we are witnesses. Witness 1, 2, 3. The barrage of comments demanding he honor his bet left Shui Dongliang despondent, sitting on the ground, his heart filled with resentment. This young man must have had a plan all along to gamble against me. He is deliberately trying to extort money from me. This is clearly a trap. The thought filled Shui Dongliang with rage. He wanted to back out, but with thousands of viewers watching, he couldn't afford to lose face. And with Tian Manman present, if he reneged, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Could you just drop a zero? Shui Dongliang stuttered. I have never heard of someone rounding down on a reimbursement. Dr. Shui, are you experiencing financial difficulties? I've heard doctors earn quite a handsome salary. Surely this amount is a mere trifle for you. Zhang Zaihou continued to elevate the stakes. The viewers in the live stream chimed in. Yes, doctor. Shui earns a high salary, hundreds of thousands a year. And there are bonuses, several thousand a day, plus commissions on prescriptions and kickbacks on supplies. He even has expenses for lectures and travel. As the audience continued to strip him of his dignity, Shui Dongliang felt on the verge of madness. Through gritted teeth, he finally relented. All right, enough. I'll pay. They promptly made their way to the ATM beside the hospital. Shui Dongliang trembled as he transferred over 100,000 yuan to Zhang Zaihou. Upon seeing the substantial sum reflected in his account, Li Qingxia grasped Shui Dongliang's hand, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Zhang Zaihou, Dr. Shui has reimbursed us so much. Hurry and thank him. Dr. Shui, thank you so much. You truly have a heart of gold. Zhang Zaihou beamed widely. Shui Dongliang bitterly remarked, Zhang Zaihou, consider this a lesson learned for me. But there's one thing I don't understand. How did you manage to save your mother? Despite spending so much money, Shui Dongliang still hoped to recoup some of it. If he had learned such a needling technique, 100,000 yuan would indeed not be excessive. Zhang Zaihou, aware of his thoughts, feigned secrecy and leaned in. Dr. Shui, do you remember the process I used for the needling? Of course. Shui Dongliang, a top student, had an excellent memory and recalled Zhang Zaihou's technique clearly. Since you remember, did I apply extra force for the last needle? Yes, precisely. Great strength yields miraculous results. My mother's revival is nothing short of a miracle. At this, Tian Manman beside them burst into laughter. You. Shui Dongliang fumed in exasperation. Once again, Zhang Zaihou had played him. Watching the trio depart, Shui Dongliang pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Zhang, I need to ask you something. So this is your reason for not coming home with me? In the Bajiu district, Tian Manman linked arms with him, her expression displeased. I've told you everything. I was kicked out by your parents. If I go back, it will just lead to more arguments. Besides, my mother has just been discharged, and Yun still has school. I truly cannot leave. Zhang Zaihou explained. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Manman nodded. Fine, I'll see you tomorrow morning. I need you at my company at 8. With that, she turned and got into her car, speeding away. Later that night, after settling his mother and sister, Zhang Zaihou sat alone in his dimly lit room. devoid of light. Gazing at the flickering data streams from his right hand, it felt like a dream. Today, he had acquired a system, and his strength and speed had markedly improved, along with a significant enhancement in perception. Moreover, his divine right hand boasted 12 levels, each corresponding to unique abilities. Currently, he was merely at level 1, filled with hope for the future. He quietly observed the view outside, where a colossal Kuanping illusion hovered in the air, both enchanting and ethereal. The tiger lies low, waiting for the winds to rise, while the dragon rests in shallow waters, anticipating the tide. At this moment, the wind began to stir and the tide to rise. The following morning, Zhang Zaihou took a taxi to the Tian group. Upon arriving at the lobby entrance, he was halted by several security guards. "I'm Tian Manman's husband. I need to see her regarding a matter," Zhang Zaihou stated. "Ah, so you are the infamous crippled son-in-law," the laughingstock of the Tian group. One guard jeered, his demeanor dripping with contempt. "If you know, then let me in and stop wasting my time." "How do we know you're not an imposter?" "We must verify your identity before allowing you in," the guard retorted. The title of son-in-law was hardly a commendable one, and it was unlikely anyone in Zhangzhou would wish to impersonate such a figure. "Truly a cripple," another guard sneered, eyeing Zhang Zaihou's empty right hand. He leaned closer and taunted, "You, a cripple, how did you manage to marry into the Tian family? And to such a beautiful wife? I hear you sleep on the floor every night, able to look but not touch. That must be quite the uncomfortable experience. But don't worry, I've heard the old man of the Tian family is nearing his end. When that happens, you'll be out on the street. And your wife will be someone else's." Before he could finish, Zhang Zaihou raised his left hand and slapped the guard hard across the face. The resounding crack echoed throughout the lobby. The guard, stunned, clutched his face and drew his baton. "You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? My cousin is a project manager at the Tian Group, far superior to a mere crippled son-in-law like you. Today, I'll make you regret this." As he stepped forward to retaliate, a cold voice rang out. "Stop." Everyone turned in surprise to see a young woman in professional attire, her gaze icy, observing the scene. Elegant and striking, she commanded attention, especially with her long legs clad in black stockings. This was Gu Siyu, Tian Man and Amp, Appo's assistant and best friend. A figure of authority within the company. She had arrived earlier and had been watching the unfolding drama with cold indifference. It was only when Zhang Zaihou struck the guard, and the guard prepared to retaliate, that she intervened. After all, as the general manager's husband, it would reflect well on the company if he were assaulted by their own security. "Gu assistant, why are you here? If there is something, just let me know." The guard said obsequiously, "It's nothing. President Tian instructed me to bring her husband upstairs," Gu Siyu replied, casting a brief glance at Zhang Zaihou. Her expression as frigid as ice. "Let us go?" Without offering him a second glance, she turned and walked away, with Zhang Zaihou trailing behind. "Gu assistant, lately our security personnel have shown significant improvement. There is great potential for growth." Gu Siyu chose not to respond, merely rolling her eyes dramatically. Chapter 5, My Opposition Following Gu Siyu. I arrived at Tian Manman's office. Upon entering, I immediately noticed a large box placed on Tian Manman's desk. As she opened it, a stunning platinum right arm made of metal was revealed, its elegant contours glimmering with a metallic sheen. This was our company's 5th-generation mechanical arm, model MMX5080. Designed for military-industrial applications, it could seamlessly connect to the brain and Appo's nerves, featuring upgraded chip configurations and incorporating various martial arts styles. In simpler terms, donning this arm would not only allow for normal function but also instantly transform one into a master of multiple martial arts disciplines, Tian Manman explained. "So, this is a gift for me?" I inquired. "Yes, consider it compensation for your loss," she replied. "And what if I refuse? Why on earth would you?" Tian Manman seemed taken aback, for possessing such an arm equated to gaining extraordinary abilities. Many were clamoring for this technology, some even resorting to self-harm to acquire it. The price had skyrocketed, leading to the emergence of an entire underground black market. "Because I do not wish to accept charity," Zhang Zaihou stated calmly. "What if it isn't charity?" Tian Manman locked eyes with Zhang Zaihou, and for a moment, the two were at a loss for words. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone broke the silence. Tian Manman snapped back to reality, answering the call with a pallid expression. "Gu Siyu, arrange for a vehicle. We must hurry to the Tian family estate," she instructed hurriedly, exiting with Zhang Zaihou close behind. "Is something wrong with the old man? Perhaps I can be of assistance," he suggested. "Why are you coming along?" she questioned. "I possess medical knowledge. It might be useful," he replied. Tian Manman regarded Zhang Zaihou with skepticism, still doubting his ability to save her grandmother, believing it was merely luck that had aided him previously. However, what if he truly was skilled in medicine? After a brief contemplation, she relented. Fine, but do not speak out of turn. With that, they made their way to the Tian family estate. Upon arrival, the direct descendants of the Tian family had been waiting outside for some time. How is grandfather? Didn't Ndapos, T. Elder Huang treat him successfully? Tian Manman asked, frowning. Oh, you still care about your grandfather? Aren't Ndapos, T. you too busy with your career? One scoffed. Indeed, our Man is the pillar of our family. She would hardly concern herself with her grandfather's well-being. Another chimed in, bitterness evident in their tone. She must resent him for marrying her to a cripple, turning her into a laughingstock across Zhongzhou City. Yes, and we can hardly hold our heads high in front of others, another added, the group's expressions darkening. Ignoring their remarks, Tian Manman scanned the crowd. Where are my parents? Your parents? Humph, they are busy finding you a husband, unconcerned with the old man's fate. Came the callous reply. Tian Manman and Apos' expression shifted uneasily, just as the door swung open. A frail, silver-haired elder emerged, and the crowd surged towards him. Elder Huang. How is grandfather? They clamored. Huang Dingong's expression was grave. I treated the old man yesterday, and there was improvement. However, he has since lapsed back into a coma. I suspect poisoning. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Poisoned? Who would dare to poison him? Voices rose in alarm. We have stringent security. No outsiders could have infiltrated. Could it be an insider? Someone suggested, tension palpable as they glanced around. Tian Manman maintained her calm demeanor. Elder Huang. Is there any hope for my grandfather? Huang Dingong shook his head. The chances are slim. This poison is unfamiliar to me. I can only suppress it with silver needles. If an antidote is not found within 3 days, then... He left the sentence hanging, disregarding the protests of the crowd as he departed. Once the doctor was gone, the remaining family members exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, Tian Manman stepped forward. Immediately issue a nationwide order to seek out the best physicians. As long as they can save my grandfather, I will grant them 3 requests. Remember, any requests. As long as my grandfather is saved. With that, Gusi Yu turned to carry out her orders. Ha ha ha, Tian Manman, spare us the pretense. Who doesn't know that your grandfather's death would benefit you most? Tian Minwen sneered, as a young man stepped forward. Let me be succinct. I suspect you are the one who poisoned grandfather. His accusation shifted the gaze of the Tian family members towards Tian Manman, their expressions darkening. Tian Manman remained composed. Evidence. Very well, let me ask you. Did you contact Elder Huang privately yesterday? He pressed. Yes, that was to treat my grandmother, she responded. Tian Minwen burst into laughter. Tian Manman, your grandfather is near death, yet you still think of treating your grandmother. Don and Apos, do you find that excuse rather flimsy? Such a gaping hole in your reasoning. Do you think we would believe it? Moreover, as a leader of the corporation, to contact a physician while your grandfather's life hangs in the balance, doesn't that seem rather inappropriate? The crowd murmured in agreement, turning their accusations towards Tian Manman. Indeed, I think Tian Minwen is right. I also find your reasoning hard to believe. I never imagined you would be capable of poisoning your grandfather. Though her expression remained serene, Tian Manman's palms began to sweat. Even if she had contacted Elder Huang, it did not prove she had poisoned her grandfather. That alone is enough, Tian Manman. You privately contacted Elder Huang, and you know the consequences according to our internal regulations. He stated. Upon hearing this, Tian Manman pressed her lips together. I understand. A suspension for investigation, but it must be approved by the board through a unanimous vote. The board is merely the 5 branches of our family. Let us raise our hands to vote on whether to suspend Tian Manman's investigation. Tian Minwen was the first to raise his hand. The others exchanged glances, hesitantly raising their hands as well. Tian Minwen smirked. Very well. The result of the vote. The 4th branch agrees, and the 2nd branch abstains due to lack of attendance. This vote passes unanimously. I hereby announce that Tian Manman is suspended from her position due to her private contact with Elder Huang. The position of general manager will be temporarily assumed by our 3rd uncle, Tian Jiaxing. The crowd expressed their approval. A balding middle-aged man stepped forward, bowing to the assembly. Everyone, I assure you, I will lead the Tian group to greatness. Cheers erupted among the sycophants, who clapped fervently, oblivious to the dying elder behind them. Tian Manman observed the scene with a cold smile. She realized she had become little more than a pawn. with these people waiting eagerly for her grandfather's demise to seize control. With Tian Yukai poisoned and the Tian group poised for a takeover, it all seemed settled. At that moment, a calm yet powerful voice shattered the facade of their hollow merriment. I oppose. The crowd was taken aback, turning to see Zhang Zaihou raising his left hand high. With a calm yet resolute demeanor, he uttered 3 words. I oppose. Chapter 6. Crisis, what do you think you are? You have no place to interject here. Get out of the way and stop causing trouble. Upon seeing Zhang Zaihou's opposition, the crowd erupted in insults, especially Tian Minwen, who let out a long sigh of relief, initially fearing it was a last-minute change from another faction. Upon realizing it was Zhang Zaihou, he sneered, You, a son-in-law living off others, dare to meddle in our family affairs even after marrying into the Tian family? With your mother ill, do you wish to hasten your own demise and join her? Tian Manman stood nearby, attempting to dissuade him. Zhang Zaihou, please stop. The opposition grew fierce, yet Zhang Zaihou persisted, raising his left hand defiantly and declaring loudly, I oppose. I am a son-in-law, the husband of Tian Jianchu's dear daughter. They are absent, and thus I represent the Tian family's second branch fully. I oppose the board meeting just now on behalf of the second branch of the Tian family. Hearing this, Tian Minwen and Appo's anger flared. He had invested considerable effort to reach this moment. As the most despised fifth branch, he recognized the stakes. This was a singular opportunity. If he failed to topple Tian Manman now, he would have no future chances. Initially, he could have disregarded Zhang Zaihou's disruptive outburst. But this was a direct affront to him. The situation had barely stabilized, and yet he was being humiliated by someone whom everyone looked down upon. Representative? On what grounds do you claim to represent us? As far as I know, uncle and aunt are currently seeking a new son-in-law for themselves. You, a cripple, will soon be replaced. Perhaps you should think about finding a new meal ticket, he mocked, inciting laughter from the crowd, deriding Zhang Zaihou's audacity. In their eyes, Zhang Zaihou was no different from a dog. Zhang Zaihou merely smiled slightly. Indeed, he had no right to participate in such a scene as a son-in-law, let alone to voice his opinions. However, when Tian Manman was cornered and pressured to yield, the system issued a mission. Ding. The system has issued a mission. Rescue Tian Manman from peril. Mission reward: 20 conversion points, 500 experience points, and a new energy peachwood sword. 20 conversion points? Zhang Zaihou felt invigorated, not only for the conversion points but also for Tian Manman. He knew he had to step forward. Once the crowd finished their ridicule, he turned to Tian Minwen, wearing a knowing smile, changing the narrative, as if anyone could do better. Your initial intent for the investigation was to suspect that she poisoned the old master, correct? Yes, she did contact Elder Huang, which implies ulterior motives. This can easily be resolved. If I find the true culprit behind the poisoning, then your accusation of ulterior motives will crumble. Tian Min sensed a hint of danger but regained his composure, confident in the perfection of his scheme. Of course, if you find the true culprit. It won't change anything. Fine, then I shall reveal the identity of the poisoner, and that is. Just as Zhang Zaihou was about to disclose the culprit, a maid burst into the room, exclaiming, It's bad. The old master is failing. The crowd gasped in shock and rushed into the room. They found Tian Yukai on the sickbed, his complexion ashen, with black blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. It looked like he wouldn't last 3 days, perhaps not even 3 hours. Panic ensued. Tian Minwen stepped forward, shouting, Quick, get him to the hospital. Wait. Given the old master's condition, there isn't enough time to get him to the hospital, and even if we did, do you think those incompetent doctors could save him? Though Zhang Zaihou bore no fondness for the Tian family, he still held respect for the old master. You cripple, what are you barking orders for? Tian Min seethed at the dissent against his command. If you touch the old master now, you'll be sending him straight to the crematorium. Zhang Zaihou argued logically. Seeing her grandfather in dire straits, Tian Manman was overwhelmed with emotion. She looked at Zhang Zaihou, recalling how he had saved her mother, and resolutely declared, Everyone will follow Zhang Zaihou's lead now. The crowd erupted in chaos. Tian Manman, have you lost your mind? He's just a cripple. He knows nothing of medicine. Why should we listen to him? He can barely deliver takeout. Tian Manman replied, Because I trust him. And because I am the general manager and executive president of Tian Group. Her words rang with authority. Tian Min retorted, You're under investigation. So don't use that title to bully us. Moreover, your private dealings with Elder Huang raise questions about your motives. Who knows what plans you and your husband have? Exactly. Why should this cripple be the one to save the old master? He isn't even a doctor. He doesn't have a medical license. The crowd and Amp's doubts echoed. Unfazed. Tian Man asserted firmly, if he fails to save him, I will resign from my position as general manager without contest. This declaration silenced the crowd, prompting whispered conversations. A smirk crept onto Tian Minwen's face, as if he had everything under control. Very well, in light of your grandson-in-law's filial piety, I'll allow him to treat the old master. With that, he stepped aside for Zhang Zaihou. As Zhang Zaihou approached, he passed Tian Minwen and whispered, You think your plan is flawless? I will make you regret this. He then produced the system's reward, a potent pill, and placed it into Tian Yotsai's mouth. Following that, he retrieved a set of silver needles, deftly inserting them into the old man's body until he had placed over a dozen. Finally, with a swift motion, he plunged a needle deep into the old man's neck. Gasps of horror erupted from the crowd. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill the old master? I and Oppos. I'll kill you. Several angry individuals rushed forward, but Tian Man stood in their way. Look at the blood that Oppos as flowing. The crowd followed her gaze, witnessing a stream of black blood emerging. The old master and Oppos' pallor began to fade, and his labored breathing grew more robust. Is he saved? Eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Zaihou declared, He is alive. Now hurry and take him to the hospital. The crowd scrambled to lift the old master and rush him to the hospital. As they were leaving, Tian Min turned back, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Zaihou. Ha! Holding a grudge against me now? You just belittled me, but mark my words. I will expose your true nature. Wait. As they prepared to transport Tian Yikai, Zhang Zaihou halted them once more. What now? Tian Man inquired, puzzled. You promised that whoever saved the old master would have 3 requests fulfilled. You won't back out, will you? Tian Man, nearly exasperated, had expected him to provide guidance. But instead, he was haggling. Zhang Zaihou, this isn't the time. We need to get grandfather to the hospital first. Whatever you want, I'll agree to it afterward. That one and Oppos, do. This matter is urgent. I need it resolved now, and you must agree to my terms. Zhang Zaihou showed no inclination to concede. You, an unwelcome son-in-law, should not assume that saving the old master will elevate your status. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. At this moment, Tian Min harbored intense resentment towards Zhang Zaihou. His meticulously crafted plan had been unexpectedly disrupted by this incapacitated son-in-law. However, it mattered not, for he intended to make another move once he was in the vehicle. Tian Minwen, silence yourself. Tian Man took a deep breath, striving to calm her turbulent emotions. Very well, speak your mind. I shall grant your request. Good, Zhang Zaihou replied, gesturing towards Tian Minwen. My first demand is that you apprehend him. Chapter 7. Cyberpunk what? Tian Man widened her eyes, her face a mask of disbelief. In truth, she had been prepared to acquiesce to Zhang Zaihou's demands, whether they involved money, property, or beauty. She would have agreed unconditionally, even if it meant. But the request he made was to capture Tian Minwen. What is going on? Zhang Zaihou. What kind of demand is this? With furrowed brows, Tian Man sought an explanation. Do you remember when I mentioned identifying the murderer? The murderer is Tian Minwen. This proclamation struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned into silence. Impossible. He is the old master's favorite grandson. Indeed. Tian Minwen is the apple of the old master Si. You, a cripple, should not incite discord here. The crowd erupted in skepticism, yet Zhang Zaihou remained unperturbed. Tian Man found it hard to believe Zhang Zaihou's words, for Tian Minwen was the youngest grandson, always favored by the old master. Ha ha. You claim I am the poisoner. Ha 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 ha. You're killing me with laughter, you pathetic son-in-law. Who would believe what you say? The Tian family members laughed uproariously, clearly disbelieving Zhang Zaihou's accusation. Tian Minwen, do not rejoice too soon. My accusation is certainly founded. What basis do you have? Just now, when Elder Huang exited the room, he carried a scent of fragrance that was identical to yours. Thus, I have reason to believe that this fragrance is the scent of poison. What are you saying? Are you a dog's nose? What fragrance? Tian Minwen was somewhat flustered. Not admitting it? No matter, since you intend to bring harm to the old master, you must have a backup plan. Now that I have revived the old master, you will surely attempt to harm him again and frame me for it. Therefore, I deduce that there is still poison hidden in your sleeve. Once the old master boards the vehicle, you will certainly strike again. With that, Zhang Zaihou stepped forward and firmly grasped Tian Minwen's sleeve. Tian Minwen's complexion changed drastically, his heart filled with shock, and cold sweat drenched his back. The onlookers witnessed this scene with clarity. You're talking nonsense. That is not true. Tian Minwen shook his head, instinctively retreating. Just then, A small red syringe fell from his sleeve with a soft clink. Tian Minwen. What else do you have to say? Capture him. Upon witnessing the damning evidence, Tian Man waved her hand, and 4 or 5 individuals rushed forward, pinning Tian Minwen to the ground. Haha, no matter how cunning you are, you must drink from my cup. Zhang Zaihou picked up the syringe. Tian Minwen, what grievance do you hold against Grandpa that you wish to kill him? Tian Man could not fathom it. Why would I want to kill him? It's because he drove my mother to her death. That night, if he hadn't thrown my mother out, she wouldn't have had the accident. It's all his fault. He killed my mother. Tian Minwen struggled, but several guards held him down with great effort. Your mother's accident was merely that, an accident, afterward. Grandpa felt unskilled. That is precisely why he dotes on you and protects you. Tian Minwen earnestly tried to reason, but it was counterproductive. Tian Minwen was not receptive. Instead, his expression grew increasingly deranged. Dote on me, protect me, haha, do I need that? Ever since that night, I have utterly despised the Tian family. Tian Man. Do not think I will be captured so easily. I am a person who always considers 3 steps ahead. I anticipated this very scene long before. So, can you guess what I will do? As soon as he spoke, Tian Minwen crouched down, supporting himself with his hands. With a swift kick, he struck a nearby guard, who collapsed silently to the ground. Then, Tian Minwen wore an eerie smile. Since poisoning failed, I might as well employ some bloody tactics. With that, he leaped up and landed firmly on the ground. A guard rushed towards him. Tian Minwen smiled slightly, raising his leg to kick the guard squarely in the face. The guard, towering at 2 meters, dismissed the slender Tian Minwen as no threat. Without evasion, he reached out to seize Tian Minwen. However, as he drew near, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Watch out. Before the warning could finish, a head rolled away. Crimson blood erupting from the neck and splattering onto the pristine marble floor. His legs had been replaced with steel prosthetics. The crowd finally realized that Tian Minwen's legs had been transformed into powerful metal limbs, the silver blades stained with blood, and the super-strong springs at his ankles showcased immense destructive power. Cyberpunk, I am the fire blue blade. As he spoke, Tian Minwen sprang into action. His movements were ghostly, darting swiftly among the guards. Each appearance was accompanied by the sounds of flesh tearing and screams of terror. In an instant, the room transformed into a scene of carnage. After dispatching the troublesome guards, Tian Minwen turned his gaze towards the hospital bed, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he charged towards the bed without hesitation. Old man, die. Tian Minwen moved like lightning, arriving in an instant. Protect Grandpa, Tian Man shouted. But the individuals near the bed were already paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. Useless, all of them are cowards. Tian Minwen laughed maniacally, raising his prosthetic limb to strike at Tian Yukai mercilessly. Bang! The force of the blow shattered the wooden bed. However, the bed splintered without a drop of blood spilling. Damn it, where is he? After missing his strike, Tian Minwen scanned his surroundings, only to discover Zhang Zaihou carrying Tian Yukai as he fled towards the exit. It turned out that the moment Tian Minwen had exerted his strength to break free, Zhang Zaihou sensed something was amiss and hurriedly lifted Tian Yukai to escape. However, he hadn't anticipated that Tian Minwen was too formidable. In less than a minute, he had dispatched all the guards. You cripple, time and again you ruin my plans. Then you shall accompany this old man to hell. Tian Minwen's eyes glinted with malice as he pursued Zhang Zaihou. Do not push me, let me go first. I am the elder. To hell with you. I am still the younger generation. At this moment, all members of the Tian family crowded at the doorway, each unwilling to yield, all jostling to escape. Not a single one intended to let Zhang Zaihou, who was carrying Tian Yukai, go first. Ha ha ha, go die. Tian Minwen laughed heartily as he leaped high into the air. One foot descended like a razor, poised to cleave Zhang and Tian in two. Chapter 8, System Backlash No. Upon witnessing the impending danger, Tian Man resolutely positioned herself in front of Zhang Zaihou. As the bright light drew nearer, she resignedly closed her eyes. Yet, in the next moment, she felt herself being pulled back. Startled, Tian Man opened her eyes to see a formidable figure standing protectively in front of her. In that critical moment between life and death, Zhang Zaihou had no time for contemplation. He instinctively swung his right fist. God's right hand, explode. Instantly, the ethereal right hand emanated a dazzling brilliance, crashing violently against Tian Minwen and Appo's metallic prosthetic. The clash produced a resonant sound, reverberating ominously. Tian Minwen was sent tumbling backward, staggering to the ground. Upon glancing down, he discovered that his left leg and Apos' prosthetic was grotesquely twisted. Meanwhile, Zhang Zaihou, blood vessels bursting forth from his body, wore an expression of sheer agony, his eyes glowing with an unparalleled malice. I will return. Without hesitation, he leaped out the window, vanishing in a series of swift movements. As the harbinger of doom fled, the Tian family members exhaled a collective sigh of relief, erupting into a chorus of curses while scrambling to clear the aftermath. Oh, Tian Minwen is truly despicable. He even tried to kill us when we had and Apos, T provoked him. Indeed, you old coot, Warren and Apos, T, you the one who pushed me just now? You little brat, it was you who pushed me. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Meanwhile, Zhang Zaihou collapsed to the ground. In that life-threatening moment, he had no time to convert items within the system. He merely reached out with his ethereal right hand, striking fiercely at Tian Minwen. Then, he was overwhelmed by an immense force, his entire body racked with pain. With a brief moment of disorientation, Tian Minwen was propelled away. Warning. Host has excessively utilized God's right hand and is suffering system backlash. Warning. Host has excessively utilized God's right hand and is suffering system backlash. As the system and Apos' voice resonated, Zhang Zaihou and Apos' body was covered in blood vessels, rendering him a terrifying sight. Tian Minwen rushed forward, her voice trembling. Are you all right? I am fine. Zhang Zaihou strained to turn his neck and glance at her, gasping for breath. I protected the old man. He is not dead. Tian Minwen sensed his body quaking, realizing he had sustained internal injuries. Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded repeatedly. I understand. The 3 agreements we made earlier still stand, right? Yes. Then I have 2 more requests. The security guard at the Tian group, who got in through connections as a project manager, fire him. All right, I will ensure he is dismissed. And one more thing, every night when I sleep, I always feel cold. Could you warm my bed? Sure, I can warm. Wait. Realizing the implications of her words, Tian Minwen looked at Zhang Zaihou, who wore a mischievous grin and could only utter one word. Get lost. With Tian Minwen's escape, the immediate crisis had subsided. Tian Minwen exhibited her decisive and commanding demeanor, arranging for the elder to be taken to the hospital, managing the scene, compensating the deceased and Apos' families, and issuing a manhunt for Tian Minwen. By the time all was settled, it was already afternoon. Zhang Zaihou, having freshened up and rested for half the day, gradually recuperated from the system backlash. Just as he prepared to return home, Tian Minwen unceremoniously brought him to the company, where she firmly affixed a mechanical prosthetic to his right arm. Looking at him with utmost seriousness, she said, "Promise me. Do not engage in dangerous activities in the future." Zhang Zaihou smiled and readily agreed, without hesitation. Tian Minwen was momentarily taken aback, and as she processed the implications of his words, her face flushed crimson, shattering the tense atmosphere. You, Tian Minwen, incensed, turned to leave. Yet, just a few steps away, she heard Zhang Zaihou and Apos' languid voice. Arin and Apos, to you curious how I knew about Tian Minwen and Apos' poison? Tian Minwen halted, turning back. All right. How did you know? Did you really just use your nose? Of course not. I actually intimidated him. Intimidated? Are you so certain? What if it wasn't the case? If it was and Apos, then it was and Apos, you. Faced with Zhang Zaihou and Apos' utterly shameless retort, Tian Minwen found herself speechless. When Tian Minwen charged at you, how did you stop him? I thought I saw your right hand. Glowing? You must have seen wrong. It was my left hand. Honed through years of relentless training. Realizing Zhang Zaihou was fabricating tales, Tian Minwen rolled her eyes but felt increasingly intrigued by her ostensibly enigmatic husband. Now for the final question. Speak. Will you return tonight? I can prepare something for you. As she spoke, Tian Minwen swayed her waist, her alluring figure on full display. Zhang Zaihou was momentarily stunned. Then, Tian Minwen raised her middle finger and huffed, turning away. Zhang Zaihou shook his head, bemused by her fierce competitive spirit. No thanks, I'm going home. My mother is making my favorite gnocchi soup. Before reaching the door, Tian Minwen called out again, that security guard. I fired him. Along with that project manager? Oh, that seems rather petty of me, Zhang Zaihou replied, shaking his head as he exited the research room. As he passed through the hall, he noticed the security guard who had previously troubled him was indeed absent, replaced by a frail old man, with yellowing teeth and ill-fitting security attire. The old man saluted Zhang Zaihou, appearing comically bizarre. Once outside, he hopped into a car and made his way to the Bajia Street Pavilion. This area was considered a slum in Zhengzhou City, where all the underprivileged lived. The dilapidated streets and alleyways lay like scars, grotesquely sprawling across the southwestern part of Zhengzhou City. In stark contrast, the opposite side boasted a bustling metropolis, towering skyscrapers standing in neat succession, casting shadows over the entire Bajia Street Pavilion under the blazing sun. Upon returning home, Zhang Zaihou found his mother and sister waiting for dinner, warming his heart. Though their family was poor, the affluent also faced their own difficulties. Zaihou, hurry and eat. It'll be cold and unpleasant if you delay. All right, Mom, brother. Did they reattach your right hand? This prosthetic was arranged by your sister-in-law. Ah, that must be quite expensive. Zaihou, when you earn money, you must treat your wife well. No need, Mom. Your daughter-in-law is quite wealthy and generous. As the three shared a simple meal, time slipped away unnoticed. That evening, Zhang Zaihou sat cross-legged on his bed, reflecting on the day and Oppo's events. The sight of the reinforced prosthetic legs had left him profoundly shaken. Escaping from Tianmin's clutches today was merely a stroke of luck. But what if he encountered him again? What about the next time? Would he still have such fortune? Could he protect those he cared for? Zhang Zaihou gazed at God's right hand, retrieving his tablet once more and delving into the system. Ding. System upgraded to level 2, unlocking the lottery system. Chapter 9. Family Resolution Man. You have finally returned. Come, look, this is Mr. Zhou from the Zhejiang Group, Zhou Ziming. Upon entering her home, Tian Man was immediately pulled into the living room by Shi Jinxiang, who pointed at the man with an overly groomed appearance lounging on the sofa. Zhou Ziming's eyes nearly bulged out upon seeing Tian Man. He vowed that none of his previous girlfriends could compare to her. Oh, so you are the Tian Man that Annie mentioned. Greetings, I am Zhou Ziming, the Vice General Manager of Zhejiang Group. He extended his hand, eager for a handshake. However, Tian Man remained expressionless. Mom and Dad, did you know that Grandpa nearly died today? All you ever do is find me a partner. Please stop this nonsense, or I will move out. With that, she turned to ascend the stairs, not even glancing at Zhou Ziming. This child, she doesn't even greet him before going upstairs. She has no manners at all. Tian Jiachang smiled awkwardly. It and Oppos, as fine, it and Oppos, as fine, her temperament is quite strong, which I admire, Zhou Ziming said with a smile. But secretly he had already begun to resent Tian Man. Humph, what of a strong temperament? It's merely an act. Once in bed, they are all the same. I have encountered women even more pretentious. Given the opportunity, I could make them submit in a month. Zhou Ziming sipped tea with Tian Jiachang and others, all the while plotting how to tame the wild horse that was Tian Man. A night of sleeplessness ensued. The following morning, Zhang Zaihou was abruptly awakened by a piercing scream. Son, Daddy has come to see you. Without a doubt, it was his friend, Guo Xiaopeng, visiting. Zhang Zaihou buried his head under the blanket, but it was roughly pulled away. A rotund figure settled onto the bed, creaking as it did so. Son, look at what Daddy has brought you. Zhang Zaihou opened his eyes to find Guo Xiaopeng holding a rusty prosthetic limb. I searched high and low for this. See how much I care about you. Care? This thing is broken, and besides, I already have one. Zhang Zaihou extended his right hand, leaving Guo Xiaopeng wide-eyed. Is this the MMX 5060? Wow, son, you've finally come to your senses. And you started living off soft food? How does it taste? In that case, could you ask your sister-in-law to introduce me to a wealthy woman? I've been feeling unwell lately and could use some soft food too. Get lost. Zhang Zaihou got up to dress. What do you want from me today? You didn't just come to deliver this scrap metal, did you? Of course not. Since you have the latest model, why not join us for underground boxing matches? No way. Zhang Zaihou firmly rejected the idea. Brother, with your new prosthetic, you would dominate the underground boxing scene. Zhang Zaihou was aware of the underground boxing matches. They were filled with lunatics, all remodeled into killing machines. The organizers, known as the Underground Blood Arena, awarded millions for each victory, explaining the exorbitant prices of steel prosthetics. Pang, why do you want to compete? Are you that desperate for money? Zhang Zaihou inquired. Desperate, of course. If you don't participate, I might have to settle for Aunt Wang next door, which would save me 30 years of struggle. That 59-year-old woman has plenty of money, but it's so degrading. One cannot forsake dignity just for a little cash. Can they? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zaihou paused, pondering the validity of the statement. Why not just ask your wife for a job? Guo Xiaopeng suggested. Surely you could stomach that kind of soft food. Zhang Zaihou hesitated but eventually nodded. Meanwhile, in the hospital's intensive care unit, the Tian family stood solemnly before the hospital bed. I trust you all are aware of the matters I spoke of, Tian Yukai said in a low, deliberate tone. Understood. Grandpa, we will follow your instructions, Tian Mianman replied, diligently taking notes. Good, Tian Yukai continued. As for Tian Minwen, it was indeed my fault. His desire to kill me is understandable. I only hope you will not turn against one another or engage in fratricide. Grandfather, Tian Minwen has lost his mind. He kills indiscriminately. He has undergone cybernetic modifications and is no longer human. Before the Tian family could finish, Tian Yukai shot them a glare. All right, Grandpa. I will ensure he is captured and kept under control without harm. Upon hearing Tian Mianman's promise, Tian Yukai nodded in satisfaction. One last matter. Where is Zhang Zaihou? Tian Yukai asked. Grandpa, this is a family meeting. I did not summon Zhang Zaihou, Tian Mianman quickly replied. Very well. I cannot interfere in your matters. After all, couples will have their disagreements. However, you saved my life this time, and we must consider how to repay him. Grandfather, how about appointing him as the procurement manager for our group's project in the harbor machinery city? As soon as Tian Mianman proposed this idea, objections arose from the assembly. No, that position is too crucial. Zhang Zaihou lacks experience. Indeed, his image is problematic. A disabled person should not be showcased before outsiders. Moreover, the role is quite demanding. I doubt Zhang Zaihou would enjoy it. Hearing various opinions, it was evident to all that the procurement manager position for the harbor machinery city was a lucrative opportunity, potentially earning millions yearly. No one would easily relinquish such a golden chance. Where then should Zhang Zaihou be placed? Tian Yukai frowned, appearing displeased. Suddenly, Tian Jiaxing proposed an idea. Dad, I recall that our group owns a psychiatric hospital, and the position of director has been vacant for quite some time. What do you think about appointing Zhang Zaihou as the director of the psychiatric hospital? Chapter 10. Medical Consultation. The director of the mental hospital? Absolutely not. Tian Mianman vehemently opposed without a moment and Oppos' hesitation. Oh, Mianman, Zhang Zaihou possesses medical skills. Becoming the director of a mental hospital would be a fitting utilization of his talents. Moreover, it's not as if he is required to stay there indefinitely. At most, it would be for a year or two, just a means of enhancing his credentials. A heavily made-up woman chuckled, observing Mianman's anxiety. But it's a perilous place, Mianman protested. Mianman, I believe Zhang Zaihou going there could be beneficial. After all, he is a newcomer, and being assigned to a pivotal position upon joining our company has inevitably drawn scrutiny. Gaining experience at the grassroots level for a few years before advancing is a reasonable approach. Don't you think, second brother and second sister? Tian Jiaxing turned to Tian Jiachang and Shi Zhenxiang. Indeed, Mianman, you should heed your third uncle and Oppos' advice. Being the director of a mental hospital is quite commendable, they concurred. The two had long desired to send Zhang Zaihou far away, thereby allowing them to arrange for Tian Mianman's remarriage with greater ease. Tian Yukai surveyed the surroundings. If that is the case, let Zhang Zaihou assume the role of director at Fuhu Mountain Mental Hospital. Upon concluding, he closed his eyes and waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Once outside the ward, Tian Mianman was weighed down by her thoughts. Fuhu Mountain Mental Hospital was notorious for its dangers. Of the 6 previous directors, 5 had vanished without a trace, and 1 had met a tragic end in his office, with no one knowing the perpetrator to this day. The position had remained vacant for several years, with no one daring to apply. Third uncle, what a cunning maneuver, she remarked with a cold smile as the group exited. Man, your third uncle is acting in your best interest. Do not be ungrateful, they retorted. There is no need to concern yourself with my welfare. Perhaps you should focus more on your own prodigal son. Did you know he was arrested again yesterday? It seems this time the charges are quite severe. You might want to settle this with your own resources, as the company will no longer intervene on your behalf. With a roll of her eyes, Tian Mianman turned and departed, ignoring Tian Jiaxing's pleas. At Bajiao Street Pavilion, after sending off Gua Xiaopeng in the morning, Zhang Zaihou prepared to head to the delivery point to pick up orders. However, he was informed that due to excessive absenteeism, he had been dismissed. With no other options, Zhang Zaihou began searching for another job. Fortunately, his medical expertise made it relatively easy to find a position in a clinic amidst the chaotic and gang-infested Bajiao Street. Not long after, he arrived at the largest pharmacy in Bajiao Street, Baichao Hall. The establishment boasted an antique architectural style and luxurious decor, exuding an impressive ambience. Most importantly, A recruitment notice was affixed to the entrance, seeking an outpatient doctor, with salary to be negotiated. Given his medical background, Zhang Zaihou thought securing a position as an outpatient doctor here would be a breeze. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside, a pharmacy assistant was engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Zhang Zaihou, he merely glanced up briefly before returning to his screen, entirely dismissive. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhang Zaihou approached the counter. Before he could finish his sentence, the assistant rudely interrupted, "Wait a moment. Can't you see we're busy?" His eyes glued to the phone. He was playing a mobile game. Zhang Zaihou shook his head, intending to leave, but after a quick survey, he found that this was the only pharmacy hiring outpatient doctors. Reluctantly, he decided to wait. After a considerable time, the assistant finally wrapped up his game and sauntered over. "Do you need medical consultation or medication?" Zhang Zaihou pointed to the recruitment notice at the door. "I'm here to apply for the position." "You're applying?" The assistant looked at him with disdain. "Oh, applying, huh? Do you possess a medical practice certificate?" Zhang Zaihou shook his head. No. The assistant burst into laughter. "This is a century-old establishment. You don't even have a medical practice certificate, yet you dare to apply here? Have you lost your mind?" Zhang Zaihou replied. "I disdain to acquire a medical practice certificate. If I wish to obtain one, it would be a trivial matter. Then show me one. Let me see." "I think you're just a lunatic. Get lost, hurry up and leave," the assistant shouted, attempting to shove Zhang Zaihou out. "Don't come looking for trouble without a medical practice certificate. Be careful or I'll slap you." Just then, a young woman rushed in, cradling a baby in her arms. "Doctor, please take a look, please." "What is the matter?" "Let me see." The assistant shot Zhang Zaihou a glare, quickly donned a white coat, and pretended to examine the situation. The woman explained, "I don't know what happened. I found a black bump in my child's mouth." "Let me take a look." The assistant shone a flashlight into the baby's mouth and said, "Oh dear, this is quite serious. The black bump in the mouth is a pathological tissue that requires surgical examination. We don't have the facilities here. But no worries, I know someone at the hospital. I'll give him a call. You can find him there." Clearly overwhelmed by the medical jargon, the woman lamented, "Oh, what sin have I committed? How did my son contract this illness?" After expressing her gratitude profusely to the assistant, she turned to rush to the hospital. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhang Zaihou couldn't remain silent any longer. He hadn't anticipated the assistant would misdiagnose so recklessly. "Excuse me, ma'am, I also possess medical knowledge. May I examine the child?" "Who are you? Are you a doctor? What business do you have here?" The assistant scowled at Zhang Zaihou's interjection, visibly irritated. "Ma'am, please don't believe him. He is a lunatic. He doesn't even have a medical practice certificate, yet he dares to apply to be a doctor here. Your child's condition cannot be delayed. I've already made the call. You must go now, or it will be too late." Listening to the assistant's alarmist rhetoric, the young woman appeared increasingly panicked, clutching her child and preparing to flee. Zhang Zaihou quickly intercepted her. "Ma'am, allow me to take a look at the child. It won't cost anything and poses no risk to you. Moreover, with so many fraudsters around, who knows what some people might claim." "Hey, who are you calling a fraud?" "Fine, I'll let you take a look. I want to see what you can discern." After much deliberation, the woman hesitantly handed the child to Zhang Zaihou. He gently pried the baby into Appo's mouth open and indeed found a black bump on the upper palate. "You see, I was mistaken. This is a pathological condition," the assistant boasted triumphantly. Zhang Zaihou, however, shook his head. "This is not a pathological condition at all. How dare you? I have a medical practice certificate." The assistant, furious, pointed a finger at Zhang Zaihou. "What I say is final. When did it become your place to question me? Barefoot doctor?" Unfazed by the assistant's provocation, Zhang Zaihou calmly retrieved a small wooden stick and gently inserted it into the child's mouth. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" the assistant shouted, reaching out to stop him, but it was too late. The small stick deftly dislodged the black bump from the child's mouth. Upon inspection, it turned out to be nothing more than a piece of longan skin. Chapter 11. The benevolence of healers. Zhang Zaihou smiled broadly as he returned the child to the young mother. "Sister, in times of trouble, do not be anxious. The more frantic you are, the easier it is to fall into others' traps. One must not place trust in mere pieces of paper." The young mother, overwhelmed with gratitude, left while casting a fierce glare at the attendant. Zhang Zaihou remarked, "I see that possessing a medical license does not equate to true skill." To his astonishment, the attendant showed no remorse, but instead burst forth with anger. "You little brat, severing someone in Appo's S means of income is akin to killing their parents. You and Oppos, recording death. Zhang Zaihou retorted. How does curing a patient deprive you of your livelihood? You possess a license yet practice with such incompetence that lives are endangered. Had one followed your advice and gone to a hospital, that child would have suffered tremendously. Of course, I know that child suffers, but how is that my concern? Your interference has cost me dearly. Do you realize that? The attendant pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Zaihou, cursing him. Zhang Zaihou's expression darkened. You only think of profit. Disregarding the patient's life? The child's fate is of no consequence to me. You have ruined my business today, and unless you provide an explanation, you shall not leave this place. With that, the attendant lunged forward and seized Zhang Zaihou by the collar. However, in an instant, Zhang Zaihou had him pinned to the ground. Help! Murder! Murder! The attendant's shrill cries echoed through the Baijiao hall. Without hesitation, Zhang Zaihou dealt him 2 sharp slaps. The attendant's eyes widened in shock. Come on, cry out again. Murder! His words were cut short as Zhang Zaihou delivered another 2 slaps, leaving the attendant cradling his head, too frightened to utter another sound. What on earth is all this noise? An elderly man emerged from the back room. The attendant, seeing the old man, quickly exclaimed, Chen Lao, someone is causing a ruckus. He scrambled to the old man's side. What is happening? Why did you strike him? The old man frowned upon seeing his attendant battered by Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou recounted the entire incident. The old man, upon hearing this, was taken aback and turned to the attendant. "See, is this true?" "See," the attendant protested loudly. "Nonsense. You just said that the child and Oppos' mouth contained necrotic tissue." Zhang Zaihou was amused by the absurdity of the situation, realizing that this man was quite adept at spreading lies. The young mother has not been gone long. Shall we pursue her for clarification? Go ahead. I and Oppos am trembling in fear. C remained defiant. Just then, the door to the pharmacy swung open once more, and the young mother re-entered, kneeling before Zhang Zaihou. "Benefactor, thank you so much for your help." Zhang Zaihou hurried to assist her to her feet. "No need for thanks. It is the duty of a physician." "Benefactor, please accept this small token of my appreciation," she insisted, producing a small pouch filled with loose change. "I truly cannot accept this money," Zhang Zaihou protested. "I know this sum may seem trivial to you, but you have saved my entire family. Had I believed the words of the doctors here and gone for surgery at a large hospital, the expenses would have been astronomical. Consider this a token of your consultation fee." Unable to refuse, Zhang Zaihou accepted the offering. The young mother bowed deeply once more before departing. By this time, the old man was visibly shaking with rage, his cane thumping against the ground. "See, you will explain this to me." C promptly knelt, saying, "Chen Lao, I was wrong. You have committed a grave error. As a physician, you disregard the lives of your patients, only interested in filling your own pockets. You are to leave my Baijiao Hall at once." C was left dumbfounded. The reputation of Baijiao Hall was the highest in the entire city. And with Chen Lao standing in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, if he were dismissed, no one would employ him again. Most critically, this revenue stream could not be severed. Referring patients to Dr. Shui brought in commissions worth tens of thousands, rivaling his annual salary. "Chen Lao, please forgive me this once. I will never do it again. This was my first offense, truly my first." Seeing Chen Lao turn away, C realized this tactic would not work. He then turned to Zhang Zaihou, kneeling and slapping his own face. "I apologize. I was wrong to judge you. My family relies solely on me for support. I beg you to speak on my behalf to Chen Lao." Zhang Zaihou despised such individuals. "Had you known this would happen, would you have acted differently? You ask for my forgiveness, but what of those you have wronged? Those who were deceived and left destitute have families to support. Did you ever consider their plight? Leave, or I shall call the authorities." C and Oppos' eyes glinted with malice. "Fine. I no longer care for Baijiao Hall. We shall see, Zhang Zaihou. I will remember you." With that, he stormed out of the pharmacy. Once outside, C pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Dr. Shui. Today's deal has fallen through. It's not my fault. Someone interfered. That person claims to be Zhang Zaihou." After C departed, the old man displayed a look of regret, but quickly regained his composure. "I am Cheng Dongli, a physician at Baijiao Hall. Thank you, young friend, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, the reputation of our establishment would have been tarnished." "It is merely the duty of a physician," Zhang Zaihou humbly replied. "What is your name, young friend? What brings you to Baijiao Hall?" Zhang Zaihou introduced himself and explained his purpose. Cheng Dongli and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, splendid. You too study traditional Chinese medicine. May I inquire how many medical texts you have read? Zhang Zaihou scratched his head, replying, I haven't read many, just one titled Endopos, Hua Tua Endopos, S internal examination diagram. Endopos. Upon hearing this, Cheng Dongli shuddered, staring at Zhang Zaihou in astonishment. What did you just say? The Hua Tuo's internal examination diagram. Yes, indeed. The Hua Tuo's internal examination diagram. It is said that within this text lies a forgotten set of acupuncture techniques known as the 9 needles of celestial transformation. I have studied for many years and have yet to comprehend the first needle, the resurrection needle. Might you enlighten me? Understanding that Cheng Dongli wished to test his knowledge, Zhang Zaihou nodded in agreement. That would be splendid. Please, lead the way. With that, Cheng Dongli guided Zhang Zaihou into the inner chamber, where a life-sized bronze statue stood, intricately marked with 720 acupuncture points. Chapter 12. A fateful encounter. The sky was clear, and the warmth of the sun enveloped the world. I had diligently studied the 4 symbols needle technique for quite some time. On this day, I had heard whispers of the celestial transformation 9 needles, and, drawing upon my knowledge of other needle techniques, found myself struggling with the first needle. Cheng Dongli held the silver needle firmly, attempting to pierce the bronze statue with 5 needles, but hesitated at the final one. Zhang Zaihou remarked, You have correctly identified the 5 acupoints, Yamen, Jiutai, Chuangying, Qimen, and Zisanli. Are you perhaps troubled by whether the last point is Taiyang or Yongquan? Indeed, this dilemma has plagued me for 3 long years. I simply cannot fathom the answer, Cheng Dongli replied, shaking his head. In truth, neither of those acupoints was correct. The final point for the celestial transformation 9 needles, the point that revives vitality, should be the Bai Wei acupoint at the crown of the head. Zhang Zaihou proclaimed loudly. This revelation struck Cheng Dongli like a bolt from the blue, awakening him to clarity. Bai Wei acupoint? The needle that revives, activating 100 acupoints. I understand now. Young brother, I cannot thank you enough. You are truly my savior. Cheng Dongli exclaimed, clasping Zhang Zaihou's hand with fervor, his eyes ablaze with gratitude. Old Chen, I have merely taught you the application of the first needle in the celestial transformation. I cannot be called your benefactor. I must use this technique to save someone very dear to me. You are undoubtedly my benefactor. Save someone? Zhang Zaihou paused, then confirmed, Old Chen, are you truly going to use this technique to save a life? Of course. My old friend has been injured for quite some time, and today I intend to administer the needles. With that, Cheng Dongli moved to leave. Wait, Old Chen, the needle that revives is not a cure. It merely stimulates the body and Opos, S vitality to expel illness. If your friend and Opos, S condition has lingered for too long, a single needle may not suffice, Zhang Zaihou cautioned. Indeed, he had successfully treated his mother precisely because her ailment was recent. Cheng Dongli furrowed his brow, yet suddenly a realization dawned upon him. Brother Zhang, would you be so kind as to take a look at my old friend's condition? Since you are well versed in the Hua Tua and Yi Zhao Tu, I believe your friend's ailment would be a mere trifle for you. But Old Chen, this may not be quite appropriate. What is inappropriate? It can do no harm to visit and assess the situation. Zhang Zaihou, unable to refuse, followed Cheng Dongli as they drove in an old summer car to a villa on the outskirts of the city. As soon as they arrived, Zhang Zaihou was taken aback. The villa was opulently adorned, with 2 majestic stone lions guarding the entrance. Old Chen, who is this old friend of yours? The house seems quite impressive, he whispered. He is named Dongfang Chengdu, a man who values appearances highly. Dongfang. If Tian Man were present, she would surely be astonished. For the Dongfang family held an absolute dominion in Zhangzhou, their military and technological industries extending into every aspect of life. In Zhangzhou, the Dongfang family was a first-class clan. While the Tian family paled in comparison, yet Zhang Zaihou, a mere commoner, remained oblivious to such stature. He vaguely recalled having heard the surname before, only to forget it moments later. The security guard opened the door upon seeing Old Chen. A man in his 40s stepped out and greeted, Old Chen, you finally arrived. I was just thinking of coming to find you. My father's condition has worsened again. It seems even more severe than before. This man was Dongfang Yu, the current head of the Dongfang family, a veritable local monarch in Zhongzhou. Cheng Dongli, confident and composed, replied, Do not worry. I have come prepared this time and shall ensure your father receives effective treatment. With that, he led Zhang Zaihou into the villa, navigating through a labyrinth of rooms until they entered one where an elderly man sat, staring vacantly at the corner, drooling and murmuring indistinctly. Old Chin. My father has shown no signs before this episode. You must help him. Dongfang Yu implored anxiously. Qing Dongli turned to Zhang Zaihou and asked, what is your assessment? How confident are you? Zhang Zaihou replied, it and imp. Oppos. It's hard to say, perhaps a 50% chance. 50%? So it's either a cure or a fatality. ISN and Oppos. T that a 50-50 split? Qing Dongli exclaimed, causing Dongfang Yu to grow increasingly uneasy. Brother, you are attempting to save my father. Could you not speak so casually in my presence? Considering his youth, the elder had often invited renowned Chinese medicine practitioners to treat his father, all of whom were seasoned veterans. Let us begin by taking his pulse, Zhang Zaihou suggested, stepping into the room to feel the elderly man and Oppos' pulse. At that moment, a melodious voice interrupted, stop. Do not touch my grandfather. A girl, appearing around 27 or 28, stood at the doorway with a delicate visage and a tall stature. What are you doing? Do you not understand that my grandfather and Oppos' condition is serious and cannot be disturbed? With anger, she strode into the room. This girl was Dongfang Wanyuan, the cherished daughter of the Dongfang family. Having studied abroad for 3 years, she chose not to join the family enterprise, instead establishing her own live-streaming company. Dongfang Yu reproached. Wanyuan, the young man is a doctor, examining grandfather. A doctor? A young doctor treating my grandfather? Dongfang Wanyuan retorted, clearly dismissive of Zhang Zaihou. Wanyuan. He is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner whom your father had difficulty sourcing. Traditional medicine? It is merely a superstition, unworthy of belief, especially from such a young practitioner. She pointed toward the entrance. Father, I specifically went to the hospital to invite a distinguished expert to treat grandfather. Following her gesture, they noticed a man in a white coat standing at the doorway, accompanied by 4 or 5 assistants carrying various advanced medical equipment, exuding an air of professionalism that overshadowed both Zhang Zaihou and Qing Dongli. This is the expert I invited, Dr. Shui Dongyang. He has returned from studying abroad and possesses exceptional medical skills. He has published numerous articles in esteemed journals and enjoys high recognition on various platforms, offering free consultations to many patients. He has graciously made time amidst his busy schedule to see grandfather. As Dongfang Wanyuan extolled the praises of Dr. Shui, Zhang Zaihou could not help but let out a chuckle. Chapter 13. Prepare for the end. What are you laughing at? Are you questioning me? Dongfang Wanyuan exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Zhang Zaihou hastily waved his hands in protest. No, no, I genuinely believe this doctor is quite remarkable. Of course, he returned from studying abroad. Unlike you, a mere bumpkin, pretending to be knowledgeable while merely engaging in deception. Indeed, this person is a fraud. Su Dongliang stormed into the room, his anger palpable upon seeing Zhang Zaihou. Miss Dongfang, you must not trust him. I have been deceived by him before. He and his mother conspired to swindle my money. What exactly happened? The details of their previous wager unfolded as Su Dongliang recounted the tale. He concluded emphatically, I pondered this matter for quite some time. His mother could not have recovered so swiftly. The only plausible explanation is that her illness was feigned, a deliberate ploy to cheat me. Look at the prosthetic on his right hand. It was purchased with the money he stole from me. Su Dongliang pointed at Zhang Zaihou's right hand, drawing the group's attention. Indeed, a peculiar silver gleam flickered across Zhang Zaihou's prosthetic. Could he truly be a con artist? Suspicion clouded the faces of those present. Su Dongliang continued his tirade. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine claims to cure ailments with mere decaying leaves and roots. Who would believe such nonsense? Those so-called acupuncture treatments, just a few random pricks here and there? We must place our faith in precise medical instruments, in science, in Western medicine. All that Chinese medicine is self-deception. His fervor increased, and Dongfang Wanyao nodded in agreement, showing no regard for the dignity of either Zhang Zaihou or Qing Dongli. Father, allowing these 2 frauds to treat grandfather? You must be losing your senses. Dr. Su, I entrust my grandfather's health to you. Rest assured, I shall heal him and ensure that certain individuals face the consequences they deserve. Su Dongliang cast a malevolent glance at Zhang Zaihou before instructing his assistant to produce various medical instruments for the examination of Dongfang Qingdu. Dongfang Yu, fully trusting Qing Dongli, awkwardly remarked, I apologize for my daughter's temperament. Please do not take it to heart. Perhaps you both could take a moment to rest while they finish their examination. His words were eloquently crafted, yet it was evident to keen observers that he had chosen Su Dongliang over Zhang Zaihou, clearly considering Zhang to be a charlatan. Since someone is attending to the old master's health, we shall take our leave. Zhang Zaihou, despite possessing a system, felt no urgency to intervene. If the Dongfang family did not trust him, there was no need for him to linger. Just as he turned to exit, Cheng Dongli grasped his arm. Do not be hasty. Departing would merely affirm your status as a fraud, and they might assume you are fleeing in guilt. Moreover, I know my old friend's condition better than anyone. He has seen countless doctors, including many eminent Western physicians, all without success. Therefore, I must implore you, young Zhang, to assist in his treatment. Cheng Dongli, though displeased with Dongfang Yu's stance, remained deeply concerned for his old friend's life. Old Shin, it is not that I lack respect. But if they believe I am a fraud, how could they allow me to treat him? This makes it all the more imperative to restore my friend to health and deliver a resounding blow to their misconceptions. Let them all be silenced. And let that Su be left speechless. Let the entire world acknowledge the truth. The final statement resonated deeply with Zhang Zaihou. If he could leverage this opportunity to establish his reputation, he could prevent his in-laws from constantly contemplating his divorce from Tian Manman. And he would no longer endure humiliation from the Tian family. And as for Su Dongliang, was he not arrogant? Did he not disdain traditional medicine? Today, Zhang Zaihou resolved to confront him and make him realize the true value of the 10,000 yuan he had lost. With this determination, Zhang Zaihou chose to remain, settling back into his seat to savor his tea. Meanwhile, Su Dongliang continued to conduct various examinations on the elderly Dongfang, compiling all the data into his hands. Upon reviewing the results, Su Dongliang's brow furrowed in concern. Dr. Su, how is it? My grandfather's condition, is it serious? Dongfang Wanao asked anxiously. Su Dongliang stammered, unsure of how to respond. The results indicated that this man should have perished long ago. How could he still be sitting here? Dr. Su. What is the matter? Please speak. Dongfang Yu urged. Su Dongliang was now drenched in perspiration, recalling his earlier confident assertion that he could certainly heal the old man. Now, to admit he had no means to treat him would be a slap in the face, his own face. As Su Dongliang hesitated, a dark cloud settled over Dongfang Yu and Apos' expression. Dr. Su, please speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. As he spoke, Dongfang Yu's authoritative presence became increasingly apparent, causing Su Dongliang to tremble. According to the examination results, this patient is, in fact, deceased. What? Dead? The declaration stunned everyone, especially Dongfang Wanyao and Dongfang Yu. Even Zhang Zaihou, sipping his tea, nearly choked. Was this not absurd? The old master appeared quite alive. How could one declare him dead? The conclusion drawn from such meticulous medical equipment and scientific methods was this. Dr. Su, are you mistaken? My grandfather may be ill, but he is undeniably alive. Dongfang Wanao protested. I understand, but according to the results, your grandfather has indeed passed. Su Dongliang and Apos' tone suggested a sense of sorrow. I suspect this situation arises from the old master being on the brink of death. At this juncture, no remedy will suffice. You should prepare for the inevitable. At the mention of preparing for the inevitable, Dongfang Wanyao's eyes glistened with tears. She had always shared a close bond with her grandfather and was loath to surrender hope. Dongfang Yu also resisted accepting this outcome. Dr. Su, please reconsider. You are a renowned expert. If you can heal my father, I am willing to bear any cost. I may be an expert, but your grandfather shows no signs of life. What method could I possibly employ? It is best you prepare for the inevitable. Both Dongfang Wanyao and Dongfang Yu appeared dejected, unable to reconcile with this disheartening news. At that moment, a voice from the side interjected. Is this what you call believing in science and Western medicine? If everyone were to think like you, Western medicine would be merely preparing for funerals, with no talk of healing the sick. Chapter 14. Demonic Possession, you charlatan. What utter nonsense are you spouting? Shui Dongliang exclaimed indignantly. Doctors are not deities. The old man is already on his deathbed. No one can cure him. Don and Apos, be so absolute, Zhang Zaihou retorted. If you cannot heal the old man, it is due to your own inadequacy, but do not presume to speak for all physicians, especially not for me. Zhang Zaihou gestured to himself, brimming with self-assurance. You imposter. You lack even a medical license. What makes you think you can save anyone? Besides, I am a physician and expert who studied abroad in country. Here, I am the authority. No one can cure the old man's ailment, Shui Dongliang scoffed. Spare me your vaunted study abroad experience and that so-called medical license. In my eyes, they are utterly worthless. Didn't you just call me a charlatan? If I were to cure the old man, what would you say then? If you cure him, I will kneel and apologize. But what if you fail? Simple. I will kneel before you as well and return all the money I won from you. Very well. It's a deal. A deal it is. With the wager set, Zhang Zaihou strode toward Elder Master Dongfang, only to be intercepted by Dongfang Wanner, who barred his path. Halt. You shall not touch my grandfather. He is not a tool for your gambling. Zhang Zaihou responded. While it is true that your grandfather is part of the wager, my intention is to heal him. We have no need for a fraud like you. I will find a superior physician for him. Seeing her obstinacy, Zhang Zaihou's eyes flickered with thought. You just heard Dr. Shui say that your grandfather is at death's door, and his words are not mere alarmism. If you prevent me from treating him and seek another doctor, it will take a considerable amount of time. What if your grandfather were to pass away during that interval? Would you not regret it? My grandfather will not pass away. You are such an inauspicious person. Dongfang Wanner retorted with indignation. Alas, it is merely a hypothetical. Would you not regret it if it came to pass? Indeed, Wanner, let Dr. Zhang examine him. I have heard that traditional Chinese medicine has many unconventional methods. Dongfang Yu chimed in. This Dr. Zhang is indeed a capable physician. Please trust him. Despite their entreaties, Dongfang Wan and Appos remained unyielding. He is so young. He must be a charlatan. Father and Elder Chun were deceived by you, but I will not fall for your trickery. Very well, how about this? Choose anyone here, and I will diagnose them on the spot. If my diagnosis is accurate, you will believe me, correct? Dongfang Wanner's eyes darted about before she pointed at Dongfang Yu. Very well, diagnose my father and see if you can discern his condition. As you wish. Zhang Zaihou placed his fingers on Dongfang Yu's pulse. In a mere 10 seconds, he had gleaned a comprehensive understanding. Your father is an accomplished man who supports a vast commercial empire. His body is somewhat fatigued, but there is no serious ailment. However, he has been engaging in excessive marital relations recently and should exercise moderation. More importantly, your father recently underwent a minor surgery, most likely for mixed hemorrhoids. The surgeon who performed the procedure had a peculiar sense of humor, as the stitches were tied in the shape of a bow. While Zhang Zaihou's earlier statements were ambiguous, his final remark left Dongfang Yu utterly astonished. He had indeed undergone hemorrhoid surgery recently, a fact he had not disclosed to anyone. Moreover, the fact that he even knew the style of the stitches made Dongfang Yu feel as though he were completely exposed before Zhang Zaihou. Furthermore, the fact that his embarrassing secret was now known to his daughter made him wish he could disappear into the earth. Seeing her father's mortified expression, Dongfang Wan and Appos realized that Zhang Zaihou and Appos' words were indeed true. Very well, does that mean you will step aside? No, who knows if you and my father colluded beforehand. You. Examine me. Dongfang Wan and Appos pointed at herself. Zhang Zaihou scrutinized her carefully. You are a formidable woman, toiling tirelessly and burning the midnight oil every day. You enjoy wine and occasionally indulge in cigarettes. However, your menstruation has been somewhat irregular recently. If my observations are correct, it began just today. Silence. Dongfang Wanner, despite her steely resolve forged in the cutthroat world of commerce, was still a woman at heart. To have her intimate matters discussed in public was mortifying. At the same time, she was utterly astounded. While it was possible that her father had colluded with him, her own personal matters were something she had never disclosed to anyone, especially the fact that her menses had begun just today. How could this man possibly know? Meanwhile, Dongfang Yu and Shui Dongyang stared with gaping mouths, their gazes fixed on Dongfang Wan and Appos' expression. It was clear that Zhang Zaihou and Appos' words were accurate. Did this man possess X-ray vision, capable of seeing through people inside and out? Compared to the others and Appos' astonishment, Cheng Dongli remained relatively composed. Being a descendant of the Hua Tuo lineage, he was accustomed to such abilities. Enough, Zhang Zaihou smiled, turning his gaze toward Dongfang Qingdu, who lay on the rocking chair. At this moment, Dongfang Qingdu and Appos' face was ashen, his eyes were vacant, and his mouth was twisted, indicating that he had suffered a stroke long ago. Zhang Zaihou retrieved his silver needles, preparing to administer the rejuvenation needle, the first of the 9 transformations needling technique. However, he sensed that something was amiss, that the old man's condition was not merely a matter of illness. Seeing Zhang Zaihou hesitate, the others were perplexed. Shui Dongliang sneered. Are you unable to treat him? Your little charade with your mother won't work here. Let me tell you, that old man's body is precious. If you were to harm him, you would have to pay with your life. Zhang Zaihou ignored Shui Dongyang, turning instead to ask, when did this condition begin to manifest? 3 years ago. Initially, the old man would have periods of lucidity, But gradually, his dementia grew more severe, Dongfang Yu replied truthfully. And before the onset of the illness, did the old man visit any particular places? Any particular places? Dongfang Yu furrowed his brow, thinking intently before shaking his head hesitantly. The old man's life consisted of the office and home, a simple routine with no visits to any specific locations. And what did he do in the office? Do you know? Hey, if you're going to treat him, then treat him. Why are you asking so many irrelevant questions? Dongfang Wanner interjected. Growing impatient with Zhang Zaihou and Appo's delay and his seemingly unimportant inquiries, Xue Dongliang added, he and Appo's stalling for time, trying to find a way out. The old man and Appo's health is paramount. If you harm him in any way, you'll have to pay with your life. These are not irrelevant questions. They are crucial. I need to ascertain certain facts. Seeing Zhang Zaihou and Appo's serious demeanor, Dongfang Yu said, it seems that the old man was researching a project during those 2 years. What kind of project? A project involving the mechanical modification of spiritual energy. What is spiritual energy? In simple terms, it is the soul. Hearing this, Zhang Zaihou finally exhaled slowly. I believe I have a general understanding of the old man's situation. What exactly is wrong with my grandfather? Everyone was anxious, their eyes fixed on Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou raised his head and said slowly, your grandfather is most likely possessed by a demon. Chapter 15. The new energy Peachwood sword possessed? Hearing this, everyone appeared utterly bewildered. Previously, Xue Dongliang had provided a somewhat plausible explanation for the deceased. However, the notion of possession seemed excessively theatrical. Possession? It's laughable, truly. I must say, the excuse you've concocted is rather novel. It's so steeped in superstition. How can one claim possession? You are nothing but a fraud. A grand deceiver. Old Chen, is this the young man you so ardently endorse? If he cannot provide a remedy, must he resort to claiming my grandfather is possessed? Surely. An explanation is in order. ISN and Appo's. To your claim of possession a bit far-fetched, Xiao Zhang? We are practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine, not sorcerers. The three individuals present bore varied expressions, yet only Dongfang Yu appeared pensive, deep in thought. Historically, shaman and healer are intertwined. Old Chen. If a single acupuncture needle cannot revive old Dongfang, we must exorcise the malevolent spirit. Zhang Zaihou declared earnestly. Bodyguards, restrain him. Possession? How can you utter such nonsense? Dongfang whinnying exclaimed, as 4 or 5 burly bodyguards rushed in. Surprisingly, Dongfang Yu waved his hand, commanding them to leave. All of you exit. No one is to enter without my express permission. The bodyguards exchanged glances and vacated the room. Master Zhang, Dongfang Yu cautiously altered his address. How does one exorcise a spirit? What sort of environment is necessary? Dad. Silence. Dongfang Weiying attempted to intervene but was met with a fierce glare from Dongfang Yu. She could only sulk angrily, glaring at Zhang Zaihou. This environment does not require elaborate arrangements. A dim setting will suffice. As for supplies, I shall procure them immediately. Fetch me some black dog blood. I will step out to gather a few items. Very well, please wait a moment. With that, Dongfang Yu promptly attended to the matter. And within half an hour, he returned with the necessary items. Zhang Zaihou entered the room leisurely, wielding the new energy Peachwood sword. In the center was Dongfang Qingdu. His complexion ashen, his eyes darting about in a peculiar manner. I am curious to witness how he will exorcise the spirit, Dongfang Weiying whispered to Xue Dongliang. While both Dongfang Yu and Cheng Dongli remained visibly anxious, Zhang Zaihou approached, waving his fingers in front of Dongfang Qingdu. Noticing no reaction, he swiftly delivered a sharp slap across the old man and Appo's face. Grandfather. Dad. Both voices gasped in unison. Shoo. Zhang Zaihou gestured for silence. Turning his gaze back to Dongfang Qingdu, who suddenly erupted into a boisterous laughter. His voice was coarse, entirely uncharacteristic of an elderly man. Subsequently, a shadowy figure emerged from his body, a massive entity resembling an alien creature suspended in midair. Wah, what is this thing? A monster, a monster. The group stood frozen in terror, especially Dongfang Weiying, who collapsed onto the floor. Bodyguards! Bodyguards! Her shrill cries pierced the air. The once formidable bodyguards, upon witnessing the apparition, plummeted to the ground, turning tail and fleeing at an unimaginable speed. Don and Appo's, run. Help me, save us. Regardless of Dongfang Weiying's desperate pleas, the bodyguards fled without a backward glance. Cease your cries, it's genuinely vexing. Zhang Zaihou interrupted her loudly. his expression unchanged as he focused on the specter hovering above. The reason for his calm demeanor was the system and Oppo's assignment that appeared before him. Ding. System task triggered. Eliminate a level 1 specter. Task completed. Reward. 1 conversion point. Only 1 point? What sort of weakness is this? After all the effort, it's merely 1 point. Zhang Zaihou lamented, pointing at the ghostly figure. I care not what you are. Vacate this elder's body immediately, or else. You, a mere fleshly worm, dare to speak so insolently? Beware. For I may consume you whole. The specter snarled, its foul tongue slithering forth, dripping with pus onto the ground. Kneel before me, submit to my dominion. With that, the monstrous figure expanded, occupying a corner of the room, its grotesque visage amplifying its menacing presence. Without hesitation, Shui Dongliang collapsed to his knees. Do not devour me. Spare me. As one fell, the others, after a moment of resistance, followed suit. Haha, a pitiful fleshly worm. And you, do you not fear being devoured? The specter turned its attention toward Zhang Zaihou, advancing ominously. Admittedly, in the shadow of its towering form, a palpable pressure loomed. Yet Zhang Zaihou remained unfazed, pouring the black dog blood over the peachwood sword. What are you doing? Are you trying to get us all killed? Kneel down quickly, you swindler. Feeling brave now, are you? Do not take us down with you. Shui Dongyang accused vehemently, pointing at Zhang Zaihou. However, Zhang Zaihou paid no heed to the barking. As the blood stained the sword, he raised it toward the specter. I shall ask you once more, will you depart, or shall I ensure your demise will be absolute? Ha, you pitiful worm, how dare you utter such threats? By what authority? By virtue of this sword in my hand. Ha, that flimsy peachwood sword? In my eyes, it is not but a toothpick. Moreover, a standard peachwood sword is utterly ineffective against me. I could easily block it with my hand. The specter laughed boastfully, exuding arrogance. Zhang Zaihou replied coldly, I am well aware a standard peachwood sword is ineffective against you. However, this is a new energy peachwood sword. It has not only been consecrated with the black dog blood from rabid dogs, but it has also been immersed in the fluids of smallpox, malaria, Ebola, and other viruses. Most crucially, this new energy peachwood sword is equipped with a voltage of 6,000 volts, specifically designed to sever malevolent spirits. Even should the notorious Black Mountain Demon appear, it shall leave in tears. You are fortunate. You shall be the first to perish beneath my blade. With that, Zhang Zaihou pressed the button on the new energy peachwood sword, and instantly, the entire blade crackled with electricity, emanating a brilliant blue glow. I care not whether you are human or specter. 1 strike will leave you with tetanus, and 2 strikes will have you meet your ancestors. In a swift motion, Zhang Zaihou lunged towards the specter with the electrified sword. Puffed. The onlookers seemed to hear the sound of a balloon bursting. Chapter 16. The final blow. The new energy peachwood sword pierced fiercely through the body of the ethereal spirit. A large cluster of blue electric light enveloped its form, the sizzling sound drowning out the spirit and Oppo's agonized cries. The onlookers squinted against the blinding light. Once the blue glow faded, they beheld the spirit lying motionless on the ground, half of its body charred black. Congratulations, host, swordsmanship 1. Zhang Zaihou looked up in surprise, discovering such rewards existed, although the utility of swordsmanship remained uncertain. System rewards were inherently beneficial. Naturally, the more, the better. Without hesitation, Zhang Zaihou began to stab the spirit repeatedly with the peachwood sword, showing no signs of stopping. Swordsmanship 1, swordsmanship 1, swordsmanship 1. Master Zhang. Dongfang, you said cautiously. What is it? Zhang Zaihou turned. One side of his face smeared with blood, the other illuminated by blue light, appearing more terrifying than a specter. This thing is already dead. What are you doing, master? Dongfang, you gulped. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to address Zhang Zaihou with respect. I'm merely ensuring it's truly dead. As the saying goes, cutting the grass without removing the roots, the spring breeze may bring it back to life. What if it feigns death and jumps up to attack us? That would be disastrous. With that, he continued to mercilessly stab the ethereal spirit. Swordsmanship 1, swordsmanship 1. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. This was no mere finishing blow, but rather desecration of the corpse. Yet, they dared not voice their dissent, fearing Zhang Zaihou might turn his wrath upon them. After a relentless 10 minutes, confirming that no further rewards would be granted, Zhang Zaihou finally relented, albeit reluctantly. He swung the new energy peachwood sword, stating, the old man must have fallen ill due to that entity. Since I have vanquished it, his illness should be cured. No sooner had he spoken than Dongfang Qingdu let out a groan from his seat, slowly awakening. His eyes regained their clarity, and his senses returned to normal. Witnessing this, Zhang Zaihou turned to Shui Dongyang and said, "How about that? I've cured him. You should kneel and apologize now." "You're talking nonsense. When did I agree to that?" Shui Dongyang retorted without hesitation, recalling the 10,000 he had lost in front of many viewers in the live stream. Though he was bound to fulfill his promise, the absence of a broadcast left him unafraid of Zhang Zaihou. At that moment, a cold voice interjected. "Oh, did you not say you would kneel and apologize? Has my hearing failed me, Dongfang Yu? Dr. Shui, you wouldn't dare to renege on your word, would you?" Dongfang Yu's expression darkened. He had long grown weary of Shui Dongliang. With little skill, yet a great temper, he had repeatedly suggested preparations for his father's funeral. Now, after losing the bet, he sought to evade accountability. Did he think the Dongfang family was a mere plaything? Feeling Dongfang Yu's displeasure, Shui Dongyang trembled. He was acutely aware of the Dongfang family's formidable stature in Zhongzhou, often referred to as the local sovereigns. Should he provoke them today, he believed even if he survived, his medical career would be irreparably damaged. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and knelt before Zhang Zaihou. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a fraud. I was wrong." "What? What did you say?" "I didn't catch that." Zhang Zaihou feigned ignorance. "I'm sorry. Your mother was saved by you. I shouldn't have called you a fraud. I was wrong." Shui Dongliang lowered his head deeply. "Elder Chun, is the video recorded?" "It's recorded. You youngsters make things so complicated." "What? You actually recorded a video?" Shui Dongliang shot up, furious. "Just because you can live stream doesn't mean I can't record a video. Dr. Shui, your skills may be lacking, but your medical ethics are even worse." "I had to protect myself." Zhang Zaihou shook his phone and tucked it into his pocket. "All right, the mountains are high and the roads are long. There will be future encounters." Shui Dongliang gritted his teeth, a hint of resentment gleaming in his eyes. "You are always welcome," Zhang Zaihou replied fearlessly. In the midst of their exchange, Dongfang Qingdu finally regained consciousness. What is everyone doing here? What happened to me?" "Dad, you're awake. I'm so glad you're okay." "Grandfather, I was so worried about you." The father and daughter rushed forward, grasping Dongfang Qingdu's hands, tears and laughter mingling in their overwhelming emotions. "Dad, don't you remember what just happened? You were possessed." Dongfang Qingdu paused, touching his face. "I don't recall being possessed. I only remember someone seemingly giving me 2 slaps. Was that true?" Dongfang Yu and Wana fell silent, unsure of how to respond. To say it happened would be accurate, yet it was for the purpose of saving their grandfather. To deny it would be dishonest, especially given the resounding impact of Zhang Zaihou and Appo's slaps. Just as they hesitated, a sharp voice broke the silence. "Elder, it was this person who struck you. His name is Zhang Zaihou. He took advantage of your unawareness to deliver 2 slaps, and we couldn't stop him." Shui Dongliang had not anticipated his chance for revenge would arrive so swiftly. Without hesitation, he pointed at Zhang Zaihou, feeling triumphant. "You think you're so impressive, don't you? Competing for the spotlight? Flaunting your medical prowess? Weren't you the one demanding I kneel and apologize? Today, I'll use this opportunity to take you down." It is said that Elder Dongfang has a fiery temper. Those who have offended him in the past have had their limbs broken. Now that you've truly struck him, I can't wait to see how this unfolds. Shui Dongliang pictured Zhang Zaihou being utterly dismantled, a smirk curling on his lips. "So it was you who struck me." Dongfang Qingdu glared at Zhang Zaihou. "Dad, it's not like that. Grandfather, he is a doctor. He saved your life." Dongfang Yu and Dongfang Wana interjected, concerned. They feared for the doctor's safety given their grandfather's notorious temper. Dongfang Qingdu's cold gaze swept over Zhang Zaihou. The pressure he exuded was far more intense than that of Tian Man. "You truly have guts, striking the face of the underground sovereign of Zhongzhou. How many lives do you think you have left? Do you understand that your actions could bring catastrophic consequences upon your family? Do you know what happened to the last person who insulted me? They are still lying in a hospital bed." Dongfang Wan nervously fidgeted, having never witnessed her grandfather's expression so chilling. If he truly sought to punish this doctor, she had to ensure his safety. "Grandfather," she began to speak, but Dongfang Yu pulled her back. Sighed Dongfang Qingdu let out a long sigh, tears streaming down his cheeks. He cried. He was actually brought to tears. "Ha ha, Zhang Zaihou, you're done for." Shui Dongliang reveled in his joy. "Those 2 slaps you delivered to me. Oh, they hurt immensely. I have lived for 72 years, and only my elder brother has ever struck me. Your 2 slaps evoke memories of my late brother. Otherwise, you." Chapter 17. I acknowledge you as my elder brother. As Dongfang Qingdu spoke, He cast a glance at Zhang Zaihou, causing the hearts of those present to leap into their throats, sensing that something unfortunate was about to unfold. Why not consider me your elder brother? Upon hearing this, everyone was left utterly astonished. Dad, Grandpa, what are you babbling about? Even the typically composed Cheng Dongli was rendered speechless. Indeed, misfortune did occur. But no one anticipated it would take such a ludicrous turn. Just as the crowd attempted to intervene, Dongfang Qingdu, like a nimble monkey, gracefully knelt before Zhang Zaihou. "Oh, elder brother, please allow me to pay my respects." Without hesitation, he bowed 3 times with a resounding thud. Zhang Zaihou was equally bewildered. What was happening? How could he, after having slapped the other twice, suddenly find himself being acknowledged as an elder brother? Was this old fellow asking for a beating? Or had he somehow acquired an aura of superiority? The bystanders were visibly agitated, but none were as frenzied as Shui Dongyang. To be precise, he was not merely agitated. He was utterly frantic. His original intent had been to frame Zhang Zaihou, yet why did it seem as though he was inadvertently aiding him, setting aside whether or not he had cured the old man's ailment? The mere thought of the elder recognizing him as an elder brother was something Shui Dongyang dared not provoke. If he truly became Dongfang's elder brother, how would he navigate his vendetta in Zhangzhou? Shui Dongyang felt a profound sense of despair. Seizing the moment while the commotion ensued and no one was paying him any heed, he hastily made his escape. Dongfang Qingdu's sudden outburst took everyone by surprise. After a flurry of activity, they finally managed to calm him down. "I believe the old gentleman has been possessed for far too long, leading to a state of mental disarray, and this ailment is quite difficult to remedy," Zhang Zaihou explained to Dongfang Yu. "What then shall we do? This affliction is hard to treat. Medicine can be toxic, and given the old man and Appo's age, I fear that further distress could." "All right, I understand. Moreover, given his advanced age and this condition, you must accommodate his wishes and avoid opposition." "Understood, understood." After the exorcism incident, Dongfang Yu was now entirely compliant with Zhang Zaihou's directives. Once Zhang Zaihou had finished imparting his instructions, he prepared to return home. Cheng Dongli chose to remain behind to converse with Dongfang Qingdu, hoping to alleviate his condition. Dongfang Yu presented Zhang Zaihou with a red envelope and arranged for his driver to take him back to Bajiao Street Pavilion. Upon arriving downstairs, Zhang Zaihou spotted Tian Mamin sitting in the car, seemingly having waited for him for quite some time. As he exited the vehicle and waved, the car swiftly turned around and sped away. Noticing that the car that had brought Zhang Zaihou back bore the license plate of 5 nines, Tian Mamin felt somewhat taken aback. However, she dismissed it, for she had come to discuss an important matter with Zhang Zaihou. "What brings you here?" Though they were married, their politeness bordered on estrangement. "I went looking for you at the restaurant, but they said you had been dismissed and without your phone number. I had no choice but to wait at your doorstep." "What is it?" "Well, since you saved my grandfather, we convened and decided to appoint you as the director of the psychiatric hospital at Fuhu Mountain." "Ah, this. Are you unwilling?" "It's not that I'm unwilling. I just recently found a job, and resigning now would be inappropriate. The monthly salary is 50,000. I accept." Upon hearing the figure of 50,000, Zhang Zaihou immediately resolved to take the position at Fuhu Mountain. "Zhang Zaihou, I advise you to reconsider. Psychiatric hospitals can be perilous." A trace of concern flickered in Tian Man's expression. "What danger could there be in a psychiatric hospital? It's merely overseeing some patients." Zhang Zaihou scratched his head in confusion. Tian Mamin fell silent. She struggled to find the right words to explain. After a while, she finally said, "Just be cautious. Several directors have gone missing under mysterious circumstances. This is a talisman for your safety that I obtained from Nanshan. Take it." She pressed a yellow triangle into Zhang Zaihou's hand and accelerated away. Zhang Zaihou stared at the yellow talisman in his hand, puzzled. Several directors have gone missing? Does that mean they vanished? Were they kidnapped? And what is the meaning of this talisman? Is this her first time giving me something? Does this signify her concern for me? That night, Zhang Zaihou retrieved an ancient book bound with thread from under his bed. The moment he laid eyes on it, he felt an aura of weighty significance emanating from its form, with several characters inscribed in small seal script on the cover, a theoretical overview of yin-yang replenishment. This was precisely the item Zhang Zaihou had drawn from the lottery using 25 conversion points the previous day. After his divine right hand upgraded to level 2, he gained access to a blind box system, costing 5 conversion points per attempt. Yesterday, he had opened 5 blind boxes in succession, ultimately acquiring this book, the title of which seemed rather dubious. Yin-yang replenishment? Surely it cannot be. Zhang Zaihou shook his head, banishing the indecent thoughts from his mind. He slowly opened the book, and dense, esoteric knowledge flooded his consciousness. It turned out that this yin-yang replenishment did not pertain to matters of intimacy, but rather involved harnessing the yin energy of the universe to cultivate the yang energy within oneself. It was a foundational text on the practice of cultivation. Zhang Zaihou was thrilled. To have drawn a beginner's cultivation technique in just 5 attempts, what wonders might he uncover if he were to draw it 10 times? At the Dongfang family villa, everyone had already retired for the night, save for the faint glow emanating from Dongfang Chengdu and Appo's room. "Father, what is the matter?" Dongfang Yu asked, his head bowed. "It is rare for me to be clear-headed. I called you here to convey something. Have you investigated Zhang Zaihou, the one who exorcised my spirit this morning? He is the son-in-law of the Tian family, facing considerable ostracism. Today, I learned that the Tian family intends to cultivate him by appointing him as the director of the psychiatric hospital at Fuhu Mountain. This man is not to be trifled with. He possesses secret skills yet humbles himself amidst the scorn of the Tian family. His mental fortitude is extraordinary, unlike that of ordinary individuals. Therefore, I need you to engage with him and offer your assistance. I suspect. What do you suspect about him? Given his ability to expel the spirit from my body, I suspect he may be affiliated with the Taoist sect." Chapter 18. The Night Market Incident, a Taoist Dilemma? Dongfang Yu pondered the new energy peachwood sword that Zhang Zaihou had wielded that day. Technology, Taoism, and the military-industrial research we have been conducting shall be set aside for now. We have invested substantial resources and efforts into the psychic energy project, and we are on the verge of yielding results. Why should we pause? Apart from the laboratory explosion and my possession by a phantom, do you not find all our progress rather too smooth? Is it not better to have smooth progress? Does this not seem like a trap? Dongfang Yu and Appo's eyes darted. "Father, are you implying?" "I have said nothing about this matter. It is all your own consideration." Dongfang Chung waved his hand, turning to gaze at the bright moon outside, lost in thought. "Ah, I find myself missing my elder brother again. At the Bajia Street Pavilion in the Furong Night Market. Have you truly become the director?" Guo Xiaopeng asked in surprise, and Zhang Zaihou nodded affirmatively. "Ah, son. You should have listened to your father and sought a job with your own wife. It is nothing to be ashamed of. If you dare to call me son again, I swear I shall tear your mouth apart." "I certainly do not believe that, haha." Observing Guo Xiaopeng's silly grin, Zhang Zaihou felt an immense sense of relaxation. That night, Guo Xiaopeng approached Zhang Zaihou once more, sharing his tumultuous romantic experiences. When Zhang Zaihou informed him of his new role as the director of the psychiatric hospital at Fuhu Mountain the following day, Guo Xiaopeng insisted on celebrating at the night market. It could be said that Guo Xiaopeng was his only friend who did not harbor any prejudice against him, accompanying him in delivering takeout and confronting their boss together. He even assisted in making deliveries, offering substantial help along the way. Although Guo Xiaopeng's choice of words was not particularly pleasant, Zhang Zaihou understood that this was simply his nature, impossible to change. The two ordered numerous skewers and feasted for quite some time, before Zhang Zaihou finally spoke. "I need someone I can trust as the director. How about you quit your job and come work with me? I'll pay you 20,000 a month. What do you think?" Zhang Zaihou contemplated having someone he could rely on, reasoning that Tian Miamin would have no grounds to refuse. If she did disagree, he could simply deduct it from his own salary. Really? Guo Xiaopeng could scarcely believe it. "Indeed, that is wonderful. I've longed to quit that job. It's tedious and the pay is meager." Guo Xiaopeng raised a glass of beer. Their spirits lifted, they drank several bottles. And soon Guo Xiaopeng's face resembled that of a monkey's rear. "Old Zhang, I must admit I envy you. Although you are a son-in-law by marriage, your wife truly cherishes you. I have been with Lu Jia for many years. I have sacrificed so much for her, yet in the end, she passed the entrance exam for the business association and cast me aside." As they conversed, Guo Xiaopeng lamented his heartbreak. Despite his usually carefree demeanor, he had many unresolved feelings bottled up inside. Zhang Zaihou knew that Lu Jia was Guo Xiaopeng and Appo's girlfriend. They had been together for 3 years and had cohabited for 1. During that time, Lu Jia remained at home, not seeking employment, while Guo Xiaopeng worked tirelessly to cover all household expenses. Lu Jia leisurely rested at home, claiming she was studying to secure a position in the business association. Afterward, by some means, she successfully passed both written and interview assessments, obtaining a coveted position in the association. From that moment on, she began to distance herself from Guo Xiaopeng, treating him with disdain, even refusing to let him touch her. Just last month, Lu Jia finally initiated the breakup. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Zaihou was not surprised in the least. Cutting ties with the one you love at the very first opportunity. Guo Xiaoping murmured while gazing at his phone as wallpaper. I have been unable to reach her lately. I wanted to call, but she has blocked me. Old Zhang, after all I've done for her, why would she treat me this way? With a drink. A myriad of sorrows enveloped him. Ah, love truly is a luxury. Guo Xiaoping sighed deeply, preparing to relieve himself. However, the moment he stood up, he froze in place, tapping Zhang Zaihou and pointing ahead. Old Zhang? Am I seeing things? It's Lu Jia. Zhang Zaihou looked over and indeed recognized Lu Jia at the table ahead. Yet, she was accompanied by a man. The man had slick hair and wore a perfectly tailored suit. His watch was conspicuously expensive. Lu Jia, evidently made up, looked exquisite in a white dress that exuded an air of purity. The two were engaged in lively conversation, their demeanor intimate, clearly indicating a close relationship. That truly is Lu Jia. Stay calm, don't act rashly, Guo Xiaoping. Zhang Zaihou attempted to restrain him, but it was too late. Guo Xiaoping was already striding toward their table, beer bottle in hand. Lu Jia, what brings you here? Guo Xiaoping approached, reeking of alcohol. Lu Jia turned to him, her formerly radiant face now frosty and unwelcoming. Lu Jia, do you know this fatso? The man inquired. He is an old friend of mine. But we Haven and Oppos, T been in contact for a long time. Lu Jia quickly clarified. Oh, so you are no longer close. Since that's the case, I must insist you leave. You are not welcome here. The man glared at Guo Xiaoping with an air of superiority. Undeterred, Guo Xiaoping focused on Lu Jia, fueled by the alcohol. Lu Jia, after all these years together, you can simply abandon me? Do you have no conscience? I have given so much for you. Yet you wish to break up without a proper explanation? Return with me now, and I shall pretend today never happened. With that, he reached out to take Lu Jia and Oppos' hand, but she vehemently resisted. The nearby man, witnessing the altercation, stood and forcefully shoved Guo Xiaoping away. Their argument drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Guo Xiaoping, in my eyes, you are nothing but a failure. Do you think you can support me on your meager monthly salary of 3,000? I am making it clear, Guo Xiaoping, we have no relationship whatsoever. We are cutting all ties. Lu Jia emphasized the last two words. Instantly, Guo Xiaoping and Oppos' eyes reddened. Zhang Zaihou shook his head in disbelief. The words spoken by this woman were incredibly hurtful. After 3 years of devotion, the fact that she could utter the phrase cut ties spoke volumes of her decisiveness. Observing Guo Xiaoping and Oppos' flushed face and dazed expression, Zhang Zaihou suspected he was deeply wounded and would soon burst into tears. As the saying goes, a man seldom weeps. But when he does, it is at a sorrowful moment. Yet, to Zhang Zaihou's astonishment, Guo Xiaoping did not react as he had anticipated. Whether it was the effects of alcohol or a delayed response, Guo Xiaoping, with a tipsy demeanor, slurred, cut ties. What does that even mean? Have we tried it before? This remark elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Zhang Zaihou could hardly fathom Guo Xiaoping and Oppos' remarkable interpretative skills. Lu Jia, flushed with embarrassment and fury, turned crimson. Chapter 19. Turmoil at the Night Market 2. The expression of the man standing beside her turned instantly cold. You little brat, are you tired of living? How dare you flirt with my woman? You and Oppos, re-asking for death. As he spoke, the man seized a bottle of wine from the table and swung it violently towards Guo Xiaoping's head. A loud crash echoed as the bottle shattered, its contents spilling onto the floor. Zhang Zaihou shook his right hand and said, No need for violence. Let us talk this out. Who the hell are you to interfere? Before he could finish, Zhang Zaihou delivered a kick that sent the man flying. And mine too. Seizing the moment, Guo Xiaoping retaliated against the man. As the man struggled to rise, Zhang Zaihou coldly declared, I despise it when others insult my mother. Lu Jia helped the man up, pointing at Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping, berating them. You two losers dare to strike young Master Zhou. Do you want to die? Do you even know who he is? He's Zhou Ziming, the illustrious young master of the Jiujin group in Shuzhou. You better kneel and apologize now. Zhou Ziming glanced at the visible footprints on his suit, his expression darkening. You two are finished. You will regret this. With that, he turned and pulled out his phone. Fury surged within Zhou Ziming. This trip to Zhangzhou had been a disaster. First, he was ruthlessly rejected by Tian Maman during a blind date. And then he was caught by the boyfriend of a clam he had been trying to catch. Had he not checked the calendar before stepping out? To Zhou Ziming, Lu Jia was merely a condiment in Zhangzhou, someone to toy with, not worthy of his concern. However, her interference had pushed him too far. After a few rings, a languid voice answered, Hello, Zhou Shou, what is up? Hook, I've been attacked. Gather your people and come to the night market at Bajia Street. Got it. I'll be there right away. He hastily hung up. You're done for, just wait. Zhou Ziming pointed at Zhang Zaihou, declaring, I'll ensure you both 1T see the sun rise tomorrow. At that moment, Zhang Zaihou felt a twinge of regret for his impulsive actions. Yet, if the situation arose again, he would still choose to fight. The onlookers urged Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping to leave. You should get out of here. You can't handle him. This guy is a wealthy second-generation heir with considerable influence. It's still not too late to escape. Fueled by youthful bravado, Guo Xiaoping scoffed at the warning. What is there to fear? Back when I ruled the school, I never bowed to anyone. Determined to stand his ground, Zhang Zaihou, slightly intoxicated, prepared for a showdown. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello, is this Master Zhang? I'm Dongfang Wanning. My father forced me to call and apologize. The voice on the other end, though apologetic, carried an unmistakable air of insincerity, likely a demand from her father. Ah, my dear niece, it's nothing. Your uncle doesn't take it to heart, Zhang Zaihou replied half-jokingly. Zhang Zaihou, don't get too smug. Beware, I might just rip your mouth apart. You're infuriating me. Niece, I'm at the night market at Bajia Street. If you want to come, feel free. Otherwise, you might miss me. Fine. You deceitful Zhang Zaihou, just you wait. I'm coming over right now. The call ended abruptly with a series of beeps. Zhang Zaihou felt a pang of anxiety. Had he been too flippant? Would Dongfang Wanning truly show up? Meanwhile, Dongfang Wanning sat fuming in her pink Maserati. She had initially planned to go clubbing with friends but was cornered by her father, who insisted she apologize to Zhang Zaihou in person. Reluctantly, she made the call, only to be provoked further by his taunts. Bajiao Street Night Market. Zhang Zaihou, just you wait. Determined to teach him a lesson, she dialed another number. Hello, Hook? Sister Dong, I can't make it to the nightclub tonight due to some matters. Please understand. It's fine. I'm not going either. Gather some people and head to the Bajia Street Night Market immediately to help me intimidate someone. What? What do you mean? Hurry up. The call ended as she pressed the gas pedal, the deep red Maserati speeding away. Simultaneously, a young man with bleached hair sat bewildered in a luxury vehicle. What is happening tonight? Why is everyone calling me to the Bajia Street Night Market? You two call for backup? Fine, let us see who comes out on top. Zhou Ziming smirked at Zhang Zaihou's call, unperturbed. No matter how powerful Zhang Zaihou's connections were, they could not rival the heir to all enterprises in Zhangzhou. It's nothing, just chatting with friends, Zhang Zaihou replied with a grin. I suspect it's more like your last words. I'll tell you this, unless you both crawl over here and beg for forgiveness, today's affair will not end well. Beg for forgiveness? After bowing 3 times, are we expected to thank you as well? Guo Xiaoping retorted, pointing at Lu Jia. Zhou Ziming and Appo's face turned green with rage. He hadn't expected the chubby boy to remain so defiant. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson you won't forget. Lu Jia interjected, Guo Xiaoping. You only know how to talk big. You and Zhang Zaihou are no match for young Master Zhou. He could crush you with a single finger. Kneel and apologize now. And perhaps you'll find a way to survive. Don't end up crippled and begging on the streets. I want to spare you a dime. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from a distance. Zhou Ziming laughed. My people are here. You two are in for it now. As the roaring sound grew closer, the crowd scattered. A red Maserati barreled through, sending tables and chairs flying without the slightest reduction in speed. Most alarming was that the car was heading straight for Zhang Zaihou. Watch out! The crowd cried, swiftly moving aside. Yet Zhang Zaihou showed no intention of evading. Instead, he raised his wine glass toward the Maserati and downed the contents in a single gulp, exuding an air of nonchalance. He recognized the car from his time at the Dongfang family villa. The Maserati, seemingly provoked, revved its engine and accelerated, covering the distance in an instant. Just as it was about to collide with Zhang Zaihou, the driver swerved, narrowly missing him, and screeched to a halt right in front of him. As the car came to a stop, Zhang Zaihou finished his beer. So, Miss Dongfang, what is this all about? No need for such theatrics. How did you know this was my car? Aren't you afraid I'll run you over? Dongfang Wanyin, fuming, stepped out of the vehicle. As I arrived at your residence, I happened to catch a glimpse of you. As for the notion of you causing my demise, I firmly believe that the clever and delightful Miss Dongfang would surely refrain from employing lethal force. Upon receiving such flattering remarks, Dongfang Wanyuan felt a warm glow within her heart. However, the thought of this rascal taking advantage of her ignited a fire of indignation. Do not speak sweetly. I shall absolutely not forgive you today. Forgive you for what? He retorted. Have you so quickly forgotten that you have wronged me? Do you even have the audacity to claim otherwise? Very well, I concede. I apologize. Is that sufficient to satisfy you? Zhang Zaihou quickly pleaded for mercy. Yet, to Dongfang Wenyuan's ears, his words reeked of insincerity. Moreover, with Guo Xiaoping fanning the flames beside her, the situation escalated. You've wronged her. What have you done? Oh dear, you're already married. How could you be so foolish? Her fists clenched tightly. Dongfang Wenyuan to deliver a thorough beating to the man whose mind was filled with nonsensical thoughts. At that moment, an annoyingly cheeky voice broke through the tension. Ah, so this is the person you summoned. Zhou Ziming entered, his eyes widening upon seeing Dongfang Wenyuan. A glance at Lu Jia beside him revealed her disdainful expression. It was true that he had encountered numerous beauties, yet apart from Tian Man, none seemed to surpass the allure of the woman before him. However, upon noticing the Maserati parked nearby, Zhou Ziming could not help but ponder. This vehicle was clearly not one that just anyone could afford. The woman in front of him might possess some significance. Nonetheless, observing their playful banter indicated they were likely companions. Yet, no matter the Maserati, the woman I desire shall not elude my grasp. Chapter 20, The Night Market Incident, 3, Zhou Ziming and Appo's eyes flickered as he leaned closer to Zhang Zaihou. Kid, your girlfriend is quite to my liking. If she spends the night with me, this matter will be settled. I advise you not to be ungrateful, or you will regret it. What? What did you say? Zhang Zaihou and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this man out of his mind? Demanding the daughter of the Dongfang family to accompany him for a night? The Dongfang family, a titan in military technology, was the underground emperor of Zhengzhou City. How dare he make such a request? Let her spend the night with me. Zhou Ziming reiterated, his gaze greedily fixated on Dongfang Waner. Seeing the two men whispering, Dongfang Wan and Appo's sensed something amiss. What are you two talking about? Zhang Zaihou was at a loss for words, but Zhou Ziming, with a wicked grin, proclaimed, I have taken a fancy to you. I want you to accompany me tonight. Name your price. Dongfang Waner, taken aback by Zhou Ziming's lascivious demeanor, was momentarily speechless. No one in Zhengzhou dared to make such demands of her. Do you not know who I am? Who are you? Zhou Ziming pondered, realizing he had not seen this woman before. She was undeniably beautiful. It made no sense not to pursue her. Could she be a former acquaintance who had undergone cosmetic surgery? Zhou Ziming's thoughts wandered, never considering that she might belong to a wealthy family. He dismissed the notion that someone who mingled with two lowly individuals could be of a higher status, despite driving a Maserati. It matters not. I want you tonight. Lu Jia, feeling a twinge of jealousy, interjected, What about me? You can come too, ha. Zhou Ziming boasted, exuding an air of arrogance as if he held the world in his hands, completely oblivious to the impending disaster. How about it, beauty? Sticking with these losers leads nowhere. You might as well join me and save some money while you and Appo's re-young. As he spoke, he produced a thick wad of cash and offered it to Dongfang Wan and Appo's. Under normal circumstances, such a man would have faced dire consequences long ago. However, Dongfang Wan and Appo's feeling playful, glanced at Zhang Zaihou with feigned innocence. I don't know, and I'm not his girlfriend. I'm his grandniece. Uncle, you should say something. Should I go with him? Zhang Zaihou was bewildered, not expecting Dongfang Wan and Appo's to toss the ball back into his court. Maybe you should just go with him. After all, he is a rich second generation. He won't mistreat you. Guo Xiaoping chimed in. While you're young, save some money and avoid regrets when you're older. Listening to their well-meaning advice, Dongfang Wana felt a surge of anger. For reasons unknown, she could never control her temper around Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping. Are you two even speaking human language? You're supposed to help me, not throw me under the bus. It's infuriating. With that, Dongfang Waner lunged at Zhang Zaihou, her frustration boiling over. Enough. Do you two really think so little of me? I and Appo's am still here, and you're just flirting around like I don't exist. Zhou Ziming shouted, attempting to separate the two, his face contorted with exasperation. I'm not here to negotiate. I just want you. With that, he stepped toward Dongfang Waner, intending to pull her close. Yet, unexpectedly, she evaded him and slapped Zhou Ziming across the face, leaving a bright red mark. Such a fiery temperament. I like it. Zhou Ziming remarked lecherously, caressing the imprint on his cheek. At that moment, the distant roar of engines echoed, and Zhou Ziming laughed triumphantly. My crew has arrived. None of you will leave tonight. As he spoke, a dozen cars rolled up to the night market, and a throng of eccentrically dressed individuals descended. Leading them was a man with bleached hair, wielding a steel pipe. Brother Zhou, which brat dared to hit you? I'll take care of him today. Right. Which scoundrel did this? Step forward and kneel. With their shouts, the crowd at the night market dispersed in panic. These individuals were the ruffians of Zhengzhou City, leveraging their family's power to act with impunity. Those two kids make them disabled. Zhou Ziming pointed at Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaopeng, shouting, "Cold Xiao, you take the back route. Don't let them escape." Instantly, dozens of men brandishing steel pipes and spiked clubs surrounded them. Dongfang Wanner realized that Zhang Zaihou had gotten himself into serious trouble. She whispered to him, "Call me sister, and I'll help you settle this." But Zhang Zaihou ignored her, whispering to Guo Xiaopeng instead, "When I break through, you run along the back wall. There is hot oil at the fried dough stick stall. Throw it at them during your escape to buy us some time." "Right. And what about that young master Zhou? If he dares to steal my woman, remember his license plate and scratch his car. And what about this girl? Should we take her with us? Or hand her over to avoid a beating?" Listening to their shameless plotting, Dongfang Wan and Oppos was at a loss for words. "Please, can you keep your voices down? I'm right here. I can hear everything you're saying. And do you realize what kind of trouble is brewing? Are you both so calm? Get them." Zhou Ziming shouted as he seized a steel pipe and charged forward. But Guo Xiaopeng retaliated, hurling a beer bottle that struck Zhou Ziming on the head, shattering upon impact. Blood gushed forth. "Fatty, I'll hold them off. You run." As he spoke, Zhang Zaihou advanced, preparing to confront them with his mechanical arm. "Seeking death? You'll be the first." Seeing one of their own injured, the ruffian leader, Hook, grew furious and swung his steel pipe at Zhang Zaihou. In that critical moment, Dongfang Wanner rushed in front of them, shouting, "Stop. Don't fight. Everyone, stop." The commotion ceased, and all eyes turned to her in astonishment. "What is going on, Hook? Hit them. Even that girl too." Zhou Ziming, clutching his bleeding head, shouted in frustration. Hook, however, ignored Zhou Ziming's command and turned to Dongfang Wanner. "Sister Dongfang, why are you here? Why can't I be here? I called you earlier, but you all rushed in to help someone else. It seems their matters are more important than mine." Dongfang Wan and Oppos replied, hands on her hips, visibly upset. Upon hearing this, Hook broke out in a cold sweat. While these individuals might be wealthy, they were not fools. In Zhengzhou City, they could not afford to be ignorant of the Dongfang family. Most crucially, the family businesses of these rich heirs were all reliant on the military technology of the Dongfang family. A single word from the Dongfang family could lead their families to ruin. Thus, they dared not defy the Dongfang family in the slightest. "Sister Dongfang, it's not what you think. I was just going to call you when I ran into this mess." At this moment, Zhou Ziming sensed the shift in the atmosphere and quickly pulled Hook aside. "Who is this woman, and why does everyone seem to fear her?" "My friend, she is none other than the esteemed Miss Dongfang Wan out from the Dongfang family. Have you not been yearning to make the acquaintance of someone from the Dongfang clan? Here she stands before you in the flesh." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ziming's mind went utterly blank. What? This woman is Dongfang Wan Yao from the illustrious Dongfang family? The very person his family had long desired to befriend? Long before his arrival in Zhengzhou for a matchmaking event, his elders had entrusted him with an additional mission, to foster a good relationship with the Dongfang family of Zhengzhou, preferably to cultivate a friendship. Although the Jiujiang group has made significant strides in Suzhou, it pales in comparison to the military technology prowess of the Dongfang family. Especially with the recent rumors circulating about their renowned military technology transformation projects, particularly the much-discussed psychic mechanical enhancement initiative. The Jiujiang group had aspired to partake in this venture, only to find it all jeopardized by his own actions. Chapter 21. Journey to the Asylum. Just moments ago, Zhou Ziming was yearning for the company of the heiress of the Dongfang family for an entire night, even contemplating what price to offer her. At this thought, a shiver ran down his spine. She is Dongfang Wanner? No way, I didn't offend her, did I? Guzi wore a puzzled expression. Zhou Ziming awkwardly chuckled. No, I don't think so. That's good. If you did offend her, then our brotherhood would truly be at an end. Guzi turned and approached Dongfang Wanner. Sister Dongfang, my brother is particularly principled. He insists on serving you first. If you have any requests, I am at your service. Dongfang Wanner smiled. It's all right. Let us finish one matter before proceeding to the next. We can also have you all here as witnesses. With that, she turned to Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou felt a chill under Dongfang Wanner's gaze, perplexed about her thoughts. Sister Dongfang, did this fellow provoke you? Rest assured, I will make him understand why flowers bloom so red. Guzi declared with an ominous glare, brandishing a steel rod as he marched behind Dongfang Wan and Oppos. A crowd followed Dongfang Wanner, a formidable force that pressed toward Zhang Zaihou. Initially, She had merely intended to intimidate Zhang Zaihou with their numbers, making him realize that he could not simply take advantage of her. She thought that in the future, she could claim Zhang Zaihou feared her lineage. That would suffice. However, at that moment, a distant voice called out, "Zhang Gu, have you abandoned this woman? If not, you should kneel and beg for forgiveness." After all, the two shared a past, and she wooed and oppose, to harm him too severely. These words stunned the crowd, all eyes on Zhang Zaihou in disbelief. He turned and shouted at Gu Xiaoping, "You fat idiot. We're not what you think." After a barrage of curses, he faced Dongfang Wana. "All right. I admit I shouldn't have called you Grandpa. I apologize. Is that sufficient? But there is no need for you to bring so many people. How dare you refer to me as Grandpa to Sister Dongfang? I'll split you in two." Guzi threatened. "Sister Dongfang, just say the word and we'll deal with him." The crowd echoed, clamoring for Zhang Zaihou's reckoning. Dongfang Wana recalled her father's instructions and executed an astonishing move that left everyone speechless. She deeply bowed to Zhang Zaihou. "Mr. Zhang, I was young and reckless, speaking many disrespectful words. Yet, you still saved my grandfather despite our past. I apologize. I was wrong, grandfather. Please forgive me." This bow nearly caused Zhang Zaihou to falter. "Sister, do people from the Dongfang family apologize with such grandeur? One might think you intend to beat me to death." Not only did Zhang Zaihou nearly lose his balance, but everyone behind him was equally bewildered. Originally, Guzi and the others had approached with the intent to intimidate, but now their leader bowed in apology. Instantly, the crowd deflated, their minds blank. Yet, they all understood, this person was untouchable. Not only needing protection but also deserving of the title Grandpa in the future. Wait, there seemingly was indeed a grandson set to strike at his grandfather. The most infuriating part was that this grandson had summoned them all. The crowd turned to Zhou Ziming, who stood in shock. His mind a void as the howling wind swept away all his dignity and hope. Standing on this land in the northern suburbs, he gazed longingly into the distance. Reminiscing about home, a life of debauchery had corroded him, leading him down a path of crime. Leaving his loved ones behind, bidding farewell to his parents, he walked away in regret. The beautiful years had cost him his freedom, leaving his heart filled with anguish and sorrow. As the somber background music enveloped him, Zhou Ziming's knees buckled, and he knelt before them. He had irreparably strained his relationship with the Dongfang family. Not only had he desired to court the Dongfang heiress, but he had also spoken disrespectfully to her grandfather, even plotting against him. He had even pursued the girlfriend of his grandfather's brother. Was this not a path to certain doom? The most disheartening part was that these people were his own acquaintances. Originally, they were to encircle Zhang Zaihou, but now they had turned against him, seemingly prepared to administer a beating. The thought of orchestrating his own downfall was unbearably frustrating for Zhou Ziming. Zhou. That name truly suits you. This person is Sister Dongfang's grandfather. If you strike him, you are betraying your own teacher and ancestors. Guzi's expression was grim. This is all a misunderstanding. How was I to know he belonged to the Dongfang family? Zhou Ziming hastily explained, but nearby, Lu Jia murmured, his surname is Zhang, not Dongfang. ISN and Oppos. Is there a mistake? What do you know about our Dongfang family and Oppos, as matters? Who do you think you are? Dongfang Wan and Oppos, retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Jia, who fell silent in fear. Besides, this person just insulted me too. Zhou, what do you think my worth for a knight is? Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in shock, particularly Guzi, who was terrified. Damn. Zhou dared to offend the young lady of the Dongfang family. I must distance myself from him immediately. Without hesitation, Guzi delivered a kick to Zhou Ziming's back, sending him sprawling. My apologies, Sister Dongfang. I was wrong, truly wrong. I deserve punishment. Zhou Ziming realized that if he didn't end Oppos, he plead for mercy quickly. He would surely face a thrashing from this crowd. Without a second thought, he slapped himself twice and knelt, begging for forgiveness. Dongfang Wan and Oppos maintained a cold demeanor. Anyone who offended her met a dire fate. Yet, seeing Zhou Ziming's pitiful state softened her heart as she waved her hand. Thank you, Sister Dongfang. I am grateful for your mercy. However, the Zhang group's desire to collaborate with our Dongfang family is hereby nullified. All right, as long as I can save my life, everything can be negotiated. He stood up, ready to escape. But Guzi's voice echoed. What? You still offended old Master Dongfang and think it ends here? Zhou Ziming knelt again before Zhang Zaihou, slapping himself twice. Grandfather, I was blind and ignorant. Please overlook my transgressions and let me off the hook. Zhang Zaihou found himself at a loss, realizing this turmoil was instigated by Guo Xiaoping. Guo Xiaoping, having witnessed Dongfang Wan bowing to Zhang Zaihou, returned with a resigned look. What do you want from me? My girlfriend ran off with another man. What could I do? I'm just as desperate. Zhou Ziming jolted and quickly crawled to Guo Xiaoping's side, slapping himself once more. Brother, I'm truly sorry. I had no idea she was your girlfriend. Had I known. Even with 10 lives, I wouldn't amp. Oppos, T have dared to interfere. Please forgive me this once. I was wrong, sincerely wrong. He then bowed 3 times before Guo Xiaoping, expressing his regret. As he lifted his head, a bruise marked his forehead. You wretched person, kneel down. Zhou Ziming forcefully pulled Lu Jia to her knees. Lu Jia pleaded. Guo Xiaoping, please forgive me this once. I promise to cherish our life together. Nothing happened between us. We merely shared a meal, truly nothing more. You must believe me. My feelings for you are sincere. Both were weeping profusely, their cries heart-wrenching. Guo Xiaoping, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. He was not a heartless individual. Even if Lu Jia had indeed done nothing with Zhou Ziming, he would harbor no lingering affection. He understood that a betrayal was a betrayal, indifferent to shades of green. Upon receiving Guo Xiaoping and Amp, Oppos, as forgiveness, the couple felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and they promptly drove away, watching their taillights fade into the distance. Guo Xiaoping felt an inexplicable sense of loss. A sleepless night ensued. The following morning, Zhang Zaihou arrived at the Tian Corporation, his dark circles evident. As he entered the office, Tian Man inquired, What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night? Zhang Zaihou shook his head. He had been dragged to a nightclub by Dongfang Wanyao, experiencing the vivacious life of youth. He had barely managed to sleep. I have matters to attend to today. Please have Gu Siyu take you to Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. With that, Tian Man grabbed her documents and exited the office. Shortly thereafter, Gu Siyu entered, knocking on the door with a dismissive air. Let us go, young master. Without waiting for Zhang Zaihou and Oppos' response, she turned and left. Zhang Zaihou felt that this woman harbored a bias against him. As he followed Gu Siyu into the elevator, they passed the security room where an elderly man, appearing rather disheveled and unkempt, peeked out and discreetly gave Zhang Zaihou a thumbs up. Upon exiting the corporation, Guo Xiaoping approached, applying hair gel and clutching a black briefcase. He even donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, embodying the visage of an urbane rogue. He jogged over and respectfully addressed Zhang Zaihou. Director Zhang. Gu Siyu furrowed her brow. And who might this be? Zhang Zaihou was at a loss for words. He had instructed Guo Xiaoping to dress more formally today. Yet he was taken aback by how formally he had interpreted that. This is my hired assistant, and he will also be responsible for driving me. Do you have a car? I will buy one in the future. Gu Siyu scoffed and turned to enter her luxury vehicle. Ushering the 2 men toward Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, the trio remained silent throughout the journey. Chapter 22. Digging a pit after approximately 2 to 3 hours of travel. They finally beheld the towering structure at the foot of Fuhu Mountain. Pulling over, they noticed the large sign emblazoned with Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. Exiting the vehicle, Gu Siyu held a file and led the 2 individuals inside. As they walked, she began to elaborate. Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital spans over 200 acres, housing more than 300 psychiatric patients, supported by over 10 attending physicians and 40 nurses. Naturally, there are also several caregivers and security personnel. Zhang Zaihou suddenly interjected. I had heard from Tian Man that many patients here have gone missing under mysterious circumstances. Is there any truth to that? Gu Siyu hesitated momentarily, replying. I'm not entirely certain about that. However, it would be prudent for the director of a psychiatric hospital to possess a strong psychological resilience. Zhang Zaihou wholeheartedly agreed with her statement. As they proceeded from the entrance to the director's office, they encountered a diverse array of patients. Some flapped their arms as if soaring, while others writhed on the ground like maggots or shouted incoherently. There were those who engaged in self-harm, brandishing knives, and individuals confessing their affections to women in their 50s. Even those muttering to themselves in the corners seemed relatively benign compared to other sites, and they witnessed several doctors being pursued around the premises by patients. Observing this scene, Gu Siyu adjusted her glasses. Clearly, management needs enhancement. That will depend on your capabilities. Upon reaching the office, Gu Siyu tossed a stack of documents to Zhang Zaihou, saying, All right, I've explained everything necessary. Here are the detailed files. Please review them carefully. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I must take my leave now. Zhang Zaihou stared at the hefty stack of materials in his hands, feeling bewildered. Setting aside the working environment, He was unsure of the next steps to take. After all, he was skilled in medicine, not management, especially in a large hospital. His appointment as director had indeed been rather hasty, but now that he held the position, he needed to demonstrate some competence. Guo Xiaoping, sensing the same unease, approached him. Son, I have a feeling this psychiatric hospital is unreliable. Why not speak to Tian Man and see if she can arrange a different position for you? Zhang Zaihou responded with exasperation. Do you think switching jobs is as simple as saying so? Just as they were at a loss, a series of knocks interrupted them. Come in. The door creaked open, revealing a portly man with a receding hairline, who strode in with outstretched arms and an enthusiastic demeanor. Ah, what an unexpected honor. I am Chao Dishing, the director of the psychiatric hospital. I have long admired your medical prowess, Director Zhang, and I must say, I did not anticipate you to be so youthful. Truly, you are a remarkable talent with an unlimited future. Zhang Zaihou, feeling the warmth of the greeting, reciprocated amiably. Oh, Director Chao, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am indeed young, and will need your support in my forthcoming endeavors. Absolutely, mutual support is essential. I just wonder if you could address a certain issue now that you have assumed office, Chao Dishing inquired, his expression slightly awkward. What issue? Zhang Zaihou asked. Well, it's about salaries, Chao Dishing replied, looking a bit uncomfortable. You see, our hospital has not disbursed salaries for 2 months, and the staff are quite disgruntled. I lack your connections within the group and was hoping you might assist in resolving this matter. It's not much, just around $1 million for 80 employees. Zhang Zaihou smiled knowingly, suddenly realizing he had been ensnared in a trap. At that moment, the system activated a task notification. Ding. System task triggered. Resolve the salary issue for the psychiatric hospital staff. Task reward, 20 conversion points, enlightenment technique. Indeed, Zhang Zaihou had anticipated that this hospital was self-sufficient and that the Tian group had never allocated funds. If he were to approach Tian Man about this, it would be tantamount to admitting his incompetence, only to be ridiculed by the relatives within the group, subsequently drawing their ire towards Man. It was astonishing that barely an hour into his directorship, he had already stumbled into such a predicament. Zhang Zaihou firmly believed that no one could have orchestrated this situation without intent. Ah, no problem. I will ensure the $1 million is resolved, Zhang Zaihou declared. Haha. That is splendid. I shall inform them immediately that Director Zhang has solved a significant issue for the staff. Chao Dishing paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. By the way, Director Zhang, when can we expect the funds? I need to give the staff some reassurance. Tomorrow, perhaps? Zhang Zaihou offered. That would be wonderful. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of all the employees at Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. I will notify them right away to celebrate. Chao Dishing exclaimed, shaking Zhang Zaihou and Appo's hand fervently, on the verge of tears. After Chao Dishing exited the office, he quickly turned a corner and dialed a number on his phone. Hello, President Tian, he has agreed. Yes, he truly accepted, ha. The voice on the other end sounded exuberant. When will he disperse the money? He said tomorrow. There was a moment of silence before the voice coldly responded, Tian Man, let us see how you turn this around. Director Chao, as long as you help me bring Zhang Zaihou down, the position of director will be yours. Keep an eye on him tomorrow. If he actually manages to secure the funds, call me immediately. Understood. Chao Dishing nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, in the psychiatric hospital's office, Guo Xiaoping was pacing anxiously. Zhang Ge, what is going on? Can't you see they're setting a trap for you? Zhang Zaihou replied, Of course I see it. Then why are you still going along with it? Over $1 million in one night. Where are we supposed to get that? Guo Xiaoping fretted. Don't worry. I have a plan. What plan? Selling ourselves together wouldn't even yield 100,000. Guo Xiaoping exclaimed, his eyes darting around. You wouldn't be suggesting we go to the underground fighting rings, would you? Guo Xiaoping asked incredulously. Of course not. I have something else in mind. Then where are you planning to get the money? Guo Xiaoping questioned, utterly perplexed by Zhang Zaihou's intentions. Zhang Zaihou smirked. Remember when you mentioned the underground fighting rings? Chapter 23. The Underground Blood Arena. The Underground Fighting Arena in Zhangzhou, colloquially known as the Underground Blood Arena, witnesses a congregation of individuals augmented through mechanical enhancements, engaging in brutal and sanguinary combat each night. The visceral intensity of each punch ignites an exhilarating fervor among the spectators. When Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping arrived, it was already 8 in the evening. Observing the throngs at the entrance, Guo Xiaoping expressed his concern. I fear you might be killed here. Perhaps we should reconsider. What's the matter? It's merely a washed-up dean. There's no need to risk our lives over this, Zhang Zaihou retorted. recalling how Guo Xiaopeng had previously encouraged him to participate for profit. That was merely jest, Guo Xiaopeng replied, attempting to assuage his worries. Rest assured. I possess the latest model of bionic limbs, and this, Zhang Zaihou declared, producing a small chip and inserting it into the port of his prosthetic limb. This unassuming chip contained an array of martial arts techniques, and upon connecting to his central nervous system, Zhang Zaihou instantly transformed into a martial arts virtuoso. With the mechanical limb enhancing his strength, speed, and reflexes, he felt a significant elevation in his abilities, most notably bolstered by his reliance on the divine right hand, which he had regrettably not utilized during his encounter with Zhou Ziming. Very well, Guo Xiaopeng replied, still furrowing his brow. Aware that the underground blood arena concealed numerous masters of diverse martial arts. Upon entering, they witnessed two burly men engaged in a fierce struggle. One fighter, with a metallic sheen glimmering from his right arm, seemed to have the upper hand as he seized an opportunity to deliver a crushing blow to his opponent and Apos' head. The impact resounded powerfully, sending a grotesque spray of blood, sweat, and brain matter splattering across the arena, creating a dramatic display on the ground. With a singular punch, the fighter had claimed victory, eliciting a cacophony of cheers from the crowd. Oh, congratulations to Huahu, who has triumphed over his adversary. A prize of 2 million awaits. The announcer and Apos' exuberant proclamation elevated the atmosphere further. Guo Xiaopeng tugged at Zhang Zaihou and Apos' sleeve, exclaiming, 2 million. Just one victory nets you that amount. I and Apos' already signed you up. Here is your number. He then handed Zhang a mask, declaring, your new nickname is Apos, the evil ghost Apos. Zhang Zaihou donned the mask slowly, chuckling at its grotesque appearance. All right. Take care of yourself. I'm off to place some bets. Your odds are currently 60 to 1, Guo Xiaopeng said, eagerly heading towards the betting booth. Just a few steps in, he collided with a woman who appeared youthful and adorned in designer attire, her eyebrows furrowing as she berated him. Blind, are you? How dare you bump into me? Do you have any idea how much my outfit costs? Can you afford to clean it? My apologies, truly, Guo Xiaopeng stammered, raising his gaze. Wait, aren't you Qin Xiaoyan from behind the octagonal street? What brings you here to the fight? Qin Xiaoyan scrutinized him disdainfully. What are you doing here? This place is beyond your reach. And where's Zhang Zaihou? Aren't you two inseparable? We're here to watch a match. He's in the stands while I place some bets, Guo Xiaopeng explained, waving the cash in his hand. Don't bother with that 500. It's not even enough to fill my teeth, she scoffed. Here, bets start in the tens of thousands. Unfortunately, we've been short on funds lately. So I thought I might wager a little. Who knows, it could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle and resolve our payroll issues, Guo Xiaopeng replied. You two are still attempting to start a business? Qin Xiaoyan surveyed Guo Xiaopeng with disdain. You two, like fledgling dragons and phoenixes, will find it difficult not to incur losses. I suggest you stick to delivering takeout. Serving the upper crust is your greatest fortune. Do you see my clothes? They are high-end. You'll never wear anything like this in your lifetime. And let me tell you, making money is easy for me. With just 3 sentences, I can persuade a man to spend 18,000. Her tone was haughty, filled with pitying contempt for Guo Xiaopeng. 3 sentences, you say? Did you tell him you were pregnant? Guo Xiaopeng retorted, his words almost provoking her ire. Was it a difficult labor, or perhaps an ectopic pregnancy? That sounds dangerous. Did they remove your fallopian tubes? You could never conceive again? If that's the case, 18,000 seems inadequate. Qin Xiaoyan trembled in frustration. I want to waste my time with you. Zhang Zaihou is still waiting for me. If I were you, I'd ask that man for a little more. Considering the lifelong repercussions of not being able to bear children. With that, Guo Xiaopeng shook his head and walked away. Their exchange drawing the attention of onlookers who regarded Qin Xiaoyan with sympathetic glances. Hey, don't walk away. Clarify your statement. Who's pregnant? Qin Xiaoyan demanded, angered, as she stormed to the second-floor sofa. A strikingly handsome man, with an almost sickly demeanor, approached holding a glass of red wine. What has upset our dear Qin? Qin Xiaoyan, feeling aggrieved, replied, Mr. Tian, you must advocate for me. Someone just bumped into me and slandered me. Who is it? That fat one. She pointed towards the stands, where Guo Xiaopeng and Zhang Zaihou were engaged in hushed conversation. Although Qin Xiaoyan indicated Guo Xiaopeng, the man's attention was fixed entirely on Zhang Zaihou. Beneath the dim lighting, a glimmer of interest sparked in his eyes. What would you like to do, Miss Qin? He leaned in closer, lifting her chin with an audacious touch. To her surprise, Qin Xiaoyan found herself enjoying the attention. I don't and Apos. T wished to cause him too much trouble. Perhaps just break his hand would suffice. After all, he is acquainted with me. The man burst into a sharp, mirthful laugh. I adore your fiery spirit. He turned to a man with a scarred face, gesturing for him to follow. Scarred, the man understood the cue and descended the stairs, calling out to a few others along the way. This pale, somewhat frail-looking individual was Tian Xiaoya, the sole heir of the Tian family, who had previously faced legal troubles due to smuggling, from which his father, Tian Jiaxing, had expended considerable effort to extricate him. As Tian Xiaoya patted Chen Xiaoyan's shoulder, he moved towards the office. Father, that son-in-law has arrived in our territory. In the office, Tian Jiaxing, lost in contemplation of a landscape painting, slowly turned at the news. Zhang Zaihou, the husband of Tian Man, that son-in-law? Indeed, he is in the stands below. Has he entered the ring to fight? I checked the roster, and the one listed as the evil ghost should be him. With a disdainful snort, Tian Man had privately bestowed the latest robotic arm developed by the corporation upon him, not anticipating that he would so swiftly march towards his own demise. Tian Jiaxing chuckled, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Let him come and go without return. You know what must be done. Tian Xiaoya nodded, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he turned to leave. In the office, tendrils of blue smoke curled lazily in the air, while Tian Jiaxing gazed at the ink-washed landscape painting before him, lost in thought. He had not foreseen the trap laid by his second brother, which had cornered his son-in-law to such an extent. To think he would dare to participate in the boxing match behind their backs. Should they discover this, it would be intriguing to witness their reaction. Tian Man, did you not forbid the company from intervening to rescue my son? Little did you expect that retribution would arrive so swiftly. Today, I shall ensure you suffer great embarrassment. After all, he is family. One need not be excessively ruthless in their dealings. Simply sever your husband's other hand, and that will suffice. Would such an act be too extreme? No, not in the least. A smirk crept across Tian Jiaxing's lips, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he viciously crushed the dim red cigarette, but between his fingers. Chapter 24. The Mad Dog in the Upcoming Battle. The malevolent specter is set to face the Flower Tiger. As the host's fervent shout reverberated through the arena, the atmosphere ignited once more. Zhang Zaihou donned his mask and, upon stepping onto the stage, heard the system issue a mission. Ding. Host has triggered a side quest. Defeat the opponent, 1-5. A brutal underground fight, characterized by despicable and vile bloodshed, is the ethos of this arena. To conquer them, one must master the survival skills inherent to this realm. Quest reward, 20 conversion points, special effect potion. What does this 1-5 signify? Could it be that this is merely the first adversary? Zhang Zaihou gazed at the formidable fighter known as Flower Tiger, whose robust physique was reminiscent of a small mountain. His right arm glimmered under the scorching lights, faintly marked with MMX 4060, and streaks of blood adorned his iron fist, creating a terrifying visage. He chuckled ominously. I shall disassemble your arms and legs completely. Flower Tiger grinned, revealing a mouthful of menacing white teeth. Prior to the match, he had received instructions not to kill his opponent, but to ensure he wished he had died. In return, his reward would be doubled. Such a trivial request was not one Flower Tiger would decline. Zhang Zaihou remained silent, rolling up his sleeves for all to see his metallic right arm, which bore the insignia MMX 5080. No wonder you dare to challenge me. You have your advantages. But what of it? You think your mechanical limb can outclass mine? Here, I am invincible. Prepare to die. Flower Tiger bellowed, lunging forward and raising his massive fist for a ferocious strike. However, Zhang Zaihou deftly retreated, evading the blow with ease. Oh! Flower Tiger exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed his assured strike miss its target. You possess some skill. Let us see you withstand another blow. He charged forward, twisting his body as he unleashed his fist, creating a whooshing sound as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Zhang Zaihou and Appo's face. This was the sound of Flower Tiger and Appo's fist cleaving through the air, its speed and power amplified. Zhang Zaihou barely had time to brace himself, but unexpectedly, Flower Tiger altered his attack, redirecting his fist to land squarely on Zhang Zaihou's chest. With a resounding thud, the impact resonated throughout the arena. Zhang Zaihou, Guo Xiaopeng gasped in disbelief. Yet, the crowd erupted into raucous cheers, the majority having wagered on Flower Tiger. Tian Xiaoya in the stands sported a cruel grin. He was well aware of Flower Tiger and Appo's strength, having seen him break a fighter and Appo's ribs and pierce their heart with a single blow. He believed this strike could incapacitate Zhang Zaihou for months. It's over, Flower Tiger declared confidently, turning to leave. But after just a few steps, he heard Zhang Zaihou and Appo's voice behind him. What, have you conceded? Impossible. Flower Tiger spun around, astonished to find Zhang Zaihou standing firm, brushing dust from his chest. Is this a child and Appo's game? A child and Appo's game? This was an outright provocation. Flower Tiger's fury surged as he charged at Zhang Zaihou, all his strength coalescing in his iron fist, which glowed with intense heat, the metal already turning red. Die. This was Flower Tiger's ultimate move, a fiery iron fist. His hidden technique. Zhang Zaihou remained unfazed, stepping forward to deliver a straightforward counter, his fist rising unadorned to meet Flower Tiger's. Boom. A wave of heat radiated outward, accompanied by the scattering of steel fragments. As the heat subsided and dust settled, the crowd beheld Zhang Zaihou standing unscathed, while Flower Tiger and Appo's mechanical arm lay in ruins beside him, the fighter himself unconscious on the ground. How could this be? Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd. Even Tian Xiaoye on the platform was rendered speechless. The son-in-law was unexpectedly formidable? It was inconceivable. Surely, it was the MMX mechanical arm that had granted him victory over Flower Tiger. There could be no other explanation. After a prolonged silence, the host finally proclaimed, "Congratulations to the malevolent specter for defeating Flower Tiger. You have earned a reward of 2 million yuan. We won. We won." Guo Xiaoping erupted into laughter, rushing onto the stage to embrace Zhang Zaihou. At last, we can pay salaries. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. He attempted to lead Zhang Zaihou off the stage to claim their prize, but a staff member abruptly halted them. What, is winning not enough to leave? Guo Xiaoping inquired. Perplexed, the host replied coolly, "Our blood arena has a rule. Anyone who enters from outside must compete in 5 matches before claiming their prize." Guo Xiaoping was incensed. What kind of rule is that? I've never heard of it before. It was just established, the staff member pointed above. Zhang Zaihou looked up to see a frail young man eyeing him intently. It was Tian Xiaoye. The Tian family was up to no good. Tian Xiaoye in the stands wore a smug expression, even mimicking a throat-cutting gesture towards Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Since that is the case, we shall forego the prize, Guo Xiaoping declared resolutely, pulling Zhang Zaihou to leave, but it was too late. Scarface and several others obstructed their path. You fought here. You must adhere to our rules. Zhang Zaihou patted Guo Xiaoping's shoulder reassuringly. It's fine. I can handle this. Can you truly? 5 matches in a row. You. It's fine. Zhang Zaihou smiled, returning to the stage as the audience began to boo, for the man before them had just cost them their wagers. Zhang Zaihou stood firm, disregarding the tumult around him. The recent bout with Flower Tiger had drained much of his stamina, and although the system had significantly enhanced his physical attributes, he had still expended considerable energy in the brawl. Oh. The atmosphere is reaching a crescendo. The next challenger for our esteemed spectre is the Mad Dog. At this announcement, the audience erupted into a frenzy, some even leaping to their feet, their cheers escalating in fervor. Mad Dog, Mad Dog, Mad Dog. A gaunt figure slowly ascended the stage, a palpable scent of blood emanating from him. Zhang Zaihou raised an eyebrow, his instincts warning him of this individual's formidable strength. Chapter 25. Intensifying pain. The Mad Dog emanated an overpowering stench of blood. Its gaunt cheeks sunken, and its body darkened by the sun. Its eyes, bloodshot and fierce, resembled those of a demon, with gleaming white teeth that seemed poised to devour. Despite its emaciated form, the aura it projected was vastly more intimidating than that of the previously encountered Flower Tiger. And now, the match commenced. At the host's booming command, Zhang Zaihou felt a fierce wind rush toward him. Alarmed, he instinctively raised his arms to shield himself. A resounding thud echoed as he staggered back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. Yet, the assault was far from over. The Mad Dog lunged forward, leaning slightly, its right fist swinging with a buzzing sound, aimed directly at Zhang Zaihou's temple. With a surge of panic, Zhang Zaihou lifted his left arm and desperately attempted to evade the incoming blow. Bang! A dull thud resonated as he felt a numbing sensation sweep through the left side of his body. Just as he managed to rise, the Mad Dog unleashed a kick that sent Zhang Zaihou crashing to the ground, where it mounted him and rained down a flurry of punches. Zhang could only cover his head with his arms, struggling to defend himself. After enduring a barrage of blows, he seized an opportunity. His right knee shot up, bending like a shrimp in a defensive posture. With a powerful thrust, he drove his knee into the Mad Dog and Appo's back, causing it to stagger forward before regaining its footing. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Zaihou scrambled to his feet. However, the mad dog and Oppos' retaliatory whip kick followed swiftly. Behold my lethal strike, perish! The mad dog bellowed, its left leg striking out with the force of a tempest. The power behind this kick was immense. A normal person struck in the head would likely suffer a shattered neck or worse, death. Zhang Zaihou faced imminent danger, watching from the sidelines. Xiaopeng's face turned pale as he shouted in despair, regretting ever allowing Zhang Zaihou to enter the blood arena. The remaining spectators roared with excitement, eager for the spectacle of blood and carnage. Yet, as Zhang Zaihou confronted this deadly kick, he narrowed his eyes, for the system within his mind was urgently alerting him. Warning! Host is facing life-threatening danger. Repeat. Host is facing life-threatening danger. Extreme alert. As the system and Oppos' voice grew increasingly frantic, a glimmer of red light flashed in Zhang Zaihou's eyes. In response to the impending death blow, his mechanical arm reacted instinctively. His right arm extended, the metal at his forearm unfurling into a small circular shield. And what of your shield? It will be of no use. Witness my deathly kick. The mad dog cackled, delivering a heavy strike against the shield. Bang! The clash of metal rang out. Zhang Zaihou felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck, propelled backward and crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Fortunately, he managed to rise again, sustaining only minor injuries. However, his right mechanical arm was severely damaged. The shield lay shattered, exposing wires that sparked intermittently. Impossible. I must be seeing things. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This individual had survived a lethal kick, an unprecedented feat in the history of the blood arena. Zhang Zaihou slowly rose, glancing up at the mad dog, whose left leg was now a gruesome sight. Flesh torn away with blood pooling around, revealing glimmers of metal beneath. It dawned on Zhang Zaihou that his opponent had undergone a total transformation, replacing their entire skeletal structure with metallic components. I never anticipated that the strength of these new mechanical limbs would surpass my expectations. My alloyed bones of black gold failed to sever your mechanical arm. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Your prosthetic has been compromised. What other tricks do you possess? The mad dog bared its teeth like a wild beast. Mad dog, a human transformed by mechanical augmentation. Its entire body has undergone a brutal replacement, with black gold bones rendering it the sharpest instrument of death in the underground blood arena. Its bones are unyielding, impervious to any attack. Gazing at the system display, Zhang Zaihou strove to calm his racing heart, his mind racing to devise a strategy. System, what should I do? My opponent is entirely metal, truly a fortress of steel and iron, without any apparent weaknesses. Recommend host utilize mental assault techniques. Mental techniques? Zhang Zaihou chuckled wryly. Without a computer, he had no means of employing conversion value. Wait, conversion value? Following a recent system upgrade, he could expend conversion value to open a blind box. With little chance of victory at present, perhaps opening a blind box could turn the tide. System, open a blind box. Beep. Host expends 5 conversion points to open a blind box. Congratulations, host has acquired a special skill, intensified pain. This skill amplifies the sensation of pain, affecting the nerves and even the soul. Not even deities would dare to experience it a second time. This passive skill is deeply rooted in the notorious night physician of the underworld, famed for performing surgeries without anesthesia. Patients he treated exhibited remarkably effective outcomes. Yet, curiously, none of those he treated ever returned to his door again. Intensified pain, what a divine skill to have drawn. A smile crept across Zhang Zaihou's face. Prepare to meet your end. The mad dog, snarling, charged once more. Despite the wound on its leg, its speed remained undiminished. In an instant, it was before Zhang Zaihou, delivering a lethal throat strike without hesitation. Zhang Zaihou recoiled sharply, narrowly evading the blow, and countered with a punch aimed at the mad dog's chest. Unfazed, the mad dog stood its ground. After enduring bone-crushing agony, it realized its capacity to withstand pain had escalated exponentially. Even in ordinary matches, it remained undeterred by the injuries inflicted by its opponents, relentlessly pursuing victory. Hence, it earned the moniker Mad Dog. Since you refuse to evade, do not blame me. Zhang Zaihou's punch landed, triggering the intensified pain effect. Thud. A deep sound reverberated, followed by the mad dog's anguished cries. Ah, it hurts. A pain that penetrated to the very marrow of its being surged through the mad dog. It staggered backward, creating distance between itself and Zhang Zaihou, while clutching its chest. Its gaze filled with fury. What just happened? Why does this person's strike inflict such torment? It swore that this pain surpassed anything it had ever experienced 100-fold. 1,000-fold more excruciating than the agony of having its bones extracted. Chapter 26. The conspiracy of the Tian family. The excruciating pain that penetrated to the bone left him utterly astounded. An illusion. It must be an illusion. The mad dog steadied himself, preparing to retaliate. Just then, Zhang Zaihou launched the first attack. With a shout, Zhang Zaihou and Appo's fists surged forward. Countless shadowy punches aimed at the mad dog. Still haunted by the earlier sensation of pain, the mad dog dared not fight back, opting instead to protect his head and absorb Zhang Zaihou's blows. Yet, he felt that Zhang Zaihou's attacks were remarkably feeble. Even a fierce whip kick from Zhang Zaihou merely caused him to sway slightly. At that moment, the mad dog's heart began to settle. It seemed that the earlier pain was indeed a mere illusion, and the man before him was hardly a threat. With a sinister grin, the mad dog stepped forward and unleashed a cleverly angled rising dragon punch aimed directly at Zhang Zaihou's face. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhang Zaihou swiftly retreated while simultaneously delivering a kick to the mad dog's waist. The pain intensified, igniting a fierce response. The mad dog let out a muffled groan and stumbled to the ground. He struggled to endure the agony, a pain akin to death. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it had left him vulnerable. Now, Zhang Zaihou seized the opportunity, charging forward without hesitation, his mechanical prosthetic fully charged, delivering a powerful blow to the mad dog's cheek. A resounding crash echoed as the mad dog's head was forcefully embedded into the ground. The audience gasped in disbelief. The arena fell silent, save for Gui Xiaoping's jubilant exclamation of evil spirit. They never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous young man could bring down the notorious mad dog of the blood arena. The host stammered. "Let us congratulate the evil spirit for defeating before he could finish," the mad dog roared, using all his might to pull his head from the ground. Staggering back to his feet, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. But the mad dog was seething with rage, as the king of the underground blood arena. How could he be vanquished by this son-in-law? Gritting his teeth, his metallic frame creaked ominously. How could his black gold skeleton be bested by this man? He must kill him. Must shred him to pieces, must utterly crush him beneath his feet. The mad dog's heart howled in fury, his eyes turning crimson, resembling a beast poised to devour. At that moment, he resolved to unleash his final move, fully charging his black gold skeleton to maximum power, radiating an intense red heat. A crimson aura began to manifest above his head. This was the mad dog's ultimate form, the diamond flame form, which simulated the effects of the Buddhist technique. Diamond flame skill. It pushed all bodily functions to their limits, infusing attacks with fiery damage. Zhang Zaihou was momentarily stunned. When did the mad dog become a Buddha? The diamond flame skill. A low growl reverberated, ringing in Zhang Zaihou's ears. At that instant, the mad dog lunged forward in a frenzy, fists and feet attacking indiscriminately. Each strike from his metallic skeleton carried immense force, accompanied by a searing effect, akin to a raging tide intent on tearing Zhang Zaihou apart. Zhang Zaihou defended himself desperately, but ultimately, a punch landed squarely on his head, a trickle of crimson running down his forehead. He swayed, striving to remain upright. Witnessing this, the mad dog's ferocity intensified. "Behold my final punch, the diamond strike," he bellowed, charging at Zhang Zaihou, his fist roaring through the air, flames flickering around it. Confronted with this lethal blow, Zhang Zaihou's expression shifted from solemnity to a triumphant smirk, as if his scheme had succeeded. Alarm bells rang in the mad dog's mind, a chill running down his spine. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw, but it was too late. Just mere millimeters from Zhang Zaihou's chest, a hand intercepted his punch. Pain intensified. Zhang Zaihou unleashed his full might. Instantly, the sensation of agony engulfed the mad dog. A piercing wail erupting from the arena. Ah, it hurts so much. Like the pain of death. The overwhelming pain shattered the mad dog's will, sending him collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Seizing the moment, Zhang Zaihou decisively severed the black gold skeleton connecting to the mad dog's neck, instantly rendering him incapable of fighting. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Zaihou utilized the enhanced neural capabilities provided by his mechanical prosthetic to swiftly predict the mad dog's attack, dodging and countering, successfully bringing him down. As the mad dog lay incapacitated, the host proclaimed loudly, "Let us congratulate the evil spirit on his victory in the second match. Bastard, pay up. That's a scoundrel. Let him die. Go to hell, go to hell." Ignoring the audience's jeers and curses, Zhang Zaihou waved at them, inciting even greater outbursts from those who had lost their wagers. You looking down at the fallen mad dog? Zhang Zaihou inquired. What do you wish to say? You what on earth was that pain? The mad dog gasped. I am a doctor, adept at amplifying a patient's suffering, particularly pain. Zhang Zaihou adjusted his mask. But this pain is beyond the capabilities of any doctor. You must possess other means. The mad dog's gaze fell to the mechanical arm. Correct? Zhang Zaihou raised his prosthetic limb. Even if your bones are made of metal, your nerves remain. That is your Achilles heel. The crowd erupted in a chorus of shouts. Frustration palpable. On the second floor, Tian Xiaoye's expression darkened considerably. He furiously extinguished his cigarette and stormed into the office. Dad, the situation below is dire. What do you mean dire? Is that son-in-law dead? That would be difficult to explain. No, that son-in-law has won 2 consecutive matches. What? At this revelation, Tian Jiaxing jumped to his feet. He even defeated the mad dog. The color drained from Tian Jiaxing's face. He could hardly believe that Amir's son-in-law could become so powerful in such a short time. The root of it must be the newly installed mechanical prosthetic on his severed limb, yet even the latest model could not possibly surpass the mad dog's black gold skeleton. Suddenly, Tian Jiaxing recalled something. The blooming lotus, it must be the blooming lotus. Only the blooming lotus can defeat the mad dog's diamond flame skill. That wretched woman. Tian Man had secretly infused the blooming lotus into that fool's prosthetic. How infuriating. What is the blooming lotus? Tian Xiaoye had never heard of such a term. Tian Jiaxing shot him a fierce glare. The blooming lotus, like the diamond flame skill, activates the body's functions through a chip. To put it simply, it employs electronic mechanical means to simulate ancient cultivation techniques. Currently, on the black market, a single blooming lotus chip has skyrocketed to 10 million. It is virtually priceless. Tian Man regards this item as a treasured possession, reserved solely for internal family research. You reckless fool, I have long advised you to pay more attention to family matters. Yet you squander your days in the company of those disreputable friends. It infuriates me. Father, what should we do now that the mad dog has been defeated? Tian Jiaxing slowly draws on his cigarette, contemplating a course of action. Since the mad dog has indeed lost, we must inevitably resort to our ultimate weapon. Father, are you referring to that thing? A hint of fear laces Tian Xiaoye's voice, for the object spoken of by Tian Jiaxing transcends the realm of humanity. Chapter 27. The undead, however, that item is not in our possession. Transporting it requires time. During this interval, we can casually assign 2 individuals to manage the situation and endeavor to delay. But Father, although we are shareholders of the underground blood arena, we lack the authority to utilize that item. It is referred to as the ultimate weapon. ISN and AMP. Oppos, it merely money? By spending 10 million to employ that item, you can place bets and manipulate the situation, ultimately allowing us to profit. Not only will we earn money, but we can also dampen Tian Man's spirit. Most importantly, we can leverage this to impose conditions on her. Tian Xiaoye expressed his confusion. Father, will Tian Man comply with our demands for the sake of Zhang Zaihou, this son-in-law? Ha ha ha. I have a keen eye for people. That girl, Tian Man, appears cold but is passionate within. Despite her family arranging numerous blind dates, she has relentlessly rejected them. I believe she has already developed feelings for Zhang Zaihou, although she struggles to express them. Tian Jiaxing replied thoughtfully. All right, Father, I will proceed immediately. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? Call Tian Man. I intend to gradually undermine Zhang Zaihou in her presence. Tian Jiaxing commanded, prompting Tian Xiaoye to pick up the phone and dial Tian Man. After a few beeps, the call connected. Tian Xiaoye, what's the matter? Sister, hurry. Brother-in-law is boxing in the blood arena. What? The panic was evident in her voice from the other end. It's true. Didn't you arrange a mechanical prosthetic for him? He's using it to go head-to-head with the fighters. Brother-in-law has already gone up. I heard he even placed a bet on himself to win. You need to come quickly. Tian Xiaoye played his role dramatically, his tone vibrant with urgency. All right, I understand. With that, she hung up. Haha, the plan is set. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, a sense of conspiracy enveloping the room. Just as they reveled in their scheme, the office door swung open, and a well-dressed middle-aged man entered. It was Yin Zhiming, the steward of the Dongfang family. As the saying goes, a minister's gate is guarded by 7th-rank officials. Though he was merely a steward, he was not someone the Tian family could afford to offend. Tian Jiaxing, startled, quickly rose to greet him. Steward Yin, your presence graces my humble abode. I had some free time, so I thought I would join the excitement and observe the boxing matches. Yin Zhongming replied casually, settling onto the sofa, allowing Tian Jiaxing to sit down only afterward. I wonder if Steward Yin has been fortunate in your wagers? Oh, don't mention it. Yin Zhengming gestured toward Zhang Zaihou on the boxing ring below. I have no idea where this fellow emerged from, but he has managed to win 2 consecutive matches, causing me to lose a significant sum. I thought, Brother Tian, your fighters in the blood arena are not all show without substance, are they? It seems rather careless to let an unknown fighter take them down so easily. Although he possesses a new type of mechanical prosthetic, you have to admit, it's quite disappointing. Hearing Yin Zhengming's grievances, Tian Jiaxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The steward of the Dongfang family had come to the blood arena for a diversion, and he had failed to properly accommodate him, leading to his losses. This could prove detrimental in their future business dealings. Tian Jiaxing leaned in to whisper a few words into Yin Zhengming and Amp, Oppo's ear. Yin Zhengming and Amp, Oppo's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Absolutely, Tian Jiaxing assured him with a nod, prompting Yin Zhengming to burst into laughter. That is splendid. In that case, I shall place a wager of 500,000 to play a bit. Rest assured, this boxing match will surely yield 60-fold returns. On the ring, one fighter lay defeated on the ground, his arm, modified into a blade, shattered. He had suffered a heavy blow to the head, blood pooling around him, unconscious. Zhang Zaihou had been dominating the fight, but had not intended to go too hard. Yet, unexpectedly, the fighter attempted to stab him in betrayal. Thankfully, Zhang Zaihou's quick reflexes saved him, and he knocked the assailant out with a single punch. The brutality of the underground blood arena was evident. Let us once again congratulate the evil spirit for his successful challenge, having defeated the blade. He has now won 4 consecutive matches. As the host's voice boomed, the audience erupted into cheers. Despite earlier losses, they had recouped some of their funds. Among the crowd, the chubby fellow was especially excited, having bet on Zhang Zaihou and winning 500,000. According to the rules of the blood arena, if a challenger won 5 consecutive matches, they would be awarded 10 million in prize money. Will this Mr. Evil Spirit prevail in the final bout? Let us await the outcome. And now, the last contender. Wow. The host elongated his tone for effect. The final fighter is known as the Undead. As he spoke, a figure stepped onto the stage, exuding an unsettling calm. The audience was taken aback. The previous 4 fighters were all heavily modified, radiating an aura of menace, yet the last contender appeared entirely unaltered, looking rather frail. With a slight belly and a listless expression, was the blood arena in such disarray that they simply threw a fighter into the mix, prepared to concede defeat? Is this the item you mentioned? Yin Zhengming inquired from the second floor. Indeed, this is the cutting-edge success of your military technology, spiritual mechanics. Referred to here as the ultimate weapon, Tian Jiaxing replied cautiously. Though merely a prototype, its power is extraordinary. I am curious. The modification of spiritual mechanics falls under military secrecy. Did you acquire this through illicit means? Haha, Steward Yin, you jest. The realm of military technology is fraught with peril. We lack the capability for such endeavors. This was all arranged by higher authorities, Tian Jiaxing chuckled. Yin Zhengming ceased his probing, fully aware of the formidable background of the blood arena, recognizing Tian Jiaxing as merely a small fish in a vast ocean. What on earth is this? The moment the undead stepped onto the stage, Zhang Zaihou felt an eerie familiarity, though he could not place it. And now, the match begins. With a loud proclamation from the host, the undead seemed to awaken, lifting its head with a sinister grin, a chilling aura spreading around, especially from its eyes. A dark mist began to emanate. This creature is no human. As this thought crossed Zhang Zaihou's mind, the undead lunged at him. Die! With a bizarre shriek, the undead appeared at Zhang Zaihou and Amp, Oppo's side in an instant. The impact was thunderous. Zhang Zaihou was sent flying like a cannonball, rolling several times on the ground before regaining his footing. When he rose again, his expression was one of shock. Wait, something in Amp, Oppo's not right. This presence feels so familiar. As a flash of insight struck him, Zhang Zaihou finally recalled where he had encountered this creature before. Ah, don't lose. Damn, this is clearly a massacre. I've staked everything. The audience, witnessing the one-sided start to the match, erupted into chaos. They could not fathom why Zhang Zaihou, who had previously triumphed in 4 battles, was so easily subdued at the outset. Meanwhile, laughter echoed from the second floor. Rest assured, Chief Yin, this fellow is bound to lose. Just wait for your investment of 500,000 to double, Tian Jiaxing remarked with a smile, to which Yin Zhengming nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Tian Xiaoya entered the office and said, Dad, as per your instructions, The odds are now 60-1. The undead has indeed caused a significant upset. Both men burst into unrestrained laughter. There and Amp, Oppos, one more thing, Tian Man has arrived. Upon hearing Tian Xiaoye and Amp, Oppos' announcement, Tian Jiaxing turned to Yin Zhengming and said, "Please excuse yourself for a moment. There are matters that you should not be privy to." Yin Zhengming nodded, well aware that in a large family, many unsavory dealings transpired behind closed doors. He followed Tian Xiaoye out through a side door. Not long after they left, Tian Man entered. "Third uncle, where is Zhang Zaihou?" "What Tian Xiaoye told me is true." Having worked tirelessly throughout the day, she rushed over upon hearing the news. Dressed in professional attire, her poised figure exuded an air of cool detachment. "Zhang Zaihou is still in the ring. He has come down yet?" Tian Jiaxing indicated towards the arena. Tian Man looked over and saw a figure struggling to rise, bloodied and battered. It was evident that he had endured a brutal fight. Concern gripped her heart. "Third uncle, could you please make him come down quickly? I fear for his safety." "Alas, the match has already commenced. There is nothing I can do." Tian Jiaxing feigned reluctance, yet felt a sense of triumph at witnessing Tian Man and Oppos' distress. He seized the opportunity to admonish her. "It's not that I'm criticizing you. But why did you outfit Zhang Zaihou with a mechanical prosthetic? A simple prosthetic would suffice. He seems to think he is invincible, yet here he is, fighting in a match. As a husband, he ought to know his place. It's not right for him to be so clueless about his role. And as his wife, you have failed to educate him properly. It's one thing to be injured, but if he dies, you will be left a widow." Hearing Tian Jiaxing and Oppos' veiled threats, Tian Man could only acquiesce, nodding in resignation. "Third uncle is right. I have not managed my husband well. I only hope you can call off the match." "Ah. You know I am merely a shareholder in this underground arena. My influence is limited. If I were to call it off, I would have a difficult time explaining myself to the higher-ups. What will it take?" Tian Man was accustomed to such family intrigues. "Very well. I want the technology for liquid metal, and for the next family election for the chairman, I want the second house to vote in favor of our third house." Tian Jiaxing laid out his terms. Tian Man pressed her lips together, remaining silent. "What is this? Hesitating? The longer you hesitate, the more perilous your husband's situation becomes. You must think this through. Fine, it's a deal. Immediately terminate the match." Tian Man resolved decisively. "Excellent. Let us get a pen and paper to formalize this agreement." "Do not renege later," Tian Xiaoye said as he fetched the materials. Without a second glance, Tian Man swiftly signed her name. Seeing the deal sealed, Tian Jiaxing erupted into a triumphant laugh. "Tian Man, who would have thought you had a weakness?" He glanced towards the arena, preparing to signal the host to halt the match and spare Zhang Zaihou's life. However, as he turned, he was met with a shocking sight. Zhang Zaihou slowly rose. The system presenting his information, psychic mechanism, defective, level 3. A humanoid entity from the void, transformed into a mechanical abomination by military technology. Known as the ultimate humanoid weapon. Though he appears as a slovenly figure, his body harbors immense energy. Triggered system task, eliminate the psychic mechanical entity. Task successful, awarded 20 transformation points. Indeed, it was the essence from the patriarch of the Dongfang family. Zhang Zaihou recalled the massive ethereal worm. It seemed formidable yet was fundamentally weak. The mechanical entity before him was, after all, a creature of the void. Since it was a being from the void, dealing with it became significantly easier. A wooden sword appeared in his hand. Seeing Zhang Zaihou wielding only a wooden sword, the undead grinned mockingly. "You lowly human. Do you think you can kill me with that? Just a wooden sword? Ha ha ha, you truly amuse me." Zhang Zaihou replied slowly. "Once, a similar malevolent spirit uttered the same words to me. In the end, I sent that spirit back to its origins." No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Zaihou charged at the undead. The undead, filled with rage, scoffed. "You dare call us malevolent spirits, you insolent mortal. I am a psychic mechanical entity from the great void, and you think you can kill me?" As the words left his lips, Zhang Zaihou swung the new energy peach wood sword towards him. "My body is forged from steel. Do you think you can harm me? What if I do this?" Zhang Zaihou pressed a button on the energy peach wood sword. The sword erupted in brilliant blue light, enveloping the undead in an instant with 6,000 volts of electricity. "This sword of mine is specifically designed to vanquish malevolent spirits." Chapter 28. After all, we are family. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the kill mission, earning 20 conversion points. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, defeating fighters 5-5, earning 20 conversion points and a special effect potion. As the system notifications resounded, a broad grin spread across Zhang Zaihou's face. However, the spectators at the scene were far from convinced. They could not fathom why an obscure individual had managed to triumph in 5 consecutive matches within the underground blood arena. It is worth noting that since its establishment over several decades ago, countless formidable challengers had attempted to conquer the arena, yet none had lasted beyond 5 bouts. Black curtain! Black curtain! A blatant black curtain! The audience erupted in frenzied shouts, yet Zhang Zaihou remained indifferent, solely focused on hastily redeeming his well-deserved rewards. Observing Zhang Zaihou and Appo's victory and his safe descent from the ring, Tian Jiaxing stood in a daze, turning to Tian Man. It must be you. You are undoubtedly orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Third uncle, despite our differences, I would never resort to sabotage. If he lacked the mechanical prosthetics you provided, embedded with the Lotus Bloom technology, would he have the audacity to come here? Third uncle, please do not spout nonsense. The Lotus Bloom is a crucial secret of our corporation. I would never casually allow anyone else to utilize it. With that, Tian Man attempted to leave, only to be halted by Tian Jiaxing's voice. Tian Man, do you believe I will simply let you walk away? Do you have any idea whom you are about to offend? Who? Tian Jiaxing smirked condescendingly, slowly uttering 3 words, Yin Zhengming. Upon hearing this name, Tian Man and Appo's heart sank. Although Yin Zhengming was merely the steward of the Dongfang family, the Tian family required the support of the Dongfang family to thrive. Offending Yin Zhengming would mean that he could whisper ill tidings into the ears of the Dongfang patriarch, thus severely hindering the resurgence of the Tian family. What shall I do? Noticing Tian Man's hesitation, Tian Jiaxing grew smug, having regained control of the situation. The chief steward of the Dongfang family, Yin Zhengming, had wagered on the victory of the undead. Now that he is lost, he is furious, and the repercussions could be dire. Had you acquiesced to my terms earlier, I would have personally appeased Yin Zhengming to defuse this conflict. But since you refused, I shall inform Yin Zhengming that it was your husband, Zhang Zaihou, who caused his defeat. Should Yin Zhengming take offense, and something unfortunate were to befall your husband while he is out and about, be it a traffic accident or a flower pot from a rooftop, who knows what fate awaits him. I do not speak to frighten you, Tian Man. This is for your own good. After all, we are family. Tian Man's fingers clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Indeed, if Yin Zhengming desired Zhang Zaihou's demise, he need not explicitly state it. Merely hinting at it would prompt countless individuals to carry out the deed. Just as Tian Man found herself in a quandary, the office door swung open abruptly. A figure wearing a ghastly mask peered in. I just redeemed my prize downstairs, and they informed me that the amount was substantial, directing me to come here for the exchange. Is this the right place? Upon seeing the 2 individuals in the office, the masked person momentarily froze. I'll come back later. You 2 carry on. As he turned to leave, Tian Jiaxing interjected. Zhang Zaihou, why do you look like a mouse that has encountered a cat upon seeing your wife? Why attempt to flee, realizing his identity had been exposed? Zhang Zaihou decided against further pretense, removing the mask with a flourish. Oh, so my wife came to watch my match. Did you think I looked dashing just now? Zhang Zaihou chuckled, hoping to defuse the situation, but Tian Man remained unresponsive, her expression icy and silent. Sensing the gravity of her displeasure, Zhang Zaihou whispered, Man. What on earth is happening? Tian Man remained silent. Beside them, Tian Jiaxing laughed derisively. You fool, you and Appo's managed to drag Tian Man down with you. Do not think that just because you won the match with the mechanical prosthetic your wife provided, you can act with impunity. You are nothing without her. If she had intervened on your behalf, you would have perished in that ring long ago. But I won the match, didn't I? Zhang Zaihou asked, puzzled. Of course you did, but you have offended someone who could make you vanish from this world with a mere flick of a finger. Your wife transferred the technology to me to ensure your survival, allowing you a few more years of existence. I must say, this niece of mine is quite devoted to you, Tian Jiaxing lamented, gesturing toward the office door. Now, be gone, and refrain from making a spectacle of yourself, lest my niece finds herself cleaning up your mess again. Upon hearing this, Tian Man turned to leave, but Zhang Zaihou grasped her wrist firmly. I want to know whom I have offended. Zhang Zaihou, do you think you hold any significance? Ultimately, you are merely a dog of the Tian family, as such. Remain obedient and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Yet Zhang Zaihou persisted with calm determination. Who exactly have I offended? Very well. Since you fear nothing, I shall enlighten you. The person you have offended is just as Tian Jiaxing was about to reveal the name. The side door was abruptly pushed open, revealing an irate Yin Zhiming. Tian Jiaxing, tell me what is going on. Why have we lost again? It's not my fault. This brat is the culprit. Tian Jiaxing instantly shoved Zhang Zaihou forward. Steward Yin, there has been a misunderstanding. If you have incurred any losses, I am willing to compensate. Tian Man interjected, attempting to mediate. Compensate? Do you think you can afford my losses? 50,000 was mere pocket change to Yin Zhongming, especially considering that his fiancée, 30 years his junior, had also wagered 200,000. Expecting to leave triumphantly, he was instead met with a shocking upset. Now left in tears, Yin Zhongming was furious, having stormed and demanding answers. Tian Jiaxing, reveal the identity of that masked devil. I shall have him skinned alive, and his entire family shall pay the price. The entire office reverberated with Yin Zhongming's furious roar. It was him, it was him. Tian Jiaxing pointed unhesitatingly at Zhang Zaihou. Steward Yin, though he is my niece and Apos, as husband, I still stand with you. If you choose to take action, feel free to eliminate my niece along with him. Tian Jiaxing added without remorse. Tian Jiaxing. Tian Man shot him an angry glare. Steward Yin, regardless of the cost, I will compensate you. As long as you spare my husband. Spare him? Even killing him would not suffice to assuage my wrath. Yin Zhongming turned with a fierce glare, eager to discern who dared to cross him. Yet upon seeing Zhang Zaihou, he paused, suddenly feeling less enraged than before. Ah, little Yin. Has the old master's condition improved? I haven't had the time to visit him lately. Zhang Zaihou greeted with a warm smile and a wave. Steward Yin, do not heed this rascal as flattery. Here, take this knife. Go ahead and stab him in the kidneys, Tian Jiaxing added, handing over a gleaming dagger. Only then did Yin Zhongming fully grasp that it was Zhang Zaihou who had caused him to lose the match. This was one individual he could not afford to offend. Not only did the elder master acknowledge him as a brother, but he would also struggle to explain himself to the elder regarding this matter. The matter at hand, while once significant, has now lost its weight. One should not dwell excessively on the outcomes of competitions. Mr. Zhang, Yin Zhongming pushed the dagger away, intending to engage in light conversation with Zhang Zaihou, only to observe Zhang Zaihou subtly shake his head. As a person in authority, he understood that Zhang Zaihou preferred to keep his ties with the Dongfang family under wraps, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Let us put this matter aside. Youth often acts impulsively. Mr. Yin, you were quite furious just now, poised to take a life, Tian Jiaxing teased. That was then. This is now. I've had a change of heart and prefer not to resort to violence. What about your unmarried fiancée, who is in her 30s? Are you not concerned about her? She is merely a woman. What does she understand? A necklace will suffice. But you must acknowledge her feelings. I have already drawn my knife. Hearing Tian Jiaxing's incessant prodding to provoke a confrontation with Zhang Zaihou, Yin Zhongming felt a surge of anger. After all, the elder's brother had personally recognized him. How could he dare to act? You old fool, are you attempting to use me as a weapon? Without hesitation, Yin Zhongming slapped Tian Jiaxing across the face. The sharp sound left everyone in stunned silence. I have already expressed my forgiveness, yet you still incite trouble. I shall see who dares to touch him today. You better remember this, otherwise your frail bones might not withstand the consequences. With that, Yin Zhongming stormed out of the office, leaving behind a bewildered Tian Man and a stunned Tian Jiaxing, who was holding his face. After a long pause, Tian Man turned to Zhang Zaihou and said, Uncle, the previous promise is void. With Yin Zhongming's assurance, Tian Jiaxing no longer dared to make things difficult for the couple. Quickly changing his demeanor, he said, All right. Uncle was merely joking with you earlier. Do take care. If not, I can send a car for you. At this point, Tian Jiaxing was eager for them to leave so that he could sort through the recent events. However, Zhang Zaihou showed no intention of departing, having won the competition. He still needed to collect his prize money, or there would be no wages to distribute come morning. Thus, he casually reclined on the sofa. Uncle, your environment here is truly splendid, and with the fight going on, you must have made at least $1 million tonight. If I recall correctly, when I married into the Tian family, one of the family rules stated that no member of the Tian clan is allowed to gamble. Uncle, am I mistaken? He winked at Tian Man, who understood that her husband intended to seek retribution. She adopted a stern expression and stated, I will inform grandfather of this. Oh, please don't. If the old man finds out, I will be finished and unable to enter the family tree. Tian Jiaxing realized that if this matter reached the ears of the Tian patriarch, his fate would be sealed. Previously, Zhang Zaihou was in his grasp. unafraid of Tian Man's potential revelations. But now he found himself in a precarious position. Knowing the consequences, why did you engage in such actions? You should be cautious. Tian Man was unyielding to Tian Jiaxing's pleas and turned to leave. Yet just as she reached the door, Zhang Zaihou grasped her arm. Tian Man. Uncle must have his reasons for acting as he did. Please try to understand. Look at Uncle. He is aging, and Tian Xiaoye is not up to par. He must secure some funds, hence such desperate measures. Moreover, even if Uncle is involved in this betting, it is trivial compared to what occurs outside. Most importantly, Uncle has not committed any egregious acts. He has neither forced anyone into disgrace nor caused ruin for families. To inform grandfather and have him strike Uncle down would be rather heartless, would it not? Although uncertain why Zhang Zaihou suddenly defended him, Tian Jiaxing could only nod vigorously in agreement. Yes, 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 please spare Uncle this time. Tian Man, though cold on the surface, was warm within. Her earlier remarks were merely to frighten Tian Jiaxing, and she had no intention of reporting him. This served as the perfect pretext to backtrack. Zhang Zaihou seized the moment. Tian Man, this situation can escalate or be resolved. Let us choose to forgive him this time. Should he err again, we can still inform grandfather later. To ensure he does not repeat his mistakes, I have devised a punishment. Would you be willing to accept it? I accept. I accept. Having been unsettled by Zhang Zaihou and then slapped by Yin Zhengming, Tian Jiaxing's thoughts were already in disarray. Very well, please redeem my 80 million. Only then did Tian Jiaxing realize why Zhang Zaihou had spoken on his behalf. He had been awaiting this moment. Stammering, he replied, I do not have that much money on hand. Whatever amount you have will suffice. Otherwise, I shall not be responsible for this matter. Tian Jiaxing bit his lip. Aware that if Tian Man disclosed this to grandfather, the repercussions would far exceed the value of 80 million. He had no choice but to spend money to ensure his safety. I only have over 20 million. I shall give you all of it. He handed a check to Zhang Zaihou, who accepted it with a grin. 20 million was splendid. As for the remaining 60 million, Zhang Zaihou. Do not put your luck. Zhang Zaihou feigned a troubled expression. I know Uncle is currently financially strained. How about we use items as collateral? Look around your room filled with treasures. Is there anything of value to pledge? Tian Jiaxing pondered for a moment before gritting his teeth and heading toward a bookshelf. He cautiously retrieved the tattered book. The others leaned in to see what it was. What is this? Such a shabby item. Uncle, you cannot be attempting to trick me. Zhang Zaihou appeared displeased. How could that be? This is a treasure, a rare gem. Tian Jiaxing hastily clarified. A dilapidated book is regarded as a treasure? How could I be so easily deceived? Darling, perhaps we should visit grandfather for some tea and discuss family matters. Let us also address his unfilial third son, who treats the Tian family rules with disdain. Upon hearing Zhang Zaihou's sarcastic remarks, Tian Jiaxing immediately defended himself. You fail to recognize the true value of this book. I paid a hefty sum to acquire it from an old man. He claimed that this book holds the essence of heaven and earth, capable of predicting past and future lives. The only flaw is that it reveals too many celestial secrets, which may diminish one and Appo's lifespan. After purchasing the book, I conducted an investigation and found that the man, despite being in his 30s, appeared as if he were in his 70s. He must have revealed too many secrets. Hearing Tian Jiaxing's bizarre, almost fantastical tale, Zhang Zaihou began to take it seriously. He examined the book, which bore the inscription The Great Destiny Divine Calculation. As soon as his fingers touched it, the system sent a notification. Detected the Book of Destiny Divine Calculation. Destiny Divine Calculation gathers the essence of ancient wisdom, seizing the secrets of life and death, glimpse the mechanisms of heaven and earth to attain the supreme path. However, the secrets of heaven must not be disclosed. Those who do so shall suffer a diminished lifespan. I advise all to cherish and be cautious. This book is indeed authentic, truly capable of foretelling past events. Zhang Zaihou was thoroughly astonished, his excitement palpable. Old-fashioned fellow, do you now comprehend the value of this item? Tian Jiaxing, with no other recourse, informs you that this treasure will only be revealed in the direst of circumstances. This singular object is worth more than countless others in this place. Do you grasp how precious it truly is? Zhang Zaihou clutches it in his hands, fearful that someone might snatch it away. Very well, it is indeed his. Upon witnessing Zhang Zaihou's readiness to divulge, Tian Jiaxing lets out a long sigh of relief. A few gentle words from Tian Man suffices. It appears this son-in-law is rather easy to manage. Although the outcome has resulted in some losses, it remains tolerable. Tian Jiaxing silently resolves that he has made a mistake this time, and he will not let this young couple escape unscathed in the future. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Zaihou leisurely suggests, "Uncle, since you seem to have nothing else, shall we draft an IOU for the remaining 50 million? At these words, Tian Jiaxing collapses to the ground in disbelief. You rascal, your heart is truly dark, and your face is remarkably thick. We have given you our family and Appo's most treasured possessions, yet you still demand 40 million. Is this book worth merely 10 million in your hands?" Zhang Zaihou feigns difficulty. "Uncle, one cannot phrase it that way. I have already made an exception for you. If you were to sell this book outside, would it even fetch 10 million? What are you thinking, uncle? This item is far too old and obscure. We are relatives, and that is why I am valuing it at 10 million. Otherwise, not a soul would offer even 10,000 for it." Tian Jiaxing feels tears welling up. After all, he is a person of some standing. Tomorrow, he could set up a stall at the overpass, and within a day, the entire city would know of his plight. Zhang Zaihou clearly revels in slapping them with the harsh realities of their situation. He has swindled their money, acquired their belongings, and now he insists on an IOU. All while they must express gratitude towards him without a single complaint. Most importantly, he is the one who orchestrated this entire affair. "Come, leave your thumbprint here." Zhang Zaihou hastily scribbles an IOU and places it before Tian Jiaxing. Gazing at the numerous zeros in the figure, Tian Jiaxing and Appo's despair is palpable. He struggles to press down his thumb, no matter how hard he tries. "Uncle, do not hold back. Pressing down is quite simple. We are relatives. How could I possibly deceive you? After all, we are family." Reflecting on how he has been duped out of over 20 million by his niece and her husband this evening, and now coerced into signing an IOU, Tian Jiaxing feels his temples throbbing, and ultimately, the world spins around him as he faints onto the sofa. Chapter 29. Encounters in life. By the time a few individuals emerged from the casino, the clock had struck 2 in the morning. Hua Xiaoping, displaying remarkable insight, hailed a cab and departed first. Before leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Zaihou and discreetly gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Zaihou rolled his eyes and sauntered over to Tian Man. "It's late. Allow me to escort you home," he offered. Tian Man initially intended to decline, yet the words lingered unspoken on her lips. Thus, the two strolled through the night, an almost intangible atmosphere of intimacy enveloping them. After a prolonged silence, Tian Man finally broke the quiet. "You truly possess exceptional skills. You won the competition? Well, I owe much of that to the prosthetic you provided me. Albeit it has suffered some damage," Zhang Zaihou replied, lifting his right arm to lament the broken circuitry and twisted metal. "Shall we replace it with a new one? I can bring it to you tomorrow," she suggested. "No need. Despite its flaws, it remains functional." "Then why did you choose to compete tonight?" "It was a matter of necessity. Shortly after I became the director, Director Chow demanded a salary of 1 million, which compelled me to seek funds at your uncle's establishment." "Are you truly intent on claiming my uncle's 50 million? "Ah, that particular matter," Zhang Zaihou said, producing the IOU. "Initially, I pressured your uncle into signing as a means of leverage. Now that my objective has been achieved, this document has lost its purpose." With that, he released his grip, and the paper danced away in the night breeze. "Hey, that amounts to 40 million. Tian Man exclaimed, watching the slip vanish, her heart twisting with concern. Though her uncle was a seasoned businessman, he was a man of integrity, and she believed he would honor this debt, even if it required considerable sacrifice. Yet, she never anticipated Zhang Zaihou would so casually discard the note. Gazing at the profile of the man beside her, she found him unexpectedly handsome. Having cohabited with him for 3 years, she realized she had scarcely comprehended his essence. He seemed increasingly enigmatic, exuding an inexplicable allure. Oh no! Could it be that I am developing feelings for him? Under the gentle night breeze and the soft moonlight, Tian Man gazed at Zhang Zaihou, feeling somewhat entranced. Zhang Zaihou, too, observed her quietly, his gaze ablaze with intensity, causing her heart to race. "What are you staring at?" she demanded. "I was thinking." Zhang Zaihou leaned closer, enveloping her in his unique masculine aura. "What do you intend to do?" Tian Man felt her anxiety intensifying. In this dimly lit space, the atmosphere thick with ambiguity, she pondered whether to rebuff any inappropriate advances. Although she was his wife, such situations were unfamiliar territory for her. As Zhang Zaihou's face drew nearer, her expression remained placid. But internally, tumultuous waves surged. Should I refuse? Should I? He is coming closer. Is he truly approaching? Oh, I meant to say, I would like to commission a batch of robots, if that is permissible. Of course, the price is not an issue. The abrupt declaration shattered the daydreams and inner musings that had occupied her mind. A hollow sensation washed over her. Excuse me, what did you say? I said I wished to procure a batch of robots. Upon hearing this, Tian Man felt a profound sense of disillusionment. After all that contemplation, this was the inquiry? Just this? In an instant, her expression turned frosty, her demeanor serious. She flung her handbag at Zhang Zaihou. Forget your robots. With that, she turned on her heel and sped away in a vehicle, leaving Zhang Zaihou in a state of bewilderment. What an enigma. Everything seemed fine just moments ago, yet suddenly, the mood shifted. As he watched the taillights fade into the distance, Zhang Zaihou shook his head. Indeed, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. The following day, as noon approached, a second-hand Wuling Hongguang sped along the winding roads of Fuhu Mountain. Inside, Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaopeng were seated, having found accommodations nearby after their victorious competition the previous day. Guo Xiaopeng, at the wheel, appeared rather displeased. Old Zhang, we won a substantial sum yesterday. Why are we still driving this dilapidated 5,000 yuan vehicle? We could have bought a Lamborghini or a Rolls-Royce, and even a Mercedes or BMW would suffice. As directors, we should not be seen in such a shabby Wuling. Moreover, you choose to transport $1 million in cash in this piece of junk? Zhang Zaihou could only respond with a sense of resignation to Guo Xiaopeng and Appos' complaints. Lacking a driver and Appos' license himself, and given that Guo Xiaopeng had only recently obtained his, he felt it prudent to avoid luxury vehicles that might incur damage. He had opted for a modest car to allow Guo Xiaopeng to hone his driving skills before transitioning to something more extravagant. As they navigated back to the mental health facility, they arrived at the entrance where a security guard poked his head out. Upon seeing the Wuling, his attitude turned decidedly haughty. Move along, parking is not permitted here. Raise the barrier. The director of the facility is inside this car, Guo Xiaopeng replied, pressing the horn, which blared loudly. Leave immediately. We do not recognize this junk in our facility. If you do not depart, I will have someone damage your vehicle. This incensed the security guard, who had been eagerly awaiting his lunch break. Zhang Zaihou, who had been engrossed in his phone, looked up and chuckled. Wasn't this the same guard who had previously obstructed him at the Tian Corporation? He had heard that the guard's cousin was a manager in the project department. Who would have thought he would end up as a security guard here? Truly, life is full of unexpected encounters. Chapter 30. What on earth does he want to do? Hurry up, don't just stand there. How dare this broken car make me raise the barrier? Get lost. Or I might just call someone to smash your car. The security guard shouted, still unaware of the identity of the person inside the vehicle, Zhang Zaihou. It was the same familiar routine, the same old atmosphere. Zhang Zaihou smiled at Guo Xiaopeng and shrugged his shoulders. Seeing the situation escalate, Guo Xiaopeng felt a surge of anger. He had previously been unable to stand up to others, but now, as the assistant to the director, how could a mere security guard stop him? Without hesitation, Guo Xiaopeng stepped out of the car and strode forward with determination. Are you blind? Don't you know this is the new director's car? How can someone so lacking in insight still call themselves a security guard? You and Appos, be better off cleaning toilets. The guard was momentarily taken aback. He indeed knew about the new director's appointment. However, he had never seen any director driving a Wuling Hongguang. Surely, the least they would drive would be a Mercedes or a BMW. This Wuling Hongguang seems a bit beneath the standard. Hold on, I'll confirm this. The guard scratched his head and turned to make a phone call for verification. But Guo Xiaopeng was not having it. If he lost face here, he might as well give up on ever working in the psychiatric hospital again. What do you need to confirm? The director bought this car just this morning. What can you possibly confirm? I'm telling you, raise the barrier immediately, or I'll have you fired. Do you believe me? You and Appos, just bluffing. I have connections. Do you know who my cousin is? The guard scoffed. My cousin is the manager of the project department at Tian Corporation, and he has my back. Don't think you can just fire me. Even if the director wanted to, he'd have to think twice. Guo Xiaopeng was furious. You really think you're something special? I'll have the director fire you right now. Just then, Director Chao Dishing emerged. What is all this shouting about? Director. You've finally come out. He claims this car belongs to our director, but I can't believe our director would drive such a piece of junk. With his status, he should be driving a Mercedes or a BMW, so I stopped the car. Chao Dishing paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the vehicle. His mind didn't immediately register it until he saw Guo Xiaopeng standing nearby. Director, I'm the assistant to the director. We met yesterday. Right, I remember you. Yes, of course. Chao Dixing recalled their conversation yesterday. Is this really the director's car? Indeed. You asked the director to resolve the salary issue yesterday. And we rushed back that evening to find a solution. We just managed to get the funds, so raise the barrier and notify everyone that we're distributing salaries. Zhang Zaihou also stepped out of the car and added, Director Chao, don't just stand there. Quickly distribute everyone's salaries. What? You got the money back? Chao Dixing's heart sank. Just yesterday, that person from the Tian family had boasted that Tian Corporation would never assist Zhang Zaihou. How could he have acquired the funds today? Judging by their confident demeanor, it seemed unlikely that there were any issues. But how did they manage to secure the money? Chao Dixing was utterly perplexed. Stop dawdling. Let us get to it. Everyone has been through a lot, Zhang Zaihou urged. That's fantastic. I'll notify everyone right away. Chao Dixing finally snapped to attention and headed toward the office building, leaving the security guard dazed. When Zhang Zaihou had exited the car, the guard was in shock. He never expected the person he looked down upon would emerge from the vehicle. Moreover, seeing how Zhang Zaihou commanded Chao Dixing, it was evident that he was indeed the director. Would he have to work under him in the future? Wouldn't he be putting himself at a disadvantage? While the guard was lost in thought, Guo Xiaoping pointed at the Wuling Hongguang and said, Remember this car, now raise the barrier. After saying this, both of them got back into the car. The guard fumbled to press the barrier lift button, but oddly enough, the usually smooth barrier stopped halfway. Realizing there was a malfunction, the guard rushed forward and strained to push the barrier up. Finally, the shabby second-hand Wuling Hongguang rolled forward, and the guard stood at attention, saluting as they passed by. As Zhang Zaihou drove past, he smiled at the guard, who was left bewildered and sweating profusely. Mr. Tian, what is going on? Zhang Zaihou just brought back $1 million. We're distributing salaries now. In the office, Chao Dixing was on the phone. What? Where did he get $1 million from? I'm not sure, but I just saw him driving that dilapidated Wuling. Could it be he mortgaged the company's luxury car to get the money back? Truly. No matter how vigilant one is, a trusted person can be the most dangerous. This young lady actually assisted him in such a manner. Tian, what should we do? I'm with the old man right now, so I can't act just yet. But don't worry, Zhang Zaihou is merely a pawn. The director's position will eventually be yours. What is our next step? There's no rush. Let him bask in his glory for a while. After this, the call ended. And Chao Dixing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. At that moment, a voice came from behind him. Director Chao, what are you doing? The sudden voice nearly startled Chao Dixing to death. Turning around, he saw Zhang Zaihou standing right behind him. Chao Dixing immediately changed his demeanor and shook Zhang Zaihou and Appo's hand tightly. Oh, the director has arrived. Thank you so much for resolving such a long-standing issue. On behalf of the staff, I appreciate your efforts. You've already made such a significant contribution upon your arrival. I wonder what brings you here? Zhang Zaihou explained. I have ordered a batch of medical robots from Tian Corporation, and I wanted to discuss it with you since you are the deputy director of the hospital. That is wonderful. I never expected such a young director to have such extensive connections and such visionary ideas. Chao Dixing continued to flatter. I have already finalized the arrangements with the corporation, and a batch of robots will be delivered tomorrow. You'll just need to sign for them. Director. If I may say something inappropriate, each robot costs several $100,000. We cannot bear that financial burden. That is not something you need to worry about. I've already paid for them. Oh, that is truly fantastic. Upon realizing there was no profit to be made, Chao Dixing felt a twinge of regret. All right. That is all for now. I have other matters to attend to. Director, you are so busy. For matters like this, just give me a call. You don't need to come personally. After Chao Dixing saw Zhang Zaihou out the door, he revealed a puzzled expression. A batch of robots? What on earth does this new director intend to do? Chapter 31. The Banquet at Hongmending. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of resolving the psychiatrist and Appo's salary at the mental hospital. Reward, 20 transformation points, and the technique of transformation. In the office, Zhang Zaihou rubbed his hands together in excitement. The transformation points could be saved for a lottery or drawn in special circumstances. What intrigued Zhang Zaihou the most was the technique of transformation. A thin book fell before him, and as he reached out with his divine right hand, the book instantly dissolved into a myriad of light and shadows, vanishing from sight. A wealth of information surged into Zhang Zaihou and Appo's mind. Transformation technique. All things possess spirit. With a single touch, one can awaken sentience in all beings. The host may utilize one transformation point for the process, endowing the transformed object with intelligence, and there exists a chance for the object to acquire extraordinary abilities. Upon reading this, Zhang Zaihou felt a stirring curiosity and could not help but rub his hands in anticipation of experimentation. After searching the hospital thoroughly, he could only find 2 stray dogs. Ultimately, he suppressed his intense curiosity, unwilling to squander his precious transformation points. The following morning, before Zhang Zaihou had even risen, he heard the sound of cars in the courtyard. He sprang out of bed to find several vehicles lined up outside, each laden with large wooden crates. Among them stood Gu Siyu, commanding workers to move the crates, dressed impeccably in professional attire. Her expression was cool, adorned with light makeup, exuding an air of aloofness. His friend exclaimed, "Dude, I think I'm in love. She's my destined partner." A sudden voice startled Zhang Zaihou from behind. Turning around, he saw Guo Xiaoping, gazing out the window with a dazed expression. "Bro, Lu Jia just dumped you, and you're already moving on? Your emotions are too fickle, and she might not even be interested in you." "It's fine. I'm willing to be her backup," Guo Xiaoping replied. "Man, a simpy is destined to end up with nothing." Zhang Zaihou retorted. "You're mistaken. The simpy will eventually move the goddess," Guo Xiaoping countered firmly. Hearing Guo Xiaoping's resolute words, Zhang Zaihou shook his head in resignation. As they exited the office, Gu Siyu approached them with a serious demeanor. "These are 28 V-type robots, each costing 600,000, totaling 16,800,000. President Tian has agreed to charge you only 15 million. Please sign for them." As she handed a stack of documents to Zhang Zaihou, Guo Xiaoping took it with both hands, sporting what he thought was a suave expression, prompting Gu Siyu to roll her eyes, clearly uninterested in him. Once Guo Xiaoping completed the signing, Gu Siyu snatched the documents back and addressed Zhang Zaihou earnestly. "I don and Oppos. To understand why a psychiatrist needs so many robots. The mental health sector yields no profit, and the investment does not correlate with the outcome. You know President Tian is under immense pressure to support you. Many oppose this order. You're aware the Tian family is watching closely. I only hope you, as a man, take on the necessary responsibility and do not disappoint those who support you." After this, Gu Siyu continued, "There and Oppos. One more thing. The Tian group has a meeting this afternoon, and President Tian wishes for you to attend." With that, she turned and walked away, her slender figure fading into the distance, leaving Guo Xiaoping in a daze. With a clap, Zhang Zaihou unceremoniously roused Guo Xiaoping from his stupor. "Stop daydreaming and come help me." They both directed several security guards to laboriously bring a robot into the office. Once inside, Guo Xiaoping was out of breath. "Old Zhang, I also oppose your actions. What do you need with so many robots? Did you miss out on playing with them as a child and now want to compensate yourself with wealth? Besides, these robots are so rigid, they can't compare to the cuteness of a nurse. Get lost. You commoners cannot fathom my plans," Zhang Zaihou scoffed, dismissing Guo Xiaoping. In the office, he paced before the V-type robots. Zhang Zaihou's ambition was quite audacious, verging on the outrageous. His fundamental approach was to transform the robots, enabling them to learn the art of divination. The deterioration of their lifespan would merely involve the degradation of mechanical parts, which could be mass-produced. Eventually, when the robots performed divination, it would result in the consumption of electronic components. With this thought, Zhang Zaihou summoned his divine right hand, his finger glowing faintly as he gently touched the robot and amp, Oppos' head. With that single touch, the sentience of all beings awakened. He slowly stepped back, hoping for a miracle to unfold. However, after waiting for a considerable time, the robot remained utterly unresponsive. Strange, was there a flaw in the process? After pondering for some time, Zhang Zaihou could not pinpoint the issue. He paced restlessly, holding the art of divination in his hands, contemplating how to make the robot provide him with an omen. Unbeknownst to him, it was already noon, and he needed to head to the Tian group meeting. Noticing the time, he placed the book on the desk and stepped outside. However, shortly after he left, the previously inert robot subtly tilted its head and gazed at the book on the desk. A blue light flickered in its eyes. He called Guo Xiaoping, and the two set off towards the Tian group in a Wuling Hongguang. Along the way, Zhang Zaihou found it peculiar. The Tian family had never summoned him to a meeting before. Why was this occasion different? Moreover, Gu Siyu had spoken to him with unusual seriousness, and he recalled her mentioning the immense pressure President Tian faced. Could today's meeting be a trap? The Wuling Hongguang swiftly arrived at the Tian group and amp, Oppos' parking lot, where luxury cars dominated the scene: Bentleys, Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, and the least of which were BMWs and Audis. The Wuling Hongguang appeared woefully out of place among the opulent vehicles. "Old Zhang, I'm not criticizing you, but this clunker makes us look cheap. We have 50 to 60,000 in the trunk. Why not buy a decent car instead? You're the director after all. Doesn't it feel embarrassing to drive a Wuling Hongguang? Guo Xiaoping remarked as he searched for a parking spot. All right. It's up to you. I don't mind. Just find a parking space quickly, Zhang Zaihou urged, feeling anxious. Don't worry, there's a spot up ahead. Let me show you my parking skills, Guo Xiaoping replied, sharply turning the steering wheel. The car angled into the parking space. But just as it was about to settle in, a yellow car abruptly cut in, showing no intention of yielding. Damn! Before Guo Xiaoping could react, the cars collided with a loud crash. Chapter 32. The parking lot scuffle. Guo Xiaoping was taken aback as the car suddenly maneuvered into the parking space, leaving him utterly bewildered. What kind of driver are you? Can you even drive? He exclaimed angrily. Get out of the car right now. My newly purchased vehicle has been damaged because of you. A young man clad in leather shouted furiously, incessantly pounding on the car window. Observing the man and Appo's fury, Guo Xiaoping felt helpless. Old Zhang, how is it that he, who clearly stole the parking spot and caused the accident, is angrier than us? Zhang Zaihou chuckled lightly. Unfazed by the incident, he recognized the man outside, who was none other than Tian Mingwei, known as Mad Dog 3, the third brother of Tian Man. When Zhang had married into the Tian family, Tian Mingwei had mocked him mercilessly, even causing a scene at their wedding, leaving the guests in discomfort. His mother and sister had also faced threats from him, with him audaciously claiming he would enter standing and leave lying down. The Tian patriarch had been furious and had issued an order to send him abroad. Little did they expect him to return today and attend the meeting. It seemed the Tian group was in disarray. Shut up. I can't take this anymore, Guo Xiaoping shouted as he stepped out of the car to confront him. What are you yelling about? Do you think you're at a funeral? Upon hearing this, Mad Dog 3's face twisted with rage. 3 years ago, he would have reacted differently. However, after living abroad for 3 years, he had learned the value of restraint, understanding that sometimes inaction could be a more potent form of intimidation. He merely smiled, a sickly pale hue spreading across his gaunt face. Look here, you little brat, you've damaged my newly bought Lamborghini. You better pay up, or you won't be leaving here. Guo Xiaoping glanced back and saw that indeed, a collision had occurred. The vehicle, Wuling Hongguang, appeared mostly unscathed, merely having lost a layer of paint. In stark contrast, the rear of the Lamborghini was severely dented, a sight most unfortunate. The incident drew a crowd, whispers circulating among the onlookers. Hey, why should I? I clearly spotted the parking space first. It was you who snatched it, leading to this collision. If anyone should be paying, it should be you, Guo Xiaoping retorted, standing firm in his argument. The facts were on his side, as the Lamborghini had collided with the rear side door of the Wuling Hongguang, making it entirely at fault. Pay you? With that wreck of a car? Does it even deserve to be here in this lot filled with luxury vehicles? Mad Dog 3 scoffed. We are here for a meeting at the Tian Group. Who are you to say we Don and Appo's belong? Zhang Zaihou interjected as he exited the car. Upon seeing Zhang, Mad Dog 3 paused, a cold smile creeping across his face. I wondered how a junk car ended up here, since it's yours. It's no surprise. After all, it's understandable that a trashy person drives a trashy car. But regardless of the car and Appo's worth, since it hit mine, you owe me money. A total of 200,000. I suspect that if you kneel and plead with my sister, she might just cover it for you. Mad Dog 3's expression was rife with provocation. Zhang Zaihou's displeasure was evident as he turned to Guo Xiaoping. With years of unspoken understanding between them, Guo Xiaoping faltered, Director. We can and Appo's possibly come up with that kind of money. What do you mean? I and Appo's, and the Director. You can't even scrape together 200,000? Zhang Zaihou responded incredulously. Indeed, Director, our mental health facility ISN and Appo's exactly flush with cash. Although they claimed poverty, over 1 million lay in the backseat of Wuling Hongguang. Money set aside for their families. The onlookers around them shook their heads in disbelief. This is clearly the luxury car and Appo's fault. Yes, why not call the police and let them handle this? Even if you sold yourselves, you couldn't cover the damages. Ignoring the crowd's murmurs, Mad Dog 3 laughed mockingly at Zhang Zaihou's predicament. I knew you'd be a coward. Even after climbing into the Tian family, you're still a pushover. Even as a director, you can't even muster 200,000. Kneel down and I might let you off the hook. Actually, we do have it. Guo Xiaoping muttered quietly. If you had the money, I'd eat Oreos while standing on my head. Mad Dog 3 retorted, but upon exchanging glances with Guo Xiaoping, they both chuckled at the absurdity of the situation. Are you sure you'll eat Oreos while standing on your head? Zhang Zaihou reiterated with emphasis. Mad Dog 3 laughed heartily. As long as you hand over 200,000, I'll do it. Mad Dog 3's confidence stemmed from his belief that Zhang Zaihou was still the same son-in-law and capable of making waves. However, Zhang Zaihou had changed. 200,000 was a mere trifle. If I give you the money, you better perform, he declared, and the crowd echoed their agreement. Guo Xiaoping grinned, turning to retrieve 200,000 from the back seat and placing it before Mad Dog 3. Here, this is 200,000. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Spending 200,000 to entertain everyone seems quite worthwhile, especially since someone is willing to stand on their head to eat Oreos. Mad Dog 3 stood frozen, his mind blank. He had never anticipated that Zhang Zaihou would actually possess 200,000. His earlier taunt about eating Oreos while standing was merely offhand banter. Zhang Zaihou, are you doing this on purpose? Mad Dog 3's face contorted with rage, his teeth clenched. How could I be doing this on purpose? You said it. Everyone heard you. The third son of the Tian family wouldn't he go back on his word, would he? Hurry up. This is 200,000, and we're all busy here. As Zhang Zaihou spoke, a faint chuckle rippled through the crowd, all eyes eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Guo Xiaoping added fuel to the fire. Why don't you stand on your head first? Eating Oreos might be too troublesome. We still need to check the restroom. After all, this parking lot has no one of your kind. It's known that one shouldn't eat their own kind, right? What did you just say? Mad Dog 3 fumed, realizing they were mocking him, especially Guo Xiaoping, whose audacity was infuriating. Third brother, the money is right here. You should just stand on your head. We're family. After all, I wouldn't dare make it hard for you. Observing Zhang Zaihou's mocking expression, Mad Dog 3's eyes reddened, a murderous impulse surging within him. Yet, he understood that this was the Tian group, and acting out would only bring trouble. After all, a useless son-in-law wasn't Opos. Worth the risk. You've got some guts. This isn't over. Mad Dog 3 glared at Zhang Zaihou before storming off in his car. Guo Xiaoping shook his head in disappointment. What a letdown. I thought he might actually go for it and stand on his head. No matter how you slice it, he is still the third son of the Tian family. Pride is embedded in his very being. How could he allow himself to be made a fool over a mere 200,000? What pride? He is just a mad dog. Chapter 33. Provocation. After such an event, Zhang Zaihou felt considerably more relaxed. He instructed Guo Xiaoping to wait in the car while he ascended the elevator to the conference hall. Upon entering, he observed that nearly all members of the Tian family were present. The four brothers, Tian Jialong, Tian Jiachang, Tian Jiaxing, and Tian Jiawang were all in attendance. Even his mother-in-law was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the other daughters-in-law. Zhang Zaihou surveyed the room and, to his surprise, spotted the notorious Tian Meiwei, known as Mad Dog 3, glaring at him with palpable hatred. Zhang Zaihou merely smiled faintly, ignoring the hostility, and settled into a corner seat. Just as he made himself comfortable, Tian Man arrived, albeit fashionably late. Man, come here, his mother-in-law, Shi Zhenxiang, beckoned, indicating for her to sit beside her. However, Tian Man disregarded this and instead sauntered over to Zhang Zaihou, plopping down next to him. This action stirred discontent among Tian Jiaxing and Shi Zhenxiang, their brows furrowing in displeasure, and elicited whispers and snickers from the rest of the Tian family. Tian Man, however, took the scrutiny in stride. Man, why did you insist I attend this meeting? Zhang Zaihou inquired quietly. Because today's meeting is crucial. Most of the Tian family is here. Is it because your grandfather is on the verge of passing and is about to announce his will? She retorted. Nonsense. Your grandfather is the one announcing a will. Mine is doing just fine, currently recuperating. If grandfather is recuperating, then who is presiding over the meeting? Zhang Zaihou asked, puzzled. Tian Man gestured toward the center of the conference table, and it was then that he noticed an unfamiliar elderly woman seated there. This woman exuded an imposing presence. This is my grandfather's second wife, Mu Baiping. We all call her grandmother. Zhang Zaihou was aware of the existence of a mistress in the Tian family after all. Who among the wealthy is without concubines? However, today marked his first encounter with Tian Youcai's second wife. Grandmother is adept in management. She assisted my grandfather in founding the Tian group and has since taken a step back. Now that grandfather is unwell, she has returned to take the reins. Tian Man explained. Listening to her, Zhang Zaihou scrutinized the elderly woman. Despite her graying hair meticulously styled, her face was remarkably spirited, and her deep-set eyes suggested a person of strict discipline. It seemed she had noticed Tian Man's voice and turned her piercing gaze toward the two, causing Tian Man to immediately fall silent. Cough, cough, cough. Well, since everyone is here, let us commence today's meeting, Mu Baiping declared, her voice resonant. Based on the company's performance over the past 2 years, we are doing reasonably well. The progress on several collaborative projects is also quite promising. The particle collision equipment developed with Huitong Group is in its later stages, and the AI humanoid robots in partnership with Zhilian Group have been deployed for practical use. Our domestically developed steel prosthetics project is also advancing splendidly. However, there is another matter. With a firm strike on the table, Mu Beiping startled everyone in the conference room. Recently, the military technology sector is seeking a collaborator. Have you all heard of the psychic mechanical transformation project? Upon hearing psychic, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Zhang Zaihou furrowed his brow, recalling the incident when he helped old Master Dong expel the ethereal spirit from within him. If that was the case, the psychic Mu Beiping referred to must pertain to the ethereal spirit. Grandmother, what is psychic energy? Someone inquired curiously. Mu Beiping explained. Psychic energy represents the most advanced technology in virtual transformation biology, and its mechanical transformation is a revolutionary project. Securing a partnership with military technology is paramount for our company. If we succeed, the Tian family will ascend to a premier status in Zhangzhou City. With the support of the Dong family, we will be able to completely dismantle the Jiang and Bai families. She then scanned the room, her gaze sharp, but many averted their eyes. Tian Mingwei, do you have the confidence to secure this project? Mu Beiping inquired. Despite being nicknamed Mad Dog 3, Tian Mingwei dared not act out in her presence. Grandmother, this project is quite the prize. I fear many are vying for it. I may not have the capability. Tian Jialong, as the eldest son, shouldn't you set an example? I cannot either. What about you, Tian Jiaxing? You are usually quite eloquent. Why not give it a try? Second mother. I am not familiar with the Dong family. Witnessing the lack of confidence among the members, Mu Beiping sighed heavily. It was true. The military technology project was indeed a coveted opportunity, and with such unambitious family members, there was little hope. At that moment, Zhang Zaihou gently nudged Tian Manman. Man, why don't you give it a shot? There might be a chance. Me? Tian Manman shook her head. She had previously met Dong Yuhui, the leader of the Dong family, and knew he was a formidable opponent. She had no certainty of success in negotiations. Just try. What if it works out? Zhang Zaihou encouraged, even preparing to raise his hand to signal. Don't be ridiculous, Tian Manman whispered urgently, but it was too late. Mu Beiping had already noticed their exchange and admonished them calmly. What are you two doing? This is a meeting, not a playground. Laughter erupted among the attendees, all eyes turning to the pair. Tian Jiachong and Shi Jinxiang exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar yet silent. In light of this, Tian Manman's face flushed with embarrassment, while Zhang Zaihou stood resolutely. Grandmother, Tian Manman wishes to take on this project. She is eager to challenge herself. Mu Beiping looked over, her tone stern. Do you believe you can secure this project? I also. Tian Manman began to refuse but was cut off by Zhang Zaihou. We wish to give it a try. Very well. It's rare for someone to be willing to take risks for the Tian group. You two shall proceed, Mu Beiping nodded. Upon hearing this, Tian Manman was nearly in a state of panic. How could he accept this task without her consent? Failure would jeopardize her position. Not only was Tian Manman anxious, but Tian Jiachong and Shi Jinxiang were equally concerned. Tian Jiachong attempted to intervene. Second mother, Tian Manman is just a child. Since she has the heart to contribute to the company, how could I turn a blind eye? Mu Beiping interrupted, silencing Tian Jiachong. However, I must make it clear, if you fail to secure the deal, you can forget about your position as general manager. Though spoken lightly, everyone understood the weight of her words. Tian Jiachong and Shi Jinxiang glared at Zhang Zaihou, while Tian Manman's expression betrayed her worry. Yet, the atmosphere was charged with schadenfreude, especially from Tian Mingwei, who couldn't help but ridicule. Oh my dear sister, I've always warned you. This man is nothing. You see, you've learned nothing but his shortcomings, unrealistic ambitions, and lofty aspirations. You don't truly believe that after a few years as general manager of the Tian Group, achieving some results makes you capable, do you? Frankly, even a pig can perform if supported by uncles and brothers below. Tian Manman felt a chill run through her, her mind racing with countless retorts, yet the murmurs of the crowd drowned out her thoughts. The company and Oppos' remarkable growth is entirely attributable to our unwavering support. Were it not for our steadfast efforts behind the scenes, she would not bask in such pride. Indeed, she often struts about with an air of superiority, as if she were someone of great importance. Upon hearing these remarks, Tian Manman was rendered speechless. She glanced at her parents. yearning for them to speak a word of reason. However, Tian Jiachang and Shi Jinxiang cowered in silence, too timid to utter a single retort. Just when Tian Manman felt utterly helpless, a warm hand reached out to her. Zhang Zaihou then spoke gently. "Oh, from what you say, it seems you wish to become that pig, do you?" Chapter 34. The bet. How dare you call me a pig? This was an internal meeting of the Tian family. And when did it become your place, a mere son-in-law, to speak? Tian Mingwei finally reacted after a moment, rising to scold. "Though I am a son-in-law, I am still a part of the Tian family, contributing to the Tian Corporation. Unlike some individuals who are timid in their actions and cannot bear to see others excel, yet remain here to mock and insult." He continued, "I simply wish to inquire, do such people genuinely desire the well-being of the corporation or not?" Zhang Zaihou, wielding the banner of the corporation, drew Mu Baiping's gaze towards Tian Mingwei. "I am merely considering the interests of the company. Tian Manman lacks the capabilities to negotiate with the military technology sector. I fear that if she falters in negotiations, we will have no room for mediation." Tian Mingwei's expression darkened. "From your words, it seems you believe yourself superior to Tian Manman. If that is the case, would it not be more prudent for you to pursue this collaboration? I can certainly negotiate." Tian Mingwei and Appo's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope. "Very well. Since both Tian Manman and Tian Mingwei, the rising stars, will be negotiating, I, as the matriarch, must also make my stance known. I declare that whoever secures this collaboration will be awarded the position of director of the corporation," Mu Baiping proclaimed. As her words echoed, a tempest of excitement ensued. Everyone understood the significance of the director's position. Whoever attained this role would become the captain of the Tian Corporation's ship in the future. Tian Mingwei's eyes shone. His face flushed with unnatural excitement. "Excellent. Since grandmother has offered such a grand prize, do you, son-in-law, dare to raise the stakes? What is there to fear?" Zhang Zaihou replied with a casual smile, clearly unfazed. "I have heard that Tian Manman possesses something called lotus blooming. Should I emerge victorious, I shall claim it." "That cannot be. That is our family's golden goose. It cannot be given to anyone else." Upon hearing the demands of the mad dog, Tian Jiachang and Shi Jinxiang quickly intervened, opposing the escalation of the bet. Zhang Zaihou glanced at Tian Manman, offering her an affirming smile. "Very well, I agree. But what if you lose? I have much to offer. I can give you anything," the mad dog replied, arms spread wide, exuding confidence. "Do you recall the chaos you caused at my wedding? Intoxicated and disrupting the event until everyone left in dismay? You even drenched my mother in liquor." "Of course, I remember. Not only did I drench your mother, but I also called her a fool. And your sister, oh, I still recall how terrified she was. I wonder how she is now?" The mad dog chuckled. Immersed in the memory, Zhang Zaihou felt a surge of resentment. His prior helplessness had allowed his mother and sister to be humiliated. Now that he had grown stronger, retribution was at hand. "Remember this. If we win, you will publicly kneel and apologize to me, Tian Manman, my in-laws, and my mother and sister. Understand? You must kneel." Zhang Zaihou's voice resonated with authority, causing the mad dog's expression to darken, a murderous glint in his eyes. "You are merely a dog of the Tian family. How dare you make such demands of me? Just address whether you accept this wager," Zhang Zaihou pressed. "You are pushing me into a corner. If I win, not only will I claim the lotus blooming, but I will also take your legs, ensuring you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair." "Fine, I accept. However, should I prevail, not only must you apologize to my family, but you must also fulfill the previous wager made in the parking lot." "Agreed." The mad dog's eyes turned crimson, a palpable aura of malice emanating from him. "To prevent any mischief, I would like to invite the matriarch to be our witness," Zhang Zaihou stated calmly. All eyes turned to Mu Baiping. She smiled faintly. "While the grievances of you younger generations are not my concern, I cannot refuse such a request. I would be more than willing to serve as a witness. If, 3 days hence, either of you fails to honor your bet, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands." With no objections raised, the meeting was adjourned. As the members of the Tian family exited the conference room, they cast sympathetic glances at Tian Manman and Zhang Zaihou. Tian Jiachang and Shi Jinxiang emerged with dark expressions. "You two will return home tonight. This is too much. You recklessly gamble away such crucial technology without consulting us." Tian Jiachang fumed within the Tian villa. Tian Manman remained unfazed. "Are you truly angry over a few 100,000 in dividends? Is it worth such rage? We are not upset over money. We are furious that you cannot discern right from wrong and are opposing Tian Mingwei just to support him." Shi Jinxiang pointed accusingly at Zhang Zaihou, showing no hesitation. Mother, what are you saying? Clearly, during the meeting, Tian Mingwei was targeting me, while Zhang Zaihou stepped in to defend me. He is merely good with words. How could a cripple like him negotiate with the military technology sector? Daughter, let us be realistic. How could such a large corporation possibly collaborate with the Tian family? Tian Jiachong frowned deeply. Let me share an insider's perspective. Tian Mingwei is playing the fool to deceive the tiger. He has already established a good relationship with the project manager responsible for the military technology sector. They have nearly finalized the deal. Most importantly, Mu Baiping has high hopes for Tian Mingwei. The position of director is tailored for him. Today in Oppo's meeting was merely a formality. Tian Mingwei will accept this task after a few token refusals. Upon hearing this revelation, Tian Mingwei was left speechless. She never anticipated that the matriarch would show such favoritism. Now we are indeed burdened by this useless person. This cripple does not realize what he is getting into, challenging others to a bet. Does he have the capital or strength to demand apologies? How dare he? Zhang Zaihou, you instigated this entire affair, and should you lose, bear the full responsibility. Do not drag us down with you, Shi Zhenxiang warned, her finger pointed accusingly at Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou, however, remained unperturbed, quietly amused. Earlier on the way here, he had already called Dong Fengyu, who without hesitation confirmed that Tian Mingwei should come to sign the contract tomorrow. After exchanging a few words, he mentioned that old Master Dong Feng was eager to see him. Zhang Zaihou nodded, resolving to accompany Tian Mingwei the following day. With Guo Xiaoping still waiting outside and the villa too noisy, he had no desire to linger longer. He stood and headed towards the exit. Just as he reached the door, Shi Zhenxiang's voice rang out behind him. What are you doing? Trying to escape after such a significant incident? I tell you. As a cripple, you must bear the consequences. We will not risk our liquid metal technology for you. Mother, I trust Zhang Zaihou. He will not run. Moreover, this matter was agreed upon by both Zhang Zaihou and me. I share in the responsibility. Do not worry. I will not flee. Tomorrow, I will accompany Tian Mingwei to the military technology sector, Zhang Zaihou reassured, feeling warmth in his heart at Tian Mingwei's defense of him. Chapter 35. Heading to military technology after Zhang Zaihou departed, Tian Jiachong remained seething with discontent. The matter you two have created, you two shall resolve it yourselves. Tian Mingwei wields considerable influence. We cannot assist you. Moreover, Lian Zhizhan Feng is our foundation, and it cannot be wagered. Tian Mingwei was quite displeased. The ownership of Lian Zhizhan Feng is mine. I lead the development, and you merely hold a minor stake. What do you mean by yours being ours? After nurturing you for so long, you've learned to retort. Shi Zhenxiang interjected. And what is the situation between you and Zhang Zaihou? You two were pulling at each other during today and Oppo's meeting. Let me tell you, you must divorce him immediately. We've already identified someone better for you. And he will arrive tonight. Tian Jiachong chimed in. What? Tian Mingwei exclaimed in surprise. Just then, the doorbell rang. Shi Zhenxiang, irate, exclaimed, What do you want back for? You're a useless waste. It would be better for you to stay outside. As she spoke, she opened the door, only to find not Zhang Zaihou but Zhou Ziming standing there. Oh, it's you, Xiao Shou. What happened? Why is your head bandaged? Come inside, quickly. Upon seeing Zhou Ziming's head wrapped in a bandage, Shi Zhenxiang's expression shifted dramatically. It's nothing. I had a little accident while driving. It's not serious. Zhou Ziming lied without a hint of embarrassment. Oh dear, how careless. What if something serious happened? Zhou Ziming brushed off the injury with a chuckle, then curiously inquired, Auntie, I heard you arguing at the door. What was that about? Ah, it's quite a story, Shi Zhenxiang sighed, recounting the entire situation. Xiao Shou, as you know, Tian Mingwei is kind-hearted and is willing to sign a contract with military technology for that good-for-nothing's sake. Your family has significant influence and connections. Can you help with this matter? Upon hearing that the Tian family was interested in the energy mechanical transformation project, Zhou Ziming began to calculate. Having offended Dongfeng Wanyuan, it was clear that the Zhou family was out of the question. If the Tian family acquired this project and became partners with the Dongfeng family, it would undoubtedly conflict with the interests of the Zhou family. No, he must sabotage this endeavor. With a cunning smile, Zhou Ziming replied, Auntie, coincidentally, I have a classmate who is an executive at military technology. I'll make a call. This matter will surely be resolved. You can rest easy. Oh, that would be wonderful. Man, come over and thank Xiao Shou. He is truly our savior. Shi Zhenxiang's eyes sparkled with admiration as she beckoned Tian Mingwei over. Xiao Shou is handsome, comes from a good family, and is highly capable. He is 100 times better than my disabled son-in-law. If my daughter could marry you, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams. Mom. Tian Man was furious and stormed off into her room. Upon witnessing his daughter's angry retreat, Tian Jiachang laughed heartily. Look, our daughter is shy. The next morning, Zhang Zaihou arrived at the villa to escort Tian Man to military technology for discussions. After a lengthy wait, Tian Man hurriedly emerged. Upon seeing her, Zhang Zaihou expressed concern. Didn't T sleep well last night? Your dark circles are quite pronounced. I stayed up late drafting the proposal. We must secure this collaboration today, she replied, moving closer. Upon noticing the five spirits red light behind Zhang Zaihou, she curiously asked, You won so much money from my uncle and you bought this car? What is wrong with this car? It's sturdy, fuel efficient. And I even prepared a royal seat for you. As Zhang Zaihou spoke, he opened the door to reveal the back seat overflowing with roses. Tian Man couldn't help but smile and promptly took her seat in the back. Zhang Zaihou joined her, starting the drive. As they headed towards military technology, the journey was smooth, allowing Tian Man a moment to rest and regain her energy. Upon arriving at the military technology building, they spotted Feng Go-san and a slightly overweight man emerging. Upon seeing Zhang Zaihou and Tian Man, the man swaggered over, exuding arrogance. What is this? You're still not giving up, hoping to try your luck? Let me introduce you to the executive of military technology, General Liang Weibo, who is also in charge of the energy transformation project. Tian Weiming gestured at the man beside him, waving a document. We've already signed the contract. Don't waste your dreams. You, the useless son-in-law, can't compete with me. You think I'll kneel and apologize? Dream on. Just wait until I break your legs. And you'll be in a wheelchair forever. He laughed maniacally before driving away. Liang Weibo smirked and turned to leave. But Tian Man hurriedly exited the car and handed him her proposal. General Liang, this is my proposal. I wish to collaborate with your esteemed company on the energy transformation project. May I have 5 minutes to present it to you? Liang Weibo glanced through the proposal, shook his head dismissively, and replied, Sorry, Miss Tian, but I don't believe your proposal aligns with our company's requirements. Therefore, I regret to inform you that your request is declined. With that, he tossed the proposal back at Tian Man and ascended the stairs without offering her a chance to explain. What should we do? Tian Weiming must have already informed him. He is doing this on purpose. Tian Man's brows furrowed with worry. She was not concerned about the technology of Lianji Zhanfang, but feared that Zhang Zaihou might truly suffer a grievous injury. Yet Zhang Zaihou smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, where there's a will, there's a way. I refuse to believe Tian Weiming can turn everything upside down. But that General Liang didn't even glance at our proposal. What should we do now? Should we try reaching out to Dongfang Yu, the head of the Dongfang family? Zhang Zaihou suggested. Dongfang Yu. Tian Man shook her head gently. I've met him. He is unpredictable and deeply calculating. At the last banquet, I witnessed him effortlessly seize a business opportunity for himself. A person as busy as he is would never look at my proposal. What now? Zhang Zaihou feigned distress, pondering how to conceal his acquaintance with Dongfang Yu. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently. Tian Man quickly answered. On the other end, Shi Jinxiang's voice rang out. Hey, daughter. Have you arrived at military technology? You need to find General Liang and tell him that Zhou Ziming referred you. Chapter 36. Successfully signing the contract. Damn. Tian Man frowned deeply, as she had no desire to leverage her connection with Zhou Ziming. Silly daughter, the business realm is akin to a battlefield. One must employ every means necessary to achieve victory. You surely do not wish to see your lifelong efforts squandered on that scoundrel Tian Weiming, especially considering his useless legs. On the phone, Shi Jinxiang prattled on incessantly. After much contemplation, as Tian Man was about to concede and utilize Zhou Ziming's connections, Zhang Zaihou patted her shoulder. Darling, who are you calling? I happen to have a friend who can assist us in meeting Dongfang Yu. Really? Tian Man was taken aback. She had never heard Zhang Zaihou speak of such an impressive friend. Who is your friend, able to facilitate a meeting with Dongfang Yu? He is not someone one can just meet. He was a classmate of mine, now a high-ranking official in the military-industrial sector. So this matter is a piece of cake for him. Zhang Zaihou chuckled, brushing off the significance of the situation. Fine, after our meeting, we must treat him to a nice meal. With time slipping away, Tian Man did not linger on the details and hastily entered the military-industrial complex. Upon seeing her enter, Zhang Zaihou sent a message to Dongfang Yu. Chairman Dongfang, my wife has just arrived. Shortly thereafter, Dongfang Yu replied, "Rest assured, Master Zhang. I will ensure this project is awarded to the Tian family. However, my father's health seems to have worsened recently. I wonder if you have time to visit him?" "Certainly, I will stop by this evening to check on the old gentleman." As Tian Man stepped into the military-industrial building, she suddenly recalled that she had not asked Zhang Zaihou for his friend's contact details. Just as she was about to inquire, a woman in professional attire approached her. "Excuse me, are you Tian Man, Miss Tian?" "Yes, and you are?" "I am the assistant to Chairman Dongfang. He has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, this way." The assistant led Tian Man into Dongfang Yu's office. Upon her arrival, Dongfang Yu immediately stood up from his chair, exuding warmth. "Miss Tian, it is a pleasure to see you again." Confronted by the leader of the military-industrial sector, the underground emperor of Zhengzhou City, Tian Man felt a wave of nervousness. "Hello, Chairman Dongfang. I am here to discuss a potential collaboration. While the Tian family may not be the most powerful in Zhengzhou City, we have carved out a niche in machinery and have a solid reputation." With that, Tian Man handed over the project proposal to Dongfang Yu. "Chairman Dongfang, here is an introduction to our Tian group and our qualifications for your review." Expecting Dongfang Yu to scrutinize the proposal, she was surprised when he merely glanced over it. "Ms. Tian, I have reviewed the proposal, and I believe the Tian family and the Dongfang family can indeed collaborate." "What? You mean we can collaborate?" Tian Man could hardly believe her ears. "I find the proposal impeccable. The energy transformation project is entirely feasible for collaboration. I hope we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." Dongfang Yu nodded and opened a bottle of red wine in celebration. Tian Man took a small sip. "Let us first sign a letter of intent for collaboration, and then we can have our respective teams discuss the specifics." "Of course, that sounds wonderful." Tian Man signed her name on the letter of intent with a steel pen. Observing the elegant strokes of her name, Dongfang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief, finally fulfilling Master Zhang's commission. "Very well, Miss Tian. Here's to a successful partnership." With that, Dongfang Yu instructed his assistant to escort Tian Man out. Even after exiting the office, Tian Man felt dazed, scarcely able to believe her success in securing the energy transformation project contract and becoming a partner with the military-industrial firm. A project of immense significance to her family had been accomplished with such ease. As she pondered this, Liang Weibao happened to be there to report on the energy transformation matter. Upon seeing Tian Man, he sneered. "I told you earlier that your proposal does not meet our company's standards. There is no possibility of collaboration with your Tian group. How does it feel to be turned away now?" Tian Man, unfazed by the petty man's taunts, dismissed him in her mind. After all, she had already signed the contract with Dongfang Yu. Allowing others to gloat was merely part of the game. Noticing her indifference, Liang Weibao grew increasingly irritated yet felt powerless within the company. He could only glare at her as she departed. Once she stepped into the elevator, he picked up his phone and dialed Tian Weiming. Upon exiting the military-industrial building, Tian Man gazed at the letter of intent in her hand, still in a state of disbelief. It felt like a dream. When she encountered Zhang Zaihou, she exclaimed, "Zhang Zaihou, I actually did it." Zhang Zaihou chuckled inwardly. He had discreetly paved the way for her success, so if she had failed, it would have been quite the anomaly. However, he maintained a facade of surprise. "Really? You managed to secure such a challenging project? My wife, you were truly remarkable. This is no small feat. I owe it all to your friend for helping me meet Chairman Dongfang. Without him, this contract would not have been signed." "Indeed. I shall treat him to a meal later. Let us not wait. How about we invite him for a seafood feast today as a token of our gratitude?" "Actually, my friend just called. He is busy with Chairman Dongfang today and won't he be available for lunch?" Zhang Zaihou casually dismissed. "Well, that is unfortunate. Regardless, you must keep our collaboration under wraps for the next 3 days," Tian Man insisted earnestly. Zhang Zaihou nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Countless individuals were eyeing the lucrative energy transformation opportunity, and should the news leak, it would undoubtedly lead to fierce competition. Not to mention that Tian Weiming would certainly be prepared. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaopeng had escorted Tian Man back home. Guo Xiaopeng inquired, "Did you tell your sister-in-law about your dealings with Dongfang Wan'er? The military-industrial complex you visited today? Isn't at Dongfang Wan'er's family business?" Zhang Zaihou immediately threatened, "Only you would think of such things. Keep this matter to yourself. I cannot have you blabbing and creating complications." Chapter 37. Treatment. As Tian Man entered her home, Zhi Jinxiang approached her eagerly. "How was it today? Did you manage to secure a partnership?" "Mom, It's complicated. Tian Man replied, knowing her mother's penchant for boasting. If she divulged the outcome of the day, the entire Zhongzhou city would know by tomorrow. What is so complicated? Please, tell me. You're driving me crazy. Zhou Gozi assured me that this project will definitely belong to our family. Shi Jinxiang was about to continue her chatter when Tian Jiachong, sitting in the living room, interjected with annoyance. Enough with the nagging. The child has just returned. Let her rest. You dare call me nagging? I'm only concerned about our family. Shi Jinxiang retorted. Have I enjoyed a single day of luxury since marrying you? After waiting eagerly for our daughter to grow up and find a good son-in-law, you bring home a son-in-law who is merely a guest. I opposed this matter from the start, yet you didn't even dare to voice your opinion. Now you complain about my nagging? If you dislike my nagging so much, why don't you just divorce me already? Shi Jinxiang's words came out in a rapid-fire manner, leaving Tian Jiachong speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Man hurried to her room. Sitting on her bed, she pondered for a long time, still feeling as if today had been a dream. The fact that Dongfang Yu had so easily agreed to her proposal was beyond her imagination. Could it be that Zhang Zaihou's friend was Dongfang Yu? That seemed implausible. Dongfang Yu was a person of great stature. How could he possibly be friends with Zhang Zaihou? If not, then who could Zhang Zaihou's friend possibly be? After much contemplation, Tian Man found Zhang Zaihou increasingly enigmatic. She picked up her phone, contemplating calling Zhang Zaihou, but ultimately put it down again. Meanwhile, Zhang Zaihou, responding to Dongfang Yu and Appo's invitation, arrived at the Dongfang family's villa accompanied by Guo Xiaobang. As soon as they got out of the car, Guo Xiaobang exclaimed in awe, "Wow! I never expected Sister Dongfang to live in such a grand place. Of course, I didn't expect you to come either. Have you been dumped by any girls lately?" Dongfang whinnying teased as she greeted them. Since that fateful night, the three had become quite close friends. Guo Xiaobang, puffing out his belly, responded, "What a joke. How could I possibly be dumped? They're the ones I let go. Keep dreaming." Dongfang whinnying laughed, then turned to Zhang Zaihou. "Let us go. My father has been waiting for you for quite some time." Following her through the expansive courtyard, they entered the study. Upon entering, Dongfang Yu warmly shook Zhang Zaihou's hand. "Master Zhang, it's wonderful to see you again. How is the old man's health?" Zhang Zaihou got straight to the point. "Is your father doing well?" Dongfang Yu nodded. "He has been all right lately, but he often at this point he hesitated." Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhang Zaihou understood. "Then I shall go see him." With that, Dongfang Yu led them to the third floor. Upon entering, they found Dongfang Chengdu gazing up at the sky from the balcony, muttering to himself. "Old Cheng prescribed some medication for my father, but the effects have been minimal." Dongfang Yu explained. "Previously, my father was awake for 5 to 6 hours a day. Now, it's only 3 to 4. If this continues, he may never awaken again." And then he trailed off, unable to continue. Zhang Zaihou nodded knowingly. Old Dongfang was afflicted by the void worm, which had been draining his vitality and spirit over time. Given his condition, it was remarkable that he was still alive. A normal person would have perished long ago. "What can we do?" Guo Xiaobang inquired. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhang Zaihou, hesitating. Old Cheng said the only hope now lies in the 9 needles of heavenly change that Master Zhang employs. Perhaps that could save my father's life. I implore you, Master Zhang, to help. I, Dongfang Yu, will owe you a great debt. Ding. Task activated. Cure Dongfang Chengdu. Task completed. Reward. 5 conversion points. Earn the trust of the Dongfang family. Task failed. Lose the trust of the Dongfang family, entirely forfeiting the potential for partnership. The system presented the task, and Zhang Zaihou smiled. "Very well, I shall do my utmost." With that, he retrieved his silver needles and, for added caution, exchanged 10 conversion points for the internal skill method of Qingmu flow within the virtual realm. As he manipulated the needles, a faint green light shimmered along their length, leaving everyone astonished. Incredible! Is this the legendary internal force? Both Guo Xiaobang and Dongfang Wanying were amazed, but nothing compared to the shock felt by Dongfang Yu. His brow furrowed as he muttered to himself, "This truly is the Tao." At that moment, Zhang Zaihou set aside all distractions and swiftly placed Dongfang Chengdu on the bed, rapidly performing acupuncture. His movements were swift, yet each insertion drained considerable energy from him. Eventually, Dongfang Chengdu's back was adorned with numerous silver needles, and Zhang Zaihou was drenched in sweat. The final needle, Zhang Zaihou declared, producing a long, thick silver needle, and without hesitation, he pierced it into Dongfang Chengdu's bi-wei acupoint. With a sharp sound of puncturing, Zhang Zaihou slowly withdrew his hand. Although Dongfang Chengdu remained in slumber, His face now bore a flush of color, and his breathing had become steady and vigorous. Dongfang Yu expressed immense gratitude, Master Zhang. You are truly a benefactor to our Dongfang family. Zhang Zaihou took a deep breath. This is just a temporary measure. I have managed to stabilize his condition. But the prognosis is still grim. How about this? I am the head of a psychiatric hospital. If you transfer your father to my care, I can provide regular acupuncture treatments. After all, treatment is a long-term endeavor. Upon hearing this suggestion, Dongfang Yu readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. That's wonderful. Master Zhang, I will arrange for my father to be transferred to your hospital immediately. To express my gratitude, I personally will donate 200 million to the hospital. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaopeng exchanged incredulous glances. They had to toil all night for mere tens of millions, often requiring IOUs, while this wealthy individual casually offered 200 million. Indeed, comparing people could be quite disheartening. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 5 conversion points and the absolute trust of the Dongfang family. Ding, congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement of deception. The host, under the guise of treatment, has successfully deceived the patient's family into admitting the patient to the hospital, achieving an unprecedented fraudulent accomplishment of 200 million. Reward, 20 conversion points. Upon receiving the system's reward, Zhang Zaihou's eyes twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that the system could also award achievements. Chapter 38. Provocation. After treating Dongfang Qingdu, the two took their leave. Dongfang Yu escorted them to the door. Previously, Dongfang Wan had mentioned that Master Zhang had faced danger. This individual is regarded as my junior. He has managed quite well in Zhongzhou City. If Master Zhang encounters any difficulties or peril, do not hesitate to call him. He should be able to resolve the issue. With that, Dongfang Yu handed Zhang Zaihou a business card, which, though unremarkable, bore a simple name and a series of numbers, Qinshanha. Zhang Zaihou accepted it without demur. Once they departed, Guo Xiaopeng inquired, "Are we returning to the mental hospital or somewhere else?" After pondering for a moment, Zhang Zaihou replied, "Let us return home. Here is 100,000. Please take it back for the family." He then handed a check to Guo Xiaopeng, whose face broke into a wide grin as he pressed the accelerator, the 5-spirit red vehicle billowing black smoke as it sped away. By the time Zhang Zaihou returned home, night had fallen. His mother and sister were enjoying dinner, and their joy upon his return was palpable. During the meal, Zhang Zaihou cautiously produced a check for 200,000 and presented it to Li Qingxia. Upon seeing the figure on the check, Li Qingxia hesitated to accept it. "Son, although you are a son-in-law, and we did not provide a dowry, taking money from the Tian family is rather excessive for living off another's earnings." Hearing this, Zhang Zaihou couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Zaihou, feeling helpless, responded, "Mother, this is my salary. I am now the director of Fuhu Mountain Mental Hospital, earning 50,000 a month. Tian Man has advanced me 2 months' salary, which I wish to present to you as a token of respect." "Oh, I see." Li Qingxia finally accepted the check, taking care to tuck it away securely. "Son, just keep a low profile with the Tian family. Do not worry about me and your sister." "Yes, brother, mother and I have been selling breakfast across the street every day, and business is booming. We made over 100 today," Zhang Zaihou exclaimed happily. "Is that so? Whose stall are you using?" Zhang Zaihou asked. "Ah, it's old Zhao's stall from the front street. He is returning to his hometown and intends to rent it out," Li Qingxia explained, serving Zhang Zaihou another bowl of rice. "After dinner, you should head back quickly. Now that you're the director, you must not give anyone any reason to talk." "No need, I have some time off. I will join you both in setting up tomorrow," Zhang Zaihou replied, continuing to eat. He planned to finish matters concerning Tian Man before returning. Additionally, he had personal interests to pursue, particularly the gambling agreement with Tian Weiming. Early the next morning, Zhang Zaihou, along with his mother and sister, set out to sell breakfast. The location was on Bajiao Street in a city village, an area long earmarked for demolition, yet no action had been taken. It was bustling with people. A prime spot for business. Steamed buns, fresh and hot meat buns for sale. Zhang Zaihou's cheerful voice carried far, quickly attracting a crowd. Due to the buns and appos, thin skin, and generous filling, along with reasonable prices, customers flocked to them, and soon only a few trays remained. Yun, we're running low on buns. You two should hurry home and bring back some more trays," Li Qingxia instructed while collecting money. Zhang Zaihou and his sister dashed back home. "Little sister, you are truly fortunate. A handsome son and a charming daughter, Both doing well, unlike our son, who is back home sleeping, Guo Xiaopeng's father lamented, expressing his disappointment. Guo Xiaopeng is quite good. He has always been honest and amiable, Li Qingxia agreed. Before long, the buns sold out, and while Li Qingxia busied herself counting the money, a group of 4 or 5 young thugs clad in gaudy attire approached the stall. Sorry, we're out of buns. If you wait a moment, we'll have more delivered, Li Qingxia smiled. The leader, a young man in a leather jacket with dyed yellow hair, sneered, Who wants your buns? We're here to collect protection fees. At this, Li Qingxia instinctively clutched her purse at her waist. Gentlemen, this is a small business. Despite the customers, I hardly make any profit. No profit? You wake early and toil selling buns. Huh, who do you think you're fooling? Our protection fees are quite reasonable, 2,000 a month. You'd better pay today, or I cannot guarantee you can set up tomorrow, the yellow-haired thug said with a menacing glint in his eye. 2,000? I truly do not have that much money. Please, can you give me a few days? Give you a few days? Nonsense. The protection fee is non-negotiable. Otherwise, I'll smash your stall. Seeing the aggressive demeanor, Li Qingxia could only pull out a few bills from her canvas bag. Big brother, I've only made this much today. I truly need it for living expenses. The yellow-haired thug did not even glance at the bills. Do you think we are beggars? This paltry amount means nothing. If you can't come up with 2,000, you might as well not sell buns anymore. Li Qingxia's face was filled with desperation. I work tirelessly for a month and barely make 2 or 3,000. I need to eat and support my children. How can I possibly afford that much? You think this money is for us? It's for Lord Longsan. He ensures your safety in this area. Charging a small fee is reasonable, don't you think? After saying this, the thug kicked over a nearby tray of buns. Observing this, the surrounding vendors felt indignant but refrained from intervening, knowing they could not afford to cross Lord Longsan's men. At that moment, Guo Xiaopeng, who sold pancakes nearby, attempted to mediate. Gentlemen, she truly has some difficulties. Could you possibly lessen the amount a little for my sake? The yellow-haired thug slapped Guo Xiaopeng across the face. Who do you think you are? Just because you've spoken with Lord Longsan doesn't mean you're important. Let me tell you, Lord Longsan is the law here. He decides the fees, and you are nothing. Hey, someone check her bag, the thug ordered, pointing at Li Qingxia's canvas purse. One of the thugs stepped forward and reached for the bag. Li Qingxia clutched the bag tightly to her chest, desperately protecting it. No, please, don't take it. Surely, there is money. Hand it over. The yellow-haired thug shouted, and in an instant, the group of thugs lunged to seize it. Li Qingxia, a frail woman, was no match for them, and even Guo Xiaopeng, who tried to assist, was pinned down by 2 thugs. In a struggle, the canvas bag was torn apart, spilling its contents onto the ground. You think you can hoard money without paying protection fees? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Chapter 39. Establishing authority as Huang Mao swung a baseball bat towards Li Qingxia. A mechanical arm extended and effortlessly snapped the bat in 2. Who dares interfere with my affairs? I. Damn it. Huang Mao turned to unleash a tirade, only to be struck and sent sprawling by none other than Zhang Zaihou. Having spotted someone snatching his mother's wallet, how could he, as her son, stand idly by? He rushed forward, delivering a forceful slap that knocked Huang Mao away. Is that you? Damn it. Brothers, let's go. Teach him a lesson. I'll take the blame if anything happens. Zhang Zaihou soon recognized Huang Mao as Asi, a lackey from Cheng Dongli's pharmacy. After Zhang Zaihou exposed Asi, he was expelled from the pharmacy, and coincidentally, his cousin needed help. Thus, he turned to his cousin, dyed his hair yellow, and began parading around with bravado. During that time, Asi sought vengeance against Zhang Zaihou, eager to find an opportunity to retaliate. Suddenly, 4 thugs brandishing sharp knives rushed in, their intentions lethal. Undeterred, Zhang Zaihou unleashed the 8 Extremes fist from his mechanical limb, sending the thugs flying 3 meters away, writhing in pain on the ground. He then approached Asi, who, witnessing his underlings falter in mere moments, hastily retreated. Don't come any closer. My cousin is under Long Sanye. If you strike me, you. Before he could finish, Zhang Zaihou raised his left hand and slapped him across the face. What will happen if I hit you? Zhang Zaihou's expression remained impassive as he watched blood trickle from Asi's mouth. You dare hit me? I'll have my crew smash your stall. Asi retaliated, his bravado unyielding. Son, stop it. We can't afford to provoke them. They're Long Sanye's men, Li Qingxia urged, supported by Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou, initially intent on giving Asi a thorough beating, felt his hand freeze midair at his mother and Apos' words. Seeing Zhang Zaihou hesitate, Asi grew even more arrogant. Haha, kid. You can fight. but it won't matter. Hitting me is akin to slapping Long Sanye's face, and when he retaliates, you'll wish for death. Not just you, but your whole family. Ah Si's arrogance reached new heights. System task triggered. Such a demand, I have never encountered in my life. Task completion reward, 2 conversion points. Your wish is my command. Zhang Zaihou kicked him down, applying the intensified pain effect, causing Ah Si to writhe in agony. Son, stop. Li Qingxiao pleaded. Mother. Don't worry, I will handle this, Zhang Zaihou assured her with a comforting glance before confronting Ah Si again. You wanted me to kill you, so I'll grant you that. He followed up with another punch, again using the intensified pain effect, eliciting cries of anguish from Ah Si. I was wrong, big brother. I and Appos. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Please spare me. Zhang Zaihou stood up and commanded, apologize to my mother and kneel before her. Without hesitation, Ah Si knelt before Li Qingxia. Auntie, I was wrong. I shouldn't and Appos. Have extorted you. It was my fault. He bowed his head in contrition. Li Qingxia, unable to bear it, said, All right, stand up. I forgive you. Thank you, auntie. Ah Si quickly rose, but a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he plotted revenge with his cousin. Suddenly, Zhang Zaihou kicked Ah Si and Appos' calf, the sound of cracking bone echoing as it broke under the force. Ah Si clutched his leg, howling in excruciating pain. Onlookers were left in shock, especially the remaining thugs, who trembled in fear, one even wetting his pants. Zhang Zaihou, usually mild-mannered, had lost his temper after witnessing Ah Si bully his mother and threaten his family, compounded by Ah Si and Appos' previous fraudulent practices, having rendered Ah Si incapacitated. It was a fitting act of justice. After the 4 thugs carried away the wailing Ah Si, surrounding vendors erupted in praise. Ah Si and Appos' reign of terror had long incited public resentment, and Zhang Zaihou had avenged their grievances, bringing them immense satisfaction. Well done, young man. You avenged us today. One vendor exclaimed. I and Appos' Long found him intolerable. Another chimed in. Yet, the pancake vendor, Guopongzi, wore a worried expression. Xiao Zhang, you and Appos' stirred up significant trouble. This could and Appos' cousin is Tainyo, Long Sanyi and Appos' underling, with hundreds of men at his command, a substantial force in Bajiao Street. You and Appos' crossed a line. His cousin certainly won't let this slide. You need to leave quickly, or you'll be in serious trouble, Guopongzi urged. Li Qingxia's anxiety heightened. Son, take your sister and leave quickly. I'll hold them off. They won't harm me, a woman. Zhang Zaihou smiled gently. It's all right, Mom. They are just a bunch of ruffians. They are nothing to fear. Son, you are barely safe in the Tian family. Don't risk expulsion over this mess. Li Qingxia cautioned. Long Sanyi is the underground emperor of Bajiao Street, with countless ruthless subordinates, including many underground fighters. No matter how skilled you are, you can't match them. Listen to your mother. Take your sister and run. Guopongzi and Li Qingxia continued to plead. Just then, the roar of an approaching vehicle broke the tension, revealing a Wuling Hongguang speeding toward them. Guo Xiaoping hurriedly jumped out. Zhang Zaihou, what happened? I heard my mom was attacked, so I rushed over. Guopongzi, exasperated, gave Guo Xiaoping a stern tap on the head. You arrived so late. Those thugs were already chased off by Zhang Zaihou. They ran. That's good. What do you mean good? Hurry and drive Zhang Zaihou's family away. The farther, the better. Guopongzi urged anxiously. Chapter 40. The Phoenix Nightclub. Why are you running? Guo Xiaoping looked at Zhang Zaihou with curiosity. He was well aware of Zhang Zaihou's formidable reputation, especially with the Dongfang family backing him. It could be said that Zhang Zaihou could walk unimpeded in Zhongzhou City. Zhang Zaihou shook his head slightly. Uncle Guo, rest assured, I will be fine. First, take my mother and sister back. I need to have a word with that iron bull. Guo Xiaoping nodded and promptly drove Li Qingxia and Zhang Zaiyin home. After ensuring his family was safely away, Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping inquired about Iron Bull's whereabouts and headed straight to his location. Sometimes, confronting difficulties head-on is the only way to resolve them. Cowering in fear will only lead to greater troubles, especially when it concerns one's family. Zhang Zaihou resolved to eliminate any potential threats at their inception. Meanwhile, in a KTV room at the Phoenix nightclub, Tian Weiming was drinking with a burly man. This man was Iron Bull, the prized enforcer of Long Sanyu, with a body enhanced by mechanical modifications. Iron Bull's formidable physique and a blade resembling a door panel made anyone who saw him tremble in fear. Thanks to his exceptional defense and offensive prowess, Iron Bull thrived under Long Sanyu's command, commanding a legion of hundreds. Iron Brother, I've come to ask for your assistance, Tian Weiming stated. Though nicknamed Mad Dog, he appeared as docile as a lamb before Iron Bull. Speak plainly, if I can assist, I certainly will. I wish to have someone incapacitated. Who has offended the young master of the Tian family? I, Iron Bull, will take care of him. No need to kill him. I just want him crippled. I desire him to live in misery. From what you're implying, you're not referring to your brother-in-law, are you? That live-in son-in-law of yours? Iron Bull inquired, puzzled. Precisely, Iron Brother. This man has humiliated me repeatedly. I cannot swallow my pride without breaking his legs. He even dares to bet against me. He must learn that the master is always the master, and a dog is forever a dog. Upon hearing Tian Weiming's fierce declaration, Iron Bull nodded. Fear not. He is merely a parasite. I shall find someone to handle him shortly. Iron Brother, do not rush. This fellow is currently engaged in a bet with me. Let him lose before we deal with him. Tian Weiming chuckled, producing a bank card from his clothing. Iron Brother, this is 100,000. Be sure to come the day after tomorrow. Absolutely, absolutely. Very well, I shall send someone to fetch you the day after tomorrow. I must take my leave. Tian Weiming stood, downing the remaining liquor in his glass before exiting the room. As he stepped out of the Phoenix nightclub and into his car, he caught a glimpse of Zhang Zaihou entering the establishment through the rearview mirror. The dim neon lights casting a shadow on his face while Tian Weiming revealed a sly grin. Iron Brother, trouble is brewing. Iron Brother, Asi's legs have been broken. After sending Tian Weiming off, Iron Bull was in high spirits while gazing at the bank card when several henchmen rushed in, carrying Asi. Cousin, avenge me. My legs. That brat broke them. Asi's cries echoed throughout the room. What on earth happened here? Iron Bull's previously jovial mood dissipated in an instant, replaced by an intense fury. His eyes widened, as if they could ignite flames. The henchmen clamored to recount the events, emphasizing their bravery in the face of overwhelming odds that led to their unfortunate predicament. What? Did you not claim that you were all my men? One henchman embellished. We did, but the opponent showed no signs of relenting, even boasting that he could flay the dragon skin and extract the dragon tendons, regardless of Long San Yi and Appos, as presents. Upon hearing this, Iron Bull's rage subsided, his mind sharp enough to recognize the implications. Long San Yi was a local sovereign in the area, and no one dared to oppose him openly. The audacity of the opponent suggested he was either a reckless fool or had ulterior motives, the latter likely of considerable significance. Iron Bull steadied himself. What distinguishing features did this fellow possess? His right arm is a mechanical prosthetic. Quite impressive, one henchman recalled. A mechanical arm? A mechanical arm? This trait spun in Iron Bull's mind like a whirlwind. He remembered a competitor from a recent match who also had a mechanical arm and had triumphed over numerous skilled fighters, winning 2 million. Could it be mere coincidence? As Iron Bull pondered, the door to the private room swung open. Who dares disturb me? Get out! Iron Bull bellowed. However, the intruder paused only briefly before sauntering in unaffected. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Zaihou, who surveyed the room before fixing his gaze on Iron Bull. He calmly inquired, Are you the owner here, Iron Bull? Iron Bull was about to respond when Asi interjected, Cousin, that's the one who broke my legs. Kill him. Cousin, I want him to be obliterated. Listening to Asi's anguished cries, Iron Bull instantly shifted into combat mode. His form surged, his clothing tearing apart to reveal his silver-gray mechanical body, resembling a small tank, impenetrable and deadly. You, who dared to break my cousin's legs, have the audacity to come here? You truly are bold. Your cousin was reckless. I merely taught him a lesson to prevent him from causing further trouble. Zhang Zaihou replied nonchalantly, showing no sign of fear towards Iron Bull. Fool, he is my cousin. It is not your place to interfere. Iron Bull growled, stepping forward and raising his fist the size of a cooking pot, ready to strike. Unfazed by the impending blow, Zhang Zaihou remained composed. With a resounding crash, Iron Bull staggered back several steps. Zhang Zaihou calmly retracted his right hand and stated, I have come today to inform you that you are no longer to extort protection fees from the front street of Bajia Street. If you comply, consider this visit forgotten. Should you disregard my words, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Despite the cacophony of loud music outside the room, every word Zhang Zaihou spoke was crystal clear. Iron Bull retorted, You're here to seize my turf, aren't you? Chapter 41. Conversation. In a fit of rage, Tainyo raised his fist to strike once more. Yet this time he failed to connect. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Zaihou had positioned himself behind him, his voice cold as ice. I shall reiterate. You are henceforth forbidden from collecting protection fees at the front street of Bajiao Street Pavilion. Should I witness this transgression again, you shall meet a fate akin to his, your left leg crippled. Crippled, you say? I shall go regardless. With a thunderous roar, Tai Nyo and Appo's fist, as large as a cooking pot, came crashing down. Zhang Zaihou deftly evaded, but the force of Tai Nyo's punch left a gaping hole in the wall. The resounding impact echoed far and wide, alarming Tai Nyo's subordinates. A dozen henchmen, armed with machetes, burst into the room. Brother Tai, what is happening? Tai Nyo pointed at Zhang Zaihou and bellowed, this brat is encroaching on my territory, kill him. At his command, scores of men brandishing machetes lunged toward Zhang Zaihou. Witnessing this, Zhang Zaihou withheld no mercy. The chip in his mechanical prosthetic activated fully, and he unleashed the 8 Extremes fist, like a tiger among sheep. He dispatched each assailant with ease, leaving a dozen thugs groaning on the ground within mere minutes. Zhang Zaihou's patience was wearing thin. He had hoped that displaying his prowess would deter them, but he had gravely underestimated Tai Nyo and Appo's ferocity. You dare invade my territory and challenge me? You seek death. Today, I shall end you. Behold my golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. With that, Tai Nyo and Appo's body, reinforced with iron-like mechanical modifications, glimmered with a yellowish hue, amplifying his already formidable presence. Utilizing technology to mimic martial prowess akin to the Mad Dog's fiery technique, he charged at Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou advanced, delivering several punches to Tai Nyo. The dull thuds echoed, but Tai Nyo remained unfazed, laughing heartily. If this is all you can muster, you will never breach my defenses. You might as well give up. Really? A barely perceptible smile graced Zhang Zaihou's lips. If you indeed can withstand my assault, not only will I acquiesce to your demands, but this nightclub shall also belong to you. Tai Nyo, brimming with confidence in his defense, had previously ruled the blood-soaked arena with his golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. However, he had retreated only when faced with the likes of the Mad Dog. Very well, but do not renege on your word. Prepare yourself. Without hesitation, Zhang Zaihou unleashed his full-strength intensified pain. The system and Appo's skills proved highly effective. With one punch, Tai Nyo let out a howl, stumbling back and collapsing to the ground. What have you done? Tai Nyo was drenched in cold sweat, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What and Appo's this? Aren't and Appo's the master of the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt? You can end Appo's to even endure a single punch? Zhang Zaihou drew closer, and Tai Nyo, terrified, retreated. Stay back. Don't come any closer. The searing, bone-deep pain left him averse to further confrontation. Now, do you agree to the terms I proposed? Tai Nyo hesitated, but suddenly his eyes glinted with malice, and he launched a high kick aimed at Zhang Zaihou's head. Zhang Zaihou ducked just in time. How dare you strike again? You wish to seize my territory? Taste my iron cloth shirt. With that, Tai Nyo flailed his arms like 2 windmills, advancing menacingly. The wind howled ominously as Tai Nyo bore down on him. Zhang Zaihou realized that mere evasion would not lead to victory. He had to confront him head-on. Behold my punch. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Zaihou surged forward, bracing himself against Tai Nyo's iron cloth shirt. Then, with intensified pain at full throttle, he struck Tai Nyo squarely. Tai Nyo screamed in agony, his composure shattered, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Seizing the moment, Zhang Zaihou pounced atop him, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes until Tai Nyo, resembling a battered pig, begged for mercy. Brother, please stop. I beg for mercy. I will not return to Bajiao Street Pavilion, and this nightclub shall be yours. Initially intent on enduring, Tai Nyo found Zhang Zaihou's intensified pain to be merciless. You succumbed so quickly. I expected you to endure longer, Zhang Zaihou remarked. Disappointment etched across his face as he withdrew his fists. Tai Nyo, trembling, rose to his feet, his gaze filled with trepidation. Cousin, avenge me. You must avenge me. Why are you so cowardly, cousin? A C, slumped on the ground, shouted. Zhang Zaihou turned to him, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Silence. Tai Nyo barked. Cousin, he broke my leg. I am now crippled. A C pleaded. Your leg being broken is your own doing. You recklessly treated others, and being expelled from the pharmacy by Elder Chang was just the beginning. But you sought trouble with my mother and provoked my wrath. Now you shall suffer. Zhang Zaihou's tone was frigid. Cousin, aren't you the one who boasts of being invincible? You must avenge me. You are my brother. A C persisted. At this moment, Tai Nyo was at a loss for words. Brother, your leg is broken, not your eyesight. Can you not see the current predicament? I cannot possibly defeat him. Had I been able, I would have already shattered his bones and fed them to the dogs. Silence. Someone, throw him out into the street. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Tainyo shouted. Several henchmen, feigning unconsciousness, promptly stood up and, disregarding a CS protests, dragged him out of the room. Once the room fell silent, Zhang Zaihou settled onto the sofa, raising an eyebrow. So are you related? Distant relatives, not even close. I know nothing of him. Tainyo quickly distanced himself from a sea. Very well, I care not for your connection. Remember what I said. The front street of Bajia Street Pavilion is now your territory, and I shall never intrude again. Zhang Zaihou nodded in acknowledgement, casting Tainyo a meaningful glance before turning to leave. After his departure, Tainyo's expression twisted in anger as he summoned a subordinate. Investigate who he truly is and inform Master Long San that someone seeks to encroach upon our territory. The young thug nodded, rallying a few men to set off. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zaihou, as he exited the nightclub, several pairs of eyes were now tracking his movements. By the time he returned home, it was already afternoon. As he stepped inside, Li Qingxia approached, scrutinizing Zhang Zaihou from head to toe. Son, you didn't get into a fight, did you? Are you hurt? Mother, I'm fine. I am the director. How could I possibly brawl? I merely had a cordial discussion. Zhang Zaihou wished to quell his mother's concerns. But I heard from Xiaopeng and Apos, as father, that Tainyo is ruthless. Will he heed your words? That Tainyo, he is quite understanding and easy to converse with. He even assured me that he will no longer collect protection fees at the front street. Is that so? Indeed, mother. You may continue selling buns at the front street without fear of disturbance. Zhang Zaihou, glancing at the time, chuckled and remarked, Oh dear, I'm feeling rather drowsy and must retire for the night. You should rest as well. Li Qingxiao wished to speak further, but upon seeing the closed door, she found herself at a loss for words. She could only sense that her son had undergone a significant transformation lately. Chapter 42. Deception. Early the next morning, Zhang Zaihou once again accompanied his mother and sister to sell steamed buns, and, as expected, no local ruffians came to demand protection fees. After a day filled with toil, Zhang Zaihou returned home in the evening and fell into a deep slumber. He was awakened the next morning by the sound of a ringing phone. Groggily, he answered. Hearing Tianmanman's voice on the other end, Are you awake? Hurry to the group. Suddenly alert, Zhang Zaihou sprang up, remembering that today marked the day of the wager's fulfillment. Without delay, he called Guo Xiaopeng to drive him to the Tian group. Upon entering, he noticed Tianmanman looking somewhat haggard. Zhang understood that she had been under considerable stress lately and likely hadn't slept well the previous night. Turning his gaze, he caught sight of Tian Weiming, who was leering at him with malicious intent, even making a throat-cutting gesture. Today, you're finished, Tian Weiming declared confidently. Unfazed, Zhang Zaihou felt a strong desire to witness the expression on Tian Weiming's face once he realized he had lost the wager. In defiance, Zhang Zaihou raised his middle finger at Tian Weiming, who immediately turned pale with rage, his face contorted with murderous intent. How dare the son-in-law disrespect him? He vowed to break Zhang's fingers one by one. Despite Tian Weiming's fierce demeanor, Zhang Zaihou remained unperturbed. Lu Bai, he chuckled, taking a seat beside Tianmanman. Shortly thereafter, the members of the Tian family gathered in the conference room. At the head of the table, Mu Baiping surveyed the group. Today, we shall convene again to discuss the specific progress of the military technology transformation project. Tian Weiming and Tianmanman, please update us on your respective progress. As the wager still stands, since I am the notary in this matter, I shall act impartially and adhere strictly to the terms of the wager. With that, Mu Baiping turned her gaze to Tian Weiming. He slowly replied, Rest assured, grandmother, I have successfully negotiated this collaboration and signed a preliminary contract with the project leader, Liang Weibao. He produced the preliminary contract for all to see. This time, our Tian family will undoubtedly become partners with the Dongfang family. This news is indeed a boon for us, but for some, it may result in dire consequences. Ahaha. Tian Weiming laughed triumphantly, then turned to Tianmanman. She, unfazed, replied calmly, I also visited the Dongfang family's military technology building and signed a contract with Chairman Dongfang Yu. Here is the preliminary contract. To everyone's astonishment, she pulled out a contract from her bag and placed it on the table. Laughter erupted in the room. Tian Weiming sneered, Tianmanman, have you forged a contract for the wager? How despicable. You truly believe that grandmother is senile. Mu Baiping's expression darkened as she cast a disapproving look at Tianmanman. On what grounds do you claim this contract is forged? Tianmanman challenged. Fine. Since you're so fearless, allow me to provide proof. Tian Weiming declared, pulling out his phone to display a photograph. The image clearly showed Tian Man exiting Dongfang U.S. office. Did you expect this? Liang Weibao has already sent me the photo of you entering the building. And I hear you were even thrown out by Dongfang Yu himself. Tian Man, I'm curious to hear your explanation. You are clearly fabricating a contract, deceiving the Tian family, and fooling grandmother. The uproar in the conference room escalated, with voices raised in condemnation. Mu Baiping's expression was stormy as she addressed Tian Man. Second son, you have indeed raised a fine daughter, bold enough to present a fake contract to deceive me. If it weren't for Tian Weiming exposing this, I might have fallen for it myself. Seeing the second son of the Tian family in such a predicament, others began to pile on, except for the eldest son, Tian Jialong, who remained a silent observer. Indeed, how could Man act in such a manner? If we were to believe her, wouldn't that be a laughingstock for other businesses in Zhongzhou? Tian Jiaxing chimed in. Tian Jiawang added, I never imagined that Man, who appears so aloof, could be such a person behind the scenes. How could someone like her be the general manager of our group? She is nothing but a fraud. Bringing forth a fake contract only to be exposed. What a disgrace. She has no face left to remain in the Tian family. She might as well wish for an early reincarnation. As the chatter grew louder, Mu Baiping did not grant Tian Man a chance to explain. She raised her hand for silence, her gaze cold. Given the irrefutable evidence of Tian Man's forgery, I hereby announce the expulsion of the Tian Jiachang family from the company group. All shares will be reclaimed. And the research team led by Tian Man will be forfeited. Upon hearing this, Shi Jinxiang collapsed onto the floor, bursting into tears. Oh my God. What am I to do? I can't go on living. I told you to divorce that cripple, but you wouldn't listen. Otherwise, our family would not have descended into this state. Tian Jiachang, unable to contain his anger, stood beside Tian Man and exclaimed, Tian Man, look at the mess you've created for a cripple. He raised his hand, poised to strike her. Just then, a firm hand grasped Tian Jiachang's wrist, halting him. Realizing it was Zhang Zaihou, Tian Jiachang's anger flared even more. You, the cripple, are to blame. If it weren't for your wager, how could Tian Man have resorted to forging a contract? You have harmed our Man. Tian Jiachang shouted. Dad, this contract is real. I did not forge anything, Tian Man insisted. Shut your mouth. Even now, you defend him. Tian Jiachang retorted. Dad. Tian Man's eyes brimmed with tears as she felt everyone's disbelief. At that moment, a hand rested gently on her shoulder, providing support. Let me handle this, Zhang Zaihou said calmly. He then turned to Tian Weiming, stating, is it truly sufficient to claim this contract is fake based on just a photograph? That feels rather dismissive. Do you not think I should call Liang Weibao, the project leader, right now to clarify? Tian Weiming, holding his phone, replied, go ahead. Good. You've chosen your own demise. Once I confirm with him, you better be prepared to fulfill the wager. Anyone who fails to adhere to the terms shall face divine retribution. Tian Weiming laughed heartily. Indeed, divine retribution. Zhang Zaihou echoed. Tian Weiming immediately dialed Liang Weibao. Chapter 43. The reversal. Tian Weiming promptly dialed Liang Weibao's number. The phone rang only twice before the call was answered. Manager Liang, this is Tian Weiming. I am calling to request your verification regarding the authenticity of my contract, as well as the circumstances surrounding that photograph of yours. Ah, that photograph. What? Is that woman denying it? Liang replied. Indeed, she has even fabricated a contract, claiming it was signed by Chairman Dongfang Yu. How could that woman be so brazen? Stubbornly lying? Our Chairman Dongfang is not someone she can simply meet at her whim. I witnessed her being thrown out that day, and her act of forging a contract is something our company will never entertain. Upon hearing Liang Weibao's words, everyone turned their peculiar gazes towards Tian Man. Tian Weiming chuckled with great delight. Thrust out, ha. This time, you have lost the wager. Not only will I break your 2 legs, but I shall also shatter the 3rd. Zhang Zaihou remained unfazed. If that is the case, I will make a call as well. How about that? Ha ha. You continue to flounder in despair, but it is of no consequence. You are merely prolonging your inevitable fate. Very well. Zhang Zaihou ceased the banter and stepped outside to contact Dongfang Yu directly. At that moment, Dongfang Yu was engaged in a high-level meeting. Upon seeing Zhang Zaihou's call, he answered without hesitation. Hello, Master Zhang. What is the matter? Is there a person named Liang Weibao in your company? Oh, I recall such an individual. He just insulted my wife and claimed that the intention contract previously signed with you was forged. Chairman Dongfang, you know what to do next. Hearing this, Dongfang Yu felt a shock. Despite being the local emperor of Zhengzhou City, he held Zhang Zaihou in high regard, even with a sense of reverence. He had previously discussed with his father that anyone capable of swiftly dispatching a phantom would undoubtedly be a practitioner of Taoism. Such individuals were to be courted, not offended. Yet, one of his subordinates had the audacity to insult Zhang Zaihou and Apos' wife. Such insolence was simply intolerable. Dongfang Yu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Master Zhang. I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. After hanging up, Dongfang Yu turned to his assistant. Is there a Liang Weibo working in our company? The beautiful assistant nodded. Yes, he is the manager responsible for the spiritual energy transformation project. What instructions do you have, Chairman? Immediately instruct him to pack his belongings and leave. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Understood. I will take care of it right away. She promptly dialed the personnel director. Director, the chairman says Liang Weibo, who is in charge of the spiritual energy transformation project, is to pack his things and leave. Understood. I will handle it immediately. The personnel director then called Liang Weibo to inform him of his dismissal. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Tian Group, the revelation of the forged contract left Tian Man utterly humiliated. Her previous arrogance and pretentiousness had not concealed the dirt she harbored, engaging in dubious dealings. Who knows what unscrupulous activities she had been involved in? This was merely the tip of the iceberg. Whispers filled the room, creating a cacophony of confusion. Mu Baiping struck the table thrice, finally restoring order. The matter of Tian Man's forged contract has been clarified. Her position as general manager is hereby revoked, and she is expelled from the Tian family. Tian Second Branch. You are no longer part of the Tian family. Pack your things and vacate the Tian villa at once. You would do well to hurry, lest I take severe action. Boom. Upon hearing this, Shi Zhenxiang fainted, while Tian Jiachang was left in a daze, murmuring, No, I don't want this. I want to see my father. Tian Man. Her demeanor icy, retorted, On what grounds do you expel us from the Tian family? You have no right. How dare you question my authority? Mu Baiping seethed in anger. You have engaged in deceit, deliberately misleading the company. Now that your ruse has been exposed, you still attempt to argue with a vile attitude. Hence, I shall expel the second branch of the Tian family. Tian Man. Before you are expelled from the Tian family, remember that Zhang Zaihou must fulfill his wager. I have a hammer prepared for this very occasion. Tian Weiming brandished a hammer, his smile cruel. And your husband has been making calls for quite some time. He hasn't run away, has he? Rest assured, I will not flee. Zhang Zaihou entered the room, exuding an air of ease. Now, it is time to fulfill the wager. If you wish to renege, you shall not leave the Tian group today. Tian Weiming struggled to lift the hammer. Zhang Zaihou smiled confidently. Fear not, the true spectacle has only just begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Weiming's phone rang. Upon seeing Liang Weibo's name on the screen, he answered without hesitation. Hello, Manager Liang. Do not worry. I will make her confess. However, to his astonishment, an enraged voice erupted from the other end. Tian Weiming, you have damned me. I have been dismissed from the company. This thunderous declaration echoed throughout the conference room, catching everyone's attention. Tian Weiming was taken aback. Why? Of course, it is because of your false accusations. Tian Man was expelled by Dongfang Yu. And the higher-ups have ordered me to leave immediately. ISN and Apos. Tian Man your sister? For goodness and Apos' sake. Can you ask her to say a few good words for me to keep my job? What do you mean by falsely accusing Tian Man of being expelled? Tian Weiming questioned. Oh, I must have seen it incorrectly. Tian Man was not forcibly ejected from the office. She was invited into the chairman and Apos' office to sign the intention contract. Ah, then, does that mean the intention contract we signed is valid? Valid? Not at all. That intention contract was merely between you and me. The chairman has even stamped it, so it is certainly not valid. Tian Weiming could hardly believe his ears. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, doused in ice-cold water, leaving him numb. The entire conference room was similarly stunned. The intention contract that had been agreed upon was rendered void. Moreover, it appeared that Tian Man's intention contract was indeed signed with Dongfang Yu. What a dramatic turn of events! This cannot be true, Tian Weiming stammered, bewildered, while Mu Baiping's expression darkened. Tian Weiming, did you not claim this collaboration was assured? Why has it become void? Grandma, I do not know. Tian Weiming lamented, on the verge of tears. Meanwhile, Zhang Zaihou remained composed. Madam, his contract is invalid. Does that not mean he is lost? Chapter 44. A debt repaid. The pronouncement by Zhang Zaihou was met with stunned silence. The assembly exchanging bewildered glances. According to Tian Weiming's phone call, his contract had been nullified, resulting in the dismissal of the opposing manager. Yet, Tian Manman's contract was purportedly valid, a twist that defied expectation. Tian Weiming, with gritted teeth, attempted a final gambit, pointing an accusing finger at Zhang Zaihou and declaring vehemently, "Impossible! If my contract is void, so must yours be. Liang Weibao must be lying. He and Oppos, as deceiving me." As if on cue, Tian Manman and Oppos, as phone chimed. "Answer it on speaker." Zhang Zaihou instructed. Tian Manman complied, and the resonant voice of Dongfeng Yu filled the room. "Miss Tian, do you have availability this afternoon? The project department has drafted the collaboration agreement, and we're prepared to formalize the accord at your convenience." "So soon?" Tian Manman blurted out, taken aback. Dongfeng Yu, seemingly surprised by her reaction, hesitated before clarifying, "Our linkture transformation project is proceeding at a rapid pace, and I deemed it prudent to finalize matters expeditiously. I shall await your presence at my office this afternoon to execute the contract." "Very well," Tian Manman replied. "I shall arrive promptly at 3:00 and Oppos clock this afternoon, Chairman Dongfeng." With that, she concluded the call, casting a glance at the dumbfounded faces of the Tian clan. Incredible. She actually secured it. Was that truly Dongfeng Yu on the phone? Without a doubt. I've met Dongfeng Yu, and that was indeed his voice. Despite her youth, Tian Manman has rendered the company a great service. Appearances can indeed be deceptive. "You fickle individual. You just accused Manman of forging the contract." Murmurs rippled through the room, while Tian Weiming stood ashen-faced, rivulets of perspiration tracing his pallid complexion. He remained rooted to the spot, his eyes glazed over as he stared vacantly at the gathering. That call was fabricated," Tian Weiming exclaimed. "What coincidence? My contract is declared void, and immediately you receive a call to sign a contract, personally from Dongfeng Yu himself. If you harbor doubts, here's the phone. Verify it yourself." Zhang Zaihou retorted, extending the device. Tian Weiming stared at the phone, unable to grasp it, his mind having relinquished control of his limbs. "Go on, dial the number." "Do you dare?" Zhang Zaihou pressed, nudging the phone forward. Tian Weiming recoiled, collapsing onto the floor. Observing Tian Weiming's discomfited state, Zhang Zaihou chuckled derisively before turning to Mu Baiping. "Now that our contract is validated, the matter of expelling the second branch should be rescinded. Wouldn't you agree? And the position of group director should rightfully be bestowed upon Tian Manman?" Mu Baiping's countenance shifted, her eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. After a prolonged pause, she conceded. "Given that Tian Manman did not fabricate the contract, the second branch shall remain. As for the position of group director, it is a matter of paramount importance, not to be decided hastily. A resolution must be reached through a unanimous vote by all shareholders. This meeting is adjourned. We shall reconvene tomorrow." As she attempted to depart, Zhang Zaihou intercepted her path. "Grandmother, you mustn't leave. Even if the director's position remains unresolved, I have an outstanding wager with him. As the adjudicator, your presence is required to oversee the fulfillment of the bet." Mu Baiping's expression darkened further. Indeed, she was the adjudicator. But her intention was to preside over the crippling of Zhang Zaihou, not the humiliation of Tian Weiming kneeling before Zhang Zaihou's family. Left with no recourse, she attempted to delay the proceedings. "The wager shall be reconsidered at a later juncture. After all, your mother and sister are not present, and it would be unseemly for him to kneel before you alone." "Ah, there's no need for grandmother to concern herself. My mother and sister are already downstairs." As Zhang Zaihou spoke, a knock echoed at the conference room door. Upon opening it, Guo Xiaoping stood there with Li Qingxia and Zhang Zaiyun in tow. Zhang Zaihou had previously instructed Guo Xiaoping to fetch his mother and sister. Now that all were assembled, Zhang Zaihou intended to ensure that Tian Weiming would kneel. "Son, what in Oppos, as the occasion? Why did you summon your sister and me?" "Yes, brother, mother and I were busy selling steamed buns," Li Qingxia and Zhang Zaiyun inquired, perplexed. "It and Oppos, as nothing." "Mother," Zhang Zaihou replied, "I've invited you here because someone is about to kneel before you in apology, and you as well, sister." "Who, brother?" Zhang Zaiyun asked, puzzled. "Him," Zhang Zaihou declared, pointing towards Tian Weiming, prompting the two women to take notice. Li Qingxia trembled slightly, while Zhang Zaiyun displayed evident apprehension. The man's ferocity and arrogance at Zhang Zaihou's wedding had left an indelible impression on them. "Son, perhaps we should leave." "There's no need for an apology," Li Qingxia stammered. "Brother, I'm afraid." I wish to leave as well, Zhang Zaihou added. Zhang Zaihou restrained them. It's all right. He was arrogant towards you at my wedding. Today, he lost the bet and must kneel in apology. Otherwise, he'll never learn the meaning of respect. You crippled son-in-law, Tian Weiming bellowed. You expect me to kneel and apologize? In your next life, what gives you the audacity to wager with me? I only humored you. Even if I lost, you can't possibly believe I'd actually kneel and apologize. Ha. Ignoring Tian Weiming's derisive laughter, Zhang Zaihou turned to Mu Baiping, his expression impassive. It seems grandmother's authority as adjudicator is questionable. Your grandson disregards you. Mu Baiping flushed crimson with embarrassment and retorted, You crippled son-in-law. Do you presume to lecture me? You're nothing more than a dog in our Tian family. Am I to heed every bark? Be gone, or I shall decree your expulsion from the Tian family, condemning your entire family to destitution and misery. At this juncture, Mu Baiping had completely abandoned all pretense. She had intended to support Tian Weiming, but instead, she had inadvertently paved the way for Tian Manman and Appos' triumph. She could not endure such a defeat and unleashed a torrent of invective. Zhang Zaihou's countenance hardened. So you intend to renege on your obligations? What if we do? Even if I lost today, what can you possibly do to me? Since your mother and sister are here, I and Appos, LL break your legs before their very eyes, Tian Weiming declared. His eyes bloodshot, consumed by homicidal intent. He clapped his hands, and the conference room doors swung open, revealing a group of men clad in black. Leading them was a hulking figure, his body augmented with mechanical enhancements. It was none other than Tainyo, with whom Zhang Zaihou had previously crossed paths. Chapter 45, The Threat Upon the Arrival of Others. Tian Weiming felt emboldened, pointing at Zhang Zaihou with an audacious demeanor. I have long harbored disdain for you. Today, I shall render you incapacitated. Tainyo, I offer you 500,000. Break this fellow and Appos' legs for me. And throw in the one in the middle while you're at it. Tian Weiming smirked maliciously, but unexpectedly, Tian Manman stood defiantly in front of Zhang Zaihou. Who dares? If you lay a finger on my husband, I will immediately terminate our agreement with the Dongfang family. At that point, not only will the psychic enhancement project be off the table, but even the prospect of becoming partners with the Dongfang clan will be impossible. Tian Manman, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Mu Baiping reprimanded sternly. You cannot gamble the interests of the Tian group on your personal emotions. Grandmother, he intends to break my husband's legs. You are a notary, you must arbitrate this. Tian Manman pleaded, but Mu Baiping disregarded her. Turning to Tian Jiachang instead. Control your daughter. Man, come here, do not act foolishly. This son-in-law is unworthy of such devotion. Your grandmother has spoken, hurry over. Urged Tian Jiachang. Yet, Tian Manman shook her head resolutely. Father, the contract I signed is ours. We have one. Why should my husband suffer such a fate? Grandmother's actions are unjust. Will you not speak on my behalf? Man, this. Tian Jiachang found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Tian Weiming's grin grew increasingly sinister. If you wish to accompany this cripple to his demise, so be it. As for the contract with the Dongfang family, I doubt they would hesitate to sign with someone else if you breach it. What? What did you say? Tian Manman was taken aback. I couldn't be clearer. Should you continue to protect this leech, I would not hesitate to dispose of you as well, Tian Weiming threatened menacingly. He wants to kill me. Tian Manman looked incredulously at Mu Baiping, who remained sullen and unresponsive. Her silence was tantamount to consent. A heavy dread settled in Tian Manman and Appos' heart as a murderous intent filled the air. Son, I will hold them off. You must flee with your sister and wife at once. Li Qingxiao rushed forward, attempting to push them back, striving to buy them precious moments for escape. Mom, no. I must make him kneel before me. Zhang Zaihou smiled faintly, pulling Tian Manman and Li Qingxiao behind him. You think you can play the hero? No matter. I will make you my first target. Tainyo, disassemble his mechanical limb. Tian Weiming shouted, but Tainyo stood frozen. Upon entering, he had recognized Zhang Zaihou. The events of that fateful night remained vivid. When Tian Weiming had threatened to break Zhang Zaihou and Appos' legs, he felt a pang of regret. What are you doing? Don't just stand there. Kill him. Tian Weiming bellowed. Tainyo wore a pained expression. Young Master Tian, it's not that I refuse your orders, but this man. I cannot provoke him. What do you mean you can't? I see you wish to raise your price. Fine, 1 million. Move swiftly. I truly. Tainyo looked as though he were constipated. Don't make excuses. If you won't act, I will. Tian Weiming shouted. Seizing the steel pipe from Tainyo's grasp and advancing towards Zhang Zaihou. Cursing, Today, I shall ruin you. Yet, as he approached and swung the iron rod, Zhang Zaihou kicked it away, sending Tian Weiming sprawling to the ground, gasping in pain. Zhang Zaihou had restrained his strength, otherwise, that kick could have been fatal. However, this action provoked a severe backlash. Mu Baiping's eyes widened in shock. You dare strike a member of the Tian family? You are courting death. This is insurrection. Pure insurrection. Security, security, expel him from the Tian family. Banish him forever. The crowd erupted in chaos, everyone clamoring. Save for the eldest Tian Jialong and the third Tian Jiaxing, who remained silent. One was a man of deep cunning, revealing neither joy nor anger, even when his son was assaulted. The other understood just how formidable Zhang Zaihou was, having witnessed him defeat the ultimate weapon of the underground blood arena. A mere Tian Weiming was nothing in comparison. Tian Jiachong, is this the fine son-in-law you sought? Mu Baiping's fury was palpable, her face ashen as she glared at Tian Jiachong. At that moment, Tian Jiachong was filled with trepidation. He had never seen Mu Baiping so furious. He glanced at the unconscious Shi Zhenxiang with envy. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to speak out, forcing himself to declare, Zhang Zaihou, quickly kneel and apologize to Tian Weiming, or our family shall face ruin. For the sake of your mother and Tian Man, apologize at once. Dad, can't you see? The more you yield, the more audacious they will become. We must resist. Tian Man shouted vehemently. Indeed, if apologies were effective, the world would not witness the tyranny of the strong over the weak, Zhang Zaihou stated as he advanced. Tian Weiming gritted his teeth. You believe yourself powerful? You are merely wielding the mechanical arm produced by our Tian family. Without it, you would stand no chance against me. Oh, is that so? Then I shall remove the mechanical arm and proceed to thrash you, Zhang Zaihou replied, detaching his mechanical limb. Observing his bare arm, Tian Weiming hurled the iron rod at him. Zhang Zaihou sidestepped, but in that instant, Tian Weiming lunged and snatched the mechanical arm. Ha! You fell for it. Tainyo, I have seized this fool and Appo's as mechanical arm. Now you can defeat him. Everyone was taken aback by Tian Weiming and Appo's cunning ploy to acquire Zhang Zaihou and Appo's mechanical limb. In response, Mu Baiping shouted towards the outside, Security! Security! Come quickly! Before long, a dozen security personnel appeared at the door. This is the end. This is the end. At that moment, Tian Manmin felt desolate, aware that today would not end well. Yet, Zhang Zaihou remained composed, sneering. Do you truly believe that seizing my mechanical arm has stripped me of the capacity to resist? You are merely putting on a faade. Your reliance on our Tian family's mechanical arm is all too clear. Now that you lack it, let us see how you will contend with me. Everyone, attack. As soon as Tian Weiming finished speaking, the security guards charged in, wielding their batons against Zhang Zaihou. He, however, did not relent, despite appearing to possess only one arm. His combat prowess was exceedingly formidable. With a punch for each of the guards, it took less than a minute to lay them all low upon the ground. Chapter 46. Apology. Zhang Zaihou regarded Tian Weiming with an amused expression, a mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Ding. Host has triggered a system task. Evil must contend with evil. The most effective way to deal with a villain is to become an even more ferocious adversary. As employing violence against violence has always been the most convenient and effective method, albeit a long and arduous task. Ruthlessly trample upon Tian Weiming's self-esteem. Reward, 20 conversion points and 3 thunder talismans. Upon realizing he had activated another system task, Zhang Zaihou felt a surge of joy. He was determined to fulfill the role of the villain required by the system. Meanwhile, Tian Weiming remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster. Astonished that Zhang Zaihou had lost his mechanical limbs, yet still possessed formidable fighting prowess. The only individual present capable of defeating him was the fully mechanized Iron Bull. Iron Bull, this time I am counting on you. Just incapacitate him, and I will reward you with 5 million. Tian Weiming promised with a flourish. Hearing this, Iron Bull was tempted. 5 million was indeed his entire annual income. Yet, his expression shifted unpredictably as he cast a peculiar glance at Zhang Zaihou. Though he could easily crush this man into a pulp, an unsettling sense lingered that if he were to make a move, he would suffer a dire fate. Iron Bull. If you wish to confront me, you must consider your decision carefully. Zhang Zaihou maintained an unflinching demeanor, stepping forward, causing Iron Bull to instinctively retreat. What are you doing? Go and incapacitate him. He is nothing but flesh and blood, incapable of defeating you. Do not be afraid. He is merely putting on a brave front. Tian Weiming shouted. Further agitating Iron Bull, who turned to bellow at him, "Shut your mouth. You need not instruct me." This outburst left Tian Weiming momentarily speechless. "So, have you made your decision? Will you strike me or not?" Zhang Zaihou's tone was light, yet behind the facade. He was already preparing to exchange conversion points for a Gatling gun that emitted blue flames. Should Iron Bull dare to attack, he would not hesitate to unleash its power. He was curious to see if Iron Bull's ironclad body could withstand the barrage of 1,000 bullets per second. I'm not concerning myself with your trivial matters," Iron Bull grunted, ultimately allowing reason to prevail and refraining from a reckless assault. Zhang Zaihou felt a twinge of disappointment. He genuinely wished to test the might of the Gatling gun. "You are nothing but a scoundrel, taking my money without delivering results. I will undoubtedly dismantle you one day." Tian Weiming cursed venomously at Iron Bull, who, buoyed by his status as a scion of the Tian family, assumed no one would dare confront him. Those of high status typically did not engage in petty disputes. However, Iron Bull, who had thrived in the underworld for decades, was unaccustomed to being threatened. "You little brat. How dare you threaten me? You must be tired of living." Iron Bull turned the barrel of his weapon towards Tian Weiming. Yet, mindful of the Tian family's gathering, he ultimately restrained himself, casting a warning glance at Tian Weiming before departing the conference room. "You scoundrel, taking money without delivering service. I will eventually have my revenge." Tian Weiming's curses echoed as Zhang Zaihou began to stretch his limbs, preparing to take matters into his own hands. "So, the person you sought has left. Will you kneel willingly, or shall I force you to your knees?" Zhang Zaihou advanced with determination, prompting Tian Weiming to shout, "You want me to kneel? Dream on. Do not act recklessly. Let me go. Grandma, save me." Seeking assistance from Mu Baiping, who could not bear to witness her grandson and Appo's humiliation, she intervened. "Zhang Zaihou, how audacious of you. You are not a member of the Tian family yet dare to harm our kin. Who grants you such authority?" Zhang Zaihou replied, "Grandma, I am doing this for the benefit of the Tian family." "What do you mean this is for the family's good?" Mu Baiping questioned, perplexed. "You heard him just now. He said that anyone who does not honor their bet would face divine retribution, leading to the demise of their entire family. Now that he is not honoring his bet, does that not mean our entire family will perish? We cannot allow this to happen. My actions are not to harm the Tian family, but to save it." At that moment, Zhang Zaihou did not wish to sever ties with Mu Baiping, yet she remained unconvinced by his claims. "Do you think I am so easily fooled just because of my age? What? You do not believe me? Have you not heard the ancient saying, 'Man proposes, heaven disposes'? If not, divine retribution may indeed strike." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zaihou unhesitatingly exchanged for a thunder talisman within the system. A bolt of lightning surged towards the conference room, shattering the glass with a resounding crack, followed by the ominous rumble of thunder. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Baiping's expression darkened. Could it be that this was all true? "Grandma, you have seen it with your own eyes. The thunder descends. If I do not act now, the next strike may very well fall upon you, and no one from the Tian family will escape." The members of the Tian family trembled at his words, though they were generally skeptical of supernatural occurrences. However, the recent lightning strike had left them profoundly shaken, and many began to believe Zhang Zaihou's assertions. "Grandma, we cannot allow Tian Weiming to drag our entire family down with him. I wish to live for a few more years. He must kneel." Indeed, he clearly lost. Why should he not honor the wager? The family members voiced their sentiments, leaving Mu Baiping's expression fluctuating, her thoughts inscrutable. In that moment of distraction, Zhang Zaihou seized an iron rod and struck Tian Weiming's leg with great force. In an instant, Tian Weiming collapsed to the ground, his cries of agony reverberating throughout the conference room. "Help me! Save me! Grandma, help me!" Tian Weiming wailed, pleading for assistance. Yet the Tian family members shared a silent understanding and refrained from intervening, their hearts slightly relieved. Even Mu Baiping remained silent. Seeing Tian Weiming's suffering, Zhang Zaihou spoke firmly. "You may have disrupted my wedding without consequence, but to insult my mother and sister is unforgivable. Today, you must apologize. Apologize to my mother and sister." His words rang with conviction, and Tian Weiming sensed a palpable aura of menace. Should he refuse, Zhang Zaihou might unleash further wrath. Ultimately, he capitulated, enduring the excruciating pain as he repeatedly bowed to Li Qingxia and Zhang Ziyan. "I am sorry. I am truly sorry. I was wrong. I should not have insulted you both on Zhang Zaihou's joyous day. Please forgive me." Chapter 47. Departure. I am a scoundrel. I am not human. I am a scoundrel. I am not human. Tian Weiming continuously apologized, his demeanor pitiable. Yet, Li Qingxia paid him no heed, and Zhang Zaihou merely spat in disdain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. The host is rewarded with 20 conversion points and 3 lightning talismans. Hearing the system's notification of task completion, Zhang Zaihou remained resolute in his pursuit of Tian Weiming. He understood all too well that individuals like him must be instilled with fear. Now that you've apologized, you must be satisfied, right? Mu Beiping interjected. No, not yet. Zhang Zaihou shook his head vigorously. What more could there be? Tian Weiming asked, bewildered. Did we not add a clause requiring you to fulfill the wager made in the underground parking lot? What? Are you truly demanding that I? Impossible, Tian Weiming exclaimed, his face paling in shock as he prepared to flee. Yet, no matter how swift he was, he could not outpace Zhang Zaihou. Zhang Zaihou seized him by the collar. What? You refuse to honor the wager. Do you truly wish to see the Tian family utterly annihilated before you find joy? Before Tian Weiming could retort, Zhang Zaihou dragged him toward the restroom. The Tian family members were thrown into chaos. What wager? What did he do in the parking lot? Oh dear. Tian Weiming bet on doing a handstand while eating Oreo. What? He's heading to the restroom. Someone stop him. That disabled man is quite formidable. Who dares to intervene? Despite Tian Weiming's desperate pleas for help, the Tian family members feared becoming Zhang Zaihou's next targets and dared not approach. Just as Zhang Zaihou was about to exit with Tian Weiming in tow, a sudden cry pierced the air. Grandma! Grandma! What is wrong with you? Zhang Zaihou turned to see Mu Beiping clutching her head, swaying as if on the brink of collapse. Oh, my head hurts. I feel faint. Let us conclude today's meeting. I might faint. Hurry, call an ambulance. Seeing Mu Beiping in distress, the Tian family members erupted into a flurry of activity, hastily ushering her out of the conference room. Seizing the opportunity amidst Zhang Zaihou's distraction, Tian Weiming bolted away. The once boisterous conference room grew silent in a matter of moments, leaving only Zhang Zaihou's family. Truly an old fox, employing such a ruse. Zhang Zaihou, a doctor, was acutely aware of Mu Beiping's condition. Her health was likely more robust than that of his own in-laws. How could she suddenly suffer from a headache? This was merely a tactical delay on her part. Divorce. We must divorce immediately. The furious voice of Shi Jinxiang echoed through the Tian villa. My daughter. Zhang Zaihou is a scoundrel, gambling away our family fortune. He clearly holds no regard for your father or me. As a disabled son-in-law, how dare he compel Tian Weiming to kneel before him? Today, he may revel in his triumph, but Tian Weiming will undoubtedly seek retribution 1,000-fold in the future. We know him too well. While he steps out to make a call, Dongfang will certainly call you. This is merely a coincidence. It has nothing to do with him. We must quickly sever ties with such a person. We cannot remain connected to him any longer. I have always said that Zhou Ziming is your true match. The Zhou family would not disgrace you. Tian Jiachang and Shi Jinxiang bombarded Tian Manman with their words. The events that unfolded in the conference room had opened their eyes. Their son-in-law, Zhang Zaihou, had boldly confronted Tian Weiming and even struck him. Yet, they did not perceive Zhang Zaihou as becoming stronger. Rather, they believed he was merely experiencing a final bout of madness before his downfall, bolstered by a stroke of luck. Once Tian Weiming and Mu Beiping returned, they would surely seek to eliminate him, no matter how formidable Zhang Zaihou might be. It is said that while one can evade a direct attack, an ambush is far more treacherous. He could evade the initial blow, but not the inevitable second. Sooner or later, Zhang Zaihou would meet his demise at Tian Weiming's hands. Thus, upon their return, the couple urged Tian Manman to divorce swiftly, lest they be caught in the crossfire of Tian Weiming's vengeance. Yet, Tian Manman's thoughts were far removed from their concerns. She reflected on how Zhang Zaihou had repeatedly come to her aid. In her moments of greatest need, he had stood firm as her most steadfast support. Consequently, her feelings for Zhang Zaihou began to subtly shift. As she listened to her parents' incessant chatter, Tian Manman clenched her teeth. Fine, say what you will. I will not divorce Zhang Zaihou. If you refuse to divorce, then you may leave this house. Tian Jiachang shouted in frustration. Just as well. I was looking for an opportunity to move out. Upon hearing this, Tian Manman rose to pack her belongings without hesitation. What are you saying? How can you drive our daughter away? Shi Jinxiang attempted to intervene. Tian Jiachang retorted loudly, let her go. I wonder where she thinks she can run. With that, he retreated to his study, not to emerge again. With her heavy suitcase in hand, Tian Manman resolutely exited the villa. As she stepped outside, she spotted a luxury vehicle parked at the entrance, and Zhou Ziming emerged, flowers in hand. Having heard about the military technology project being signed by Tian Man, he rushed over to curry favor with her, hoping to win her over and secure the project for his own family. As he approached, he saw Tian Man carrying her luggage and immediately stepped forward with enthusiasm. "Miss Tian, where are you headed? Allow me to drive you." He reached for her luggage, but Tian Man coldly declined. "No need, young Master Zhou. I have already called for a car." Tian Man harbored a strong aversion toward him, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Indeed, it was not long before a black commercial vehicle arrived. Tian Man climbed in and sped away, while Zhou Ziming, calculating, followed closely behind. Inside the car, Tian Man leaned back, eyes closed, seeking a moment of peace. "Gu Siyu," the driver, inquired with concern, "President Tian, I have booked you a room at the Wuzhou International Hotel and have already arranged for a hot bath. You can relax as soon as we arrive." "Thank you. President Tian, here are the arrangements for tomorrow's meeting. This afternoon, we finalized the contract with the military technology firm." Gu Siyu handed Tian Man a stack of documents, which he scrutinized closely. After some time, Gu Siyu asked, "President Tian, while you're staying away, should I inform your husband, Zhang Zaihou?" This under normal circumstances. Tian Man would have outright refused, yet for reasons unknown, she hesitated this time. Having moved out of the villa, she mused that sharing a home with Zhang Zaihou elsewhere might not be so bad. A smile crept onto her face at this thought, prompting Gu Siyu, observing from the rearview mirror, to furrow her brow in concern. Chapter 48. The beggar of life. After escorting Tian Man to the Wuzhou International Hotel, Gu Siyu drove away. Yet none noticed the black Mercedes silently parked by the roadside. Observing the 56-story hotel, Zhou Ziming also alighted, preparing to check in. "Grandmother, you must help me. I am your only grandson. If I meet my demise, the Tian family will truly fall into the hands of outsiders." In a lavish suite, Tian Weiming knelt on the floor, weeping profusely. Meanwhile, Mu Baiping stared blankly at the floor-to-ceiling windows before finally saying, "I intended to support you while your grandfather recuperates at home. However, you have disappointed me greatly, allowing Tian Man to exploit this opportunity. What exactly is the situation with the Dongfang family and Oppo's energy transformation project?" Tian Weiming lamented, "I am uncertain. I was in good discussions with Liang Weibao, but at the last moment, everything changed." Mu Baiping pondered for a moment. Liang Weibao's sudden dismissal, could it be connected to Zhang Zaihou? "I recall he made a phone call earlier." This statement was directed not at Tian Weiming, but at Tian Jialong, who sat silently in a dark corner of the room. Tian Jialong, half in shadow and half in light, remained silent for a long while. "Zhang Zaihou has infiltrated our Tian family and has been investigated multiple times. He lacks any significant background. I find it hard to believe that a single phone call could lead to Liang Weibao's resignation or compel Dongfang Yu to personally call Tian Man and to sign the contract. I suspect this is merely a coincidence. You need not worry excessively. As for Tian You's reluctance to confront Zhang Zaihou, that might pose a challenge." Tian Jialong paused momentarily. "What kind of challenge?" Tian Weiming inquired. "Is it not simply due to him having defeated Tian You with his advanced mechanical prosthetics, which has made Tian You hesitant to engage him? I will certainly find a fully modified fighter to crush his bones," Tian Weiming declared loudly, his expression filled with bitterness. "Currently, such matters are trivial. The paramount issue is the position of director of the Tian Group. I previously announced that whoever secures the contract for the energy transformation project would assume the directorship. Now, however, it is Tian Man who has signed the agreement. Logically, she should take the director's position, yet I am uneasy about entrusting the vast Tian family enterprise to a woman." Mu Baiping looked at the two men and remarked, "Zhang Zaihou has already inquired of me today, to which I deflected by stating the need for a board meeting to vote. Thus, I implore you to devise a strategy to persuade Tian Man to relinquish the director position. Grandmother, killing her is the simplest and most efficient method." Upon hearing Tian Weiming's radical suggestion, Tian Jialong shook his head in resignation. "This is not advisable. Tian Man covets this directorship as much as you do. To persuade her to yield, we require leverage." "What sort of leverage?" Mu Baiping queried, puzzled. Tian Jialong smiled slightly and spoke softly, "Great righteousness." Upon hearing these words, Mu Baiping nodded, somewhat enlightened. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Tian Weiming, perplexed, noted that all the servants had been dismissed after their secret meeting. Wondering who could be outside now, Mu Baiping gestured for him to open the door. As he did, they were greeted by an elderly woman standing outside. This woman was diminutive, barely 5 feet tall, and appeared exceedingly frail. In a fit of anger, Tian Weiming snapped, "Hey, old hag, hurry up and scram. This is no place for you. Go beg elsewhere." The old woman let out a cackling laugh. "I do not seek food. What I desire, young man, you cannot provide." "What nonsense! Get lost." With that, Tian Weiming slammed the door shut and turned to say, "Grandmother, a madwoman has come, and I sent her away." However, as he turned back, the elderly woman had inexplicably appeared within the suite. Tian Weiming was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Get out." "Ha ha ha. The young lad has a fine appearance, though a temper to match." The old woman chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Will you leave, or must I be unkind?" As Tian Weiming rolled up his sleeves, Mu Baiping interjected, "Weiming, do not act rashly. She is the beggar of life, ranked 101st among mechanical assassins. Your grandmother has gone to great lengths to bring her here." Upon hearing of the assassin's rank, Tian Weiming was startled, for this list is the most authoritative and indisputable. Ever since humanity took to replacing their limbs with various mechanical enhancements for greater strength, the mechanical assassin rankings have emerged. Anyone listed represents a symbol of absolute power and prowess. Is she truly the beggar of life? Tian Weiming asked, still incredulous. "Ha ha ha. It seems the young man still doubts." The beggar of life grinned, her form suddenly shrinking as multiple slender mechanical spider legs shot out from her back. She vaulted upward, effortlessly perching on the ceiling. The spider legs moved with incredible speed, each adorned with barbs, leaving deep punctures in their wake, showcasing their formidable strength. Mu Baiping introduced her. The beggar of life has a spine implanted with the TP-2000 spider-type mechanical spine, equipped with 6 steel spider spears, unmatched in speed. If the beggar of life were to confront Tainyo, it would likely result in a swift, fatal blow. Tainyo would scarcely catch a glimpse of her form. Hearing this, Tian Weiming erupted in laughter, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Zaihou, today I shall bring you to your end. And let us not forget his entire family. His mother and sister shall not escape." With that, he intended to take the beggar of life to settle the score with Zhang Zaihou, only to be halted by Tian Jialong. "If you seek vengeance against Zhang Zaihou now, you will only make it evident that you are retaliating." "And what of it?" he retorted. "If you wish to ascend to the position of director, you must win people over with virtue, employing righteousness to overshadow others, rather than resorting to violence. Only then will they submit to you, rather than feign compliance." But Tian Weiming attempted to argue further, but Mu Baiping interjected, "Indeed, Weiming, the elder speaks wisely. You must lead by virtue." "Understood, grandmother," Tian Weiming replied, turning on his heel and exiting the room. Observing his departing figure, Tian Jialong sighed. "He still refuses to call you father. You have failed as a father." Mu Baiping shook her head in resignation. Chapter 49. The mechanical celestial master Zhang Zaihou remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had provoked Tian Man to leave home and take refuge in a hotel. At that moment, he had successfully pacified his mother and sister, watching them drift into a deep slumber, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Forcing Tian Weiming to kneel and apologize had indeed quelled a lingering resentment within him, and even his mother and sister appeared considerably more cheerful than usual. Just as he turned to retire to his room, an urgent ringing of the phone pierced the stillness. To his surprise, it was a call from Chao Shinda at the psychiatric hospital. Zhang Zaihou was puzzled. Hadn't he informed Chao that he was on leave for a week? Why was he calling in a frenzy at this late hour? With impatience, he answered the phone. "Hello, what is it? Why are you calling me at this hour?" It must be noted that Zhang Zaihou had resolved a payroll issue exceeding 1 million yuan for the hospital, causing his tone to become rather brusque. On the other end, Chao Shinda's voice was frantic. "Director, something terrible has happened. Something dreadful. What has occurred? The robot you purchased, the one in your office, what has happened to it?" A sudden unease gripped Zhang as he recalled activating the robot with his system's enlightenment skill upon his arrival. Surely, couldn't he have manifested effects already? Yet, he was at a loss to discern what those effects might be. "It has malfunctioned. It injured several security personnel. And now it has vanished. All right, I'll return immediately." Upon hearing this alarming news, Zhang Zaihou promptly called Guo Xiaoping. The two hurriedly drove back to the psychiatric hospital in their dilapidated vehicle, arriving just past 11 at night. As they reached the entrance, they spotted Chao Shinda's portly figure waiting for them, flanked by a dozen security guards, all poised for action. "Where did the robot go?" Zhang Zaihou inquired. "All I know is that a cleaner was tidying up your office when she screamed and ran out." and then the robot followed suit. Moreover what? It even snatched a nurse's white coat. Where has that robot gone? I don't know. Chao Xingda shook his head. One of the security guards interjected. I think I saw it heading to the rooftop. The rooftop? Without hesitation, Zhang Zaihou glanced towards the tallest administrative building of the hospital and dashed up the stairs, with Guo Xiaoping trailing closely behind. Chao Xingda cautioned, Director, please don't go up there. That robot seems unstable. Its malfunctioning program could lead to indiscriminate attacks on nearby beings. But before he could finish, Zhang Zaihou had already vanished into the building. A nearby security guard whispered, Director, should we follow him? Are you foolish? What purpose would that serve? Chao Xingda scolded, slapping the guard's head. Gazing at the ominous doorway, Chao Xingda felt a surge of satisfaction. The robot's erratic behavior would surely land Zhang Zaihou in trouble. Once he reported this to the board of directors at the Tian Group, the position of the psychiatric hospital and Oppo's director would inevitably fall into his grasp. As Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping rushed onto the rooftop, they were met with the peculiar sight of the robot. It bore an odd V-shape, donned in a white coat, sitting cross-legged on the rooftop with its hands resting on its abdomen. Upon witnessing this, Guo Xiaoping whispered, Should we call Gu Siyu? This robot, sent by her, is clearly malfunctioning. No need, Zhang Zaihou replied, understanding that the robot's peculiar behavior was likely a result of his own enlightenment skills. What shall we do now? Should I sneak up and turn off its power? All right, let us proceed. Zhang Zaihou, eager to resolve the situation, approached the robot alongside Guo Xiaoping. However, as they drew near, the robot slowly turned its head toward them, projecting a beam of red light that enveloped them. Oh no, it's scanning us. Is it going to attack? Guo Xiaoping shouted, turning to flee. Yet, Zhang Zaihou remained still, observing the unfolding scenario. The robot arose and approached them, scrutinizing Zhang Zaihou from head to toe. It performed a peculiar gesture, stroking an imaginary beard, and spoke in a mechanical voice. Master sees that your aura is clouded with darkness. Recent calamities may befall you. Standing on the rooftop, the robot gazed at the moon, its white coat billowing in the night breeze, creating an ethereal ambience. What? The robot's utterance left Zhang Zaihou perplexed, and even Guo Xiaoping, who had been ready to escape, stood frozen in astonishment. Could this robot be some sort of rogue mystic? Guo Xiaoping stepped forward, surveying the scene, while Zhang Zaihou began to grasp the reality that his enlightenment had indeed awakened the robot. It seemed to have acquired the art of divination from the ancient texts he had brought from his uncle's residence. The previous red light scan was likely an attempt at fortune-telling for both him and Guo Xiaoping. Zhang Zaihou was uncertain of how to respond, so he decided to play along. What should I do to avert this calamity? The source of your misfortune lies with your wife. Your stubbornness and leniency have sown the seeds of disaster, potentially endangering your mother and sister as well. At the mention of his family, Zhang Zaihou's heart raced, and his expression grew grave. He was aware that Tian Weiming would retaliate, but he had never anticipated that his family would be affected. Resolving this is not insurmountable. I shall grant you a talisman to dispel evil. Carry it with you to avert disaster. Normally, I sell this talisman for 50,000 yuan. But as you are the first customer today, I shall offer it to you for 25,000. As the robot spoke, it produced a tattered piece of paper from seemingly nowhere and extended it toward Zhang Zaihou. Wait, are you trying to deceive us? I've seen talismans before, and they are usually inscribed with various symbols. And how can you, a robot, demand money? Guo Xiaoping interjected, blocking Zhang Zaihou. Oh, I forgot, my apologies. The robot replied, then unexpectedly extended its middle finger, playfully tapping its abdomen. It then dipped its fingertip in some greasy substance and began to scribble on the paper before presenting it again. Staring at the paper now infused with an oily aroma, Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping stood in stunned silence, hesitant to extend their hands. Chapter 50. Reporting although the robot lacked vermilion and blood, its improvised materials were somewhat justifiable. However, the butter extracted from the present moment was indeed difficult to accept. Master, may I? Before Zhang Zaihou could finish his sentence, the robot erupted in fury, its electronic voice rising several decibels. What? You don't want it? Have you even inquired about who I am? Zhang Guzi, Zhang Tianshi? Back in the day, I carved my way from the southern heavenly gate to Palai East Road with nothing but a butcher's knife. If you refuse to buy it, I shall chop you to pieces. How cruel. Since you refuse, you must at least cover my costs. I won't charge for my skills, but surely you can pay for the butter. It's quite expensive for us robots. Let us say $32.80. $32.80 isn't acceptable. Name your price. I won't bargain. At this moment, the night breeze swept across the rooftop, leaving only the robot's electronic clamor. The two men squatted in the corner, one smoking a cigarette, lost in deep thought. What is the deal with this V-shaped robot? Why is it called Zhang Zaihou, and why is it a swindling Taoist? Is this the latest research achievement? Guo Xiaoping pondered, his confusion palpable. Meanwhile, Zhang Zaihou contemplated how to address this V-shaped robot named Zhang Zaihou. Actually, Xiaoping, the success of the latest research isn't what matters. The key is how we handle it. That certainly means we should call Gu Xiyu over to modify its programming. Gu Xiyu, you're always mentioning her. I think you have a crush on her. Zhang Zaihou delivered a sharp slap to Guo Xiaoping's head. We can't solve the robot's programming issue. What do you propose we do? Zhang Zaihou's mind raced, and he decided to consider it as a robot assisting healthcare personnel in managing psychiatric patients. For some inexplicable reason, a multitude of terms surfaced in Zhang Zaihou's mind. Whatever it is we're solving, can we really do that? Why not? I am the director here. My word is law. Zhang Zaihou pounded his chest, asserting his authority. After all, we and Oppos, in a psychiatric hospital. It and Oppos, is quite understandable for peculiar things to occur, is it not? Hearing Zhang Zaihou's words, Guo Xiaoping remained unconvinced. But can Director Chow believe that? Who cares if he believes it? I'm the director, and if he dares to question me, I'll dismiss him on the spot. Zhang Zaihou extinguished his cigarette with determination. Have you two reached an agreement yet? Surely you can scrape together more than $30? The robot, though expressionless, conveyed a sense of distress through its electronic voice. Master Zhang, is it? Zhang Zaihou rubbed his hands together. What is it? I've purchased this talisman, but I have a somewhat unreasonable request. Zhang Zaihou produced a $100 bill and handed it over. What is it? Feel free to speak. I would like the master to remain in our psychiatric hospital. Many here desperately need your assistance. Zhang Zaihou attempted to phrase his request delicately. Yet the robot shook its head in refusal. I am a wanderer, never to be confined to one place. I regret that I cannot fulfill your request. The robot's blunt refusal left Zhang Zaihou feeling embarrassed. At that moment, Guo Xiaoping quietly slipped behind it, signaling Zhang Zaihou with his eyes. Zhang Zaihou was startled, wanting to intervene. Shut off your switch and see what you can do then. Xiaoping, no. The two voices rang out simultaneously. But the robot elegantly evaded Guo Xiaoping's sneak attack. Caught off guard, Guo Xiaoping collided heavily with Zhang Zaihou. Observing this, the robot shook its head. You think you can ambush me? You're still too inexperienced. Enough of this chatter. It's time for me to take my leave. Until we meet again. May the mountains be high and the waters long. With that, it turned towards the edge of the rooftop, preparing to leap. The thought of life or death did not even cross its mind. Seeing the robot resolute in its departure, an idea struck Zhang Zaihou. All right, go ahead. I have plenty of V-shaped robots in my warehouse, along with several female robots. Wouldn't that make me quite pleased? Upon hearing this, the robot hesitated, retracting its foot. It pondered aloud. How curious. I suddenly feel a connection. This place is indeed perfect for cultivating the heart and experiencing the worldly trials. With that, it turned back. Not forgetting to remind Zhang Zaihou, remember to buy me an LCD display. What do you need that for? Guo Xiaoping inquired, intrigued. The robot pointed to the sky. To absorb the essence of the sun and moon, of course. When Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping descended with the robot, they found the area completely deserted. Zhang Zaihou had initially hoped for Director Chow to arrange a room for him to sleep in that night, but now he could only make do in his office. The following day, Zhang Zaihou was awoken by a shrill phone ringing. He answered, only to hear Tian Manman's urgent voice. What happened at the psychiatric hospital yesterday? Nothing happened, Zhang Zaihou replied, still in a daze. Nothing? That's impossible. Reports have reached the board of directors. You can't tell me nothing happened. Oh, it's nothing serious. Just a robot malfunctioned and got loose. Zhang Zaihou paused for 3 seconds, finally comprehending and hurriedly explaining, but I've already fixed the robot. There won't be any further issues. Is that so? There was a 3-second silence on the other end. I'll explain this matter to the board. As Tian Manman prepared to hang up, Zhang Zaihou suddenly said, Man, you sound like you didn't sleep well last night. Of course, Tian Manman hadn't slept well. Despite staying in a hotel, she had tossed and turned all night, finally dozing off in the morning only to be met with this situation. It's nothing. I was just working late, she replied nonchalantly. Working late? Since the contract is signed, when will your position as director of the Tian Group be officially confirmed? Probably in a while. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll hang up for now. Wait, After I humiliated Tian Weiming like that, he will surely retaliate. You should be cautious. Zhang Zaihou recalled the robot's words and quickly warned her. All right, you be careful too, and say hello to Mom and Shaun for me. Of course. With that, he hung up the phone, sinking into deep thought on the sofa. He pondered who could have leaked yesterday's incident to the board of directors. Chapter 51. The disappearance of my sister. Zhang Zaihou pondered deeply and ultimately concluded that the report made by the security guard must be the cause. After all, his cousin happened to be the manager of the Tian Group's project department, and he had subtly hinted to him the night before. Consequently, the board was bound to be aware of the situation regarding the psychiatric hospital. Zhang Zaihou felt a surge of indignation. He had previously overlooked the guard's shortcomings. But now it seemed he had turned against him. A tiger does not show its might, and yet you dare treat me like a mere plaything. As Zhang Zaihou contemplated how to reclaim his dignity, a bald-headed man entered the room. Director Chao, what brings you here? Chao Shinda, brushing his sparse hair, felt a twinge of unease. He had reported the robot's malfunction to the higher-ups the previous night and had come today to gauge Zhang Zaihou's reaction. I merely wish to inquire about the malfunctioning robot, he said. Is it functioning properly? Why, it appears to be in fine form, Zhang Zaihou replied, gesturing to a corner of the room. Chao Shinda looked over, his expression one of skepticism. The robot seemed more engaged in meditation than in a malfunction. As he approached for a closer inspection, the robot suddenly turned its gaze upon him, scanning him with a menacing red beam, causing Chao Shinda to step back in alarm. Director, is this robot truly without issues? Chao asked, still on edge. Zhang Zaihou was at a loss for words, and at that moment, the robot stood and circled around Chao Shinda, speaking in a clumsy electronic voice. I see dark clouds hovering over your fate. Beware, for calamity may soon befall you. Chao Shinda froze, his wariness evaporating as he processed the bizarre warning. To deflect suspicion and protect his secret, Zhang Zaihou forced a smile. This robot is custom-made for fortune-telling. Merely a pastime. Ah, I see, Chao Shinda replied, finally understanding. I didn't realize the director had such interests. Just a diversion, nothing serious. Is there anything else you need? Director Chao? Nothing further. I must be off to patrol. Once Chao Shinda departed, Zhang Zaihou let out a sigh of relief and turned to the robot. From now on, refrain from fortune-telling around others. Otherwise, I might sell you for scrap. What nonsense! Those scraps cannot be compared to my essence. Speaking of which, where is that female robot you mentioned last night? I wish to examine her. Zhang Zaihou was increasingly suspicious of the robot's intentions, doubting the wisdom of his creation. I have a multitude of tasks at hand, he declared, dismissing the request. Oh, if that and Appos, as the case, Ashan and Appos, T mentioned the dangers that may befall your sister today. What? Upon hearing of the potential peril to his sister, Zhang Zaihou immediately became alert and called his mother. Mom, ensure my sister does not leave the house today. It's imperative. What is going on? She just left for school. Damn it. Zhang Zaihou cursed, hastily grabbing his coat and rushing out the door, taking his vehicle towards Dellen Middle School in Zhangzhou City. Meanwhile, at Dellen School, classes had just begun. Zhang Zaihou, having stayed up late making dumplings with her mother, was now fighting off sleep. The passionate lecture from Teacher Song came to an abrupt halt when he noticed Zhang Zaihou dozing off, and without hesitation, he threw a piece of chalk at her head. Wake up, get out of the classroom and stand outside. Rubbing her forehead, Zhang Zaihou reluctantly complied, stepping into the hallway. Unbeknownst to her, two pairs of eyes were watching her from the shadows. Boss, is the person we need to kidnap the one in that photo? She looks about right. No doubt. Perfect. While she is being punished for sleeping, it's the perfect opportunity for us. All right, you knock her out, and I'll wait in the car outside. Two suspicious men, notorious in Zhangzhou City for their mechanical enhancements, were lurking outside the school, waiting for their moment. Though initially intending to storm in with brute force, Tian Weiming had been dissuaded by Mu Baiping and Tian Jialong, who insisted on waiting until he secured the director position at Tian Group before exacting revenge. Frustrated, Tian Weiming sought these men to kidnap Zhang Zaihou as a means of retaliation against Zhang Zaihou. One slender man leaped over the wall and stealthily approached the classroom, avoiding all surveillance cameras. In no time, he found himself before Zhang Zaihou. Before she could scream for help, she was knocked unconscious. The man lifted her effortlessly and jumped down from the third floor, quickly escaping beyond the wall. The accomplice was already waiting with a vehicle, and in a swift motion, they threw Zhang Zaihou into the car before speeding away. The entire incident unfolded in less than a minute. with campus surveillance capturing only a fleeting image of the assailant carrying her away. When Zhang Zaihou arrived at the school, the teacher was still lecturing. Upon scanning the room and failing to see his sister, his heart sank. "Teacher, where is Zhang Zaihou?" "Zhang Zaihou? Isn't she's standing by the classroom door?" "What do you mean she is not there?" The teacher stepped outside and was met with the absence of Zhang Zaihou, his frustration mounting. "This student doesn't take her studies seriously. She must be off loitering somewhere." Zhang Zaihou, now frantic with worry, paid no heed to the teacher's reprimands. He turned and dashed towards the school gate, dialing Guo Xiaoping as he ran. Guo Xiaoping, still groggy from sleep, answered the call. "Hello? Zaihou, what is wrong?" "Xiaoping. My sister is missing. Please ask the robot where she is." Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoping jolted awake. "What? Zhang Zaihou is missing? I'll ask immediately." He turned to the robot, exclaiming, Master, Zhang Zaihou has disappeared. Please guide us on where to find her." The robot, seated cross-legged on the sofa, responded in a slow electronic tone, "I fear it may already be too late." Chapter 52. The Search. Hello, Fatty, what did the master say?" Zhang Zaihou shouted anxiously over the phone. Guo Xiaoping trembled and replied, "It's too late to explain." "What? Impossible. Have it calculate again. If it can't, I swear I will return and use its head as a ball to kick." Zhang Zaihou bellowed, his frustration palpable. "Master, please think of a solution," Guo Xiaoping pleaded. The robot stroked its non-existent beard, sighed deeply, and uttered 6 words. "The secret must not be revealed." "Reveal? What nonsense! If you don't speak today, not only will Zhang Zaihou dismantle you, but I will also take your parts and sell them for scrap metal." "Do you believe that?" Guo Xiaoping retorted, rummaging through drawers for a hammer and wrench, preparing to disassemble the robot. Seeing this, the robot visibly trembled and hastily pointed to the southeast. "Just as I expected. It should be in the southeastern direction." Zaihou, the damned robot said to search in the southeast," Guo Xiaoping relayed. "Fine, I will go find it. Fatty, keep asking about the exact location in the southeast." Zhang Zaihou's urgent voice came through the phone, and Guo Xiaoping nodded in agreement. "Master, you wouldn't want me to dismantle you and sell you for scrap, would you? Lives are at stake now. You better say everything you know, or I will smash you to pieces, quite cruelly," Guo Xiaoping warned. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but revealing the secret would shorten my lifespan. I've already given you a hint about the direction. Just find it yourselves. The more I say, the more I risk divine retribution," the robot explained defensively. Guo Xiaoping raised an eyebrow, noticing rust forming in the seams of the robot's head. It seemed that its words held weight. There truly was a notion of divine punishment. At that moment, Zhang Zaihou was speeding towards the southeast in his car. Knowing that relying solely on the robot's divination would never rescue his sister, just as he pressed on, a call came in. Upon answering, a cold, magnetic voice spoke. "Hello. Is this Zhang Zaihou, Master Zhang?" Zhang Zaihou furrowed his brow. "Who is this?" "I am Qilin." The caller introduced himself. Zhang Zaihou recalled that Dongfeng Yu had given him a business card with this number. "What is it?" "I have a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with." "Name your price. Where are you now? I can come and pick you up." "I don and Oppos. Have time right now. I am looking for my sister. She is missing. If you can help me, I will assist you for free," Zhang Zaihou said urgently. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice replied, "All right, what is your sister's name, and where did she go missing?" "Zhang Zaihou. She disappeared from Dellen High School today, and I am quite certain she is in the southeastern direction of Zhongzhou." Zhang Zaihou succinctly shared the information. "Okay, Master Zhang. I will contact you again in 10 minutes, the caller said before hanging up. Zhang Zaihou parked his car by the roadside and quickly browsed the web on his phone, hoping to exchange some conversion points for equipment to aid in the search. However, after searching extensively, he found nothing useful, which only deepened his sense of despair. Ding. Task triggered. Find sister. Due to the host's high-profile actions, someone has already begun targeting those around you. Task completed. 10 conversion points. Substitute puppets 3. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Zaihou gritted his teeth, realizing he likely knew who had kidnapped his sister. When Zhang Zaihou regained consciousness, her vision was a blur. She struggled to open her eyes and saw several dark figures moving about. A cold draft swept through the space, and the walls were stained with large patches of filthy blood. In the distance, she spotted some plastic sheets, dotted with droplets of blood, which seemed to conceal human limbs. "Little beauty, you're awake?" A familiar voice echoed, and Zhang Zaihou turned her head. A man in a white coat, wearing white gloves and a mask, was fully armed. Despite this, she recognized him at once as Dr. Shui Dongyang, the doctor who had treated her mother in the hospital. Dr. Shui. Zhang Zaihou attempted to move, only to realize she was bound. Your memory is quite good. You still remember me after all this time, Dr. Shui remarked with a smirk, though his mask obscured much of his expression. Why have you tied me up? Zhang Zaihou demanded. I didn't tie you up. Someone else brought you to me. As for my intentions. Haha. Dr. Shui laughed, and even behind the mask, his lips curled in a sinister smile. I intend to treat you well. Your brother caused me to lose my job, and now I am labeled a quack by everyone. I want revenge. I intend to personally extract your brother's organs. But let us start with you, as a warning for him to suffer immensely. With that, Dr. Shui revealed a gleaming surgical knife, gazing at it with an obsessive fascination, as if it were a captivating beauty. What do you plan to do? Zhang Zaihou sensed the impending dread but struggled to believe it. Of course, I will dismember you. Everything of value will be sold, and what cannot be sold will be minced and fed to the dogs, Dr. Shui replied elegantly while uttering the most malicious words. Zhang Zaihou could no longer bear the horror, screaming as she struggled against her restraints. But as a frail woman, she was powerless to escape the ropes. My brother will save me. He will definitely come for me, you devil. Dr. Shui coldly observed her, unmoved by her cries. For the sake of my work, it's better you take a little nap. He produced a syringe and swiftly injected it into Zhang Zaihou's neck, the liquid coursing through her veins. And she promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Dr. Shui approached with the surgical knife, its tip glinting ominously. Master Zhang, I have dispatched people to search, and I will have news shortly. Thank you, Qilin. No need for thanks, Master Zhang. I still require your assistance with another matter. Hearing that the other party had sent out searchers, Zhang Zaihou felt a slight sense of relief, but his worry persisted. Until his sister was found, she remained in grave danger. Meanwhile, in the office of the psychiatric hospital's director, Guo Xiaopeng had completely lost his patience. He brandished the hammer as he slowly approached the robot. If you don't speak now, I will first dismantle the part leaking oil from your lower abdomen. Do you believe me? Chapter 53. A reunion with Shui Dongyang. The robot clutched its lower body. The young man exhibited a complete disregard for martial ethics, persistently targeting below the belt. In ancient times, such behavior would have elicited scorn from others. I couldn't care less about what others think. My sister is missing. You better tell me, or I want to hold back, Guo Xiaopeng threatened, advancing menacingly. The robot contemplated calling for help. But who would come to the aid of a mere machine? Even if it shouted at the top of its voice, it would garner no attention. As Guo Xiaopeng brandished a screwdriver, preparing to poke at the robot's leaking lower section, it shouted, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. At the abandoned hospital in the southeast of the city, the abandoned hospital. Such a soft backbone. I expected you to hold out longer. You've truly disappointed me. Guo Xiaopeng remarked, rolling his eyes at the robot before turning to relay the information to Zhang Zaihou. What? Is it reliable? It's truly at the abandoned hospital? Excellent. I'm heading there immediately, Zhang Zaihou declared as he hopped into his vehicle and sped towards the hospital, sharing the news with Qilin, who promptly organized a team to converge at the location. Upon Zhang Zaihou's arrival, he spotted a dark SUV parked by the side of the street. A robust man, donning a black hood, approached and knocked on the window. Master Zhang, greetings. I am the giant python, a subordinate of Qilin, here to assist you. Zhang Zaihou was not surprised that Qilin's men recognized him. What is the condition of my sister? What is happening inside? He inquired urgently. The giant python replied, I have already dispatched 2 brothers inside. I believe we will have results soon. Results? I need to go in immediately, Zhang Zaihou exclaimed, grabbing a baseball bat from the back seat and striding toward the hospital. Master Zhang, please don't act impulsively. It could be dangerous. There may be an ambush inside. The giant python cautioned. My sister is inside. I cannot stand idly by, Zhang Zaihou retorted, striding boldly into the hospital as the giant python pulled out his phone to rally his men. Rushing into the hospital, Zhang Zaihou encountered 2 thugs smoking in the corner by the entrance. Upon noticing his intrusion, they approached with hostility. Get lost, or we want to be polite. One of them, sporting dyed hair, brandished a spring-loaded knife in a provocative manner. Without hesitation, Zhang Zaihou swung the bat, knocking the dyed-haired thug unconscious. The other thug attempted to flee, but Zhang Zaihou swiftly kicked him down to the ground. Answer my questions, or I will truly kill you. The thug, sensing the lethal intent in Zhang Zaihou's voice, trembled in fear. Was a young girl brought here? Yes, he stammered. Where is she? In the operating room. Our boss said to bring in a doctor too, to dismember her and extract her heart and lungs. Hearing this, Zhang Zaihou's heart raced, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "Who is your boss?" "My boss is called He Sampao, and he has a brother named He Sippo. They are both ruthless killers." Before the thug could finish, Zhang Zaihou knocked him out cold. He dashed deeper into the hospital, quickly approaching the operating room. As he neared, he kicked open the door, revealing a man in a white coat poised to operate on the person lying on the table. Seeing this, Zhang Zaihou swung the bat towards the man. Just then, a slender arm extended from the ceiling, deftly catching the bat. An ugly head emerged, grinning grotesquely at Zhang Zaihou. "Let my sister go," Zhang Zaihou demanded, recognizing Zhang Zaiyun on the operating table, unconscious but unharmed, which relieved him momentarily. "Let your sister go? And you are? Who exactly?" The doctor sneered coldly, disregarding Zhang Zaihou entirely. "Shui Dongyang, it's you," Zhang Zaihou exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "You still remember me? You lost your job because of me, and you're merely a useless son-in-law living off others." Shui Dongyang laughed maniacally. "Last time you tried to outsmart me and lost money, but this time I have backup. Let us see how you escape. I'll slice your flesh piece by piece and sew you back together. I'm sure Tian Maman would love to see you in such a dismembered state." Shui Dongliang's laughter was sickening, and Zhang Zaihou frowned, preparing to advance when a gaunt figure descended from the ceiling. A sharply dressed man in a suit, complete with a tie and sunglasses, entered through the side door. "If you want to rescue your sister, you must first get past us," he declared as the two men advanced, an almost palpable aura of menace surrounding them. Zhang Zaihou, undeterred, was seasoned in the brutal underground scene and knew these two were no match for him. "You too are seeking death." As he spoke, the suited man lunged at Zhang Zaihou, attempting to ensnare his neck with a rope. The other, quicker, brandished a dagger aimed directly at Zhang Zaihou's abdomen. In the blink of an eye, the two attacks came crashing down, but Zhang Zaihou was no ordinary man. In that critical moment, he seized the dagger with one hand and snapped the rope with the other, effortlessly neutralizing their assault. How was this possible? The two men were taken aback, scrambling to retreat for a counterattack. However, Zhang Zaihou swiftly seized the opportunity, driving a sharp object into the suited man's head while pinning the gaunt one to the ground, crushing his skull with a single punch. Though these two were formidable in Zhangzhou, they were no match for Zhang Zaihou's urgency to save his sister, and thus they met their end without unleashing their full potential. With both adversaries dispatched, Zhang Zaihou advanced and kicked Shui Dongliang to the ground. Leaning down to check on his sister, he found she was merely unconscious, allowing his heart to finally find solace. "Dr. Shui, where do you think you're going?" Zhang Zaihou turned to see Shui Dongyang trying to crawl away, yanking him back. "Please, spare me. I was wrong. I want to do it again," Shui Dongyang pleaded, terrified by Zhang Zaihou's unexpected prowess in combat. "I might spare you, but you must tell me who sent you to perform this operation." "I can't say. I dare not." Shui Dongyang trembled, waving his hands in fear. Not saying, Zhang Zaihou pressed down, crushing Shui Dongyang and Appo's shin with his foot. "Ah, please, I beg you." Shui Dongyang screamed, his cries echoing throughout the operating room. "If you don't speak now, the next leg won't be spared," Zhang Zaihou warned, placing his foot on Shui Dongyang's other leg. "Please, spare me. I truly made a mistake. I shall never dare again. I will no longer engage in heinous acts." Shui Dongliang wailed, pleading for mercy. At that moment, the door to the operating room swung open, revealing the arrival of the formidable giant python accompanied by a few subordinates. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies, he displayed palpable astonishment. Zhang Zaihou remarked coolly, "Dispose of these two corpses and summon an ambulance. You need not concern yourself with the rest." The giant python nodded, aware that individuals with genuine skills often possessed irritable tempers and eccentricities. He promptly instructed his men to comply, and before long, the bodies were removed. Before the ambulance could arrive, Zhang Zaihou led Shui Dongyang to a secluded spot, preparing to interrogate him in silence. Chapter 54. The Qilin, are you truly intent on dismembering my sister? I find myself at a loss for words. If so, grant me a swift end. If this matter cannot be discussed, then is there anything else I may speak of? Indeed, aside from this, I shall divulge anything you wish to know. Upon hearing Shui Dongyang and Appo's response, Zhang Zaihou retrieved his wallet and randomly produced a bank card. "What is the password for this card?" "Oh, well," Shui Dongyang stammered, his expression one of deep discomfort. "What? You refuse to answer? Very well, then what about the password for this card?" Zhang Zaihou produced another card. "This one. I do not know either. Have you forgotten your own bank card password?" Perhaps you have amassed so much ill-gotten wealth that you can no longer remember your passwords. Zhang Zaihou exclaimed indignantly. No, I truly have not received any illicit money. Do not presume I am ignorant. You have dissected human organs for a criminal organization and earned a great deal of tainted wealth. Furthermore, you inflated patients' conditions to sell them overpriced medications, compelling them to undergo surgeries and scans in your department. Such tales have circulated in your hospital for quite some time. As Zhang Zaihou laid bare Shui Dongliang's transgressions, the latter's face grew progressively pale. Ultimately, he collapsed onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Though my father passed away early, he imparted to me the wisdom that one must not extend their grasp too far. One must not take what is not theirs. Yet, you have sought to claim every penny, even those meant for saving lives. Thus, I shall enact divine retribution and sever your hands, ensuring you can never again touch money. Upon hearing this, Shui Dongliang repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. Please, spare me. I shall not dare again. I was wrong. Zhang Zaihou had made up his mind. Accept your fate. From the moment you laid hands on my sister, this outcome was sealed. My decision not to kill you is not out of mercy, but to render you a cripple, subjecting you to the torments of this world for the remainder of your life. With that, Zhang Zaihou picked up a brick and forcefully smashed it down upon Shui Dongliang's hands. Instantly, the room filled with his anguished cries. His hands were irrevocably ruined. After exiting the abandoned hospital and ensuring Zhang Zaiyun was safely admitted, Zhang Zaihou exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, his family remained unharmed. As for the true instigator behind these events, it was evident. It was merely a wealthy scion of the Tian family. Zhang Zaihou was confident he could easily deal with him. Having resolved his own affairs, Zhang Zaihou followed the giant python and others to a luxurious villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young man clad entirely in black. Greetings, Master Zhang. I am Qilin. I have summoned you today to request a favor. What matter requires my assistance? Given that he had benefited from Zhang Zaihou's previous help, he was not inclined to refuse. It is a peculiar situation. I have a building that is reportedly haunted, and I seek your expertise to exorcise the spirits. I have heard of your success in dispelling the malevolent entities afflicting the venerable Dongfang Qingdu. Therefore, I wonder if you might assist me. Of course, remuneration is not an issue. As he spoke, Qilin produced a card and handed it to Zhang Zaihou. This card contains 10 million, serving as a deposit. Should you handle this matter adeptly, I shall offer an additional 10 million. Seeing such generosity, Zhang Zaihou attempted to return the card. I do not accept rewards without merit. My previous success with the esteemed elder Dongfang was not truly a success. He still believes I am his elder brother. As for assisting you with your haunting, I can certainly attempt it. Beep. The host has accepted the task. Exorcise the phantom haunting the Jian and building. Task reward, 20 conversion points, 1 special effect potion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Zaihou furrowed his brow. The phantoms of this alternate world seem to be proliferating. That is splendid. This evening, should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I do not seek material possessions. I only wish to understand the nature of the haunting. When did these disturbances commence? Qilin pondered for a moment. This began a month ago. The building was nearing completion when a construction worker tragically died. In such a field, fatalities are commonplace, yet shortly thereafter, 2 more workers fell to their deaths. I initially intended to settle the matter financially, but then 3 more workers met untimely ends. Consequently, rumors spread that my building was cursed, and all the workers fled, leaving the site abandoned. Listening to Qilin's account, Zhang Zaihou began to grasp the situation. Brother, I have returned. A melodious voice suddenly rang from the entrance, and a sweet-faced girl appeared before them. Qilin smiled and introduced, This is my sister, Bai Ling. This is Master Zhang, an expert in exorcism. Upon hearing the term exorcism, Bai Ling scrutinized Zhang Zaihou from head to toe. Brother, this master appears even younger than you. Could he possibly be a charlatan seeking to swindle us? What are you saying? This individual was introduced to me by Uncle Dongfang. You must not speak carelessly. And what of Uncle Dongfang's endorsement? Brother, I have brought back a master who is undoubtedly superior to this one. With that, Bai Ling clapped her hands. And an elderly man draped in a yellow robe, looking to be in his 50s or 60s and possessing an ethereal demeanor, entered. This is Daoist He, a renowned master from Hong Kong. I managed to invite him through connections. Upon this introduction, Qilin regarded him with newfound respect. If it is indeed Master He, then I shall rely on your expertise for the building's predicament. Master He, however, did not engage in conversation but cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Zaihou. Exorcising spirits requires profound magical prowess, cultivated through years of arduous practice. Some individuals, despite their youth, boast of abilities they do not possess, an utter lack of awareness for their own limitations. Understanding that the remark was directed at him, Zhang Zaihou chose not to retort. Instead, he turned to Qilin and stated, "Since you have an esteemed master to assist you, the matter concerning the building shall be resolved effortlessly. I shall refrain from intervening. I appreciate your help in finding my sister. Should you require my assistance in the future, I will certainly oblige." With that, he turned to leave. But Bai Ling interjected with a laugh. Upon encountering genuine expertise, you choose to retreat. It seems Uncle Dongfang's recommendations are not as reliable as one might hope. I shall be sure to advise Uncle Dongfang to sharpen his discernment and refrain from trusting any random individuals. Seeing Zhang Zaihou prepare to depart, Qilin felt a twinge of guilt and quickly implored him to stay. "Master Zhang, please do not leave just yet. It would be beneficial for you to observe, as opportunities for collaboration among peers are rare. Moreover, should this master fail, you would be able to lend your hand. Brother, do not trust this fraud. He merely wishes to escape. Besides, if he encounters a ghost and faints, we would be the ones to rescue him." As Bai Ling spoke, the nearby Taoist chimed in with mockery. "Fainting would be a mercy. I have witnessed many con men soil themselves in fear at the sight of a ghost. You would do well to spare yourself the embarrassment and leave while you still can. Do not await a genuine encounter with the supernatural, lest your true self be revealed in an utterly disgraceful manner." With their derision, Zhang Zaihou could no longer contain his anger. "Then I shall remain. I am quite eager to witness whether you will soil yourselves in fear or if I shall." Chapter 55. The False Taoist Young Man. "I see you are a charlatan. When you encounter spirits later, do not expect me to intervene," the Taoist warned. "Rest assured, your assistance will not be required. However, let me make it clear that if you find yourself in peril, do not seek my help," Zhang Zaihou retorted. Bai Ling interjected, "You think you can save us? Our master is an expert at exorcising evil spirits. You, on the other hand, are merely a fraud. May fortune smile upon you." "Very well. Let us see the truth of the matter tonight," Zhang Zaihou declared, turning to stride out of the villa. Behind him, Bai Ling's voice called out, "Brother, you truly are reckless, bringing just anyone home. What if they are a con artist?" Once outside the villa, Zhang Zaihou drove to the hospital, where he found Zhang Zaihou still in a coma, though her condition had stabilized, alleviating the anxiety that had weighed upon him. At that moment, Tian Man arrived, seemingly rushed. "How is Zhang Zaihou? Is she all right?" Zhang Zaihou replied with curiosity. "How did you know my sister was in trouble?" "I did not inform you. Originally, I was meeting with Chairman Dong regarding a collaboration. During our discussion, he mentioned your sister's predicament, so I hurried over to check," Tian Man explained. Her gaze fixed anxiously on the unconscious Zhang Zaihou. "Do you suspect that this is the doing of Tian Weiming?" she inquired. Zhang Zaihou sighed deeply, refraining from a direct response. "Our conflict is unending, and I have long been his enemy. I only wish for you to protect my sister and mother to the best of your ability. As for myself, there is no need for concern." Tian Man nodded, assuring him, "Do not worry, I have contacted someone to ensure our mother is safe. Once Zhang Zaihou awakens, she will be taken to a secure location." "Truthfully, I feel guilty for involving you in the power struggles of my family," he admitted. "That is of no concern. It is my duty as your spouse," she replied. The two exchanged a silent understanding. Later that evening, Zhang Zaihou was invited to the Jian and Appos building in Zhangzhou City. This area was bustling, yet the uncompleted building rendered it desolate. The giant python parked his Rolls-Royce by the roadside as Bai Ling exited the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the Taoist arrived, driving an Alfred. Seeing Zhang Zaihou had indeed come, Bai Ling remarked, "Oh my, you really dared to show up. I underestimated you. But I must say, if you are going to pretend to be a fraud, at least drive a decent car. A Wuling Hongguang is truly beneath you." "What is next? A vehicle emblazoned with Appos, Fushin Mental Hospital and Appos? Hilarious. Exorcising spirits is not about the car one drives, but rather the true skill one possesses," Zhang Zaihou stated. Retrieving a new energy peach with sword from the trunk, his gaze fixed on the building. "Ha ha ha, you think you can fool people with that wooden sword? How utterly pathetic." Bai Ling scoffed, finding Zhang Zaihou and Appos' equipment laughably inadequate. In contrast, the master appeared far more impressive, having set up a round table adorned with yellow cloth, displaying various talismans and even a large rooster. The Taoist looked down upon Zhang Zaihou, shaking his head in derision. "The standard of deceitful practitioners has plummeted. You think waving a wooden sword will suffice? Young man, allow me to enlighten you on what true exorcism looks like." With that, He began to mutter incantations, his hands suddenly glowing as he swiftly severed the rooster and Appo's neck, collecting its blood in a bowl. He then smeared the blood upon the yellow talismans, drawing chaotic symbols, all while brandishing the peachwood sword and shouting loudly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Zhang Zaihou couldn't help but chuckle, finding the Taoist and Appo's antics reminiscent of a baboon in a fit. While Zhang Zaihou found it amusing, Bai Ling and the giant python watched with rising tension. Once the master quieted, Bai Ling asked, "How is it going, master?" Panting heavily, the master replied, "Fortunately, the malevolent spirit has not fully manifested yet, allowing me to temporarily suppress it. However, to eradicate it completely, I will need to summon my senior brother." "Is that so? Then summon him at once," Bai Ling urged anxiously. "However, my senior brother is currently in seclusion. Disturbing his meditation would greatly hinder his progress, unless..." "Unless what?" Bai Ling pressed. "Unless I can procure a miraculous elixir to coax my senior brother into action," he revealed. "Is this money sufficient for such an elixir, master?" Bai Ling inquired, handing him a check. The master's eyes glinted with greed upon inspecting it. "This amount is certainly adequate. Rest assured. I will procure the elixir and summon my senior brother to assist you in vanquishing the spirit," he declared, preparing to leave. At this sight, Zhang Zaihou burst into laughter. Bai Ling, irritated, asked, "What are you laughing at?" "I find your naivety amusing. You are being duped without even realizing it," he replied. "You dare mock me? I am astute and exceptionally clever. I would never fall for a fraud like you," she retorted indignantly. "Indeed, you are astute and exceptionally clever. Only I could ever trick you," he countered. "What did you say? Speak clearly," Bai Ling demanded, hands on her hips, exasperated. Zhang Zaihou pointed at the escaping master. "There. That is the one who has deceived you." Upon being accused of fraud, the master erupted like a rooster caught off guard, shouting, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to call me a fraud? You little brat, you haven't even grown hair yet, and you dare question me? I am a disciple of the esteemed Maoshan sect. You dare to doubt me? Beware, or I shall summon the heavens to strike you down." Despite the master's loud outbursts, Zhang Zaihou remained unperturbed, wearing a calm smile. "Master, do not be angered. You must be exhausted from your earlier antics. Rest a moment, or you may expose your charade." "I am furious. You dare to say I was merely flailing about. What I performed was the U-step. Today, I will bring you to justice." The master fumed, raising the peachwood sword to strike. Zhang Zaihou swiftly dodged. "Oh, the master is embarrassed now that I have seen through his ruse." Bai Ling quickly intervened. "Master, please do not be upset. This fellow is indeed a fraud, but to convince him of the truth, why not explore the building to witness genuine spirits?" Bai Ling proposed this out of her own curiosity, eager to experience true supernatural phenomena. "Very well, I too wish to witness it," Zhang Zaihou agreed. The Taoist hesitated. "Well, of course, but I just sealed the spirit, so it may be hiding from us. Furthermore, my powers are greatly diminished should we encounter danger. I may be unable to protect the lady." Chapter 56. The Wheel of Fire. How could you possibly think that the illustrious underground emperor of Zhongzhou, Qilin, requires your protection? The giant serpent coldly remarked while toying with a sharp dagger. The master quickly replied, "I dare not presume, but spirits lack humanity, and since I have sealed it, it is likely we shall not encounter it tonight. That is of no concern. It is advisable for us to venture inside for a while, if only to allow this charlatan a glimpse of reality," Bai Ling declared, picking up a hastily drawn talisman from the table. "Master, surely this will protect me, yes?" The master nodded vigorously. "Of course. With this talisman in your possession, no evil spirit shall approach you, and you shall face no prohibitions." "That is splendid news. Let us proceed. Charlatan, do you dare to join us?" Bai Ling provocatively shot a glance at Zhang Zaihou before entering the building. It was evident that their intent was not to exorcise evil spirits, but rather to embark on a leisurely outing. "Miss, wait." The giant serpent hastily followed. Zhang Zaihou looked at the master and, lowering his voice, said, "You truly possess audacity, old trickster, to deceive the underground emperor of Zhongzhou, Qilin. Are you not afraid of being unable to leave Zhongzhou?" The master shot a fierce glare at Zhang Zaihou and scoffed, "The bolder the person, the greater the reward. Little trickster, you would do well to silence yourself and not obstruct my path to fortune." With that, he turned and entered the building. Zhang Zaihou chuckled and lifted his gaze to see a shadowy figure standing against the moonlit backdrop of the building. A grotesque face contorted into a grin, revealing dark yellow teeth that smiled menacingly at Zhang Zaihou. "Ding, ding, ding," The system detects a level 2 phantom of the Wheel of Fire. The system detects a level 2 phantom of the Wheel of Fire. Warning, danger, danger. Upon hearing the system's alert, Zhang Zaihou felt a surge of delight. Seizing the opportunity to play a trick on the so-called master and Bai Ling inside the building, darkness enveloped them as the three proceeded with caution. Miss. This place is so dark, perhaps we should turn back, the giant serpent suggested. Why fear when the master is with us? Such cowardice is truly ineffectual for your role as my protector, Bai Ling retorted. But miss, I can't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes is watching us from the shadows, he replied. What? Where? Show me. Bai Ling brandished her flashlight and scanned the surroundings, soon spotting a pair of greenish eyes in the distance. Master, could that be the spirit you sealed? She whispered. This. Spirits can take many forms. I cannot be sure. However, based on my experience, we should leave this place. The atmosphere is thick with malice. It would be prudent to seek assistance from my senior brother. The false master felt a shiver of unease upon seeing the eyes. Fear not, for you possess my talisman. I shall demonstrate, Bai Ling declared, picking up a stone and hurling it forward. A startled meow echoed as a cat darted into the depths of the darkness. Ah, it was merely a cat. Look how frightened you two are. Bai Ling laughed heartily. Oh, where is that charlatan? Surely he must have been startled as well. Do you think he has been too afraid to enter? Perhaps Master Zhang has been delayed by other matters, the giant serpent speculated. Huh, a charlatan is a charlatan. What serious business could he possibly have? Miss, he must be terrified of spirits and has slipped away, the false master asserted confidently. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. I knew that trickster was incompetent. Once we are outside, I shall find him and teach him a lesson. As they conversed, a sudden, piercing wail from a cat echoed through the darkness, abruptly cutting off. What was that? Bai Ling gasped, her eyes wide as she peered into the shadows, sensing something amiss. Miss, we should return. Yes, the atmosphere here is oppressive. We should leave, the giant serpent and the false master agreed, their courage waning in the wake of the cat's cry. What are you two, grown men, so afraid of? We have the talisman. Let us investigate, Bai Ling chided, clutching the yellow talisman and moving forward. Reluctantly, the two men followed her lead. As they approached the corridor, they suddenly halted. Illuminated by the flashlight, they spotted a figure crouched against the wall, facing away from them, seemingly engrossed in some activity. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here in the dead of night? Bai Ling called out repeatedly, but the figure remained unresponsive. This person must be deaf. Let us not provoke them. The false master murmured, his unease growing, as he felt a strange familiarity with the clothing worn by the figure. Deaf? Let's see about that, Bai Ling exclaimed, suddenly picking up a stone and throwing it. The stone struck the figure's head with a dull thud. A low growl resonated, and the figure spun around to reveal the grisly truth. He had been devouring the very cat they had startled moments ago. Blood smeared across his face, and the once-living creature lay mutilated at his feet, with murky eyes fixed upon them. Particularly drawn to the garments he wore, those of a burial shroud, the sight sent the false master into a panic, causing him to faint on the spot. Bai Ling and the giant serpent were equally horrified, screaming as they turned to flee. The giant serpent, maintaining his composure, drew his dagger in an attempt to buy Bai Ling time to escape. However, as he charged forward, darkness enveloped him, and he was rendered unconscious. Bai Ling, overwhelmed by terror, found herself paralyzed. Despite her fiery spirit and adventurous nature, the sudden appearance of such a horrifying entity left her in a state of utter shock. What manner of horror is this? What is it? She cried, sprinting blindly away, too frightened to look back. In her frantic escape, she collided with Zhang Zaihou. Ah, a ghost. Spare me. I have a talisman, she shrieked, believing him to be yet another spirit, flailing her arms in panic. Calm down, it is I. Open your eyes and see. I am not a ghost, Zhang Zaihou shouted, grasping her tightly. Ah, not a ghost. Bai Ling finally registered, pointing behind her. There is a ghost. Hurry, save the giant serpent. With urgency, Zhang Zaihou dashed ahead, reminding her, you must leave quickly. It is dangerous here. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Ling's earlier bravado dissipated, and she realized she lacked the courage to return alone. After a moment of hesitation, she gritted her teeth and pursued Zhang Zaihou. Wait, I cannot go back alone. I am terrified. Chapter 57. The Cycle of Fire Wheel 2. With a swift motion, Zhang Zaihou wielded the new energy peachwood sword, his feet catching the wind as he hurried forward. Just around the corner, he spotted the fallen imposter master and the colossal serpent. A bloodied figure was hunched before the serpent, mouth agape, poised to sink its teeth into the creature's throat and feast on its lifeblood. "Begone!" Zhang Zaihou bellowed, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful kick that sent the figure sprawling. As it staggered to its feet, the system's notification finally arrived. Wraith, slain by the second-level spirit of the fire wheel, born from its endless obsession, bloodthirsty and exceedingly cruel. Purifying the Wraith grants 5 conversion points. Furrowing his brow at the system's message, Zhang Zaihou was taken aback to discover that those killed by the fire wheel could transform into Wraiths. Thankfully, he had arrived in time. The casualties were few. Had he delayed, this building would have been overrun with Wraiths. The Wraith let out a furious roar, clearly enraged by Zhang Zaihou's intervention, and charged at him with its jaws wide open. Yet, before it could close the distance, the hilt of the sword embedded itself in its chest, piercing through its form. The Wraith howled in agony, but Zhang Zaihou merely smirked, pressing the button on the hilt. The peachwood sword surged with power, a dazzling blue light emanating from its 6,000-volt charge. In an instant, the Wraith was reduced to mere ash, having made no sound in its demise. With an air of nonchalance, Zhang Zaihou sheathed his sword, a sight that left the arriving Bai Ling utterly captivated. "Ah, this man is so impressive." Seeing Bai Ling return, Zhang Zaihou frowned. He had a boss to confront shortly and doubted he would have time to look after her. "What are you doing back here? It's dangerous." I was scared. "I feel safe with you," Bai Ling replied timidly as she moved closer to him. Zhang Zaihou was momentarily taken aback. "Safe?" he echoed, puzzled by her sudden shift in demeanor. Just moments ago, she had seemed indifferent towards him. Now, her attitude had done a complete about-face. No wonder it was said that a woman's mood could change swiftly, and it was indeed the case here. Unaware of Bai Ling's hidden thoughts, he relented. "Fine, you can accompany me." He began to ascend the stairs to complete his mission. "But what about these two?" Bai Ling pointed at the unconscious imposter master and the colossal serpent on the ground. "Oh, I almost forgot about them," Zhang Zaihou said, lightly tapping the serpent's head. It jolted awake, quickly surveying its surroundings, and relaxed upon seeing Bai Ling miss. "I'm relieved to see you're safe. What happened to that monster?" Zhang Zaihou dealt with it. "Now I command you to carry this fraud outside and confine him. He tricked me, and I want him to learn the consequences of his deceit." Bai Ling seethed at the thought of being duped. The serpent nodded, bending down to hoist the imposter master onto its back. "Miss, let us depart. Do not hinder Zhang Zaihou in his exorcism." "No, I must stay by Zhang Zaihou's side." "You take him outside first," Bai Ling insisted without hesitation. "But miss, it's not safe here. I can't leave you alone," the serpent stammered, clearly troubled. "This place is dangerous. I will be safe with you. What if we encounter that creature again on our way back? Can you protect me?" The serpent faltered, unable to respond. Zhang Zaihou intervened. "It's all right. Take this fraud outside. I assure you that I will keep your miss safe." The serpent nodded, carrying the imposter master as it hurried outside. Once they were gone, Bai Ling said, "Now, let us proceed with the exorcism." "What? You're not calling me a fraud anymore? You don't seem as frightened as before." "You can kill ghosts, of course. You're not a fraud. Moreover, with you here, I feel no fear." Bai Ling's cheeks flushed as she spoke, a hint of shyness evident. Had anyone familiar with her seen this, they would surely be astonished. Thankfully, the darkness concealed her embarrassment from Zhang Zaihou. "Very well. Since you are accompanying me, let us establish some rules. No shouting or running about recklessly. Take this talisman. Throw it when the moment is critical." He produced a thunder talisman from the system's rewards and handed it to Bai Ling. She accepted it cautiously, tucking it securely away. Together, they ascended the dimly lit corridor, encountering 2 oblivious wraiths along the way, both of which Zhang Zaihou dispatched instantly with a single strike, leaving Bai Ling starry-eyed. Finally, they reached the rooftop, where, beneath the darkened sky, a massive shadow writhed violently, exhaling black mist. 5 or 6 wraiths circled it, emboldened by the shadows, their eyes glowing a sinister red. Upon detecting the presence of humans, they lunged forward, roaring in fury, though they were unable to approach without permission from the looming shadow. Wraith advanced, nourished by the yin energy of the fire wheel, increasingly bloodthirsty and cruel. Fire wheel, level 2, a low-level spirit of the void realm, synonymous with frenzied bloodlust. While it delights in tormenting lower-level beings of the void realm, it too is subject to the torment of higher-level entities, caught in an endless cycle of suffering. Defeating the fire wheel yields 20 conversion points and a special potion. As the system's announcement faded, 2 wraiths could no longer contain themselves and charged at the duo. Bai Ling recoiled in fear, while Zhang Zaihou stepped forward, swiftly dispatching them with ease. At that moment, the fire wheel slowly turned to face Zhang Zaihou, and with a single glance, an overwhelming pressure enveloped them, particularly affecting Bai Ling, who trembled and collapsed onto the ground. Lowly flesh creatures, how dare you invade my domain and slay my servants? Unforgivable! I shall devour you whole, enslave your souls, and condemn you to eternal torment. The ominous voice rumbled forth, causing Bai Ling to grip Zhang Zaihou's arm tightly, her knuckles turning white. What is that? That is a creature of the void realm, known as the fire wheel, and it is the reason for the constant deaths in this building, Zhang Zaihou explained, activating the Peachwood sword. Its blade glowing brightly as electric arcs crackled around it. Incensed at their apparent disregard, the fire wheel's dark aura intensified. Flesh creatures, I will make you suffer beyond imagination. Attack! At its command, the remaining wraiths surged forward with a furious roar. Zhang Zaihou moved with grace, his energy Peachwood sword dancing through the air, reducing the wraiths to ash before they could come close. With the lesser minions vanquished, it was time to face the true foe. Zhang Zaihou elegantly brandished his sword, advancing step by step toward the fire wheel. Chapter 58. The Coming of Thunder. Sensing the intensifying aura of Zhang Zaihou, the fire wheel suddenly opened its maw wide, releasing a torrent of dark energy. The boundless black mist surged forth, sweeping toward the two individuals. Ignorant insect, let you feel the fury of hell. The fire wheel soared into the heavens, laughing maniacally. Yet, in the next moment, its laughter faltered as it noticed a flicker of blue light erupting from the black mist, hurtling directly toward it. What? Impossible! Startled, the fire wheel veered to the left just in time, the blue light grazing its ethereal form as it shot skyward. What is this thing? The fire wheel observed as the black mist dissipated, revealing both figures unscathed. How could this be? The dark energy was highly toxic. Any ordinary person inhaling even a breath would surely perish within moments. Yet, the two before it seemed entirely unaffected, leaving it astounded. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Zhang Zaihou silently counted his blessings, not anticipating the fire wheel's venomous attack. Fortunately, he had expended 20 conversion points in Jin Yang's heroic legend to exchange for 2 doses of Yang Wulong ointment, which allowed him to withstand the toxicity of the black mist. Otherwise, both he and Bai Ling would have met their doom today. Reflecting on his uncompleted task, and the loss of 20 conversion points made Zhang Zaihou's heart ache. No way. I must make up for this at the fire wheel's expense today. He gazed at the airborne fire wheel, brandishing his new energy Peachwood sword, performing a flourish before pointing skyward. Instantly, a blue electric arc shot forth towards the fire wheel, showcasing the sword's additional long-range attack capability. Zing! The blue electric arc grazed the fire wheel and Oppo's S-form, leaving a charred mark upon it. Infuriated by the injury, the fire wheel roared in rage. A mere physical insect dares to harm me? You seek death. The fire wheel's form swelled, transforming as countless arms and legs sprouted from its once rotund shape, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of human limbs. Boom! The transformed fire wheel, unable to hover, crashed heavily onto the rooftop, creating a massive crater in the concrete. Towering at 3 meters, it bellowed, "Insect, I shall make you a part of me, for eternity." As it spoke, countless hands surged toward Zhang Zaihou, each shrouded in dark energy. Zhang Zaihou pulled Bai Ling behind him, brandishing his sword, fully charged with 6,000 volts. Clang! He struck heavily at the fire wheel, the blow devoid of embellishment. Swordsmanship, one roar. The fire wheel howled in pain. Seizing the moment, Zhang Zaihou unleashed a flurry of strikes with the energy Peachwood sword, each thrust landing upon the fire wheel. Swordsmanship, one. Swordsmanship, one. Despite delivering over a dozen strikes, the fire wheel seemed unfazed, merely letting out pained roars. You pitiful insect, you cannot kill me. I am immortal. Behold my might. The fire wheel, enduring the pain, suddenly grasped the Peachwood sword. Though the electric energy scorched its arm, it refused to relinquish its grip. You pitiful insect, perish. As the words fell, a pitch-black arm extended from the fire wheel's body, striking Zhang Zaihou in the chest at a treacherous angle. In an instant, he coughed up blood and was sent flying. Witnessing this, Bai Ling screamed in terror, collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha, insect, watch as I break your pitiful wooden sword. What can you do then? The fire wheel laughed, seizing the energy Peachwood sword with both hands and wrenching it apart, leaving it in 2 halves. The blue electric energy faded into the darkness. Insect, I am a deity. How can your mortal form contend with a god? Now, I shall tear you both apart to quell my wrath. The fire wheel cackled, its body marred by electric wounds yet still terrifying. What do we do? What do we do? With the colossal creature advancing menacingly, Bai Ling was utterly despondent. Paralyzed by fear, Zhang Zaihou lay gravely wounded, and without any means to resist. Even his sword had been shattered. It appeared all hope was lost. Just as Bai Ling prepared to close her eyes and await death, a voice resounded. Hey, you grotesque creature of the void, dare you call yourself a deity? Do you truly think I am but a child of 3? Upon hearing this voice, Bai Ling's eyes widened in excitement, as Zhang Zaihou, battered and bloodied yet composed, stood before her once more. You pitiful insect, you know of the void? You shall not be spared. The fire wheel's fury ignited upon hearing the term void, as if a forbidden taboo had been breached. It raised countless arms, preparing to strike down upon them. An overwhelming pressure descended, leaving Bai Ling and Apos' face pale. Yet Zhang Zaihou, unflinching in the face of impending doom, calmly retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket. You dare call yourself a deity? Today, I shall send you to your demise with divine power. Behold the thunder talisman, may thunder rend the skies. As he spoke, a sheet of yellow paper soared into the wind, ascending toward the multitude of descending arms. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, obscuring the moon, while electric serpents entwined within the tempest. Zhang Zaihou declared, Supreme Lord, heed my command. Thunder, come forth. The fire wheel sensed the immense pressure from above, desperately attempting to interrupt Zhang Zaihou's incantation, but it was too late. A robust electric serpent descended from the clouds, striking the fire wheel with overwhelming force, engulfing it in a radiant blue light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a level 2 void spirit. Fire wheel gained 20 conversion points and a special potion. As the system notification chimed, Zhang Zaihou swiftly retreated, cradling Bai Ling in his arms until they reached the edge of the rooftop. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Zaihou collapsed, blood spilling forth as his pallor turned ghostly. He had sustained grave injuries from the fire wheel's strike, and summoning the thunder talisman had only exacerbated his condition. Are you all right? Bai Ling gasped, struggling to support him. I'm fine. Zhang Zaihou forced himself to stand straight. The Jianan building is safe now. Tell your brother to prepare for resumption of work. All right, I will inform my brother. Now, let's get you to the hospital. I'll call Juan to take you, Bai Ling said, pulling out her phone to dial Juan. Chapter 59. Conspiracy. As the two individuals escorted Zhang Zaihou to the hospital, dawn had already broken. Looking at the unconscious Zhang Zaihou, Bai Ling's heart twisted painfully. Doctor, you must save him by any means necessary, Bai Ling implored. Faced with such a powerful figure, the doctor dared not oppose her wishes and hurriedly wheeled Zhang Zaihou into the operating room for emergency treatment. Outside the operating room, Bai Ling stood in a daze. Juan whispered, Miss, Master Zhang has been taken into surgery. Perhaps you should rest for a while. I can keep watch here. No, I must stay by his side, Bai Ling insisted with an unyielding tone. Juan felt a pang of anxiety at her resolute demeanor and cautiously added, Miss, I have something else to inform you. What is it? The false master has escaped. Please punish me, Mississippi MM. Bai Ling's mind was elsewhere, leaving Juan in a quandary. Under normal circumstances, Bai Ling would have severely chastised herself for a mistake, but now, a mere sufficed? Miss, do not bother me. All I desire is for Master Zhang to survive. I care not for anything else. Juan nodded and retreated. Although Bai Ling was present, Juan felt it was imperative to inform others, particularly Zhang Zaihou and Apos, as family, aside from his superior, Qi Lin. Fortunately, this task was not overly difficult, and Juan swiftly gathered all pertinent information regarding Zhang Zaihou with a single phone call. He reached out to Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, the apartment on Bajiao Street, in the Tian family villa. Aside from a man who answered the call from Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital and appeared exceedingly anxious, the responses from the other two locations were indifferent to Zhang Zaihou and Apos' plight. The final call to the Tian family villa revealed that its occupants seemed to wish for Zhang Zaihou's demise. Juan found it perplexing to comprehend the dynamics within Zhang Zaihou's family. Meanwhile, within the Tian family villa, Tian Jiachang leisurely sipped tea, casting a glance at his irate wife, Shi Zhenxiang. Dear, whose call was that? You seem quite flustered. I know not who it was. They informed me that Zhang Zaihou is gravely injured and hospitalized. With such a son-in-law, I would rather he perish. Shi Zhenxiang fumed as she plopped onto the sofa. Zhang Zaihou is injured? Excellent. This means we can find another wealthy son-in-law. She lamented, I fear this call might be a scam. Hoping that son-in-law does not meet his end, I simply cannot fathom why your father insists on having us accept a son-in-law. Has the old man lost his wits? Let us not dwell on that. Who in the family dares defy the old man's wishes? Tian Jiachang quickly redirected the conversation. Ah, I met Shou Ziming today. He mentioned wanting to date Man. Where is she? Shi Zhenxiang shook her head. She left in a hurry to the group. I know not what for. Tian Jiachang pondered. Could she be seeking to mend relations with Tian Weiming? After all, we are family. Such discord is unbecoming. Indeed. It is all Zhang Zaihou's fault for demanding an apology from Tian Weiming. Who does he think he is? He has caused strife between our families. He deserves to die. Shi Zhenxiang cursed Zhang Zaihou, her anger flaring at the thought. Simultaneously, Tian Man remained unaware of Zhang Zaihou's grave condition. She arrived at the company and headed straight for Tian Weiming's office. Tian Weiming was engaged in a flirtation with a female secretary when he noticed Tian Man entering, prompting him to dismiss the secretary. Ah, our esteemed general manager graces me with a visit today. What brings you here? Tian Man wasted no time. Zhang Zaihou's sister was kidnapped yesterday. It was your doing, wasn't it? Tian Weiming neither confirmed nor denied, merely smiling at her. I shall not elaborate further. But heed this warning, Tian Weiming. Those who commit wrongful acts will ultimately meet their demise. Tread carefully. With that, Tian Man stood to leave. Wait. Just as Tian Man reached the door, Tian Weiming called out, Is your useless husband the one who sent you here? Tell him if he wishes to see his sister again, he must kneel and beg me. Otherwise, he shall never see her again. Ha. Unbeknownst to Tian Weiming, Zhang Zaihou had rescued Zhang Ziyin from the abandoned hospital, dispatching his adversaries with lethal force, including severely injuring Shui Dongyang. No one had informed Tian Weiming of these developments, leading him to believe Zhang Zaihou was still frantically searching for his sister, which fueled his arrogance. Tian Man stared at him, wide-eyed, as if he were a fool. I visited the hospital yesterday and witnessed that Zhang Zaihou had already rescued his sister. Why, haven't your men informed you of this? Ha, Tian Man. Do you think such childish tricks would fool me? I am a cunning fox. I do not fall for such tales. Though he laughed outwardly, a knot tightened in his stomach. The two brothers should have been clamoring for money by now. Their silence was indeed peculiar. Think what you will. But I must warn you, should you engage in such despicable acts again, I will ensure our conflict is irreparable. Tian Man asserted, her tone icy, inciting Tian Weiming's ire. Once she departed, Tian Weiming immediately contacted the Heisenpeo brothers, but after several attempts, he could not reach them. In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone against the ground, shattering it to pieces. From a concealed door in the office, Mu Baiping sauntered out. Grandson, I trust you heard all that just now. That wretch means nothing to me. His family is beneath contempt. What of it if he were to be eliminated? Tian Weiming seethed, yet Tian Man cherishes him, threatening to bring about my ruin over such a lowly creature. As he spoke, a sharp slap resounded through the air, striking Tian Weiming's face. He clutched his cheek, feeling aggrieved. Grandmother, I erred. I should not have targeted that wretch's sister. Mu Baiping replied coolly. My purpose in striking you is not for that reason, but to instill in you the importance of maintaining composure in significant matters. Your impulsiveness is unfit for bearing the responsibilities of the Tian family. As for this incident, I can understand. Those in power must sometimes resort to ruthless measures. If one chooses to engage in vile deeds, they must ensure they do so cleanly and discreetly, leaving no room for reproach. This failure serves as a lesson. May you not repeat it. Tian Weiming's eyes brightened. Grandmother, do you mean? Mu Baiping smiled enigmatically. I have said nothing at all. Chapter 60. Recovery. Zhang Zaihou. Wake up, wake up. In a haze, Zhang Zaihou heard a coarse shout, accompanied by his body being shaken. You fat fool. Stop shaking him. Even if he isn't dead, you'll shake him to death. You are the one to blame, if anything were to happen to Zhang Zaihou. I won't let you off the hook. The quarrel echoed in the hospital room as Zhang Zaihou slowly opened his eyes, finding Guo Xiaopeng and Bai Ling engaged in a fierce exchange. He attempted to speak to intervene, but a piercing pain in his chest prevented him. He involuntarily gasped. Son, you and Ampos, are you finally awake? I was so worried about you. Guo Xiaopeng exclaimed, rushing to the bedside, his face a mess of tears and snot. Get away, you fat fool. Master Zhang, are you all right? Do you feel better? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? I've already called the doctor. He will be here soon. Bai Ling pushed Guo Xiaopeng aside, her concern evident as she looked at Zhang Zaihou. With difficulty, Zhang Zaihou glanced at his chest to find the area struck by the fiery wheel completely blackened and necrotic. It seemed he had underestimated the power of the second-level phantom spirit from the virtual realm, which possessed a corruptive quality. Before long, the doctor entered the room and conducted a thorough examination of Zhang Zaihou. "Doctor, what is his condition? Is he all right?" Bai Ling inquired anxiously. The doctor led her outside, his expression grave. "The tissue in his chest has completely necrotized and is spreading throughout his body. We've never encountered such a condition before. If nothing changes, he will succumb to total decay by tomorrow. I suggest you prepare for the worst." With that, the doctor shook his head and left, leaving Bai Ling in despair. Meanwhile, Zhang Zaihou was acutely aware of his dire situation. Conventional medicine could not save him. Even the Hua Tuo internal revelation diagram obtained from the system could not halt the spread of necrotic cells. Only the special potions rewarded by the system could offer salvation. He examined the 2 special potions in his system inventory. One was specifically for treating hemorrhoids, which he promptly disregarded. The other was labeled Flesh and Blood Proliferation Potion. He contemplated using it immediately but hesitated upon reading its description. Flesh and Blood Proliferation Potion, a vial sourced from the realm of the dead. Invented by a notorious nocturnal physician, it contains not only rare medicinal herbs but also biological tissues from primordial beings as its catalyst. Its powerful proliferative effects can regenerate any wound and necrosis, allowing for the growth of new limbs and flesh. However, the sole drawback is that the potion does not guarantee what else may grow elsewhere. What might grow elsewhere? That could indeed lead to complications. "Son, what and amp, Oppos, that's wrong. Do you need me to get you some water?" Guo Xiaoping spoke obliviously. "Do you know where my sister and my mother are?" Zhang Zaihou asked. "Oh, when I arrived, I called. Your wife took them to a safe place and even arranged for special protection. You needn't worry about that." "That's good. What about the psychiatric hospital? What about that robot? It was terrified by me and is probably busy flirting with the nurses there." As they conversed, Bai Ling re-entered the room. Though she forced a smile, both men could see she was troubled. Guo Xiaoping and Zhang Zaihou exchanged glances, choosing not to confront her. "That fool. What did the doctor say?" Bai Ling ignored Guo Xiaoping and Oppos as taunt and replied, "It and Oppos, as nothing serious." The doctor said it and Oppos, as just a superficial injury. "With a month or 2 of recovery, you'll be fine." "Oh, my brother just called and asked me to go home. I'll take my leave now." With that, Bai Ling turned to leave. Watching the door close, Guo Xiaoping shook his head. "This girl can't even lie properly. Does she think we can't see through her?" Her words were all fabrications, so the doctor must have told her I wouldn't survive the night. "Sai, why are you so nonchalant about eating my apples, fat fool?" Guo Xiaoping, munching on an apple, replied nonchalantly, "I know you won't die. You're a calamity that has persisted for 1,000 years. What life-saving measures do you have? Otherwise, if you really die, think about your mother, your sister, and your wife." Listening to Guo Xiaoping, Zhang Zaihou felt a surge of resolve. He decided to hold off on using the 2 special potions and instead convert all his transformation points for a life creation pill. Gazing at the life creation pill before him, Zhang Zaihou's heart bled. This pill possesses miraculous properties of resurrection. Half a pill would suffice for his injuries. Without hesitation, Zhang Zaihou bit into half of the pill, instantly feeling a wave of discomfort in his stomach. "Strange, why does my stomach hurt after taking this? Could it be expired?" Zhang Zaihou grimaced painfully as he said, "Fat fool, this might heal my injuries, but it has side effects." Guo Xiaoping, noticing Zhang Zaihou's contorted face, nodded and immediately complied, even grabbing a small knife for peeling apples from the bedside table. "What side effects? Will it cause madness? Or perhaps a severe change in sexual orientation? Damn it, fat fool. Can and amp, Oppos, do you wish for something good for me?" At that moment, Zhang Zaihou was overwhelmed by pain, feeling as if a train had run over him, the tearing agony causing him to cry out. "Hey, is that expression of pain real? Son, don't scare your father. Are you sure you're all right?" I'm fine. I can endure." Zhang Zaihou was unaware that the life creation pill could indeed resurrect him and also facilitate a rebirth. Although he had only consumed half, it still held the power of profound transformation. "Son, if you can't hold on, just let it go. Don't worry, I'll take care of your mother. Your wife comes from a prominent family. I can't reach that level, but I promise to look after your sister. Rest assured. We'll be a family from now on." Hearing Guo Xiaoping's words, Zhang Zaihou roared, and an immense surge of energy erupted from his body, expelling all the corrupting energy within him. At that moment, the effects of the half-life creation pill peaked, and the necrotic tissue on Zhang Zaihou's body transformed. Becoming vibrant and healthy, his injuries healed almost instantaneously. Guo Xiaoping, catching the scent of the expelled corruption, pinched his nose and remarked, "Hey, how long has it been since you last bathed? You really reek." Zhang Zaihou squinted at Guo Xiaopeng and replied languidly, "What did you just say about being a family and taking care of my sister? Are you harboring thoughts about her? I'll annihilate you for your transgressions." "Hey, big brother. I was wrong. I won't dare again." At that moment, the corridor outside the hospital room echoed with Guo Xiaopeng's terrified screams. Chapter 61. The Patient's Dilemma Within the Opulent Villa. Bai Ling stood with her hands on her hips, visibly agitated. "Brother, if you refuse to rescue Master Zhang, I shall sever all ties with you." Master Zhang had been injured due to her affairs, and she felt an overwhelming guilt. However, the elixir in question was meant for a higher authority. If she offered it to Master Zhang, she would have no means to justify her actions above. With a frown, Qi Lin spread his hands in resignation. Who could have imagined that the formidable underground emperor of Zhangzhou would be so unyieldingly controlled by a sister? "Please, tell me to whom you are offering it. Every year at this time, you become so mysteriously secretive, leaving me entirely in the dark. My not informing you is to protect you. You are my only family in this world, so please refrain from asking," he replied. "But Master Zhang is on the brink of death tomorrow. If you refuse to use that elixir to save him, I will end my life before your very eyes. Oh dear sister, please spare your brother. That medicine truly cannot be given." "Very well, if you refuse to give it to me, I shall accompany Master Zhang in death. I will do as I say." With that, Bai Ling turned on her heel and retreated to her room, leaving Qi Lin with an expression of helplessness. He beckoned to Zhu Han, who approached. "Do you think could it be that my sister has developed feelings for Master Zhang?" Qi Lin was acutely sensitive regarding his sister's emotional affairs. Zhu Han scratched his head thoughtfully. "Surely not. Master Zhang is a married man. Miss Bai would not fall for him. Surely they would not engage in any indiscretions, right?" Hearing Zhu Han's ambiguous response, Qi Lin felt a surge of frustration. In truth, despite Master Zhang's marital status, Qi Lin knew that Master Zhang had never truly shared a bed with his wife. With a captivating young woman expressing affection for him, there was no telling what might happen. "From now on, I require you to shadow my sister closely. Wherever she goes, you must follow. Do not lose sight of her." Zhu Han nodded. "But do we save Master Zhang or not?" Qi Lin sighed heavily but remained silent. "What? He has sustained grave injuries and is hospitalized?" "Indeed, young master. I inquired and learned he is critically wounded. The doctor indicated he may not survive the night. This cannot be. I refuse to let him die so easily. I shall ensure he suffers immensely for the hatred I harbor. Fetch the old hag who claims to take lives." In the dimly lit room, Tian Weiming wore a delighted smile. Not long after, the diminutive figure of the death hag entered. "What is it, young master?" "I was just attending to my old companion's medication." "You have a spouse?" "Indeed. My partner is an expert in controlling corpses. Otherwise, why would I choose him?" "Controlling corpses? Splendid. Tonight, I command both of you to bring me Zhang Zaihou. Upon completion, you shall be handsomely rewarded." "Handsomely rewarded? What exactly is the reward?" "If I find it unworthy, it would be a grave loss." "Do you believe I would deceive you?" "Not necessarily, but oftentimes people boast, only to be reluctant when it comes time for payment. It is better to clarify specifics early on." Tian Weiming bristled at the hag and Appo's words, yet, due to her formidable abilities, he swallowed his displeasure. "Fine. If you bring him, I shall grant you 1 million. Is that acceptable?" "That is acceptable, but mind you, that million is solely for my individual efforts. With my partner involved, the sum must be doubled." Grinding his teeth, Tian Weiming conceded, 2 million it is. "But you must deliver Zhang Zaihou by tomorrow morning, or the offer is null." 2 million. I guarantee he will be in your hands by morning." With that, the death hag skipped out of the room, leaving Tian Weiming's expression even more grim. "Attention, family of the patient, payment is required." In the hospital room, Guo Xiaopeng was engaged in a discussion about the future development of the psychiatric hospital with Zhang Zaihou when a nurse abruptly entered. "Payment? Did that girl not remit payment?" Guo Xiaopeng inquired, puzzled. The nurse rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that these two must be destitute. "No, that lady left long ago. The payment desk is on the first floor. I advise you to hurry, lest your friend be deprived of medication, which would hasten his demise." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zaihou grew furious, not only at the nurse's unprofessionalism, but also at Bai Ling for vanishing without settling the bill. "Isn't this an occupational injury? You won't cover the costs, but at least you should pay for the medical expenses." Given that Zhang Zaihou had consumed half a life-renewing elixir, his injuries had largely healed. He merely needed rest. Now, Being threatened by a nurse that he would die sooner without medication was utterly ridiculous. The nurse, irritated by their laughter, stormed out. And shortly after, the doctor who had treated Zhang Zaihou entered. Seeing Zhang Zaihou looking vibrant and composed, the doctor shook his head and turned to Guo Xiaopeng. Quickly settle the bill so we can administer medication to your friend. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He may seem well, but in reality, he is merely experiencing a brief revival. With medication, he might have a chance to prolong his life. If payment is not made, he will perish tonight. Then what if he does not die after the medication is stopped? Guo Xiaopeng challenged. What do you mean? Do you doubt the words of medical professionals? No. I am speaking hypothetically. What hypotheticals? There are none. Look here, this is the CT scan your friend just underwent, along with MRI results. His blood sugar and blood counts indicate he has little time left. The doctor produced a stack of reports, all generated while Zhang Zaihou was unconscious. Hey, doctor. Do not curse me. Do I appear to be short-lived? Zhang Zaihou retorted, slightly irate. I need not look at you. Your test results speak volumes. Your condition is dire. I assure you, several funeral homes are already waiting outside to collect your body. Upon hearing this, both men noticed several groups lurking by the door, peering in with unsettling expressions. Zhang Zaihou shook his head in exasperation. If you believe my demise is inevitable, you will be sorely disappointed. I am well aware of my body, and I shall not perish. Who is the doctor here? You or I? I shall witness your condition deteriorate by nightfall. Now, pay the bill immediately, or I shall report you. With that, the doctor placed a bill on the table. Chapter 62. The heartless then go ahead and report us. Zhang Zaihou slammed his hand on the table. Despite his upbeat mood, the doctor's prediction of his impending death soured his spirits. Zhang Zaihou, do not be angry. It is merely a matter of medical expenses. We can afford it. We have several million, so what is a trivial sum? Guo Xiaopeng reassured, pulling Zhang Zaihou along while glancing at the bill in shock. Are you robbing us? 50,000 for 1 day's stay in your hospital? Is this a joke? Though Guo Xiaopeng was wealthy, he was not a fool. The doctor scoffed. Do you not comprehend where you are? This is the premier medical institution in Zhongzhou, equipped with the most advanced facilities. Of course, the prices are elevated. When the patient arrived, their life was hanging by a thread. We employed every possible means, conducting dozens of examinations. You shamelessly accept this ill-gotten money without a shred of conscience. Guo Xiaopeng considered himself unlucky, grumbling as he handed over the cash. Zhang Zaihou intervened, questioning how the best hospital in Zhongzhou could tell the patient they had little time left, insinuating that their medical standards were subpar. According to the diagnosis, the patient was in complete organ failure, with tissue necrosis. We are not gods and cannot save everyone. The doctor spoke with unwavering certainty. Zhang Zaihou retorted, who gave you the audacity to make such claims? Do you presume to speak for all physicians? The doctor, irritated, warned them that they would not leave without paying. Summoning several security guards wielding batons, they glared menacingly at the two men. Sensing the tension, Guo Xiaopeng whispered, you just recovered. Don't provoke them. Let an oppose pay and seek revenge later. Zhang Zaihou shook his head, reassuring him he would not resort to violence. You spoke as if someone could indeed save you, which is laughable. Our hospital is the authority. No one can save you. Zhang Zaihou calmly replied, in my eyes, your hospital's esteemed title is worthless. He added, I can assure you, my injuries have healed through my own efforts, not your hospital's intervention. The doctor scoffed, mocking Zhang Zaihou's youth, declaring that if he could save himself, he would lie down and bark like a dog. Just then, a nurse burst into the room, urgently calling for Dr. Chang, stating that a patient in room 210 was nearing death. Dr. Chang pointed at Zhang Zaihou, commanding him to wait while he dealt with the emergency. Rushing out, Dr. Chang entered room 210 to find a young girl lying pale and frail on the bed, clearly gravely ill. Beside her stood a woman in her 30s, exuding an air of elegance and tension, dressed in androgynous attire. Upon seeing Dr. Chang, she quickly stood up, pleading, Dr. Chang, my daughter and amp. Appo's condition has worsened. You must save her. The girl's illness was severe, having seen numerous doctors both domestically and abroad, all of whom were helpless, even when treatment plans were proposed. Dr. Chang understood this all too well. The girl and Appo's mother, Liang Hongyu, was a financial tycoon in Zhangzhou, managing hundreds of billions in assets. A figure whose mere sneeze could stir the city. In pursuit of profit, Dr. Chang shamelessly tampered with the girl and Appo's condition, allowing it to fluctuate, thus milking Liang Hongyu for more money. He feigned deep concern, assuring her, rest assured, Ms. Liang, I will take good care of your daughter." He began inserting tubes into the girl, yet after a considerable time, the monitor revealed a flat line. Liang Hongyu's heart sank as tears welled in her eyes. "Dr. Chang, what is my daughter's condition? Why is there no heartbeat?" Dr. Chang pretended to be grave, stating, "The patient is in a critical state and requires a special serum to revive her." "Then hurry and administer the serum. What are you waiting for?" Liang Hongyu demanded. However, the serum was exorbitantly priced at 1 million per vial. "I have more than enough money. Just use it." Liang Hongyu waved her hand, prompting Dr. Chang's lips to curl upwards in anticipation. "Quickly, administer the serum. The patient is at death's door," he ordered. As the medical staff prepared to use the purple serum, a hand shot out, firmly grasping it. "If you wish for this girl to live, do not administer that serum." The crowd turned to find Zhang Zaihou as the interrupter. Initially, he had followed Dr. Chang to witness his medical prowess, but he was appalled to discover the doctor's malicious intent to use poison on the girl. "Who are you to delay my daughter's treatment?" Yang Hongyu fumed, her protective instincts ignited. Dr. Chang barked, "What are you doing here? Are you trying to cause trouble? Get out, or I will ensure you regret it." Yang Hongyu threatened to call for help. Zhang Zaihou remained unfazed, expressing his desire to witness the reputed hospital's medical practices. "Today I see it is indeed extraordinary, utilizing poison as treatment. Truly unheard of." "What did you say?" Dr. Chang's expression shifted as he glanced at Liang Hongyu, who was equally intrigued. "What poison? This purple substance? Though it is highly diluted, it retains lethal properties." Liang Hongyu and Appo's face paled as she turned to Dr. Chang. "Dr. Chang, you must not believe him. He is merely a patient, not a doctor, and knows nothing of medicine. He just had a conflict with me and is attempting to frame me," Dr. Chang protested. Liang Hongyu regarded Zhang Zaihou with suspicion while he shrugged. "I have already warned you it is poison. Believe it or not. It is a pity this little girl may perish." Dr. Chang pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Zaihou. "You speak nonsense. What evidence do you have? If you were a doctor, could you diagnose this girl's illness? If not, be quiet." Zhang Zaihou calmly brushed aside the finger, looking disdainfully at Dr. Chang. "Who says I cannot? I am a renowned healer in Zhongzhou. This minor ailment is easily treated." The crowd erupted in laughter at Zhang Zaihou's self-proclamation, as they envisioned a healer to be elderly and wise. Yet here was a young man in a hospital gown, seemingly lacking experience. Unfazed by their mockery, Zhang Zaihou chuckled. "Those who doubted me last time laughed just as ignorantly. A doctor bet me 10,000 that he could not save my mother. He, too, was greedy. By the way, you should know him. His name is Shui Dongliang." Upon hearing the name, Dr. Chang's expression shifted as he recognized the connection, realizing Zhang Zaihou might hold critical information. Chapter 63. The Flower of the Deadly Nightshade. Observing Dr. Chang and Appo's unusual demeanor, Zhang Zaihou approached with a smile, shaking the purple flower in his hand. The flower stems of the deadly nightshade produce a poison that can briefly awaken a person, yet its side effects are severe, often plunging individuals into prolonged comas. Judging by the state of the young girl, it was clear she had ingested a substantial amount, although the potion had been significantly diluted. It still posed grave risks for a child. Zhang Zaihou spoke with conviction, his words igniting a sense of urgency within Dr. Chang, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, even prompting Liang Hongyu to cast a suspicious glance in his direction. "Dr. Chang, is this true? Have you really administered the deadly nightshade potion?" "No, he is fabricating stories. There is no such thing as deadly nightshade. It's all a figment of his imagination." "Mr. Liang, he is deceiving you. Your daughter is in critical condition and requires immediate treatment. Otherwise, it may be too late." Dr. Chang believed that if he could use his concoction to awaken Liang Hongyu and Appo's daughter, she would once again place her trust in him. As he reached for the potion in Zhang Zaihou's hand, Zhang Zaihou briskly pushed him away. "Indeed, this little girl is gravely ill. Conventional treatment is unlikely to restore her health. You've resorted to using deadly nightshade merely to induce a fleeting revival, failing to provide any real treatment. This has only caused the child to miss the optimal window for recovery while exposing her to the toxic dangers of the flower. It is a stark reality that she teeters on the precipice of death, and your blood-stained hands tarnish the purity of a doctor's white coat." Listening to Zhang Zaihou unveil his secrets piece by piece, Dr. Chang felt his mental defenses crumbling. He stubbornly retorted, "You speak nonsense. Where is your evidence? What proof do you have that my potion is toxic?" "Evidence? Naturally, there is evidence. If this little girl has been under your poison for this long, Her eyelids would indeed exhibit a purplish hue, and her tongue would display an abnormal yellow. If you doubt this, a simple examination will confirm it. Upon hearing this, Liang Hongyu hurriedly approached to inspect, and indeed, the symptoms matched Zhang Zaihou and Apos' description perfectly. Now utterly convinced by Zhang Zaihou and Apos' assertions, she angrily confronted Dr. Chang. What is the meaning of this? How dare you deceive me? Dr. Chang was in a state of panic. Mr. Liang, I had good intentions. Your daughter's condition is dire, and there are no viable treatments available. I only sought to allow her to converse with you. I meant no harm. Your daughter's illness has penetrated to the marrow. She has at most 3 months left. I truly did not intend to deceive you. What? My daughter has only 3 months left. Liang Hongyu's mind went blank upon receiving this devastating news. No, she is still so young. She cannot die. I must ensure her survival. There must be hope. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes as she grasped Zhang Zaihou's hand. Master, if you can discern this as poison, then you must be able to save my daughter, right? I beg you to save her. She is merely 6 years old. Whatever you desire, I will provide. Beep. The host has triggered a task. Heal the little girl and have her acknowledge you as her godfather. Faced with the imminent peril of an adorable child's life, no one wishes to witness such a fate. To heal the little girl and gain her recognition as your godfather, the host must possess an unspoken joy and nurturing. Task completed. Earn 20 points of transformation value. Upon triggering the system and Apos' task, Zhang Zaihou felt a sense of delight, but as events unfolded, his expression grew increasingly somber. What did they mean by joy and nurturing? He certainly wasn't that peculiar. Could he truly accept her as a goddaughter? Would her mother consent to such a notion? Something felt amiss with the system. Gazing at the sweet girl, compassion stirred within him, and he nodded affirmatively. Of course, I will make every effort to save your daughter. You dream of saving her. She suffers from an incurable disease. Even Jesus could not save her. What grounds do you have to claim you can? Dr. Chang shouted defiantly. Zhang Zaihou retorted coldly. As I stated earlier, what gives you the audacity to speak such words? You do not speak for all the doctors in the world. I can indeed treat this little girl. Fine. If you can save her, then as I previously said, crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. As their conversation drew attention, a crowd began to gather, even attracting the hospital director. Very well, then you shall bark like a dog. With that, Zhang Zaihou retrieved the half-eaten elixir he had earlier consumed and placed it into the little girl's mouth. This elixir could neutralize various toxins, more than sufficient to eliminate the poison of deadly nightshade from her system. Furthermore, it contained substances that would enhance her immunity and vitality. While it might not cure her illness entirely, it would certainly provide substantial assistance. Before long, the girl's pallor transformed from ashen to rosy, and she suddenly coughed vigorously. Slowly opening her eyes, in a faint voice, she murmured, "Mommy, I'm thirsty." "Fee, you've finally awakened. You scared Mommy to death," Liang Hongyu exclaimed, rushing to embrace her daughter in a torrent of tears. The crowd erupted in cheers upon witnessing Zhang Zaihou revive the child with a mere pill, celebrating the preservation of such a precious life. A miraculous doctor. One pill resolved everything. Wait, this person seems somewhat familiar. I recall a doctor who live-streamed. He appears to be that miraculous physician. Is that true? The onlookers buzzed with admiration, expressing their gratitude. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Liang Hongyu exclaimed, kneeling before Zhang Zaihou, who promptly assisted her to her feet. No need for thanks, Ms. Liang. You are too kind. A physician's benevolence is simply part of my duty. As the little girl regained consciousness, Dr. Chang discreetly began to retreat, planning to escape. But Zhang Zaihou caught him just as he reached the door. Dr. Chang, why the rush? You haven't yet crawled on the ground and barked like a dog. Doctor. Chang froze in place. You. Don't go too far. How am I being excessive? You clearly stated earlier that if I won, you would crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. Do you wish to retract that statement? We are all witnesses here. With that, the crowd began to jeer. Crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. So this hospital is untrustworthy. I've witnessed the treachery of those who do not honor their word. Oh dear. This hospital is too corrupt. I shall never return. As the noise escalated, cold sweat trickled down Dr. Chang's back. If he truly crawled and barked like a dog, it would ruin his life and career. Not only would he be unable to work at this hospital any longer, but the institution and Apos' reputation would also suffer immensely. Soon, everyone in the city would know that the doctors at St. Mary's Hospital were incompetent, and that one could bark like a dog quite convincingly. At this moment, Dr. Chang trembled uncontrollably, his mind a blank slate, enveloped in a profound sense of shame, wishing desperately for a hole to swallow him whole. Chapter 64. How to bark like a dog. Do you need me to find someone to assist you? Upon learning that Dr. Chang had poisoned her daughter with the flower of death, Liang Hongyu felt nothing but disdain for him. Had it not been for Zhang Zaihou's presence, she would have already summoned others to wreak havoc upon the hospital. The fact that she refrained from doing so was a testament to her benevolence. Dr. Chang had initially intended to play the victim, but upon hearing Liang Hongyu's voice, he realized that his fate for the day was sealed. He fell to his knees with a thud, hands on the ground, and humiliated himself by barking twice. This elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers, many of whom pulled out their phones to record the spectacle. Zhang Zaihou observed coldly. For those clad in white who regarded human life as mere fodder and practiced medicine as a means of profit, such punishment was far too lenient. After barking a couple of times, Dr. Chang scrambled to his feet amidst the crowd's jeers and fled in disgrace. Liang Hongyu turned back to grasp Zhang Zaihou's hand. Master Zhang, I am truly grateful to you. Your kindness is beyond my ability to repay. Here is my personal phone number. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to contact me. I will certainly assist you. With that, she slipped a black card into Zhang Zaihou's pocket. Zhang Zaihou was preoccupied with the system task at hand. He had successfully treated the girl's illness to some extent. Yet she had not yet acknowledged him as her godfather, and the 20 conversion points had yet to materialize. He felt a sense of unwillingness. No, he must complete the system task today. Clearing his throat, he turned to feign examination of the situation. The young girl gazed at him with wide, curious eyes. Noticing this, Liang Hongyu grew anxious. Master, is there something wrong? Well, your daughter's condition has improved, but she requires further nurturing. Otherwise, the ailment may relapse. Moreover, I sense that she is lacking in vital energy. It would be best for her father to be with her for a while to impart some masculine energy. Oh, her father has passed away. This complicates matters. Liang Hongyu had placed her complete trust in Zhang Zaihou. She would comply with whatever he suggested. However, this particular issue left her in a predicament. Zhang Zaihou chuckled inwardly while maintaining a serious facade. In that case, I find this little girl to be both clever and adorable. I shall reluctantly take on the role of her godfather to ensure her lifelong safety. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Master Zhang. Quickly call him godfather. Liang Hongyu felt a weight lift from her heart as she embraced the little girl. The child innocently called out, Daddy. Hearing those words, Zhang Zaihou broke into a cold sweat. Please, it's godfather, not daddy, calling me that might lead to misunderstandings. However, despite Liang Hongyu's repeated corrections, the little girl stubbornly continued to call him daddy. Ding! You have completed the system task and earned 20 conversion points. Zhang Zaihou sighed in resignation. If daddy is what she wishes to call him, so be it. Regardless, he had accomplished the system task. Yet, upon noticing a line of text beneath the system prompt, his expression soured significantly. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement of Andapos, mother and daughter Andapos, downfall Andapos. Initially, it was believed that the host only sought to fulfill a nurturing game. But the despicable character has indeed targeted the mother of the little girl. Behold, from the moment the girl called him Andapos, daddy, Andapos, the host has already embarked on a strategy against her mother. What nonsense! How did the system deduce that I was strategizing against this woman? But as he glanced at Liang Hongyu's fervent gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. To avoid further misunderstandings, he made a hasty exit amidst Liang Hongyu's profuse thanks. Upon returning to the hospital room, Guo Xiaoping inquired curiously, Where did you go just now? I saw quite a commotion outside. What happened? Zhang Zaihou waved his hand dismissively. I don and amp, Apos, Tino. Now that I am well, let us return to the psychiatric hospital. He began to gather his belongings, but before he could leave, a young nurse entered the room. Seeing Zhang Zaihou preparing to depart, the nurse huffed, Oh, so you plan to skip out on your bill? Who is skipping out on what? It and Apos. That's merely 500,000. Let the fat man pay it. Guo Xiaoping was taken aback. Weren't you just refusing to pay? Why the sudden change of heart? Fine, I'll pay you. Guo Xiaoping was about to retrieve the money when someone at the door suddenly announced, Dr. Zhang's medical fees are waived. As he spoke, a rotund man entered, his white coat failing to conceal the opulence of his attire. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his well-cared-for face bore few wrinkles despite his age. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Yutong, the director of St. Mary's Hospital. I was quite impressed by your miraculous skills earlier and would like to befriend you. He extended his pudgy hand. You were present in room 210 earlier? Indeed, I was in attendance. I greatly admire the ability of a single pill to save a child's life. Thus, I wish to purchase your medicine for research purposes, so that I decline. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Zaihou outright rejected him. He could tell from the man's demeanor that he was cut from the same cloth as Dr. Chang. Now, coming to curry favor was merely a tactic to acquire the formula for the miraculous pill and produce it en masse for profit. Such individuals, compared to the crude Dr. Chang, were far more insidious in their financial pursuits, often cloaking their greed in a moral veneer, making them even more difficult to guard against. Upon Zhang Zaihou's immediate refusal, a flicker of malice flashed in Zhao Yutong's eyes. Ah, of course, that is your personal choice, and I cannot alter it. However, business aside, there is still decency in our dealings. Here is my business card. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to contact me. My offered price is quite generous. With that, Zhao Yutong handed Zhang Zaihou his card and exited the room with a smile. Guo Xiaoping exclaimed, "Did you just go out to save someone? But we should hurry and leave now. Why the rush?" "Oh, I see. Did you save the little girl, and now her mother has feelings for you?" One must admit, Guo Xiaoping was quite perceptive regarding such matters. Zhang Zaihou smacked him on the back of the head. "Hurry up, otherwise we will miss our chance." As Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping hastily departed from the hospital, Bai Ling stealthily approached shortly afterward, clutching a small, exquisitely crafted crimson box. Julius followed closely behind her. "Miss, what you are doing is inappropriate. If the elder brother finds out, it will be disastrous. Let him find out. Can he really kill me? The issue is that I won't have a good explanation." "What explanation do you need? Just say I was coerced into stealing this precious medicine. There is nothing shameful about it." Ignoring Julius, Bai Ling dashed into Zhang Zaihou and Appo's hospital room. Chapter 65. Tianping Master Zhang, I have brought the medicine. Bai Ling exclaimed excitedly as she entered the room, only to freeze in place upon seeing the empty bed. Juan followed closely behind. "Miss, your brother has already discovered that the medicine has been stolen and is on his way to the hospital." "Miss, what is wrong?" Juan nudged Bai Ling, only to have her burst into tears. "Master Zhang, I am too late. If I had fetched the medicine sooner, Yu Wuden and Appo's tea have died. I am so sorry, Master Zhang. I never expected you to leave so quickly, so abruptly. I didn't even get to see you one last time. You are so young, and I haven't even given you a child. Miss, please calm down." Juan, hearing Bai Ling's lament, broke into a cold sweat. "What do you mean by leaving a child? Mind your words." But Bai Ling was beyond caring, her tears cascading like rain. A nurse, hearing the commotion, entered to check on them. "Hey, why are you crying?" Bai Ling pointed at the bed. "Where is the person who was here? Did he die? Did you take him to the morgue? That miraculous doctor left, and you all came right after. He couldn't have died. Miss, did you hear? Master Zhang is not dead." Juan attempted to comfort her, but Bai Ling only wept more sorrowfully. "Wu, Master Zhang must have known his time was short, and didn't he want to burden me? Which is why he chose to leave. He cared for me so deeply. How could I betray him? No, I must find him. We shall be star-crossed lovers, living and dying together." "Miss, you cannot say that. Master Zhang has a family. You would be considered the other woman." Juan was speechless, never having imagined his young mistress could be so infatuated, and in such a tragic manner. "I don't care. I want to find Master Zhang. Go look for him," she shouted in anger. Reluctantly, Juan set off to search for Zhang Zaihou. As he exited, Liang Hongyu walked in and gently knocked on the door. "Is Master Zhang Zaihou here?" Bai Ling stopped crying and regarded Liang Hongyu with wary eyes. "Master Zhang is out. What do you need him for?" "Oh, I came specifically to thank Master Zhang and to bring him medical fees," Liang Hongyu replied, producing a check. "Could you kindly pass this on to him?" Bai Ling glanced at the check and scoffed. "I have seen many women like you, using a check as a pretext to flirt with Master Zhang. Let me tell you, Master Zhang is not fooled by your tricks." Liang Hongyu and Appo's expression darkened at being misunderstood. Having navigated the business world for decades, she had developed a keen perception and scrutinized Bai Ling. "I have never seen a girl like you before. I assume you and Master Zhang have just met. From your tone, it seems you believe he is already your boyfriend, which is doubtful." "Oh, I see. You must be the little mistress that Master Zhang found outside." "Any woman would be furious at being called a mistress. What business is it of yours, you old woman? You wish to pursue Master Zhang, a young man. How shameless." Bai Ling retorted. "I like young men. I have the means. And as a sister, let me advise you. Being a mistress at such a young age is a disgrace to your parents." "I have no parents." then a disgrace to your relatives, to your entire family. You are the disgrace, you old woman. You are the scandal, you little vixen. Although Liang Hongyu had seen much of life and was not easily ruffled, she was still a woman and could not withstand being called old. The two began to argue fiercely in the hospital room. Meanwhile, Zhang Zaihou, the instigator of the chaos, remained oblivious, standing in front of the psychiatric hospital director's office, staring in confusion at a pig sitting in his chair. Where on earth did this pig come from? How did it end up in my office? He turned to Guo Xiaoping. Did you do this? Guo Xiaoping shook his head in denial. Son, don't wrong your father. I would never engage in such nonsense. Then who could it be? Of course, it was me. A coarse electronic voice echoed as a mechanical being. Previously enlightened by Zhang Zaihou and claiming to be Zhang Guzi, emerged wearing a lab coat and flip-flops, holding a cup of gasoline. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, believe me, I will disassemble you and reassemble you as a dog. Of course, I believe you. I am doing this for your own good. I truly cannot fathom why you brought this pig into my office, claiming it is for my benefit. Where did it even come from? Zhang Zaihou questioned. From the cafeteria, of course. I had to fight a fat middle-aged woman to get this pig. Although I sustained some minor injuries, I successfully rescued the great Marshal Tianping, Zhang Guzi said, affectionately stroking the pig's head. The pig grunted in response. You even fought with a nurse? Wait, what did you just say? This pig is the great Marshal Tianping? Zhang Zaihou focused on that pivotal statement. Haha. The great Marshal Tianping? Don't be ridiculous. Those are just myths. They cannot be real, Guo Xiaoping scoffed. You claim the great Marshal Tianping is a myth. Then what am I? Zhang Guzi's words left Guo Xiaoping speechless. Leaning closer to Zhang Zaihou, Guo Xiaoping whispered, Hey, this mechanical being might be seriously ill. You should contact Guziyu to replace it. But Zhang Zaihou did not heed the advice. Instead, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the hefty pig slumped in the chair. Since this pig is indeed the great Marshal Tianping, he must possess immense powers. How could he end up here? Of course, he must have been flirting with Chang'e and was punished by the Jade Emperor, transformed into a pig, utterly defenseless and unable to recognize his surroundings. So, you brought this pig here to protect it? Of course not. I intend to borrow your powers, Zhang Guzi declared, downing the gasoline in one gulp with a satisfied smacking of his lips. Whose powers? Your enlightenment ability. I am merely an extension of your power. Hey, I cannot understand a word you two are saying. What phone? Zhang Zaihou, you should not have lost your mind. Why are you chatting with this mechanical being? Shut up. Zhang Zaihou interrupted angrily, turning to Zhang Guzi. If I help you, what do I gain in return? Naturally, I will ensure you safely navigate through tonight. Turning misfortune into fortune. Chapter 66. The incomplete pig. Zhang Zaihou was taken aback upon hearing those words. To claim he did not believe the robot's assertions would be disingenuous, as they were indeed his own revelations. Yet, to place complete faith in them was uncertain. Was the robot merely toying with him? Zhang Guzi and Appos' eyes gleamed with a red light as he spoke in a slow, electronic tone. I know you harbor doubts, but I advise you to make a swift decision. Currently, you are entwined in a peach blossom fate, with two women quarreling over you. The black aura rising from your left temple indicates someone is plotting your demise. And today is fortuitously your day of great misfortune. It is assured that this individual will act tonight. Moreover, the connection between the black aura above your head and your peach blossom fate suggests a woman might be drawn into this, potentially leading to her death because of you. Listening to Zhang Guzi and Appos' cryptic pronouncements, Guo Xiaoping was filled with skepticism. However, Zhang Zaihou and Appos' heart raced with increasing trepidation. Although he did not comprehend the significance of the two women fighting, it was evident that someone indeed wished to eliminate him, perhaps Tian Weiming or Tian Minwen, whose assassination he had thwarted. What should I do? He asked. Enlighten this brother of mine, and I shall reveal the method to you, ensuring your absolute safety. Zhang Guzi replied. Zhang Zaihou gazed at the white-skinned, plump pig seated in the chair, puzzled. By all accounts, this Zhu Beiji should be an eight-browed pig, thus black in hue. Is it excessive to present a Dutch pig instead? My brother previously missed many romantic opportunities due to his unattractive black appearance. This time, I shall select a handsome guise to remedy past regrets. With a resigned smile, Zhang Zaihou conceded. Very well, I shall assist you this once. Hey, what are you planning to do? Guo Xiaoping inquired, leaning closer. Xiaoping, there are matters I prefer to keep from you. Likewise, I ask that you refrain from questioning me and keep my secrets, if you would. I increasingly fail to comprehend your words. What secrets must I safeguard? Ignoring him, Zhang Zaihou turned to Zhang Guzi. Are you certain you wish for me to proceed? Zhang Guzi nodded, and Zhang Zaihou said, then so be it. He extended his right hand, its fingertips glowing with white light. Ding. Host is using the enlightenment skill. Would you like to consume 10 transformation points? What? How can it be 10 points? Earlier, the robot required only 5. Zhang Zaihou exclaimed, distressed. Was it true that the more challenging the enlightenment, the greater the cost in transformation points? Confirm. The white light from his fingertips vanished into the plump pig's body. Guo Xiaoping looked on, his face a portrait of confusion. Of course, this is my secret. Ha ha ha. I have finally awakened. A resounding voice proclaimed. Guo Xiaoping turned around in shock, his eyes widening as he beheld the plump pig speaking human language. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a handsome figure? The pig boasted. And you, old Zhang, have not forgotten me. Remember the days in the heavens when I pulled you to watch the 7 fairies bathe? What a sight that was. As the pig reminisced, Guo Xiaoping's mind spiraled into chaos. Zhang Zaihou placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Fear not, you will grow accustomed to this. The pig shook its head, leapt from the chair, and headed for the door, dragging the robot along. Zhang Zaihou quickly intercepted them. Where do you two think you're going? I've heard that the clubs in this world boast delightful young ladies, rivaling even the fairies of the heavens. Naturally, I intend to experience it for myself, the pig declared. What? A pig is aware of clubs? Zhang Zaihou exclaimed. You cannot go out. It's perilous. If you do, you might end up as braised pork. Besides, you are no longer a complete pig. There's no point in going to a club, he added. What do you mean? I am incomplete. The pig retorted, glaring at Zhang Zaihou. It then glanced back at its own body and froze. Zhang Zaihou awkwardly explained. Well, you are a meat pig, and meat pigs are often castrated. A brief silence ensued. Woe is me. The pig wailed, collapsing to the ground in sorrow. Zhang Guzi, I misjudged you. What kind of vision do you possess? Even my guise is incomplete. I cannot live like this. I would rather be eaten than endure such humiliation. With that, the pig charged toward the exit, only to be stopped by Zhang Guzi. Zhang Guzi, flustered, had not anticipated that saving Tianpeng would lead to such a predicament. I never foresaw this twist of fate, he lamented. Zhang Zaihou raised his hands in resignation. You were the one who insisted on my enlightening him. This is not my fault. With no other option, Zhang Guzi attempted to placate the pig. Tianpeng, I assure you it was not my intention. However, this is not a grave matter. If you diligently cultivate for a few years, you will naturally transform into a complete man. Moreover, it is perilous outside. I expended significant effort to rescue you. Venturing out without self-defense is tantamount to courting death. After a moment of anguished crying, Tianpeng reluctantly accepted this reality. Very well. I shall strive to transform as quickly as possible and become a complete man, he declared, tilting his head and sniffing the air. Strange. Why can I not sense any spiritual energy? He wondered aloud. Zhang Guzi explained, the area is densely populated, hence the absence of spiritual energy. Fortunately, there is a Fuhu mountain in the back garden, which will emit spiritual energy at night, making cultivation significantly more effective. That will have to suffice. Hey, you there. Prepare me a room in the back mountain, something spacious and comfortable. It must have ample sunlight, and I require 3 hearty meals a day. Otherwise, I cannot acclimate. To prepare a spacious and comfortable room, along with sumptuous meals, is such expense warranted for a pig? Zhang Zaihou gritted his teeth. Shall I also provide dessert after each meal, and find a few young ladies to keep you company while you drink? Tianping nodded enthusiastically. Yes, that sounds splendid. Even if I cannot partake, merely observing brings me joy. Joy? Do you think I would find pleasure in killing you and consuming you as braised pork? You truly take me for a wish-granting turtle. Zhang Zaihou retorted, revealing a butcher's knife from the system, casting a sinister glance at Tianpeng. The pig immediately froze in fear. Do not come closer. I am Tianping, commander of 100,000 heavenly soldiers. If you slay me, the Monkey King will avenge my death. You are Tianping? Spare me the jest. You are merely a talking pig. Who would hold me accountable for your demise? Zhang Zaihou said ominously, raising the knife as if to strike. Zhang Guzi quickly interjected, enough, enough. For the sake of our friendship, let it go. He then embraced Tianping and Apos' neck, coaxing him gently. Tianping. We must bow our heads while under this roof. Adapting to harsher conditions is preferable to accompanying that bald donkey on a journey of thousands of miles. Tianping shook his head defiantly. Then, I also demand meat. However, before he could finish, Zhang Zaihou abruptly plunged the knife into the ground. Pig feed. You shall have only pig feed. Chapter 67. The psychic corpse control insect after Zhang Zaihou managed to find a residence for a pig and a robot behind the psychiatric hospital. Night had already fallen. The arrangements were made, so it was time for him to be informed of the next steps. Zhang Guzi pointed at the darkening sky and said, "It's dark and slippery out. Just head back to your dormitory and get some sleep." "What? Sleep? Come on. Someone is trying to kill me tonight. Are you certain you're not just fooling me?" Zhang Zaihou replied, somewhat irritated. However, Zhang Guzi maintained an enigmatic demeanor, asserting, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. You only need to sleep." Reluctantly, Zhang Zaihou returned to his dormitory. To be honest, he had been on the move for days and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The moonlight was hazy, and apart from a few windows emitting faint glimmers, the Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital was enveloped in silence. However, an unexpected event was about to unfold. A convoy of 5 or 6 cars roared to a stop at the hospital's entrance. Out stepped a man clad in a suit. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhou Ziming. He looked up boldly at the psychiatric hospital, and beside him, a blonde-haired accomplice whispered, "Brother Zhou, this is where Tian Manman's useless husband resides. Let us show him who's in charge and give him a good beating. I'm sure he'll be scared out of his wits and hand over Tian Man without hesitation." With a sly grin, Zhou Ziming nodded, elated. Previously, he had inadvertently offended someone from the Dongfang family, tarnishing his reputation with Dongfang Wan'er and consequently hindering his family's participation in the psychic modification project. This setback had significantly diminished his standing within the Zhou family and even jeopardized his prospects of becoming the family head. Yet fortune smiled upon him when he discovered that the Tian Group's Tian Man had acquired the project and learned that her husband was a mere wastrel. Thus, he fervently pursued her, presenting flowers, cars, and houses, but to no avail. In desperation, Zhou Ziming even visited her family, pleading with Shi Jinxiang and Tian Jiachang for assistance. During their conversation, they inadvertently mentioned Zhang Zaihou, Tian Man's husband. Shi Jinxiang remarked that if Zhang Zaihou were to die, Tian Man would surely remarry. Unintentionally, this sparked an idea in Zhou Ziming's mind. He tracked down Zhang Zaihou's whereabouts and, under the pretext of merely teaching him a lesson, brought along dozens of henchmen, his intentions darkening as he contemplated murder. "Very well, once we storm in, find Zhang Zaihou and give him a thorough beating," Zhou Ziming declared, lighting a cigarette and leading his entourage into the courtyard. Meanwhile, on a nearby hill, 2 hunched figures sat on the ground. "Old man, this is a significant undertaking. Young Master Tian wants this fellow dead, and we must see it through," the beggar of life remarked to the pale-faced elder beside her. The old man rasped, "Do we need to intervene for the death of an ordinary person? Oh, this man possesses the latest steel prosthetics from the Tian family and has mastered the lotus bloom technique. I fear I might not be a match for him. Which is why I request your assistance," the beggar of life replied with a sinister smile. The old man cast a sidelong glance at her. "Xiaofeng, I truly find you exasperating." He carefully produced a small box from his robe, causing the beggar of life's eyes to gleam with anticipation. "Is this the new development from our psychic project?" The old man nodded and slowly opened the box, revealing a mass of vibrant green, luminescent little insects, densely packed within. The beggar of life picked up one of the small creatures, her expression filled with curiosity. "Do not underestimate it because it appears harmless in the right context. It can unleash formidable power," the old man stated, tipping the box over. The green insect scuttled into the ground, writhing towards the nearby cemetery. Before long, corpses began to emerge from the earth, lifeless and devoid of vitality, their heads shimmering with an eerie green light. The corpses stood quietly, reminiscent of ancient soldiers awaiting their general's command. Such a bizarre scene sent a chill down even the seasoned beggar of life's spine. What exactly is this?" "This is the psychic corpse control insect developed in our project. With this helmet, all the corpses will be under my command," the old man explained, donning a helmet. As he did so, every corpse trembled and turned to face the 2 figures. Subsequently, the old man pointed towards the Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital. And under the control of the psychic corpse control insects, the corpses staggered towards the hospital. "See, Xiaofeng, this is the remarkable item I acquired from the organization. We need not lift a finger. With just a thought, our enemies can be left without a burial place." His raspy laughter echoed ominously across the land. The psychiatric hospital security guards, realizing the impending threat as a crowd armed with clubs approached, had long since fled. Bang! The blonde-haired accomplice kicked the hospital's iron gate open, and Zhou Ziming swaggered in with his entourage. He surveyed the dark building, asking, "Are you certain Tian Man and Appos, as husband, resides here?" "Rest assured, Brother Zhou, I and Appos," VE confirmed it. "Though he is the director, he resides on the same floor as the patients. He should be in the director's office now." "Excellent. Then let us bring him out." Zhou Ziming commanded with a wave of his hand, sending his henchmen rushing towards the dormitory building. Due to the previous director's paranoia, stemming from years of living among the patients, the dormitory had been reinforced. The doors and windows were welded shut with steel bars, and the glass was bulletproof, leading to an awkward predicament. Zhou Ziming's men found themselves futilely attempting to break down the door for an extended period. "What kind of glass is this? We've been at it for ages and still can't break through," one of them exclaimed. "Bring me a crowbar. Let's see if I can't dismantle this door. Or perhaps we should use explosives," another suggested, as a cacophony of voices filled the air. Zhou Ziming grew increasingly impatient, never anticipating that his arduous quest for Tian Man would falter at the very entrance. Just as he was about to devise a plan to ram the door with a vehicle, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him, accompanied by an indescribable stench. Turning around, he saw a throng of figures approaching in the distance, their numbers seemingly in the hundreds. Confused, he asked, "Blondie, how many people did you actually call? And how many are still coming?" Breathless from his exertion, the blonde-haired accomplice replied, "Brother Zhou, I only called about 30 people, and they all showed up, every last one." "Then what are those people over there?" Zhou Ziming pointed towards the approaching crowd. What is that?" The blonde-haired accomplice froze in place as he gazed in horror. Under the moonlight, the ground was illuminated, revealing figures growing ever closer. Their faces were devoid of flesh, exposing white bones, hollow eyes, and oozing wounds. It became painfully clear to everyone that the approaching figures were not human. As the crowd discerned the true nature of the entities before them, a terrified scream shattered the night air. Zombies. There are zombies. Chapter 68. The zombie tide. As far as the eye could see, several hundred staggering zombies were advancing towards the group of delinquents. In the distance, an elderly man wearing a psychic control helmet sensed the presence of living beings. He extended his emaciated arm, revealing his yellowed teeth, and let out a sinister chuckle. With such a formidable weapon at his disposal, none would be spared, he commanded, "Kill them all." With a sudden sweep of his arm, the green light atop the zombies' heads flickered, and they charged towards the group with a ferocious roar, tearing into them with abandon. In an instant, several of the thugs met their demise at the jaws of the undead. "What on earth is happening?" Zhou Ziming exclaimed, paralyzed by the gruesome scene before him. A wave of warmth trickling down his pant leg. Beside him, the crafty Huang Mao seized the opportunity to pull Zhou Ziming away as the zombies lunged towards them. "What are these creatures? Why does a madman possess such horrors?" Zhou Ziming lamented, regretting his decision to assert dominance through violence, only to encounter a horde of zombies. Huang Mao, equally terrified, could scarcely speak as he urged Zhou Ziming to flee. "Where do we run now?" Zhou Ziming was oblivious to their surroundings. Panting heavily, Huang Mao replied, "We're in a mental asylum, surrounded by walls towering 5 or 6 meters high. We cannot escape. However, I noticed a garbage chute on the side of this building. Perhaps we can survive by taking refuge there." Huang Mao led Zhou Ziming to the side of the dormitory, where a dark entrance awaited, its purpose unknown. "Where does this lead? Are you sure it's safe?" Zhou Ziming hesitated. Just then, a zombie caught sight of them and lunged forward. Huang Mao swung a baseball bat at the creature's head, the resounding crack attracting the attention of nearby zombies. "Climb in," Huang Mao urged without hesitation, crouching and wriggling into the opening, with Zhou Ziming following closely behind, tumbling and scrambling to enter. Meanwhile, the elderly man on the hillside suddenly opened his eyes. The anxious woman beside him inquired, "Has the mission been accomplished?" The old man shook his head. "Not yet, but through shared vision, I have seen 2 individuals enter the asylum's building." "You must act decisively," the woman insisted. "Master Tian has ordered that the target must be eliminated before the Tian group's press conference." "A press conference?" The old man echoed. "Indeed. I overheard that the Tian family will announce the next director, their future head." A cold smirk spread across his face. "It is merely familial strife. Since it is the client's demand, I shall unleash a massacre, but the price will double once the deed is done." As he spoke, the psychic control helmet on his head emitted an eerie green glow, causing the zombies in the distance to surge towards the building with reckless abandon. Outside, the chilling shrieks and violent impacts had roused those within the asylum. Instantly, the mental patients erupted into chaos. An elderly man in his 70s, Having practiced Tai Chi for merely 2 months, boasted of his invincibility, clamoring to vanquish demons and waving his cane as he attempted to open the door. Fortunately, a quick-thinking nurse intervened to restrain him. "We cannot falter in the face of evil. I shall fight them," the old man declared, thumping the wooden floor with his cane. Another patient, a middle-aged man with a rotund belly, nodded in agreement, brandishing a fly swatter as if it were a sword, reciting, in the deep of night. "The autumn sky is clear. With one sword, I shall bring them down." However, before he could finish, a nurse snatched the fly swatter from his hands. "Nurse, I am fine. I possess an invisibility cloak. You must see how it renders me unseen by all monsters." A snot-nosed young man named Lu Ermao foolishly draped a tattered blanket over himself. "Look, I can transform like Ultraman," he exclaimed, dramatically throwing the blanket to reveal his scrawny frame. A stout nurse bellowed, "Lu Ermao, put that blanket on. How many times must I tell you to dress appropriately before going out? If you persist, there will be no meat for you tomorrow." Amidst the commotion, some shouted about jumping from windows, while others plotted their escape, and a few frantically contacted extraterrestrial headquarters with their slippers. Most infuriating was a scrawny, bespectacled man who insisted he must go outside, claiming his minions were there to rescue him. The 8 on-duty nurses were driven to the brink of madness. With the monstrosities outside and the pandemonium within, it felt as though their cries went unheard by the heavens and earth alike. Boom, boom. The zombies relentlessly battered the building, their roars blending with the screams of the patients. "Sister Hua, what are those things outside? What are we to do?" A young nurse trembled, unaccustomed to such terror. In contrast, the stout, robust head nurse Hua Weifan remained composed. "Fear not. The previous director reinforced this building like a fortress. For now, we must maintain order among these patients while I contact the outside." With that, several young nurses attempted to restore order, one standing guard at the door while Hua Weifan took out her phone to call the police, who were incredulous. Left with no other option, she reluctantly dialed Chao Shinda. At that moment, Chao Shinda was at a restaurant, indulging in drinks with companions. Seeing Hua Weifan's call, he frowned and answered, "Why are you calling me at this hour?" "Director Chao, there's a grave situation. A horde of zombies is attacking the asylum. Please send help." Upon hearing this, Chao Shinda chuckled. "Sister Hua, are you testing my patience? I'll come find you after I finish drinking. How about I disguise myself as a zombie and visit your room? This is no joke. There are real zombies." Hua Weifan insisted. "I know zombies, rar. I'm a zombie and I want to eat your brains. Ha ha ha. Hick." Hearing the drunken slur on the other end, Hua Weifan realized Chao Shinda was unreliable, extinguishing her last flicker of hope. Now, she could only pray that the building would withstand the onslaught a little longer. Seeing Hua Weifan's fluctuating expression, the nurses felt a sense of dread. Suddenly, one of them piped up, "If Director Chao doesn't come, what about Director Zhang and his plump assistant?" At that, Hua Weifan's brow furrowed, recalling the meeting Chao Shinda had held before Zhang Zaihou's arrival, during which he had ridiculed Zhang's background, leading many to believe that he was merely a figurehead with no real capability, considering that he was just a son-in-law. It seemed unlikely he could handle such a crisis. It was a miracle if anyone could avoid soiling themselves in fear at the sight of so many zombies. Yet, with no other options, Hua Weifan had to grasp at straws. "Where is he? Has he returned? I believe Director Zhang is back, probably sleeping in his office. And his assistant should be next door. All right, let us proceed immediately to seek him out," urging him to contact the group and report the situation. Given his connection as a son-in-law to the Tian family, they must surely intervene to save him. With a grand gesture, Sister Hua commanded that only 2 individuals remained to uphold order among the mentally disturbed, while the rest ascended the stairs in unison. Chapter 69. It's over at this moment. Zhang Zaihou was soundly asleep, oblivious to the cacophony outside that failed to rouse him. In his dreams, he envisioned Tian Man kneeling before him, gently massaging his legs. He found himself embracing both Dongfang Wanyao and Bai Ling, while Liang Hongyu attended to his shoulders. Dongfang Wanyao nestled against his chest, her delicate fingers tracing circles on his torso. "Brother Zhang, you bought a Maybach the day before yesterday. Why are you buying a Ferrari today?" "Oh, because the ashtray in the Maybach is full." "Ah, Brother Zhang, you are so wealthy. I adore you." As Dongfang Wanyao leaned closer, her lips like ripe cherries, just as Zhang Zaihou was about to make a regrettable decision. He felt the ground shake and the surrounding scene dissipate like mist. A strong hand lifted him abruptly. "What is happening?" Zhang Zaihou, bleary-eyed, looked at the nurse who had burst in. Leading the charge, Sister Hua exclaimed, "Director Zhang, there are countless zombies outside. We need to call for help immediately. Zombies? What zombies? Just then, a voice echoed from the adjacent room, belonging to Guo Xiaoping. What are you doing barging into my room at this hour? Let me tell you, I'm a fine young man. I won't let you ugly creatures take advantage of me. Before he could utter another word, the sound of his desperate pleas filled the air. Oh no, brave warrior, spare me. Please spare me. Hearing the cries from next door, Zhang Zaihou finally regained his senses. Zombies? Are there really zombies in our psychiatric hospital? Sister Hua shook her head in exasperation, realizing the futility of relying on such an incompetent son-in-law. Yet, everyone's hope for survival rested on Zhang Zaihou. They clung to the hope that his connections with the Tian group might yield assistance. Yes, there are numerous zombies trying to get in. You must call the Tian group and your wife for help. Perhaps we still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we will all be devoured by these monsters. To bolster the urgency of her words, Sister Hua gestured toward the window. Zhang Zaihou peered outside, witnessing the chaos, zombies rampant, bloodstains and debris strewn everywhere. Under the silvery moonlight, the scene appeared eerily crimson. Could this truly be the day of calamity that Zhang Gaozi had spoken of? Despite having faced numerous life and death situations, he felt a chill run down his spine. Stop dawdling. Hurry and make the call. Sister Hua, incensed by his dazed expression, urged him. The situation outside was increasingly precarious. Zombies could breach the building at any moment. Every second of Zhang Zaihou's hesitation intensified the peril for everyone. Just as Sister Hua prepared to unleash her frustration, they heard a commotion from downstairs. The zombies are coming in. Someone, help. A sense of dread washed over Sister Hua as she rushed downstairs, leaving Zhang Zaihou behind. Where are the zombies? Where are they? She demanded, her eyes scanning frantically. One of the remaining nurses pointed tremblingly toward a garbage chute. I heard noises coming from there. They must have come in through the trash. The group silenced, straining to listen, and indeed, a thumping sound emanated from the chute. The nurses gathered at the entrance, holding their breath, their palms slick with sweat from anxiety. Sister Hua remained composed, squinting as she directed, Go, dismantle the legs of those chairs. Everyone take one. And bring me the mace from my room. Be careful with it. Remember, no matter what emerges from that chute, strike with all your might. The nurses nodded, swiftly preparing their makeshift weapons. Soon, armed with chair legs, 7 or 8 nurses encircled the chute's exit. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and Zhou Ziming, crawling through the chute, remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Brother Zhou, let us take a break. What if a zombie comes in and bites my behind? Outside is unsafe. It's likely just as perilous in here. What? Zhou Ziming lifted his head to look at Huang Mao. Huang Mao lowered his voice, speaking cautiously, Brother Zhou. You're unfamiliar with this place. I've heard that the psychiatric hospital is tainted. The doctors here are all murderous fiends who enjoy conducting experiments on the living. Otherwise, how could there be so many zombies outside? And the nurses? They delight in tormenting the patients. I tell you, many directors have perished here. Rumor has it, they were dismembered, their bodies in pieces. Shut up. Zhou Ziming slapped Huang Mao's backside. Talking about such things here will scare me to death. Crawl forward, or I'll make you regret it. Huang Mao covered his backside, speaking in a muffled tone. Brother Zhou, don't be angry. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Lighten the mood. Zhou Ziming was furious, frustrated by the string of misfortunes since arriving in Zhongzhou. He resolved to find a mentor to change his luck when this was all over. But for now, survival was paramount. Zhou Ziming and Huang Mao crawled with renewed vigor. A faint light ahead ignited their hope. That is the dawn. That is victory. As they neared the exit, Zhou Ziming could not contain his excitement. Yet, as he inadvertently glanced up toward the light, he was struck with terror upon seeing numerous figures at the exit, armed and poised for action. No, Huang Mao, don't. Before Zhou Ziming could warn him, Huang Mao had already emerged from the chute. Zhou Ziming watched in horror as a heavy stick came crashing down. And with a muted thud, Huang Mao fell to the ground, silent. A swarm of white-clad figures quickly surrounded him, wielding thick clubs, ready to strike. One nurse even executed a swift kick, each blow drawing blood, the violence utterly frenzied and merciless. Zhou Ziming stood frozen, paralyzed by fear, unable to comprehend his next move. Shrinking back and covering his mouth in terror. After about 10 minutes, the cacophony subsided. A deep voice commanded, drag him out. Zhou Ziming's heart raced as he heard the dragging sound and the door creaking shut. Summoning his courage, he peered outside. The scene revealed a disordered storage room. Long streaks of crimson staining the smooth floor. Zhou Ziming felt disoriented. involuntarily recalling Huang Mao's earlier words about the hospital filled with psychopathic doctors and sadistic nurses. This hospital was far more terrifying than the outside world. What am I to do? Chapter 70. The riot in the asylum. Zhou Ziming was on the verge of tears. He huddled in the corridor, contemplating for quite some time before deciding to crawl outside. After all, Huang Mao had paved the way with his life, and the outside world was temporarily safe. Trembling, he finally emerged, seeking refuge in a dim corner. The cacophony of screams, roars, and curses from outside relentlessly assaulted Zhou Ziming's frail nerves, further solidifying his conviction that this psychiatric hospital was a veritable slaughterhouse. Zhou Ziming grasped a blood-stained leg of a stool and cautiously peered out of the window. The chaos outside was overwhelming. An elderly man, having somehow procured a pair of red underpants, waved them atop a pole while shouting for the extermination of thieves, rallying a group of the mentally ill. Old man Huang, get down from there. You're acting so foolishly at your age. You're over 70. Stop trying to emulate the youth in battle. What do you know? Before I entered this asylum, I was an invincible general who conquered the heroes of Hello. Now that I'm old, who do I fear? The heroes of Hello? You mean those elderly gentlemen in your community who are stroke victims, paralyzed, or limping? Sister Hua interjected loudly. But you're still not capable. How can I not be capable? Just watch as I cleanse the outside of these beasts. Old man Huang brandished the red underpants, raising his voice. Charge. Exterminate the evildoers and uphold justice. Kill. This rallying cry ignited a fervor among the majority of the psychiatric patients, who flocked around old man Huang with heightened spirits, plunging the scene into utter chaos, reminiscent of a rebellion against the heavens. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Sister Hua gathered 2 nurses to discuss a strategy. With threats both internal and external, a decision needed to be made swiftly. Has there been any news of rescue from Director Zhang? Not yet. But it seems he and that chubby assistant are discussing something. I suspect they're planning to flee. A wave of despair washed over Sister Hua. Indeed. He was a useless figure, and everything relied on her own efforts. Very well, to prevent the patients from opening the doors, administer tranquilizers to them. I will guard the entrance. Remember, do not show mercy. Even if they resist, you must inject them. And old man Huang must be the first. Hurry. Sister Hua assigned tasks, and several nurses retrieved tranquilizer syringes from the medical room, encircling old man Huang. The patients, upon realizing they were about to be injected, turned pale and scurried beneath tables. Run. They're going to inject us. They shouted in panic. At this, the surrounding patients fled in terror, scattering like birds. One dark-skinned, agile nurse cut through the throng, charging toward old man Huang, tackling him to the ground and promptly injecting him without hesitation. With old man Huang's piercing scream echoing, the riot within the building reached a new crescendo. The remaining nurses aggressively pursued the fleeing patients, capturing one after another to administer the tranquilizers, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. Zhou Ziming witnessed this horror, trembling uncontrollably from fear. Are they killing people? On the hill of Fuhu Mountain Psychiatric Hospital, the helmet atop the old man's head emitted a green glow, flickering in response to something in the distance. Old man, what is taking so long? Have you not yet killed anyone? Cried the anxious beggar of death. The old man, his face shrouded in dark energy, replied in frustration. Don't rush me. I don't know who constructed this building like a fortress. I've been trying to unleash the zombies for ages, but can't get in. Damn it. Ah, so you haven't even breached the hospital door? You, who have made it onto the mechanical killer list, also need my assistance. Why not try it yourself? The beggar of death chuckled ominously. Trying is fine, as we're both being paid for this. But the act of killing must not lead to complications. What do you mean? Simply that someone is approaching, pointing down the hill. The beggar of death indicated a vehicle making its way toward the asylum, driven by Bai Ling. Having learned that Zhang Zaihou was at the psychiatric hospital, she disregarded all else and brought her elixirs to find him. You handle the situation. I will break open the entrance. I intend to unleash a massacre. Very well. I shall return shortly. With their roles clearly defined, the old man's helmet glowed even more brightly, and the beggar of death grinned maliciously. 6 spider-like steel spears extended from behind her, propelling her toward the vehicle. Stop. Don't run. The desperate cries from outside pierced the air, sending chills down Zhou Ziming's spine. This place was undoubtedly a hell on earth. His teeth chattered in fear. What should I do? There are so many zombies outside. And inside are these bloodthirsty killers in white coats. It's death for me either way. Was he truly destined to perish here? The image of Huang Mao being mercilessly beaten by a group of female nurses sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he hesitated, The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Bai Xiuwen held his breath, shrinking into the corner, fixating on the figure entering. A man clad in trousers and a suit walked in. Despite the tumult outside, with zombies incessantly battering the building, his demeanor displayed no signs of panic. Rather, he moved with a leisurely grace. Zhou Ziming clutched the wooden stick tightly, praying the newcomer wouldn't approach him. But it seemed the heavens had turned a deaf ear to his pleas. The man rummaged in the corner for a moment before turning directly toward Zhou Ziming. Panic surged within Zhou Ziming as cold sweat poured down his face, envisioning the tortures and experiments he would endure if captured. In desperation, he steeled himself for a fight. With unwavering resolve, Zhou Ziming gripped the wooden stick, watching as the suited man approached slowly. Just as the man was about to stand before him, Zhou Ziming could no longer endure the torment. "Ah!" he cried, lunging forward, raising the stick to strike at the man's head. However, to his utter astonishment, midway through his swing, a delicate hand firmly caught the stick. The newcomer turned out to be a well-dressed man, refined and even somewhat effeminate, wearing glasses. Though the man appeared lacking in physical prowess, his soft hand gripped the stick like a vice, rendering Zhou Ziming's struggles futile. "Ah, so there are still people hiding here." The man chuckled softly, a warm smile illuminating his face. "Hello, my name is Lu Yuanan. How would you like to meet your demise?" Chapter 71. The door opens in the next moment. An utterly chilling scene unfolded before Zhou Ziming's eyes. The seemingly harmless face of Lu Yuan was suddenly marred by countless cysts, and numerous tentacles extended from her arms, curling menacingly towards his neck. Her appearance had transformed into something horrifying beyond imagination. "Oh dear, you've discovered my true form. Do you find me attractive?" Lu Yuan tilted her head, her cyst-ridden visage attempting a grotesque semblance of cuteness. Yet, to Zhou Ziming, the sight was nothing short of ghastly. "Oh!" Zhou Ziming screamed in terror, summoning all his strength to reclaim the wooden stick. With a determined swing, he aimed it at her grotesque head. "How rude!" Lu Yuan effortlessly blocked his strike with her enormous tentacles, and seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ziming unleashed his full potential, fleeing for his life. Faced with the humanoid monster within the building, he would much rather confront the zombies outside. "President Tian, we've got a situation. A horde of zombies has emerged at the psychiatric hospital." The urgent ringing of the phone jolted Tian Man from her slumber, and the news instantly banished her drowsiness. "Zombies? Is that true?" "It is indeed true, President Tian. The residents of the psychiatric hospital are trapped in the dormitory, and the zombies are battering the doors outside. They won't be able to break in for the time being." "What is the Tian Group's stance? Who are they sending for rescue?" Tian Man's anxiety mounted as she worried for Zhang Zaihou's safety. There was a brief pause on the other end. "President Tian, the group has decided not to send any rescue, leaving them to fend for themselves." "What?" Tian Man felt a shock run through her. Who gave such an obvious order? Are they not afraid of the repercussions? "I can't say. However, I must inform you that there will be a press conference tomorrow to decide who will take on the directoress role. Who will take on the directoress position." Tian Man felt an immense web of conspiracy closing in around her. But now was not the time for such thoughts. She was still worried about Zhang Zaihou's safety and hurriedly got out of bed to call Gu Xiu. "Zhang Zaihou, you must hold on until I can rescue you." At that moment, Zhang Zaihou, though awakened by Sister Hua and Apos' insistence to make a call, did not want to trouble Tian Man. This left Gu Xiaopeng, sitting nearby, in a state of agitation, akin to a restless ant on a hot pan. "There are indeed zombies outside. Why don't we run?" "We can't run. Besides, can we just abandon everyone else in the building?" Compared to Gu Xiaopeng's panic, Zhang Zaihou remained remarkably composed. "What do we do then? Though you have steel prosthetics and are quite formidable, can you really save everyone in the building?" "Who says I can't? Besides, I have my ultimate secret weapon." "What secret weapon? If you have one, bring it out quickly." "And what about that talking pig? Isn't it Tianpeng? Surely it can handle these zombies." Gu Xiaopeng thought of the pig and the strange robot. Zhang Zaihou shook his head, uncertain of the combat capabilities of the two. It was better to avoid using them if possible. "Don't worry, I can handle the situation outside." With that, Zhang Zaihou made his way downstairs. "Hey, wait for me. I'm coming with you." Gu Xiaopeng quickly threw on a jacket and followed suit. The shrill screams from the storage room drew the attention of all the nurses. Zhou Ziming burst from the storage room, brandishing the wooden stick as he charged towards the door. The nurses, taken aback by the sight of a filthy, frantic individual, momentarily froze in shock. It was Sister Hua who regained her composure first, pointing at Zhou Ziming and exclaiming, "Oh no, The zombies have come through the garbage chute. Sisters, kill him. Upon hearing this, the nurses realized the gravity of the situation and, disregarding the numerous patients, seized whatever makeshift weapons they could find and charged at Zhou Ziming with reckless abandon. Seeing this, Zhou Ziming turned and fled in terror. Murder! Murder! He cried, inadvertently inciting the surrounding patients to join in the chaos. Previously, with the efforts of Sister Hua and the nurses, the situation in the building had calmed down. But it plunged back into turmoil. Kill him! Kill him! Sister Hua yelled angrily as she closed in on him with her spiked bat. Zhou Ziming, terrified by the towering figure of the woman pursuing him, hurled the wooden stick behind him, momentarily slowing her down. He dashed into the front hall ahead of her grasp. In the hall, several patients wandered aimlessly, and he blended into the crowd, doing his utmost to evade capture. Yet, he was unprepared for the booming voice that rang out. Whoever catches him will have plenty of meat for lunch tomorrow. This proclamation was significant. The usual fare at the psychiatric hospital was subpar, with many days passing without a decent meal. They had planned to slaughter a pig for meat, but someone had unexpectedly intervened, causing the patients to be deprived of their meal. Hearing Sister Hua's shout, the patients' eyes gleamed with hunger as they turned their gaze upon Zhou Ziming. He felt as though he had stumbled into a den of wolves, surrounded by threatening figures. Before long, someone lunged forward, baring yellowed teeth as a throng of patients surged towards Zhou Ziming. Catch him! Eat him! In an instant, Zhou Ziming found himself engulfed by the crowd. Countless individuals charging at him. He kicked an old man aside, punched a greasy man down, and deftly shook off a small boy. Although he had been drained by excesses, he still held an advantage over the frail figures of the patients. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Zhou Ziming's mind. He needed to escape. He must leave this cursed place. He could not die here, nor be dissected for research. He was determined to expose the atrocities occurring within these walls. Despite the relentless pursuit of the hungry patients, nothing could deter his advance. Zhou Ziming fought against the throng, and as he drew nearer to the green door, hope surged within him. But just as he was about to succeed in opening the door, a towering figure blocked his path. Exhausted, he had reached this point solely through sheer willpower. Sister Hua loomed above him, raising her spiked bat with deadly intent. The blow would surely turn his skull to pulp. As Zhou Ziming braced for impact, a massive tentacle suddenly appeared, intercepting the bat and sending Sister Hua staggering back. The previously closed door was once again before Zhou Ziming. In that fleeting moment, hope ignited anew within him. He roared and summoned every ounce of strength to charge forward. With a resounding thud, it felt as if a can had finally been opened. An unending gust of chilling wind rushed in, and Zhou Ziming collapsed at the threshold. He looked back in confusion, only to see a building resembling a fortress, the mental asylum, which finally revealed a narrow crack. The door swung open. Chapter 72. The Gatling of Salvation. The iron door swung open, howling with the wind, as countless cries echoed from outside. Sister Hua, with her formidable stature, stood resolutely at the entrance. However, it was too late. An overwhelming tide of zombies surged through the doorway, crashing into Sister Hua like a relentless flood. Charge! Sister Hua shouted. Wielding her spiked club, she struck the first zombie, shattering its skull. She then positioned the weapon across her chest, attempting to push back the encroaching horde. Yet, she gravely underestimated the frenzied onslaught outside. The sheer force was such that even her robust frame could not withstand it. In but an instant, she was swept aside by the relentless wave of corpses, akin to a mere twig attempting to resist a torrent, left utterly mangled. It's over. Everything is lost. The scene unfolded before Sister Hua in a sluggish manner, her mind crystal clear. She recognized that death was drawing ever closer, and that she and everyone else would soon fall victim to the zombies' insatiable hunger. Just as despair began to consume her, a figure suddenly materialized before her. With a swift motion, he retrieved the spiked club that had fallen to the ground and struck a nearby zombie, causing its brains to splatter. Zhang Zaihou turned to her and said, Sister Hua, I will hold the door. You must hurry and evacuate everyone upstairs. With a powerful sweep, he dispatched 4 or 5 zombies in one decisive blow. Sister Hua was taken aback. The man she had often overlooked, Zhang Zaihou, possessed such remarkable strength. Moreover, his courage was astonishing, daring to face so many zombies alone. His fervor stemmed partly from a desire to protect his wife, and partly due to a task assigned by the system. System task triggered. Survive the night of the zombie frenzy. Task reward: 50 conversion points, special medicine. Chrysanthemum hemorrhoid explosion. Quickly retreat upstairs. Don't dawdle. Guo Xiaoping dashed out, brandishing a fire axe as he cleaved through a zombie with ease, splattering green blood everywhere. After regaining her composure, Sister Hua called for the other nurses to lead all the patients upstairs, leaving only Zhang Zaihou and Guo Xiaoping in the hall below. Boom, boom, boom. Confronted by the endless tide of zombies, Zhang Zaihou unleashed his full strength, fervently swinging his spiked club. Every zombie within 3 feet of him was violently dispatched. Meanwhile, Guo Xiaoping struck with precision, dispatching the remaining zombies one by one. As the two fought valiantly, a pair of eyes watched them coldly from the shadows. Oh. The new director has quite the fighting prowess, a voice chuckled ominously. Lu Yuanan smiled, retracting his enormous tentacles and vanishing into the darkness. Thud. With a resounding crash, Zhang Zaihou pinned a zombie attempting to breach his defenses against the wall. He then summoned a gleaming golden halberd from the virtual realm and cleaved down upon the zombie and Appos' skull. Though these zombies were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. As time passed, however, Zhang Zaihou's speed began to wane, and fatigue set in. He realized that if he continued in this manner, he would inevitably be overwhelmed. Fatty, you must go upstairs. I'll hold them off, Zhang Zaihou bellowed. Guo Xiaoping, with a heavy swing, dispatched another zombie, responding. But what about you? I'll be fine. You go first. I have a secret weapon, and I fear I won't be able to protect you once I use it. All right, I'll head up. With that, Guo Xiaoping turned and dashed toward the stairs. Just as he did, a zombie lunged at him. Zhang Zaihou swiftly countered, slicing through the zombie's head, revealing a writhing green worm within. What is this? Zhang Zaihou inquired, only to receive an explanation from the system. Beep. Detected virtual world control worm, one of the lowest grade creatures in the virtual realm, lacking any combat capability. It prefers to burrow into the skulls of corpses and control them in search of food. It is rumored to be a parasite of the unclean, offspring of the filth spirit, transformed due to human interference, losing some of its traits. Upon reading the description, Zhang Zaihou understood that the horde of zombies was being controlled by these worms. This meant that if he could eliminate the worms, the zombies would be rendered powerless. However, since these worms resided within the zombies and Appos' skulls, how could he effectively combat them? Mr. Tian, we lack the authority to mobilize combat aircraft. Even your grandfather doesn't and Appos' have that privilege. Then go to the black market, gather mercenaries with whatever funds you can muster. But our funds have been frozen. What? Hearing Guo Siyu's report, Tian Manman was struck dumb, utterly taken aback by their ruthless resolve to leave no escape route. Observing Tian Manman's furrowed brow and her desperate attempts to muster resources, Guo Siyu felt a pang of sympathy. Mr. Tian, take care of yourself. Tomorrow is the press conference for Tian Group. They will elect you as the director. You must remain strong. Huh? Do you really believe they would choose me as director? The zombies at the psychiatric hospital tonight are undoubtedly their doing, meant to intimidate me into retreating. So, what should we do, Mr. Tian? After contemplating for a moment, Tian Manman resolved, prepare the vehicle. The key to turning the tide lies with my grandfather. And what about the psychiatric hospital? Tian Manman paused, her gaze solidifying with determination. I believe he will survive. Boom. Zhang Zaihou, with his formidable steel prosthetic, once again shattered a zombie and Appos' skull, causing a control worm to writhe in the gooey remnants. He found himself cornered at the staircase, gazing down a corridor teeming with zombies. He had managed to withstand the onslaught thus far only because of the narrow confines of the hallway. Beyond lay the staircase, leading to those he was sworn to protect. As the zombie tide grew ever more menacing, Zhang Zaihou could conjure no viable plan. Guo Xiaoping, seeing the dire situation, shouted, "Don't you have that secret weapon? Use it now." Fine, you get up there quickly to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Faced with an uncontrollable situation, Zhang Zaihou had no choice but to summon a formidable weapon from the virtual realm. Beep. Do you wish to expend 30 conversion points to exchange for the weapon, Vulcan, from the war fortress in the virtual world? Yes. Without hesitation, Zhang Zaihou consumed all his conversion points, and in their place, he grasped a black metallic, antiquated multi-barreled rotary gun. Goodness, is that a Gatling gun? Guo Xiaoping exclaimed, but before he could finish, the Gatling in Zhang Zaihou's hands erupted with blue flames. Instantly, a barrage of bullets rained upon the zombies, exploding them as they were hit. With a staggering rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, decimating a significant portion of the horde in the corridor. This truly is the savior of lives. The Gatling of Mercy, Zhang Zaihou stated with an air of calm, adding, and it bears the inscription, the healer's compassion. Chapter 73, The Emergence of the Death-Seeking Metronome. Sensing a dramatic reduction in the number of zombies, the old man suddenly rose, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze on the distant psychiatric hospital. Could it be that a formidable expert was concealed within, capable of swiftly annihilating the majority of the undead? If that were the case, it would be prudent to enlist the help of the death-seeking matron, a figure of note on the mechanical assassin's rankings. Hey, old woman, have you finished? The zombies at the psychiatric hospital have dwindled by more than half. You should check the situation, the old man called out loudly. Yet, only the mournful sound of the wind answered him, devoid of any response. What could be happening? A foreboding sensation gripped the old man's heart, and in the next instant, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, engulfing the area in flames, from which two figures emerged. Upon closer inspection, one was indeed the death-seeking matron, though she was now covered in soot, having lost two prongs of her spider steel spear. The other figure was a robot clad in a white coat, cradling an unconscious woman in its arms. Who could this be? The old man's surprise deepened as the matron darted towards him, panting heavily, her eyes fixed intently on the robot. Old man, we've encountered a tough opponent, this robot. It's peculiar, the matron trembled, an unusual fear flickering in her eyes. The old man was puzzled. What kind of robot could have reduced his wife to such a state? Was it possible that someone was controlling it from behind the scenes? He discreetly fiddled with an electronic grenade, a device capable of jamming all wireless signals in the vicinity. Without the ability to receive commands, the robot would be rendered nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Just then, Zhang Zaihou rushed over, intending to exchange pleasantries, but as he opened his mouth, the old man hurled a spherical object towards him. With a resounding explosion, he quickly shielded the unconscious woman behind him, bracing for the impact. To his astonishment, instead of the anticipated flames and debris, a vast expanse of blue luminescence enveloped them, causing no harm whatsoever. My dear wife. This robot must be under someone else's control. But fret not. I just deployed an electronic grenade that has neutralized all signals around us. This robot can no longer receive instructions. It's merely a pile of scrap now, the old man declared confidently. The matron gritted her teeth, astonished that the psychiatric hospital harbored such a formidable foe. I was just about to eliminate this girl when the robot descended from above, effortlessly snapping several prongs of my steel spear and armed with missiles and explosives, indicating its power. Once we cleanse the psychiatric hospital, I will hunt down this individual and crush their bones one by one. But for now, I must eliminate this girl. As she approached, she muttered, Child, you cannot blame me. Blame yourself for coming to the psychiatric hospital. Had you not come, you would not be facing death. With that, a steel spear gleamed ominously as it hurtled towards the girl's head. Just as it was about to pierce her skull, a mechanical hand reached out, firmly grasping the spear and halting it in its tracks. I am the celestial guardian tasked with vanquishing demons. How could I be hindered by mere earthly matters? Zhang Zaihou declared, carefully setting the girl down and turning to face the two with a cold glare. At that moment, both the matron and the old man were taken aback, unable to comprehend how this robot could resist electronic interference. As the saying goes, grievances have their origins, and debts have their rightful owners. You seek to kill those in the psychiatric hospital as part of your duty. She is merely a passerby. Would you grant me the favor of sparing this girl? Both were left in a state of bewilderment, initially perceiving the robot as an adversary, only to realize it was merely an innocent bystander. Your silence shall be taken as acquiescence. I shall not disturb your business further. This woman is mine to take. I wish you success, Zhang Zaihou said, scooping up the girl before vanishing into the darkness. As they watched the robot's swift departure, the two stood in stunned silence. Before the matron furrowed her brow. How could it possibly know that we intended to kill those in the psychiatric hospital, and that we were acting on orders? There's no time for such musings now. The number of zombies below has significantly decreased. It is your turn to take action. Excellent. This will help dissipate my earlier frustrations. The matron cackled madly and darted down the mountain. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Zhang Zaihou wielded a Gatling gun, descending like a deity, turning the approaching zombies into a sieve before they could even come near. In no time, the zombies in the building had been eradicated, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered limbs and the green-hued corpse-controlling worms crawling through the viscous remains. Though a few zombies lingered outside, they posed little threat. What are these worms? Guo Xiaopeng inquired. Zhang Zaihou captured several in a bottle. These are corpse-controlling worms. We shall study them later. Ugh, so disgusting, Guo Xiaopeng grimaced, accepting the bottle with evident disdain. And capture the remaining zombies outside. We must not waste such valuable research material. As he spoke, Zhang Zaihou instructed everyone to settle down, deciding to address matters in the morning. At that moment, the nurses at the psychiatric hospital felt the crisis had passed and finally allowed themselves to relax. Sister Hua grasped Zhang Zaihou's hand. Director Zhang, from now on, we are yours. We shall heed your commands. Tears flowed from several nurses, who had thought they would perish amidst the zombie horde, only to be saved by Zhang Zaihou. Transitioning from despair to joy, their emotions were understandably unstable. Guo Xiaopeng approached Zhang Zaihou, leaning close to whisper, with so many women following you, you surely don't need them all. Why not share a little with me? Initially, Zhang Zaihou intended to assert his leadership with some grandiose words, but Guo Xiaopeng's comment caught him off guard. After a moment of stunned silence, he retorted with a single word, scram. At that moment, having experienced the zombie onslaught, everyone began to relax, organizing shifts for rest on the upper floors. Suddenly, a sharp steel spear flew in through the door, aiming directly for Zhang Zaihou and Appo's throat. Yet, as if foreseeing the attack, Zhang Zaihou deftly turned and evaded. The spear embedded itself in the wall, vibrating and buzzing, attesting to the force behind it. Realizing they had been ambushed, Zhang Zaihou silently cursed his luck. Despite having cleared the zombies, he had not received a system notification of completion, prompting him to remain vigilant and observe his surroundings, thereby narrowly escaping death. It appears we have a formidable character here, surviving the zombie tide. Perhaps I shall take the opportunity to send you all on your way. A voice sneered as a diminutive figure emerged slowly from outside the door. Chapter 74, Battling with a Pig in Arms. Who are you? Zhang Zaihou squinted. Despite the fact that the figure entering was a frail old woman, her hunched back and the singed edges of her clothing rendering her a pitiful sight, yet he sensed a formidable aura of hostility emanating from her. The last time he felt such intensity was when he faced the mad dog in the underground blood arena. However, he was certain that this woman was far more powerful than that deranged beast. Who am I? I am, of course, the one destined to kill you. As soon as the words left her mouth, the old woman lunged forward, thrusting 6 steel spider spears viciously towards Zhang Zaihou and his companions. Zhang Zaihou was quick to react. As he raised his Gatling gun, blue flames erupted, and a barrage of bullets rained down upon the old woman. To her astonishment, the woman had not anticipated that her adversaries would fire at her without hesitation. In less than a tenth of a second, she executed a swift sideways movement, narrowly evading the lethal rain. Nevertheless, several bullets struck her left side, leaving her leg nearly obliterated. You young people lack martial ethics. The old woman gritted her teeth. Seething with anger, this was the most severe injury she had sustained in a confrontation. Guo Xiaopeng, undeterred, laughed heartily. Old hack. You accuse us of lacking martial ethics while you attempt to kill us? While we remain calm, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, we will sweep you with our Gatling gun, and you will become nothing more than a pile of mangled flesh. Don't expect to find peace in death. The wild dogs here will devour you completely, and after being digested, they will regurgitate you, only to eat you again, leaving not a trace behind. He punctuated his taunt with a grotesque gesture. The old woman said nothing, merely swinging her spider spears, etching deep grooves into the floor. Her gaze fixed intently on the group as she weighed her options. Are you still hesitating? It seems you truly wish for death, so let us grant you your wish. Zaihou commanded, Guo, take her down. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated gunfire and blue flames did not erupt. Instead, Zhang Zaihou's voice whispered urgently, urging Guo Xiaopeng to flee. What is happening? Guo Xiaopeng asked, bewildered. Due to the sustained high-power output, the barrel of the Gatling gun had malfunctioned. Ah, then quickly conjure another one. Zhang Zaihou had transformed a pig before. Guo Xiaopeng had no doubt he could summon another Gatling gun. Oh, my conversion value isn't sufficient. Zhang Zaihou replied. What conversion value? Guo Xiaopeng looked utterly confused. It would be pointless to explain. Zhang Zaihou discreetly tugged at Guo Xiaopeng. But their covert exchange was instantly detected by the old woman. With years of experience in the martial world, she quickly grasped the situation. Your Gatling gun's barrel is out of commission, isn't it? It makes sense, considering you killed so many zombies before my arrival. The barrel must be damaged. Who said it's broken? This Gatling gun can still fire at you. Guo Xiaopeng attempted to feign composure, though his expression betrayed him. The old woman rose, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Young ones, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. You think you can deceive me with such feeble tricks? Prepare to die. With that, a spider spear shot forward. Watch out, fatty. Zhang Zaihou shoved Guo Xiaopeng, causing him to fall and narrowly evade the deadly projectile. "Damn it! You old witch, you really mean to kill us?" Guo Xiaobang exclaimed, scrambling to escape upstairs without looking back. "Regardless, I will slay you first. Then wipe out everyone else here," the old woman declared, summoning 3 more spider spears that curved slightly before launching her towards Zhang Zaihou. A glimmer of cold light aimed at his chest. Seeing this, Zhang Zaihou quickly raised his mechanical arm, transforming it into a small shield. The old woman closed in, her strike crashing against the shield with a thunderous sound. Zhang Zaihou felt as though he had been struck by a speeding train, the force sending him hurtling backward until he collided forcefully with the wall. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he realized he had sustained internal injuries. He had not anticipated such immense power from this seemingly frail old woman. The old woman cackled, nodding in approval. "You're quite resilient, young man. To withstand my 6 harmonies' great impact and still stand, impressive." 6 harmonies' great impact? Zhang Zaihou recalled the fierce technique of the Mad Dog, which had utilized a mechanical simulation. Could this old woman too be employing a mechanical device to mimic martial arts techniques? Indeed, you may endure this blow once, but not a second time. When you meet the King of Hell later, do not blame me. Blame yourself for provoking someone beyond your means. She waved her hand, and the spears embedded in the ground returned to her grasp, affixed to the spider-like mechanical apparatus on her back. With the 4 spears propping her up, a series of mechanical clicks echoed as she assumed an exaggerated stance. As the old woman approached menacingly, Zhang Zaihou's mind raced. He was utterly defenseless. His conversion value depleted, leaving him without any means of survival. Just as Zhang Zaihou faced certain death, an enormous, corpulent figure, distinctly non-human, suddenly appeared before him. Zhang Tianshi. What the hell? With a mournful cry, Zhang Zaihou and the hefty creature were sent flying once more. Yet this time, the entity absorbed the brunt of the impact, sparing Zhang Zaihou from severe injury. The old woman glared coldly at the unexpectedly appearing pig, utterly befuddled. She could not fathom why a pig would make an appearance in such a dire situation. Moreover, it appeared that this pig could talk, and with an extraordinarily foul mouth. "I'll be damned, you bastard Zhang. You didn't even think to have a son, and now your whole family is in for it." The fat pig bellowed. Rising to its feet, Zhang Zaihou, perplexed, asked, "How did you end up here?" Tianping huffed, clearly reluctant. "I have come to repay you for your kindness in transforming me." "Leave this old hag to me. She is the strongest opponent I have encountered. Can you handle her?" Zhang Zaihou expressed concern, not wishing to witness Tianping's demise. Tianping offered him a reassuring glance. "I may not possess much power, but my skin is tough and my flesh dense. She cannot harm me. Even though my external manifestations are currently unavailable, I can serve as your armor. She will not be able to inflict any damage upon me." "As armor? How can you serve as armor?" "Simply hold me tightly as a cushion. That way, she won't be able to hurt you." "What?" Zhang Zaihou could hardly fathom such a scenario, embracing a pig in battle. Chapter 75. Thunderbolt Talisman. "Perhaps you could wield me as a weapon. I am indeed indomitable." "Indomitable? You say? I wield a pig as my weapon and armor. Is that not the very definition of insanity? Are you not the head of a psychiatric hospital? It seems you might be able to accept it, unless you cannot lift me. Is that the case, little dog?" Hearing the taunting tone from Tianping, Zhang Zaihou was left speechless. What on earth is happening here? "You are all doomed." The beggar of death showed no mercy, launching 2 spider steel spears with urgency. "Be careful," Tianping shouted as he shielded Zhang Zaihou. With a sickening sound, the 2 steel spears pierced deeply into Tianping and Appos' rotund back. Are you all right?" Zhang Zaihou observed the crimson stain spreading across Tianping's back. Blood oozing from the spear wounds, mingled with other unknown fluids. "Excellent. I told you her attacks cannot harm me. But I see a great deal of blood flowing from your back. That is merely to mislead the opponent. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine." Tianping nonchalantly strolled about, appearing unperturbed. The beggar of death was momentarily flabbergasted. She had not anticipated that a pig could endure 2 of her spider spears and still wander about animatedly. This defies logic. Nevertheless, she thought, it matters not. I shall simply pierce it a few more times and see how it remains lively. Activating her magnetic device, she attempted to retract the 2 spider spears but found them immovable. Panic began to set in. She was aware that the majority of her power stemmed from the TP-2000 mechanical spine. The 6 spider spears were crafted from a special material, designed to work in tandem with the magnetic apparatus within her spine, capable of being shot and retracted, employing the properties of metal to execute martial arts skills like the 6 harmonies' great collision. having previously lost 2 spears in battle. Losing another 2 would significantly diminish her strength. The beggar of death strained to activate the magnetic absorption device within her spine, her face turning crimson, her eyes bulging. Yet, despite her efforts, the 2 spears lodged in the pig remained utterly still. Tianping laughed heartily. How about that? You cannot retrieve them, can you? Ha! These spears belong to the pig now. He twisted his body, causing the spears to sway back and forth, disregarding the blood pooling on the ground. Curse you, perish! The beggar of death, enraged, directed the spears towards Tianping, lunging forward with her frail arms to reclaim them. Seeing this, Zhang Zaihou stepped forward, producing a thunderbolt talisman and hurling it towards the beggar of death, the talisman emitting a soft blue glow. What is this? Before she could react, the talisman detonated, unleashing a massive swarm of blue electric serpents that darted chaotically, indiscriminately shooting out currents that engulfed the entire hall, instantly incinerating the corpse-controlling insects on the ground, and violently propelling the beggar of death away. A thick bolt of electricity surged directly towards Zhang Zaihou, but fortunately, Tianping once again shielded him from the lethal force of the lightning. Otherwise, Zhang Zaihou would have met his end there. As the electric light faded, the walls surrounding them were left charred and dark, sporadic blue currents flickering, with enormous lightning patterns etched into the surfaces. In the corner, the beggar of death lay on the ground, her body scorched and barely drawing breath. She gazed at Zhang Zaihou, slowly extending her finger towards him. You have provoked someone from the mechanical killer list. We shall not let you go, you will. Before she could finish her sentence, her head drooped, and she fell silent. Meanwhile, outside the psychiatric hospital, atop a hill, the old man gazed at the dawn breaking in the east, casting a lingering glance at the institution before turning away, departing with resolute intent. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully surviving the night of the zombie revelry, earning 50 conversion points, and the title of Pig Flower Hemorrhoid Explosion. Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Guardian of the Pig. Due to the host and Oppo's cowardice and fear of death, hiding behind the pig when faced with a formidable enemy, the title has been granted, allowing the host to acquire a martial skill from the enemy, 6 Harmony's Great Collision. Upon seeing the title he had unlocked, Zhang Zaihou felt a pang of discomfort. But when he realized he had received a martial skill, he couldn't help but beam with joy. Since his battle with the Mad Dog, Zhang Zaihou had longed for a martial skill to call his own, yet had been unable to achieve it. The primary reason was that the conversion values for martial arts within the system were excessively high, and all were based on physical training, incompatible with the mechanical cultivation methods of this world. Moreover, he lacked the courage to approach Tian Maman for the Lotus Bloom skill, and whether she would even grant it was uncertain. After all, martial skills paired with machinery were coveted secrets among major corporations and families. Any martial skill sold on the black market would fetch astronomical sums. Now, having obtained this martial skill from defeating monsters, even without the accompanying machinery, it would easily command a 7-figure price on the black market. Ah, finally dead. Thankfully, my tough skin and robust flesh withstood that ancient hag's attack. Young man, I never imagined your talisman would be so formidable. Fortunately, it was only of moderate effectiveness. Zhang Zaihou rejoiced at having completed the task, his spirits lifted. There is one more thing I must inform you. What is it? The mechanical diviner has left a gift for you. It is in your room. You should go have a look. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zaihou furrowed his brow. What could a mechanical being want with him? Very well, you may go ahead. But do not let anyone see you. Also, remove those 2 spider spears from your back. I will have someone clean up this hall before I check it out. After Tianping left, Zhang Zaihou ascended the stairs, comforting the frightened patients while instructing Sister Hua and Guo Xiaoping to relocate. He then made his way directly to his room. A mechanical being had left him a gift. As the director, he must not succumb to greed or corruption. With that thought, he entered his room, only to find someone lying on his bed. His vision darkened, and he fainted completely. Hey, why is there another patient here? Did we not relocate to the adjacent building? Who knows? Hurry, we must capture him. If we lose a psychiatric patient, we will be in serious trouble. Yes, quickly. Don't let him escape. Come back. In the psychiatric hospital, 2 nurses chased after a disheveled, deranged individual. The madman, seeing the nurses pursuing him, was terrified and fled in a panic, shouting loudly as he ran. Murder! Murder! The nurses are killing. The doctors are all devils. Murder! Murder! In the chaos of the chase, no one noticed the golden watch on the man's wrist, glowing ominously red. Chapter 76. The press conference, miss. The master has stated that he will not see you. It would be best for you to leave. At the entrance of the Tian residence, Tian Man had waited an entire night, yet Tian Yukai showed no inclination to meet her, instead instructing the butler to usher her away. Tears welled in Tian Man's eyes as she knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Grandfather, will you truly stand idly by while second grandma wreaks havoc? Whether or not I become the director of the Tian group is of no consequence to me. I simply cannot bear to witness the downfall of our family business." Furthermore, last night, someone exploited a zombie attack on the psychiatric hospital under our group. "Grandfather, have you truly grown so old that you no longer care?" The butler replied quietly. "Miss, you know well the master's temperament. When he says he will not see you, he will not. It is futile to persist." Stunned, Tian Man slowly rose to her feet. She understood her grandfather's stubbornness. Once he made a decision, nothing could sway him. It was akin to 3 years ago when he unilaterally decided on her marriage to Zhang Zaihou, dismissing the objections of the entire Tian family and forcing Zhang into the household. "Uncle Chun, you have been by my grandfather and Appo's side for as long as I can remember, and I hold you in the highest regard. I must ask you one question, and I implore you to answer truthfully." The butler hesitated before nodding. "I assure you, I will not deceive you. I wish to know why, after recovering from his illness, my grandfather would wish to retire. It is not for us to speculate on the master's thoughts. Perhaps he has long desired to step back and cease involvement with the group. Is that so? Thank you, Uncle Chin." With that, Tian Man turned to leave, but just a few steps away, the butler called her back. "Miss, do not depart just yet. I have recalled something that may be of use to you." "What is it?" After the master's health improved, second madam brought a fortune teller to see him. "A fortune teller?" "Yes, an individual in his 50s with a square face and a scar above his eye. He certainly does not strike one as a good person." Yet the master heeds his words. "Is that true?" The butler glanced around to ensure no one was listening, leaning closer to Tian Man and whispering, "Indeed. The master has followed his advice without question. It was this very individual who suggested to the master that your engagement be arranged 3 years ago." Tian Man felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place for a moment. "Miss, I have said all I can. I must take my leave now." With that, the butler hurried back inside. "Mr. Tian, since the master is not making an appearance, what shall we do now?" Gu Siyu stepped forward, draping a coat over Tian Man's shoulders. Tian Man shrugged, pulling the coat tighter around herself. "It is of no concern. We can confront them head-on." With that, the two of them climbed into a car, heading towards the Tian group. For Tian Weiming, today was a momentous occasion. He awoke early, meticulously grooming himself and donning a finely tailored suit before arriving at the Tian group. Meanwhile, Mu Baiping also adorned herself in elaborate attire, bedecked with expensive jewelry, exuding an air of opulence. "Grandmother, do you think Tian Man will cause a scene today? Having lost her husband last night, I doubt she would dare oppose us. If she does attempt to retaliate, there's always you." Tian Weiming narrowed his eyes. "You are quite right, grandmother. We have eliminated her husband. She should be grateful to us rather than causing a fuss. If she does create trouble, it would provide us with the perfect excuse to expel her family from the Tian household. After all, they are still members of the Tian family. So do not go too far. Also, you must remember that the military technology cooperation project was not obtained through your efforts. There will be criticism from the staff. Therefore, if you wish to assume the role of director, you must demonstrate both skill and results. Rest assured, grandmother. If anyone dares to question my authority or speak ill of me behind my back, I shall make them regret ever being born." With that, Tian Weiming laughed heartily, as if he held the world in his grasp. After a moment, he leaned in closer and whispered, "Grandmother, how much longer can grandfather hold on?" Ever since Tian Minwen's assassination attempt failed, his mental state has declined, and with Master Wu's techniques, that old ghost cannot have much time left. Mu Baiping's expression revealed a hint of murderous intent as her delicate hands clenched tightly. Outside the Tian group, Tian Man stared impassively at the array of luxury cars parked at the entrance, where many prominent figures from the press had gathered. "Mr. Tian, the press conference is about to begin. What should we do?" Gu Siyu asked nervously. "If we storm in there, it will only make us the laughingstock of Zhongzhou City and tarnish the group and Appo's reputation." Tian Man remained remarkably calm. She took out her phone, dialed a number, spoke briefly, and then hung up before striding confidently inside. "Distinguished guests and friends from the press, thank you for taking the time to attend this press conference for the Tian Group. Today, We are here to announce that Mr. Tian Weiming will assume the position of director. The host spoke loudly, delivering the scripted remarks, while Tian Weiming and Mu Baiping smiled innocently from the stage. Once the tedious formalities concluded, the question and answer segment began. To ensure the success of this press conference, Mu Baiping had invested heavily. She had not only arranged prior discussions with members of the press, but had also distributed red envelopes to each, especially to the more prominent journalists, at great expense. During this segment, the questions posed by the journalists were carefully curated by Mu Baiping and Tian Weiming, designed to benefit and reflect positively on the Tian group. As they feigned smiles and answered each inquiry, a delicate hand was raised high in the air. Seeing someone still wishing to ask a question, Mu Baiping was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly. What other questions do you have? We are ready to respond. She had assumed this journalist was already in the loop, expecting a rehearsed question. However, the next moment, the journalist's inquiry left the audience in stunned silence, and the expressions of Tian Weiming and Mu Baiping darkened considerably. I would like to ask. Previously, your group promised that whoever established a partnership with the military technology would assume the director's position. As I understand it, that person is Tian Man. Why then? Is the director's position filled by someone else today? Can I interpret this to mean that the current leader of the Tian group is an untrustworthy person who breaks promises for personal gain? Chapter 77. A Clash of Titans. The final remark was akin to casting a bomb into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves that drew the attention of all present. None of the attendees were fools. They were acutely aware of the internal conflicts and power struggles within the Tian family group. Yet, having received a monetary incentive to maintain silence, they were disinclined to meddle in the affairs of others. However, a brash young reporter brazenly posed such a question at the press conference, audaciously accusing the Tian family of hypocrisy, which was tantamount to a direct insult. Mu Baiping and Tian Weiming exchanged awkward glances, forcing smiles. Tian Weiming, in particular, wished fervently to tear apart this insolent journalist on the spot, but given the setting of the press conference, he could only suppress his fury. The reporter continued, explaining that the group had appointed Tian Weiming as the director due to concerns about Tian Man's capabilities. Clearly dissatisfied with such a response, the reporter retorted that Tian Man had successfully facilitated a collaboration with a military technology firm, indicating her considerable competence. I fail to comprehend which aspect of her abilities you deem insufficient. This is due to the group's consideration of her gender. As a woman, her primary role should be to tend to her husband and bear children, which is why we reached this conclusion. Mu Baiping was taken aback by the reporter's unyielding stance. Flustered, she attempted to articulate her thoughts, but the reporter's barrage of questions struck with the precision of a machine gun, hitting the mark with each volley. Is your assertion that women should merely bear children and refrain from pursuing careers a form of discrimination against women, Ms. Mu? If that is the case, then as a woman yourself, shouldn't you contemplate stepping aside? The reporter's words pierced through the air, leaving Mu Baiping's complexion as pale as a sheet. At that moment, Tian Weiming could no longer contain himself. He rose and shouted, "Who do you think you are? Are you some sort of troublemaker sent by Tian Man? Our group's matters are not for you to meddle in." His outburst drew startled gazes from the assembled journalists, who were taken aback by such crass behavior at a press conference. The female reporter remained composed in her seat, her expression one of derision as she regarded Tian Weiming, akin to observing a monkey in a fit of rage. Security. Where are the security personnel? Within moments, 5 or 6 security guards surrounded the scene, exuding an intimidating presence. Brandishing iron rods, Tian Weiming, with a menacing finger pointed at the reporter, gritted his teeth and commanded, "Drag her out and give her a good beating. Let her understand why the flowers bloom so red." Just as the guards advanced, a sudden authoritative voice rang out, "Who dares?" Everyone turned to see Tian Man striding into the venue, clad in a black trench coat, exuding an air of confidence. Countless eyes were drawn to her, while Tian Weiming, infuriated yet amused, exclaimed, "Tian Man, you sent this reporter to stir up trouble, didn't you? Today is the Tian family group as press conference. Can you bear the responsibility for disrupting it?" Tian Man replied with a clear voice, "I cannot bear that responsibility. But I assure you this reporter is not under my employ. I do not wield such influence." "What? Not your doing?" Tian Weiming turned to glare at the reporter, malice flashing in his eyes. As the saying goes, strike the dog and watch the owner, since she is not your person. I shall deal with this barking mud as I please. Tian Weiming, I advise you to choose your words carefully. This individual is not someone you can afford to provoke. Ha ha ha, not someone I can provoke? In all of Zhongzhou City, there is no one I cannot confront. Pray tell, who is she that commands such respect? She is Dongfang Jin, the head of the Military Technology Enhancement Project, who has been negotiating collaboration with me. I invited her to attend our Group's press conference today. Tian Manman remarked, her expression imbued with playful sarcasm. What is she but a project leader? What do I have to fear? Listen closely. Her surname is Dongfang. Tian Manman pointed out. Tian Weiming suddenly froze. He recalled that the influential family behind the military technology firm also bore the surname Dongfang. Could it be that this Dongfang Jin? Realizing this, Tian Weiming's complexion drained of color, rendered motionless, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his spine. The Tian family group, so ostentatious and arrogant, sought to demonstrate why the flowers bloom so red. Now, I wish to inquire, why indeed do the flowers bloom so vividly? Dongfang Jin rose slowly, her delicate visage devoid of expression, her autumn-like eyes frosted with iciness, radiating an aura so powerful that even Tian Manman felt diminished in her presence. With a thud, Tian Weiming immediately knelt, unhesitatingly slapping his own face a dozen times until bloodied, before lifting his head with a sycophantic smile. You see my face now. That is why the flowers bloom so red. Witnessing Tian Weiming and Appo's self-degradation, Tian Manman's eyes widened in astonishment. Typically, he was arrogant and overbearing. She never thought he could exhibit such humility in the presence of someone formidable. Dongfang Jin remained silent as she approached the podium, fixing her gaze upon Mu Baiping. You are the helm of the Tian family group. I recall you were an elderly gentleman. At that moment, Mu Baiping's demeanor remained composed, as if everything had unfolded according to her expectations. Indeed, our patriarch has been unwell recently, which is why I have taken the reins. Very well. Then before the assembled media, elucidate why you have reversed your stance and appointed another as director. Mu Baiping's expression faltered slightly, yet under Dongfang Jin's formidable pressure. She gradually spoke. Since you insist, I shall reveal that the reason for not selecting Tian Manman is due to her misuse of her position for personal gain, as well as her husband Zhang Zaihou's moral failings. The room erupted in gasps, all eyes turning toward Tian Manman, with some even producing cameras to capture the unfolding drama. This was indeed momentous news. Such revelations at a press conference were rare, and tomorrow, this would undoubtedly become a headline. You lie? Tian Manman vehemently denied the claims. Yet Mu Baiping appeared prepared, articulating each word with conviction. I do not seek to shield anyone, but Tian Manman, I ask you. Did you not install your husband's steel prosthetic limb without authorization? I paid for that with my own money to help my husband. Very well, as a senior executive. Such actions may seem trivial, but you improperly entrusted the company's core secret, the lotus bloom, to your husband. Isn't that inappropriate? What? I did no such thing. Do not deny it. Tian Jiaxing has already informed me that had it not been for that worthless limb possessing the lotus bloom's functional chip, how could he have defeated 3 masters in the underground blood arena? Tian Manman shook her head in denial. The lotus bloom is a core development of the company, created by countless individuals. How could I give it to Zhang Zaihou? That would be favoritism. Let us put that aside for now. Furthermore, your husband frequents establishments of ill repute, reflecting poorly on his character. That is utter nonsense. I believe my husband would never engage in such behavior. Your belief is irrelevant. I possess evidence. With that, Mu Baiping produced a photograph capturing Zhang Zaihou entering a nightclub, taken by Tian Weiming. Tian Manman, do you still refuse to admit it? You cannot even manage your own husband. How can I trust you to oversee the vast Tian family group? Chapter 78. A miracle sensational. Explosive. The assembled press corps was thrown into a frenzy. The spectacle of a prominent family feud unfolding before their eyes was irresistibly captivating. The revelation of intimate details of their private lives promised to set Zhangzhou abuzz the following day. Some were already envisioning the next day's headlines. Shocking revelations. Tian Corporation executive's husband allegedly unfaithful. Executive endures humiliation in pursuit of directorship. Click, click, click. Cameras flashed incessantly, capturing every nuance of the scene. Amidst the chaos, Tian Manman maintained her composure. Second, to condemn Zhang Zaihou based solely on a photograph seems rather precipitous. Is it not? Your abuse of authority for personal gain, the unauthorized inclusion of the company's confidential lotus bloom in Zhang Zaihou's prosthetic, coupled with your husband's alleged moral failings, are valid reasons for my lack of support for your directorship. Wouldn't you agree? Mu Baiping, seemingly unperturbed, stood her ground, while Dongfang Jin cast a dubious glance at Tian Manman, her brow furrowed in consternation. Your accusations are unsubstantiated. Summon my husband for a confrontation, if you dare. Summon your husband? Tian Man. You are well aware that a horde of zombies descended upon the asylum last night, resulting in the demise of all within. It is highly probable that your good-for-nothing husband has already fallen prey to their ravenous appetites. This is a blatant attempt to exploit his presumed death, Mu Beiping lamented, feigning grief as she addressed the press. Furthermore, I must inform you all of the tragic incident that befell our corporation's Fuhu Mountain Asylum last night, when it was besieged by a massive zombie incursion. While the full extent of the casualties remains uncertain, I am deeply saddened by this devastating news. I have already dispatched a mechanical guard unit to quell the undead and search for survivors. I hereby pledge that the corporation will provide compensation to the families of those who perished in the asylum. We will not abandon a single employee and will proactively address the needs of each affected family. We have mobilized a rescue team, and I am confident that we will emerge from this tragedy with resilience. Mu Beiping's aura captivated the audience, casting a pall of solemnity over the proceedings. Tian Man, refusing to concede, pressed forward with her challenge. What if my husband is still alive? A barely perceptible smirk played on Mu Beiping's lips as she whispered. That worthless son-in-law is undoubtedly dead. Even with Lotus Bloom, he stood no chance against the zombie onslaught. What? Tian Man staggered backward, barely maintaining her balance. She felt as though the bedrock beneath her feet had crumbled. With tears welling up in her eyes, she clung to a sliver of hope. Uttering each word with unwavering conviction, I believe my husband is alive. I believe in him. He will not die. Mu Beiping dismissed Tian Man's words, viewing her as a pawn to be manipulated at will. Madame Dongfang, we apologize for the disruption. We trust that this unfortunate incident will not impede our future collaboration. With that, Mu Beiping turned to Dongfang Jin, extending her hand in greeting. The old fox, Dongfang Jin mused, seeing through Mu Beiping's charade. She shook Mu Beiping's hand with deliberate casualness. We are deeply saddened by these events. She then added, with calculated nonchalance, perhaps we should proceed to the site for a rescue operation. There may still be survivors. Furthermore, now that Tian Man has departed, it is possible that Zhang Zaihou is still alive. We could have a direct confrontation. I am sure the press would be eager to obtain first-hand accounts. Faced with Dongfang Jin's insistence, Mu Beiping had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. We have dispatched a rescue convoy to the asylum. We can travel together. En route to the asylum, Mu Beiping and Tian Weiming sat together in a car. Tian Weiming snarled. I never expected Tian Man to enlist the support of the Dongfang family. Your oversight is understandable. I, however, anticipated this. That is why I have taken precautions. Ah, grandmother. You are truly remarkable. Your foresight is unparalleled. Otherwise, we would have suffered a setback today. Look at my swollen face. I will certainly avenge this humiliation. Enough. Has there been any word from Beggar Woman and her accomplice? Not yet. But rest assured, grandmother, Beggar Woman and her partner are renowned assassins on the mechanical hit list. Dealing with a nobody like Zhang Zaihou is child's play for them. The delay is likely due to unforeseen circumstances. Very well. I hope my concerns are unfounded. Mu Beiping gazed out the car window, her expression icy, devoid of the grief she had displayed earlier, replaced by a sinister glint. The convoy arrived at the Fuhu Mountain Asylum. Even before entering the premises, the sight of decaying corpses lining the roadside was unsettling. Inside the asylum, the scene was even more horrifying. Dismembered limbs were strewn about the courtyard, and pools of blood formed grotesque patterns, their crimson hue intensified by the passage of time. The teeth marks on the severed limbs bore testament to the savagery of the previous night's events. The reporters were paralyzed by fear, their bodies trembling. Some vomited their dinners from the previous night. Even Mu Beiping, who had steeled herself for the worst, paled at the sight, as did Dongfang Jin and Tian Man. Dongfang Jin, struggling to suppress her nausea, demanded, Did you not dispatch a mechanical guard unit? Why have they not arrived? Mu Beiping stammered, They should be en route. They are expected to arrive momentarily. As if on cue, the rumble of engines echoed in the distance. A fully armed convoy entered the asylum, and heavily armed guards disembarked, proceeding with the methodical search and rescue operation. As they entered the main building, a cry of astonishment pierced the air. Moments later, a large group of patients emerged from the building, led by nurses. The onlookers were stunned. Against all odds, these individuals had survived the zombie onslaught. A miracle. This is the most extraordinary miracle of the century. The reporters erupted in jubilation, clamoring to interview the medical staff. Hua Jie and her colleagues, having endured a night of intense stress, were utterly exhausted and longed only for rest. They had no energy to respond to the reporters' inquiries. Suddenly, a figure darted forward, seizing Huarjie by the shoulder and urgently demanding, "Are you all alive? What about Zhang Zaihou? Is Zhang Zaihou alive?" Huarjie recognized the speaker as Tian Man, the corporation and Oppo's general manager. "The director is alive and well. He is a hero. He not only protected us, but also repelled the zombie attack. Wonderful, wonderful." Upon hearing that Zhang Zaihou was alive, Tian Man felt all her anxieties dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of happiness. She realized the depth of her feelings for Zhang Zaihou. As the survivors celebrated their deliverance, no one noticed the malevolent expression on Mu Beiping's face.